Chapter 1. The rampant outer gods must be eradicated. The Brain Exhibition Hall. Please place your mind here before reading. Ming. School is over. Wake up. In the evening, at Sangnan City Second High School, Class 2 of the second year, Ming, who had been dozing on his desk, was roused by his classmate Jiang Qian. As Ming opened his bleary eyes and turned to look at the girl who had awakened him, she had already walked out of the classroom alongside another girl, engaged in animated conversation. They say that Lin Xie is transferring to our class tomorrow, right? His aunt is truly a kind-hearted person. She has been delivering eggs to all of us for Lin Xie. By the way, Ming wasn't here the other day, so it seems he didn't receive any eggs. What'll happen now? Is he going to bully Lin Xie? Are you serious? Ming is so honest, he wouldn't bully anyone. The voices gradually faded away. Ming stared in astonishment at the direction where the two girls had departed. Wasn't he supposed to be working overtime on a project? How did he end up in a school? Before he could ponder further, a surge of unfamiliar memories flooded his mind. It took him a considerable amount of time to absorb these memories, and he then confirmed a startling fact. He had crossed over. In this world, he was also known as Ming. He had moved to Sangnan City 2 years ago. Last year, his parents passed away, leaving him with a modest 80-square-meter apartment in an old residential area. He was currently a second-year student in Class 2 at Sangnan City Second High School. Wait a minute. Sangnan City Second High School, Class 2? That name sounds so familiar. Moreover, the names mentioned by the two girls who had just left were also quite recognizable. The transfer student Lin Xie? Oh no, Lin Xie. Ming could hardly believe that he had actually traversed into the world of slaying gods. Fortunately, he had not been in Sangnan City on October 24th 10 years ago at 2:36 and 19 seconds p.m. Phew, but that is not the main point. Ming was acutely aware that the world of slaying gods was fraught with peril. It was a chaotic realm of gods and demons, where the safety of ordinary people was far from guaranteed. For instance, on the very day that Lin Xie transferred, 2 students were destined to die, one of whom was Jiang Qian, the girl who had just awakened him. It would be a gruesome demise. By the way, the minor boss Nantao, the serpent demon, who made an early appearance in the original work, should already be lurking in the school, right? With this thought, Ming couldn't help but shiver, unwilling to linger in the school any longer, and hastily made his way home after class. Shortly thereafter, Ming returned to his home in the old residential area. He sat on the sofa in the living room, continuing to contemplate the matter of Nantao, the serpent demon. That demon possessed 2 personalities, the second of which was his classmate Li Yifei. After school tomorrow, Li Yifei would witness the might of the Great Xia Guardian's Night Watchman, instilling fear within him. Consequently, not long after, he would execute a ruthless plan. Countless nameless individuals who were not mentioned in the original work would become sacrifices. And it seemed there was no character named Ming in the original story. What does this imply? It implies that there was indeed no character named Ming in the original work. This means that he was very likely to be one of the sacrifices. As Ming realized this, a surge of dread washed over him. If everything unfolded according to the plot, wouldn't he perish shortly after crossing over? This simply wouldn't do. He needed to devise a strategy. At that moment, Ming suddenly heard someone calling his name. The voice was extraordinarily ancient and weathered. It seemed to resonate from afar, yet also echoed within his mind. Ming. A flicker of realization sparked within Ming. Could this voice signify the arrival of his golden opportunity? He responded inwardly, "I am here," and instantly felt a lightness in his body. Ming sensed his soul breaking free from some form of restraint, floating away from his corporeal form, and swiftly traversing through the dark void. Surrounding scenery whirled by at breathtaking speed, time and space intertwining before his eyes. It felt as though he had crossed countless galaxies and traversed numerous realms, finally halting before a towering mountain. The mountain was shrouded in mist, imbued with an ethereal aura. At its foot stood a stone tablet inscribed with the words Fengsuan Mountain. Ming's entire being shuddered. Fengsuan Mountain? Oh my! Could it be the Fengsuan Mountain of the Bodhi ancestor from Journey to the West? Next to the stone tablet was a narrow path leading up the mountain. Ming followed the path upwards. He did not feel fatigued and soon reached the summit. As the mist dispersed, a magnificent pavilion came into view. The pavilion soared into the clouds, adorned with exquisite carvings and resplendent golden hues. Around the pavilion, celestial cranes danced, and auspicious beasts wandered gracefully. Above the pavilion, there loomed a colossal, ethereal figure. The figure exuded an air of celestial grace, clad in flowing robes, with a benevolent expression, gazing skyward with slightly closed eyes. A faint divine light enveloped him, emanating an aura that inspired both trepidation and reverence. Ming immediately deduced the identity of this immense figure and exclaimed with excitement, "Are you the Bodhi ancestor?" Suddenly, a beam of golden light descended from the heavens, piercing into his brow. It was a message. Upon reading the message, Ming instantly comprehended everything. The colossal figure was indeed the mysterious and powerful Bodhi ancestor from the world of journey to the west. The ancestor summoned him forth to serve as his agent in this world. Ming stepped into the towering pavilion, where a golden panel materialized before his eyes. The panel displayed a single digit, 1. Having already read the message, he understood the significance of this one. This percentage represented the integration progress. It is important to note that this integration progress did not refer to his merging with the Bodhi ancestor. Rather, it indicated the progress of merging with a wisp of the ancestor's residual soul left in this world. In other words, the deity Ming was to represent was the true Bodhi ancestor. However, the power he was merging with was merely a fragment that the ancestor had left in the world of slaying gods. When this progress reached 100, Ming would completely acquire the full power of this fragment. He would become the Bodhi ancestor of this world. To enhance the integration progress, he merely needed to fulfill 5 wishes of the ancestor. Inside the pavilion, the figure of the Bodhi ancestor had vanished, yet Ming could still sense his presence. He called out, "Please, ancestor, reveal your wishes." As soon as he spoke, 5 colorful orbs of energy appeared before the panel marked with the number 1, indicating his progress in merging with the ancestor. The first orb transformed into an ancient book radiating a blue light. Ming noticed that the cover of the ancient book bore 5 magnificent golden characters. Depin Tian Xianju. Oh my! Ming was utterly astonished. The ancestor's first wish was for him to learn the Depin Tian Xianju. He was quite familiar with the characteristics of this divine skill. Once initiated, it would grant his body the properties of being impervious to water and fire. It would also bestow him with formidable physical attributes, an exceptionally high comprehension ability, allowing him to grasp concepts after a single hearing and to practice with ease. Moreover, it offered a chance for self-realization, potentially leading to the mastery of techniques such as Fa Tian Xiang Di and Shun Wai Hua Shun. Furthermore, if he could cultivate it to perfection, he could achieve immortality. Ming instinctively rubbed his hands together. It wouldn't be difficult to get started with this divine skill. The ancestor had already made arrangements. He approached the ancient book glowing with blue light, extending his right hand to caress the 5 golden characters one by one. With each touch, the golden light from the character would seep into his brow, deepening his understanding of the Depin Tian Xianju. After all 5 characters' golden light had entered his brow, a fluctuating number appeared above the ancient book. Depin Tian Xianju progress increased. 05. This indicated that Ming had learned the Depin Tian Xianju, albeit only at the entry-level stage. To further enhance his proficiency, he simply needed to apply the Depin Tian Xianju in combat, in other words, to engage in battle. According to the guidelines, the most effective way to increase his progress was to slay evil demons and treacherous deities. This was as if it were explicitly stating that he should seek out mysterious foes within the world of slaying gods. Coincidentally, once Lin Xie transferred over to Morrow, as long as he followed Lin Xie, he would have the opportunity to confront mysterious beings. At that moment, the ancient and weathered voice echoed once more. In this realm, the outer gods are rampant, they must be eradicated. Before Ming could respond, he felt a powerful force kick him, sending him hurtling backward. To return, Focus on your spirit. Whoosh! In a moment of disorientation, Yi Ming found himself back in his own bedroom. Chapter 2 accomplished, just waiting for the evening. Yi Ming sat on the sofa, his gaze fixed ahead, lost in thought. Everything he had just experienced felt like a fleeting dream. Was it merely a figment of his imagination? Or had it truly transpired? Perhaps to validate the authenticity of his experience, a refreshing sensation surged within him, quickly spreading throughout his entire being. It began to traverse his meridians, and during this process, Yi Ming felt as though his body was undergoing a rapid transformation. Compelled by curiosity, he rushed to the bathroom, standing before the mirror above the sink. The reflection staring back at him appeared unchanged. Perhaps healthier? Wait a moment. Hiss. Yi Ming inhaled sharply to realize he had become more handsome. Dashing and graceful, like a jade tree swaying in the wind, he bore the charm of a young Pan, and, well, that vocabulary falls short. The refreshing sensation swiftly completed its journey through Yi Ming's meridians and began to roam within his nervous system. During this process, his senses gradually sharpened. His eyes could discern more details. For instance, he noticed countless specks of dust dancing in the light. That he turned to look out the window, where the scenery 100 meters away was vividly clear. Even the most minute textures were distinct. Closing his eyes to listen, he could hear the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze, even distinguishing which leaf was being caressed by the wind. The sound from neighboring houses were also clearly audible. For example, from the top floor to the west, strange creaking noises and soft gasps could be heard. Yi Ming took a deep breath. The myriad scents in the air surged into his nostrils. The fragrance of flowers, the earthy aroma, and the foul stench of the sewer. He could even discern different people and things through his sense of smell. Additionally, his taste and touch had significantly improved after traversing his nervous system. The refreshing sensation finally entered his spiritual consciousness. Boom! Yi Ming's mind suddenly cleared. Knowledge that once eluded him became instantly comprehensible. Talents he had long desired to learn but could not grasp suddenly clicked into place. He could even effortlessly recall every detail of his past lives and various extraordinary phenomena that defied description. At this moment, Yi Ming was certain that everything he had experienced during his astral projection was indeed real, not a dream or mere imagination. I have truly become the agent of a divine being akin to the esteemed Bodhi ancestor. All these transformations were clearly the effects brought about by the supreme celestial technique. Enhanced physical abilities, heightened senses, improved comprehension and self-awareness. Yi Ming placed his hands on either side of the sink, intending to steady himself as he leaned closer to the mirror for a better look at his reflection. However, unexpectedly, with just a slight exertion, snap, the sink, fixed to the wall, was effortlessly torn from its place and fell to the ground. Crash! It shattered into 3 pieces. Yi Ming's eyes widened in astonishment as he raised his arms. Examining his hands, a look of incredulity crossing his face. I thought the supreme celestial technique merely made my body healthier. Turns out my strength has also increased, and no wonder the Monkey King could lift the 500-pound heaven restraining pillar after mastering this divine skill. Of course, I have just begun. My strength is not yet on par with the Monkey King. With this thought, he couldn't help but throw a punch at the ceramic wall beside the mirror. Boom! The tiles on the wall shattered upon impact, creating a large dent. The sharp ceramic shards, flying outward from the force of the blow, grazed the skin but left no trace behind. From this, Yi Ming could ascertain that not only had his strength increased, but his body's defenses had also been significantly bolstered. Truly, the supreme celestial technique is remarkable. A glint of excitement sparkled in Yi Ming's eyes. I suppose I am now capable enough to battle the masked demon. I eagerly anticipate the arrival of tomorrow. At that moment, he suddenly recalled the voice he heard upon leaving Feng Sun Mountain. If you wish to return, direct your heart toward the spiritual platform. Yi Ming pondered for a moment, then focused his mind, immersing his consciousness into the spiritual platform. Then, just return after leaving? Absolutely not, Yi Ming. The next day, just after 7 a.m., Yi Ming set out for school. The reason for his early departure was primarily due to the considerable distance from the old residential area to Tsangnan No. 2 High School. Leaving late could easily result in tardiness, although there was public transportation available. As an orphan, He was rather financially constrained and generally avoided taking the bus unless absolutely necessary. After walking past a street, he spotted a familiar figure at the entrance of an old community. To be precise, it wasn't the person that seemed familiar, but rather the distinctive outfit they wore. It was a youth of about 17 or 18, clad in a school uniform, a black cloth wrapped around his eyes, and holding a rolling pin. No, a white cane. In the realm of the demon-slaying world, there was only one person with such an appearance. Lin Xie, the protagonist of the demon-slaying saga. That moment. Beside Lin Xie stood a hunchbacked woman and a child who appeared to be younger than Lin Xie. The woman was evidently Lin Xie's aunt, while the child was likely his younger brother, Yang Jin. Or perhaps it would be more appropriate to call him Yang Jian. Lin Xie's aunt was whispering something in his ear, while the child was making playful faces beside them. Ming was inclined to approach and introduce himself, knowing that Lin Xie was a person of good character, possessing a sense of justice and loyalty, and destined for greatness in the future. Although he had already become the agent of the Bodhi ancestor, his future achievements might not fall short of Lin Xie's. Yet who could refuse a reliable and powerful friend? Moreover, tonight he wished to join Lin Xie in battling the masked demon. Just as Ming was about to step forward to engage in conversation, he suddenly recalled that he and Lin Xie were not previously acquainted. Wouldn't it seem rather abrupt to approach and strike up a conversation? He remembered that Lin Xie's aunt had come to the school ahead of time to help him establish connections. Although he had missed the opportunity to receive the eggs she brought due to a prior engagement, it was unlikely she would remember whether they had met. This provided an excellent opening for him to initiate dialogue. He approached Lin Xie's family and greeted Lin Xie's aunt, saying, "Hello, Auntie, I am Ming from Class 2 of the second year. We have met before. This must be Lin Xie, right?" Lin Xie's aunt had not met Ming when she delivered eggs to Class 2, so she had no recollection of him at this moment. However, upon seeing him in the school uniform and introducing himself, she had no doubts. She assumed that she simply did not remember due to the large number of students in Class 2. Lin Xie's aunt responded warmly, "Yes, this is Che." Lin Xie was puzzled by Ming's familiarity with his aunt, but he was not foolish. He quickly deduced the reason behind Ming's acquaintance with her. It was likely that his aunt had come to school early to ensure he would not be bullied. Recognizing this, he felt he should not let his aunt's kindness go to waste and extended his hand to shake Ming's. However, he inadvertently reached for thin air. Seeing this, his aunt quickly grasped Lin Xie's hand and delivered it to Ming, apologetically saying, "I hope you will take good care of little Xie in the future. His eyes cannot withstand the light, and his vision is a bit poor during the day." Ming smiled and assured her it was no trouble at all, but internally he chuckled, knowing from the original text that Lin Xie could see him clearly. How amusing, putting on quite the act. "I am Lin Xie Ming." After exchanging names, they officially became acquainted. Ming smiled knowingly. Mission accomplished. Now, they just had to wait for the evening. Chapter 3, The Masked Demon Strikes. After bidding farewell to Lin Xie's aunt and brother, Ming walked to school alongside Lin Xie. Along the way, Lin Xie inquired about various matters regarding the school, to which Ming patiently responded. Their conversation brought them closer together as they neared the school. They encountered Li Yifei. Yifei greeted Ming with a smile. "Good morning, Ming." Upon seeing this person, a glint of coldness flickered in Ming's eyes. Yifei immediately sensed something amiss and asked, "Ming, have I offended you recently?" "Not at all," Ming replied, shaking his head. He had merely entertained a crude thought. "This guy is the second persona of the Nantoa serpent demon. Should I battle him first?" However, that notion quickly vanished from Ming's mind. Currently, Li Yifei had not revealed his monstrous identity, and if he were to inadvertently harm him, how would he explain it to the authorities? Very well. "I shall spare his life for now." Ming shifted his demeanor, greeting Li Yifei warmly. "Good morning, Li Yifei." His sudden change in attitude left Li Yifei feeling uncomfortable, prompting him to redirect his attention toward Lin Xie. "And who is this?" Lin Xie introduced himself. "I am Lin Xie." Li Yifei, having received eggs from Lin Xie's and a few days prior, responded enthusiastically. "So you're the new student in our class." "Hello, I am Li Yifei. Pleased to meet you." Afterward, the three individuals proceeded together. The days swiftly passed. Following the evening study session, Yi Ming, Li Yifei, Lu Yuan, Jiang Qian, and Wang Xiao decided to return home together, as they were on the same route as Lin Qie. Before long, the six of them arrived at the outskirts of the old residential area. Wang Xiao mentioned that there was a narrow path ahead, which led directly home, and bid farewell to the others. Upon observing this, Yi Ming's eyes narrowed momentarily. If memory served him right, Wang Xiao would encounter the first ghost-faced creature just after turning that corner. After a brief contemplation, he resolved to accompany Wang Xiao. This decision was not motivated by a desire to safeguard Wang Xiao, as he had only recently traversed into this world and shared no emotional connection with him. Instead, he aimed to seize the initiative. In the original narrative, the ghost-faced creature that killed Wang Xiao was subsequently vanquished by Lin Qie. This world was fraught with peril. Many formidable mysteries would soon descend. The weak would merely become cannon fodder amidst the invasion. Often unaware of how they met their demise, Yi Ming had no intention of dying. Having been fortunate enough to become the agent of Bodhi Laozu, he could not afford to squander this opportunity. To swiftly harness all the power left by Bodhi Laozu, he must seize every chance to enhance his progress. To elevate his integration with Bodhi Laozu, he needed to fulfill the 5 wishes of the ancestor. The cultivation technique he was currently practicing, the Great Immortal Technique, constituted the first wish. Presently, his progress in the Great Immortal Technique stood at 5. The only way to expedite this progress was through practical combat. Hunting down the malevolent entities within this realm, Yi Ming thus caught up with Wang Xiao, saying, "I'll walk with you for a bit. I urgently need to relieve myself, and that path is quite suitable." Upon hearing this, Jiang Qian immediately recalled something, her face flushing slightly as she stomped her foot. "Yi Ming, how inappropriate of you. There's a girl here," Li Yifei teased. "It's not like Yi Ming is urinating on your face." "What's so inappropriate about that?" "Li Yifei," Jiang Qian exclaimed, directing her ire at him. The others erupted into laughter. Lu Yuan addressed Yi Ming. "Then make it quick. We'll wait for you here." Yi Ming responded with an okay gesture before he and Wang Xiao ventured down the narrow path. As soon as they entered, a foul stench assaulted their nostrils, reminiscent of rotten eggs. No, it was even more pungent. Upon detecting this odor, Wang Xiao felt a wave of fear wash over him, contemplating turning back and taking a detour. However, he noticed Yi Ming boldly advancing into the darkness. That a sense of surprise welled up within Wang Xiao. Having been classmates with Yi Ming for 2 years, he had always perceived him as timid and unassuming. Yet tonight, even the acrid stench instilled fear in him. While Yi Ming appeared utterly unperturbed, a competitive spirit ignited within Wang Xiao. He could not allow himself to be outdone by Yi Ming. Summoning his courage, he followed closely behind Yi Ming. However, after just a few steps, Yi Ming halted. Ahead, not far off, a towering creature with a skeletal head crouched, gnawing on the skull of a female corpse. Despite Yi Ming's newfound strength, the sight of such a gruesome scene still instilled trepidation within him. Yet, as soon as this emotion surfaced, a chill enveloped his spiritual consciousness, swiftly suppressing any lingering fear. When Yi Ming glanced back at the ghost-faced creature, he no longer experienced any emotional turmoil. This was evidently the effect of the Great Immortal Technique, which quelled his negative sentiments. Yi Ming scrutinized the ghost-faced entity. The creature, crouching, was nearly as tall as a person, and if it stood, it would likely exceed 2 meters. Moreover, its physique was exceptionally robust. One of its arms was as thick as Yi Ming's thigh. Yi Ming could not help but assess his own slender limbs, pondering whether he could contend with the ghost-faced being. This fleeting thought quickly dissipated. After all, the legendary Monkey King, upon mastering the Great Immortal Technique, could effortlessly wield a weight of 13,500 pounds. Although Yi Ming was still a novice and lacked the Monkey King's strength, he surmised that he should not be too far off, possibly capable of engaging the ghost-faced creature in battle. Just then, Wang Xiao approached and halted beside him, inquiring with confusion, "Why have you stopped?" Yi Ming pointed toward the ghost-faced creature. "Look at that." Wang Xiao followed Yi Ming's gesture and immediately caught sight of the ghastly figure feasting on the corpse, prompting him to scream in terror. Overwhelmed by sheer fear, he turned and fled in a panic. Yi Ming couldn't help but smirked slightly. "You really are quite cowardly." His expression then shifted to one of seriousness. Next, he would engage the ghost-faced creature in a proper battle. The ghost-faced entity, startled by Wang Xiao's shriek, turned its bloodthirsty gaze upon Yi Ming, rising slowly to its full height, standing before the ghost-faced creature. Yi Ming appeared diminutive at that moment. Wang Xiao reached the entrance of the path, encountering Li Yifei, Jiang Qian, and Lu Yuan, who had heard Wang Xiao screams. Li Yifei asked with concern, "What is wrong?" "A ghost." "A ghost?" However, although Yi Ming's strength surpasses that of the ghoul-faced man, it is insufficient to inflict any fatal harm upon it. In other words, while Yi Ming can overpower the ghoul-faced man in combat, he is momentarily at a loss for any method to directly slay it. He had attempted to twist the ghoul-faced man's neck, but even after doing so, the creature remained lively and unyielding. Just then, another massive ghoul-faced man appeared. Li Yifei, who had been cheering for Yi Ming, and the others immediately lost their composure and dared not linger any longer, fleeing in haste. Lin Xie had initially intended to leave as well, but he felt it would be too disloyal to abandon Yi Ming. If it weren't for escorting him tonight, Yi Ming might have already returned home. When he first met Yi Ming that morning, he suspected that Yi Ming's kindness was merely a result of receiving favors from his aunt. Yet he later learned from his classmates that Yi Ming had not attended school that day. This meant that among the dozens of classmates, only Yi Ming had genuinely cared for him. Therefore, regardless of how terrifying the monster before him was, he would never forsake Yi Ming. He despised being indebted to others, especially for such unpayable favors. Upon seeing Li Yifei and the others fleeing, the second ghoul-faced man instinctively pursued them. However, as the four had managed to escape in time, the ghoul-faced man found it challenging to catch up. Its primary objective was to heed the call for assistance from its kin, so it decided to join forces with its fellow creature to deal with a remarkably strong young man. It ceased its pursuit and turned to charge at Yi Ming instead. While Yi Ming was focused on attacking the first ghoul-faced man, he was suddenly knocked away by the second one. The two ghoul-faced men then commenced a brutal double assault on Yi Ming. Relying on the myriad benefits granted by the Great Immortal Technique, Yi Ming did not falter in the face of their combined onslaught. Yet he found himself incapable of countering the two ghoul-faced men effectively. Lin Xie watched in anxious distress, deeply concerned for Yi Ming. He believed that with Yi Ming facing two opponents, his defeat was merely a matter of time, and he needed to devise a way to assist him. Just as Lin Xie pondered how he might help, Yi Ming heard an ancient and resonant voice. "You are far more foolish than that monkey. Channel your energy." It was the voice of the Bodhi ancestor. Channel energy? Yi Ming had only recently learned one technique, the Great Immortal Technique. Without hesitation, he began to cultivate the Great Immortal Technique, following a certain guidance. His eyes gleaming with intensity as he shouted, "Divine Ruins, Three Teachings, Dharma Assembly." In an instant, a radiant seven-colored light enveloped Yi Ming, causing the two ghoul-faced men to be hurled backward. The vibrant light transformed into a beam, shooting straight into the heavens in the old residential area, at the outflow of the sewage drainage. With Captain Chun, leading the 136 squad, they were currently clearing numerous ghoul-faced men, despite their towering stature and formidable strength. The ghoul-faced men were no match for the 136 squad. One after another, the ghoul-faced men fell, and from the initial 20 or so, only 3 remained. Chun Mai waved his hand, rallying his team. "Let's press on and finish this swiftly." "Leave it to me." Redding, armed with a long spear, was the first to charge forward. 2 of the remaining 3 ghoul-faced men rushed toward her, but she dispatched them effortlessly with a spear thrust each. She then charged at the last ghoul-faced man, exclaiming, "Die." By this point, including the 2 just slain, she had already taken down 9 ghoul-faced men within half an hour. Redding had expected to easily eliminate this last one as well. However, as she approached, the ghoul-faced man, originally over 2 meters tall, suddenly swelled to a towering 4 meters. Its strength increased exponentially as well. Chun Mai's expression shifted in alarm. "This is bad. This one is a ghoul-faced disguise." Redding, retreat quickly. The ghoul-faced king, revealing a sinister grin, prepared to swipe at Redding with its massive claws. Yet, it was already too late for Redding to escape. in a moment of peril. A dazzling seven-colored beam shot up into the sky from the east. The radiant light illuminated the entire old residential area in a kaleidoscope of colors. The members of the 136 squad instinctively looked toward the brilliant light. While the ghoul-faced king seized the opportunity to flee that the forbidden ruins, such potent energy, it must be at least fifth realm, Klein realm. Chun Mai's expression grew grave as he uttered something astonishing. That is not the forbidden ruins. It is the divine ruins. What? The members of the 136 squad were taken aback. Chapter 5. Words manifest. Law. Once the seven-colored light surged into the heavens, it erupted like fireworks, transforming into streams of colorful light that cascaded down like a rain shower, enveloping the entire old residential area. Simultaneously, rhythmic sounds of conch shells and drums resonated in the sky. The ethereal and melodious sounds resembled celestial music, captivating the hearts of all who heard it. The sounds, as if recounting an ancient and sacred tale, were not of this mundane world, but rather a divine phenomenon that only occurred when celestial beings revealed their presence. This was known as the blowing of the great conch and the beating of the great drum. Soon after, an even more astonishing sight began to materialize in the sky. A majestic and solemn figure appeared, surrounded by numerous celestial beings seated in reverence, all attentively listening. It was a grand scene of a great being imparting wisdom, with the celestial beings diligently absorbing the teachings. This extraordinary phenomenon was not witnessed solely by the night watchman. Many residents of the old residential area also beheld it, each one rendered utterly astonished. What is happening today? I haven't even fallen asleep yet. I'm seeing hallucinations that looks so realistic. Could it be a holographic projection? Old Pi, has technology advanced to the point of creating such large-scale holographic images? What if it's a drone matrix? Who cares what it is? Perhaps the gods have descended. Hurry and record this to post on social media. Among the crowd in the old residential area, one person failed to witness such a phenomenon. Lin Chia. His perception range was currently limited to 10 meters, so he could only see Yi Ming suddenly glowing, but nothing beyond that. Why Yi Ming gazed at the celestial lecture unfolding in the sky. Feeling his heart race with excitement, it was said that the Bodhi ancestor was well versed in the three teachings, and his teachings could incite celestial phenomena, with flowers raining from the sky and golden lotuses springing from the earth. As thunder reverberated through the heavens, of course, he could only wield the power of the Bodhi ancestor at level 1, and the divine ruins did not possess such might. Yet, even so, his current divine ruins remained remarkably powerful. As long as Yi Ming was within the realm of the three teachings Dharma Assembly, he could utilize a formidable ability known as Words Manifest Law. However, due to his limited mastery over the ancestor's power, this ability had several restrictions. Words Manifest Law could only affect himself or living beings within his line of sight. The celestial phenomenon in the sky soon dissipated, and everything in the old residential area returned to its original state. One of the ghoul-faced men that had been flung away by the radiant light landed perilously close to Lin Chia. Without uttering a word, it lunged at Lin Chia, intent on sinking its teeth in him. Startled, Lin Chia hurriedly grasped his cane, raising it like a sword in front of him, his expression tense as he assumed a defensive stance. Yi Ming smiled at Lin Chia, saying, "Chia, thank you for staying here." Upon hearing this, Lin Chia felt a rush of warmth. "Thank you? What are you talking about? You're so powerful. Why don't you hurry and think of a way to save me?" Just then, Yi Ming waved his hand nonchalantly at Lin Chia, declaring at this moment my friend should be at home. A miraculous scene unfolded. Lin Chia vanished from his spot, causing the ghoul-faced man to miss its attack, revealing a look of confusion and bewilderment. Lin Chia's home. He stood in the living room, gripping his cane and maintaining a defensive posture, his face filled with confusion and astonishment. His younger brother, Yang Jin, was sitting on the nearby couch, doing homework. Upon looking up and seeing his brother, he was taken aback. Brother, when did you come home? I didn't hear the door open. Little Knight is back." Their aunt emerged from the kitchen, and upon seeing Lin Chia in a peculiar stance, immediately connected the dots. Her expression shifted. "Are you preparing for a fight? Little Knight, did someone bully you at school?" Lin Chia snapped back to reality and hurriedly explained, "No way. Aunt, you're overthinking it. I was just practicing my golf swing." "Really?" His aunt looked skeptical. Lin Xie quickly nodded, fearing she wouldn't believe him, but he added, "Yiming taught me. He loves to play golf and said he would take me one day." Yang Jin, unimpressed, remarked, "Brother, is that really how you play golf? What does a child know?" Lin Xie shot a glare at Yang Jin and walked toward his bedroom. "And I'm going to finish my homework." He hurried back to his room, closing the door behind him and leaning against it. This must be Yi Ming's ability, right? How amazing that just one sentence brought me back home. After a moment of reflection, a look of gratitude appeared on Lin Xie's face. "Yi Ming and I truly are kindred spirits. If I tell him about the Moon Angel, he surely won't think I'm crazy. Will he?" Lin Xie suddenly found himself somewhat looking forward to school tomorrow. The old residential area. The battlefield of Yi Ming. After sending Lin Xie off, Yi Ming realized that his previous actions seemed to have impacted Lin Xie's awakening. If one were to follow the original storyline, Lin Xie would awaken tonight. However, due to his intervention, not only did he prevent Lin Xie from awakening, but he also sent him away, leaving no opportunity for awakening whatsoever. Yet, Yi Ming vowed that his actions in sending Lin Xie away were not motivated by a desire to monopolize the two ghost-faced beings, but rather a genuine effort to save Lin Xie. With the situation now at hand, further words were futile. He would find a way to make amends to Lin Xie another day. The two ghost-faced beings renewed their assault on Yi Ming. At this point, Yi Ming possessed sufficient strength to easily dispatch the two ghost-faced entities. However, he refrained from doing so, choosing instead to wait for the arrival of the Night Watchers to resolve the matter. Yi Ming planned to join the Night Watchers. The reason was simple. By becoming a member, he would gain ample opportunities to encounter more mysteries and eliminate more of them. The more mysteries he vanquished, the quicker he could advance in the Great Immortal Technique. Furthermore, demonstrating his value before joining the Night Watchers would undoubtedly enhance his influence once he became a member. Once the Night Watchers arrived, he would deal with the two ghost-faced beings on the spot. However, just as Yi Ming intended to subdue the two ghost-faced entities first, he was suddenly overcome by a wave of dizziness. After a moment of contemplation, he understood the cause why Yi Ming sighed in resignation. "It seems my mental strength has waned. Very well. I shall conclude this swiftly." With a deep breath, he summoned all his remaining mental strength and commanded the two ghost-faced beings, "You two, take your own lives." The two ghost-faced beings, rushing towards Yi Ming, immediately seemed to fall under a spell. Brandishing their sharp claws to attack themselves, they used their claws to crush the ghostly faces residing on their bodies. That is, the skulls, resulting in their instant demise. After eliminating the two ghost-faced beings, Yi Ming felt an overwhelming fatigue and sat down cross-legged to rest. Before long, hurried footsteps echoed nearby that a group of young men and women clad in red cloaks appeared in his line of sight. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Yi Ming's mouth. This group had finally arrived. Chapter 6. The passive ability that compels honesty. Before Yi Ming stood two men and two women. Utilizing his enhanced senses, he noticed that someone was nearby, but had not revealed themselves, instead lurking on a low building, aiming a sniper rifle at him. That person must be Long Xian from Team 136. He surmised as for the few individuals in front of him. Yi Ming's gaze swept over them. A tall, slender man wearing glasses was likely Wu Xiangnan, the vice captain of Team 136, and beside him stood a spirited girl with a ponytail, wielding a long gun, presumably Hong Ying. The two individuals behind them included one who was Zhao Kongsheng. No, Zhao Kongsheng was much older than this person, so by the process of elimination, it must be Wen Qima. The final girl was undoubtedly Si Xiaonan. Where was Zhao Kongsheng? While Yi Ming assessed the Night Watchers, Wu Xiangnan and the others were also observing him. They first noticed the two ghost-faced beings that had committed suicide, and then turned their attention to Yi Ming. Hong Ying calmly analyzed. Did those two ghost-faced beings just take their own lives? Goodness, were they frightened to death? Could this be the so-called super expert? Wu Xiangnan shot her a sidelong glance. Can't you tell? What? Hong Ying asked, puzzled. The Wu Xiangnan replied. This kid's aura is merely at the Lantern Realm. How could he possibly be a super expert? Hong Ying countered. But how could someone at the Lantern Realm kill two ghost-faced beings? Wu Xiangnan shifted his gaze back to Yi Ming, contemplating for a moment. There is only one possibility. This kid has been chosen by a deity. Either his divine realm possesses sufficient power to slay those two ghost-faced beings, or this kid's deity did. Hong Ying's expression shifted to one of realization, while Wen Qima and Si Xiaonan nodded in agreement. Wu Xiangnan approached Yi Ming, scrutinizing him from head to toe. You look like a student. May I ask your name? Yi Ming stood up, brushing the dust off his pants. Before you inquire about my identity, shouldn't you introduce yourselves first? Wu Xiangnan found Yi Ming's point quite reasonable and nodded slightly. I am Wu Xiangnan, the vice captain of the Night Watchers. Although Yi Ming hadn't asked Hong Ying and the others, they voluntarily introduced themselves. Hong Ying, Wen Qimo de S. I Xiaonan. After brushing off the dust from his pants, Yi Ming's gaze swept over Wu Xiangnan and the others once more. He was somewhat curious as to why Zhao Kongshan was absent. It wasn't that he particularly cared about the character. He was merely curious that why Yi Ming casually inquired, "Is this all the members you have?" Wu Xiangnan was about to respond that this was not the appropriate question for him to ask when, to his surprise, Hong Ying and the others began explaining in a flurry of course. We are not limited to just this many. We have our captain too. The captain went after the ghost-faced beings and couldn't make it here. Originally, Zhao Kongshan was also supposed to come, but since Wu Xiangnan was unsure of whether you were friend or foe, he didn't let him come. Despite Zhao Kongshan being a core member of the Night Watchers, he was somewhat different from the rest of them. Suddenly, Si Xiaonan halted mid-sentence, a perplexed expression crossing her face. What am I doing? Hong Ying and Wen Qima exchanged glances, speaking in unison. Why are we explaining all this to him? Wu Xiangnan observed his team members, then glanced back at Yi Ming, deep in thought. Hong Ying reflected on her earlier impulse to speak, a look of surprise adorning her face. I seem to have mistaken this guy for a teammate. Wen Qima and Si Xiaonan nodded in agreement, clearly sharing the same sentiment. Hong Ying's expression shifted, and she darted in front of Yi Ming, aiming the tip of her long gun at his throat. Her face bore an expression of threat. Speak. Did you use some kind of dark magic on us? Yi Ming was utterly at a loss for how to explain. He was just as bewildered, wondering why his casual question had elicited such an open response from them. He thought it might be a tradition of the Night Watchers. Wu Xiangnan halted his contemplation, barking at Hong Ying. Hong Ying, lower your weapon. Although Hong Ying was reluctant to put down her gun without receiving the answer she sought, she decided to heed the vice captain's command. After she retracted her long gun, Wu Xiangnan squinted. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the ability of his divine realm. Yi Ming raised an eyebrow slightly. This was his divine realm's ability? That shouldn't be the case. After resolving the two ghost-faced beings, he had already closed the three teachings Dharma Assembly. Logically, he shouldn't be able to speak the law at will. Moreover, this question-and-answer format seemed less like a spontaneous exchange and more akin to a game of truth or dare, unless this was a bonus effect activated upon the first use of his divine realm. A passive skill that compels honesty. As he pondered the impending Nantua serpent demon incident, he realized this skill would likely be effective against the serpent demon's offspring as well. That said, why did this ability only work on Hong Ying and the others, yet had no effect on Wu Xiangnan? While Yi Ming contemplated this issue, Hong Ying exclaimed in astonishment, "Are you saying his divine realm's ability forces others to speak the truth?" Wen Qima praised. That is indeed a highly practical ability. I Xiaonan nodded in agreement. Hong Ying suddenly had a thought. If that is indeed his divine realm's ability, does it mean he compelled the two ghost-faced beings to divulge their little secrets, leading them to be overwhelmed by shame and take their own lives? Yi Ming. Wu Xiangnan's expression darkened. How could it possibly be something so trivial? Please, this is a divine realm. It cannot possess only that one ability. Hong Ying stuck out her tongue. True enough, Wu Xiangnan then realized that while they had been chattering away, this young man had yet to introduce himself. He turned his gaze back to Yi Ming. We've shared our information. It is your turn now. Yi Ming nodded. My name is Yi Ming. Both my parents are deceased. I reside in the old residential area, and I currently attend Class 2 of the second year at Sannan City High School. Wu Xiangnan committed Yi Ming's information to memory and, with a serious expression, inquired. So, Yi Ming, may I ask who, or rather which deity, has chosen you as their agent? Just as Yi Ming was about to utter the words Bodhi old ancestor, He found himself unable to speak, that he initially thought it was an issue with his throat. So he coughed a couple of times and attempted to say something like 1, 2, 3, which came out perfectly fine. However, the moment he tried to say Bodhi Old Ancestor, he would immediately lose his voice. That it seemed that the Old Ancestor was preventing him from revealing his identity. Noticing Yi Ming coughing and practicing speaking, Si Xiaonan approached and offered him a bottle of water. Have a Yi Ming, unable to elucidate his previous actions, cleverly shifted the topic, graciously accepting the cup and expressing his gratitude before indulging in a hearty drink. After savoring a few sips, he sheepishly remarked, I apologize, Captain WMY deity's disposition seems rather reserved, or perhaps it is simply a matter of preference. But in any case, it is a being that refuses to disclose its name. Thus, I too remain in the dark regarding the identity of my divine patron. Upon hearing this, Wu Xiangnan and the others furrowed their brows in concern. Chapter 7 isn't that the crux of the matter? To Wu Xiangnan and his companions, knowing which deity was behind Yi Ming would allow them to glean preliminary insights from associated records, such as inferring the deity's intentions and assessing whether it was benevolent or malevolent, advantageous or detrimental to the realm of Dixia. Yet, Yi Ming's admission of ignorance regarding his own deity was utterly preposterous. A deity unwilling to reveal its name was a concept they had never encountered before. Consequently, the situation presented two possibilities. Either Yi Ming was lying, or he was, indeed, telling the truth. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Xiaonan's expression turned grave. Yi Ming, you may not fully grasp the situation at hand. Allow me to elucidate the nature of the Night Watchers. Our primary duty is to address supernatural occurrences, matters entwined with the arcane, and to safeguard Dixia. Thus, you may regard us as the guardians of the extraordinary realm. It would be prudent for you to carefully consider your responses when addressing inquiries as a traveler from another realm. Yi Ming was well aware of the Night Watcher's purpose. Wu Xiaonan's words clearly indicated a skepticism toward his claims, which was understandable. If Yi Ming himself found his own assertions hard to believe, how could he expect others to accept them? However, the issue lay in the fact that his ancestor forbade him from revealing the truth. With a resigned shrug, Yi Ming replied, I understand that my words may appear incredulous, and I, too, find them absurd, yet they are indeed the reality. Wu Xiaonan scrutinized Yi Ming closely, sensing that he did not seem to be lying. Was it possible that such an outrageous deity truly existed? Hong Ying chimed in, Captain Wu, if you wish to discern the deity's purpose, why not simply inquire about its name? After all, this young man is right here. We could ask him directly. Wu Xiaonan shot Hong Ying an exasperated glance. You think yourself clever. With that, he proceeded to explain the pantheon of deities to Yi Ming. As Wu Xiaonan elaborated, Hong Ying leaned in to whisper to Si Xiaonan. I never imagined Captain Wu could give compliments. Si Xiaonan's lips twitched in amusement. Wu Xiaonan soon concluded his explanation regarding the divine hierarchy and asked, if your deity refuses to disclose its name, it must have some purpose in choosing you, correct? Unsure if his ancestor permitted him to reveal its intentions, Yi Ming spoke in a tone audible only to himself, discovering that he was not silenced this time. He then cleared his throat, adopting a serious demeanor as he declared, My deity has uttered but 8 words. When foreign gods grow rampant, they must be vanquished. In truth, the original 10 words spoken by his ancestor included in this realm. But Yi Ming felt those 2 words held a particular significance, suggesting that his ancestor was not a deity of this world, merely an extraordinary being capable of perceiving events within it. Thus, he opted to convey only the 8 words. Upon hearing this, Wu Xiaonan and the others were visibly shaken. Although Yi Ming had spoken those 8 words in a normal tone, they resonated with a powerful conviction in the ears of Wu Xiaonan and his companions. When Shima stepped forward, his emotions slightly stirred. That proclamation, when foreign gods grow rampant, they must be vanquished, is reminiscent of classical Chinese, isn't it? If the deity behind Yi Ming communicates in such a manner, it stands to reason that it may indeed be a deity of Dixia. His words ignited a spark of excitement in Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan. Hong Ying exclaimed, Does this mean that Dixia also possesses deities? Wu Xiangnan countered with a note of skepticism. If the Xia has deities, why have they never made an appearance? We cannot hastily conclude that this entity is a deity of the Xia based solely on those 8 words. Nevertheless, even if it is not, it must be connected to our realm. The others nodded in agreement. That Wu Xiangnan harbored additional thoughts that remained unspoken. He acknowledged the plausibility of Wen Qima's hypothesis. The notion that the Xia was devoid of deities was met with various interpretations domestically. One widely accepted theory posited that deities existed but were unable to manifest for specific reasons. This notion aligned perfectly with Yi Ming's deity's reticence to reveal its name, drawing from years of experience. Wu Xiangnan concluded that Yi Ming was likely telling the truth. The young man was a representative of a deity. Although currently weak, he possessed the potential to become a pillar of the nation in the future. Such promising talent must not be overlooked. Thus, he extended an invitation to Yi Ming. Yi Ming, would you be interested in joining the Night Watchers and aiding us in safeguarding this nation and its people? Yi Ming's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The moment he had been anticipating had arrived. He had been waiting for the Night Watchers to approach him, engaging in conversation simply to receive an invitation to join their ranks. For only by becoming a Night Watcher could he access greater mysteries, and through those mysteries, slay even more enigmas. The more enigmas he vanquished, the swifter the progress of his Depin Tian Xianju would be. Enhancing his integration with his ancestor, Yi Ming eagerly adopted the fervor expected of a 17-year-old, exclaiming, "To protect my homeland and nation, I am willing." Wu Xiangnan nodded in approval, but deliberately doused Yi Ming's enthusiasm with cold water. "I appreciate your sentiment, but let me be clear. While the Night Watchers are indeed an organization dedicated to national defense, their nature is more akin to that of agents. Regardless of the merit you may accrue, the world will remain oblivious to your contributions. You will labor in obscurity. Do you still wish to join?" Yi Ming replied resolutely, "I am willing." Joining the Night Watchers meant walking hand in hand with death. Facing the possibility of sacrifice at any moment, do you still wish to join? Wu Xiangnan reiterated, "I fear not death, for I shall leave my name untarnished in this world. I am willing." What a splendid declaration. Wu Xiangnan's spirit ignited by Yi Ming's words. He clapped the young man's shoulder and exclaimed, "Then recite the oath of the Night Watchers with me." "If the dark night should fall," Yi Ming began, initially performing for effect. Yet, as he continued, he became enveloped in the surrounding fervor. As a traveler from another realm, and one who had only recently arrived, Yi Ming had little emotional connection to the affairs of this world. However, at that moment, he found himself increasingly immersed in the experience. His original intention to join the Night Watchers merely to hunt more mysteries had now expanded to include a desire to protect this nation alongside his newfound comrades once he became sufficiently powerful. Yi Ming's voice resonated as he began to recite the Night Watchers' oath. If the dark night should fall, he had only uttered the first line when Hong Ying followed suit with the next. "I shall stand before the multitudes." When they reached the third line, Si Xiaonan and Wen Qima joined in, with blade drawn towards the abyss. As they reached the final line, Wu Xiangnan's voice joined in as well, with blood staining the heavens. Once they concluded the oath, Hong Ying embraced Yi Ming joyously, exclaiming, "Welcome to the Night Watchers, comrade." Wu Xiangnan interjected, "Hong Ying, he is merely a temporary member for now. He is not yet our comrade." Hong Ying released Yi Ming and retorted, "Then why have you made him recite the Night Watcher's oath?" Wu Xiangnan's expression froze momentarily. That wasn't the atmosphere perfectly set for such a declaration. Chapter 8 Lin Xia Awakens. Yi Ming inquired about the subsequent arrangements, and whether he was required to assist in the aftermath of the battle. Wu Xiangnan clarified that before attending the new recruit training, Yi Ming could only be considered a temporary member, and thus was generally not required to participate in such tasks. He requested Yi Ming's phone number, handed him a business card, and instructed him to return home and report to the address on the card the following morning. Yi Ming acknowledged the instructions and departed. Shortly after his exit, a robust man, wielding 2 blades, hurriedly approached, appearing quite worn. Upon seeing him, Wu Xiangnan and the others greeted him warmly, referring to him as captain. This individual was Chun Mai, the leader of Team 136. Chun Mai inquired, "Have you located that individual?" Wu Xiangnan nodded. Yes, we found him, but he's a newly awakened boy from the divine ruins, and the deity behind him is suspected to be a deity of Xia. I've already invited him to join the Night Watchers. Chimai raised an eyebrow. What do you mean by suspected to be a deity of Xia? Let me explain in detail later. Wu Xiangnan adjusted his glasses, looking somewhat exasperated. Honging asked, Captain, how did your pursuit go? Did you catch up to that Phantom King? With a sigh, Chimai replied, Damn it, that ghostly creature is far too swift. I couldn't even catch a glimpse of its shadow. However, compared to the new city, the old residential area provides better hiding spots, so it likely won't leave this vicinity anytime soon. That we should increase patrols in this area to try and locate that creature as soon as possible. Of course, we must also send reinforcements to the new city, just in case that Wu Xiangnan and the others responded in unison. Understood. Upon returning home, Ming refreshed himself and changed into a clean set of clothes before settling onto the sofa, allowing his consciousness to sink into the ethereal realm. This time, the force that had previously resisted him did not manifest. He successfully returned to the magnificent palace, having already vanquished two mysterious entities. Ming immediately directed his gaze towards the ancient tome emanating a blue light. To his astonishment, the numbers inscribed upon it had changed. 55.3. Ming widened his eyes in disbelief. What? Only an increase of 0.3. At that moment, he noticed a small icon beside the percentage, depicting a book combined with a magnifying glass. As a traveler of realms, he understood the icon's significance at a glance. This must be a record of progress changes. He approached the icon and clicked on it, causing another pop-up to appear before him. IT displayed 4 sequential records. Successfully acquired the Grand Celestial Technique. Progress increased by 5. Engaged in combat with the Phantom Faceman. Progress increased by 0.1. Slayed Phantom Faceman 1. Progress increased by 0.1. Slayed Phantom Faceman 1. Progress increased by 0.1. Indeed, it was a record of progress changes. Ming's face brightened with joy. With this knowledge, understanding how to more effectively increase his progress would be greatly facilitated. He focused on the second entry. Engaging in combat with the Phantom Faceman yielded a progress increase of 0.1. This indicated that fighting the creature before delivering the final blow would yield greater rewards than simply slaying it outright. Ming suddenly felt as though he had lost out on billions. Had he known this beforehand, he would have opted to fight first before slaying the Phantom Faceman. Such an approach would evidently yield superior results. Sighing softly, he reflected that one learns from their missteps, and he would be more cautious next time. Speaking of which, come tomorrow, would Chimai train him at the Night Watcher's base? Chimai was a master from the Chuan region, possessing combat abilities that far surpassed those of the Phantom Faceman. Perhaps even stronger than the Phantom Face King, he wondered if fighting with him could enhance his progress. Ming narrowed his eyes, feeling a sense of anticipation for tomorrow's visit to the Night Watcher's base. In the dead of night at Lin Chia's residence, Lin Chia, Yang Jin, his aunt, and Xiao He were all deep in slumber. Suddenly, a foul stench emanated from the kitchen's drain, swiftly engulfing the entire house. Yang Jin and Xiao He were the first to awaken. Xiao He lowered his head and raised his rear, adopting a defensive posture at the bedroom door, emitting low growls of warning. Yang Jin rose from his bed, crouching beside Xiao He with a grave expression. You sensed it too, right? Damn it. It has invaded my home. It seems our identities must be revealed sooner than expected. As he spoke, the sound of 2 creaking door openings echoed from outside. Moments later, Yang Jin's mother and Lin Chia's voices could be heard. Aunt, what is that smell? It's horrible. Lin Chia, it seems to be coming from the kitchen. Aunt, I'll go take a look. Hearing this, Yang Jin hurriedly dashed out of the bedroom, shouting, Mom, wait. The aunt paused, looking at Yang Jin in confusion. Xiao Jin. Lin Chia also looked at Yang Jin with curiosity. Yang Jin approached Lin Chia and his mother. It's dark inside. Let me handle it. The aunt moved toward the light switch. You silly child, just turn on the light, and it won't be dark anymore. Just then, a loud explosion erupted from the kitchen. Countless shards, pots, and pans flew out. The aunt, being the closest to the kitchen due to her attempt to turn on the light, was struck by a flying pot and sent sprawling backward. Upon hitting the ground, she instantly lost consciousness. Yang Jin immediately understood that the source of the foul odor was the Phantom-Faced King, which had emerged from the drain. He turned and shouted, "Xiao Hei! Woof woof!" Xiao Hei swiftly dashed to Yang Jin's side, that moment. A tremendous figure burst through the doorframe and charged into the living room. It was a terrifying creature with a skeletal head and massive, muscular limbs, crawling on all fours. Its colossal size made even its crawling appear cramped within the living room. Lin Xie instantly recognized the creature. Wasn't this the very being he encountered earlier that evening? Although this creature appeared larger, its appearance was remarkably similar. The fact that it had come to his home indicated that Yi Ming had failed to conquer it, just like Jiang Qian and Wang Xiao had been killed. How infuriating! Lin Xie felt a wave of distress wash over him. He recalled how Yi Ming, after displaying his strength, had sent him home to protect him, facing those two monsters alone. The thought made him even more upset. How frustrating! He had intended to talk to Yi Ming about the seraphim upon returning to school. Surely his misfortune had brought calamity upon him. Lin Xie was consumed by rage. However, now was not the time for such thoughts. As the monster was in his home, while his aunt and brother were mere ordinary individuals with no means to defend themselves. Although he was not particularly strong either, the various abnormalities about him indicated that he was no ordinary person. Thus, he was the only one capable of confronting the monster. He must protect his family. With this determination, Lin Xie shouted to Yang Jin, "Yang Jin, you and Xiao Hei protect Aunt. I will deal with this creature." With that, he seized his cane from beside the sofa and charged towards the phantom-faced king, exclaiming, "Return my friend's life." Lin Xie's commanding words momentarily halted Yang Jin and Xiao Hei. In that brief pause, Lin Xie had already reached the phantom-faced king, swinging his cane with all his might. The phantom-faced king dismissed him with a sneer, casually swatting him aside. The primary reason for the creature's intrusion into this household was the scent of a weakened divine being emanating from within. Consequently, the phantom-faced king held no interest in the ordinary humans present. Atik turned its attention toward Xiao Hei, a cruel smile spreading across its face as it lunged through the shattered ceiling. Since Xiao Hei was positioned alongside Yang Jin and the ant, Lin Xie perceived that the phantom-faced king was targeting Yang Jin and his aunt. No. He screamed in desperation, struggling to rise. Even if it cost him everything, he must protect his aunt and brother. Just then, Lin Xie felt an intense surge of scorching energy coursing through his body, followed by radiant golden light enveloping him. A blinding golden beam pierced through the roof, shooting skyward. Chapter 9. Yang Jin. Is this the manifestation of spoken words? In the middle of the night, Yi Ming, desperate to relieve himself, got up to head to the bathroom. Just as he reached the toilet, and before he could do his business, he noticed a brilliant golden light beam shooting into the sky outside the window. This beam also emitted an overwhelming pressure that only those with supernatural abilities could distinctly perceive. Yi Ming's gaze sharpened. Is that direction Lin Xie? Why has he suddenly awakened? After a moment of contemplation, he quickly realized the answer, his expression shifting dramatically. He must be facing the phantom-faced king. Having read the original story, Yi Ming understood well that Lin Xie, upon awakening, could only temporarily wield the power of the seraphim. Lin Xie was no match for the phantom-faced king. With this thought, Yi Ming's urgency surged. He sprinted back to his bedroom, grasped his phone, and dashed out. With a crash, he shattered the window and railing, leaping through the opening and quickly landing on the ground, racing towards Lin Xie's residence. "Che, you must hold on." Yi Ming found himself in a perilous situation, while the phantom-faced king was a creature of the Chuan realm. Nevertheless, he believed that while his realm might be low, his resilience and strength would suffice to engage the phantom-faced king in battle on the outskirts of the old residential area. Chun Mai and Wu Xiangnan walked side by side along the street. Tonight, Red Ling and Wen Qima were supposed to patrol the area, continuing their search for the phantom-faced king's whereabouts. However, considering that everyone had just fought against a multitude of phantom-faced men earlier in the evening, Chun Mai decided to allow the team to return home and rest. Thus he, as the captain, and Wu Xiangnan, as the vice-captain, took it upon themselves to patrol that moment. They noticed a golden beam shooting skyward from the center of the old residential area. The surroundings instantly illuminated as if it were daytime. The golden beam also radiated a tremendous pressure. Upon seeing the beam, Both Chun Mai and Wu Xiangnan's expressions changed, drawing from their prior experience with Yi Ming's divine ruin emergence. They quickly deduced that this golden beam was also a divine ruin. Wu Xiangnan, incredulous, exclaimed, "Another divine ruin has emerged." Chun Mai pondered thoughtfully. It seemed so. Wu Xiangnan felt an absurd sensation. Since when did divine ruins become as common as cabbages? 2 in one night. I wonder which deity is responsible this time. Chun Mai's eyes gleamed with intensity. The aura of creation, intense and powerful. This divine ruin must belong to the deity designated as 003. The King of Angels, Michael. Wu Xiangnan trembled in shock. Are you joking? The King of Angels, Michael, has a proxy now. Chun Mai dashed towards the direction of the divine ruin's emergence. Let's go. We must investigate the A.T. Lin Chia's residence. Lin Chia, having awakened his powers, concentrated all the energy within him in his right fist, and from a distance, delivered a powerful punch towards the phantom Face King. He even temporarily named this move Angel's Fist. A searing, formidable, and resplendent golden fist was unleashed by Lin Chia, striking the Demon Mask King with tremendous force. The fist bore an inherent burning effect, causing the Demon Mask King to emit a piercing scream of agony. The creature's colossal form was propelled into the air by this blow, crashing through the wall and landing heavily on the street outside. Yang Jin and Xiao He exchanged glances, communicating through their spiritual senses. Their astonishment. Lin Chia had awakened the divine ruins at such a critical moment. Woof! However, it seemed that this power could not be sustained for long. Today, the two of them would have to rely on each other. Woof! Lin Chia glanced at his own fist, a look of delight crossing his face. With this strength, success is within reach. With a thought, he transformed into a streak of golden light, darting to the breach in the wall. Just as Lin Chia prepared to leap and tear the vile Demon Mask King apart to protect his family and avenge Yi Ming, he suddenly felt a sensation of being drained. Instead of landing on the street to rend the Demon Mask King, he found himself collapsing to the ground, his face a mask of confusion. Why has this power vanished so suddenly? Yang Jin's expression reflected realization as he hurried to Lin Chia's side, concern etched in his voice. "Brother, are you all right?" Lin Chia managed a wry smile. "I'm fine. But soon we will have problems." Yang Jin shook his head slightly, his gaze resolutely firming. "Brother, do not worry. None of us will come a harm today." After landing, the Demon Mask King, wary of the immense power Lin Chia had displayed, initially intended to flee, but suddenly realized that Lin Chia's strength had dissipated. It coveted the small black dog, and if it missed this chance tonight, it feared it might never have another opportunity to devour it. If it could consume the little black dog, it would ascend to become a mythic being of the sea realm, capable of obliterating not just mere demon mask men, but the entire city of Sangnan in an instant. However, before it could feast on the little black dog, it first sought revenge on that insufferable brat. It yearned to shred that detestable boy into pieces. The Demon Mask King glared menacingly at Lin Chia. Then, gathering its strength, it shot upward with a resounding thud, launching itself toward Lin Chia and the others on the second floor. Yang Jin's eyes gleamed with a cold light as he prepared to revert to his true form as Erlang Shun Yangjian. But just then, a furious shout echoed from the sky. I stride 20 paces in one step. With a swish, a strikingly handsome youth, standing at 1.77 meters tall, suddenly appeared beside the Demon Mask King and delivered a powerful kick to its side. Yi Ming's seemingly unassuming kick, which appeared lacking in strength, unleashed a terrifying force upon contact with the Demon Mask King's flank. Bang! The Demon Mask King's side crumpled under the impact, sending its massive body hurtling once more through the air. Unlike when it was struck by Lin Chia, which had merely sent it tumbling, this time, propelled by Yi Ming's kick, it shot back like an arrow released from its bow. Boom! Upon landing, the Demon Mask King smashed into the ground, creating a deep crater in the street. "It's Yi Ming." Lin Chia felt a surge of joy. Yang Jin's pupils constricted in surprise, pondering, why does this boy carry the aura of that monkey? Is he the proxy of the Fighting Victory Buddha? No, that cannot be. The Fighting Victory Buddha has yet to reincarnate and should possess no power now, but I am certain his deity is from the Great Xia. Yet that shouldn't be. He should not have fully regained his powers. Although this boy is merely at the Lantern Realm, that kick just now was on par with any of the River Realm. Lin Xie exclaimed in delight. Yi Ming, you're alive? Yi Ming, landing and looking up at Lin Xie, appeared puzzled. Why would I be dead? Lin Xie replied. I saw that monster and thought you had been bested, which is why it came to attack my home. Why? Yi Ming chuckled, shaking his head slightly. This fellow is called the Demon Mask King, the leader of those smaller monsters. Lin Xie's eyes widened in understanding. At that moment, the Demon Mask King struggled to rise. Yi Ming gazed at it, his eyes turning icy as he invoked the divine ruins. Stay down, you wretch! The power of his command instantly took effect on the Demon Mask King. The creature's body momentarily stiffened, but that pause was fleeting as it continued to rise, hindered only by the pain in its side. Yi Ming's expression hardened. The command had no effect on this creature. While he was taken aback, Yang Jin and Xiao He were left utterly astonished. Yang Jin communicated telepathically with Xiao He, his tone filled with disbelief. Was that really a command that he just used? Woof! How incredible! Among the deities of Great Xia, only beings of the highest caliber, like the Celestial Sovereign, possess such power. Who could his backing deity possibly be? Chapter 10. The Demon Mask and the Earth. Yi Ming fixed his gaze on the struggling Demon Mask King, his mind racing as he quickly deduced the reason. This Demon Mask King was a mythic being of the River Realm, and he was merely at the Lantern Realm. The diminished effectiveness of his command likely stemmed from the vast disparity in their realms. In other words, the effects of the three teachings ritual could impact those of the Lantern and Pool realms, but would be nearly ineffective against the River Realm, wouldn't it? Yi Ming furrowed his brow. From that powerful kick he had delivered to the Demon Mask King, he was now certain he had enough strength to battle it. However, he also faced a significant issue that could not be overlooked. Previously, he had been able to single-handedly slay 2 Demon Mask men thanks to the power of his command. But now, that command was nearly ineffective against the Demon Mask King, without a suitable weapon. Relying solely on his strength, he feared he would not be able to subdue this creature. It seemed there was only one solution. While Yi Ming may not be able to kill the Demon Mask King, he could certainly hold it at bay. Thus, all he needed to do was summon the Night Watchman, and it would be game over. The problem was, as a temporary member of the Night Watchman, he lacked a communicator like the others. Suddenly, Yi Ming recalled that he had obtained Wu Xiangnan's business card, but wouldn't that allow him to contact Wu Xiangnan? He glanced at the Demon Mask King, noting that it was still struggling to rise, likely hindered by the pain in its side, and took out Wu Xiangnan's card to make a call in the streets of the old residential area. Chen Mai and Wu Xiangnan were racing toward Lin Xie's home. Chen Mai remarked, just 2 more streets to go. Let's pick up the pace. Wu Xiangnan nodded and was about to accelerate with Chen Mai when his phone rang. Initially, he intended not to answer, but his Bluetooth headset indicated it was a call from Yi Ming. Considering that Yi Ming also lived in the old residential area, he decided to slow down slightly and answer the call. Chen Mai asked in surprise, "Why did you slow down? I'm just taking a call." Chen Mai glared. "What time is it? Do you really have time to chat?" "It's Yi Ming calling." Chen Mai had only a vague impression of the name and frowned. "Who is Yi Ming?" "The agent of that unknown deity," Wu Xiangnan replied gravely. Chen Mai raised an eyebrow. "Take it." He too slowed down. Wu Xiangnan asked. "Yi Ming?" Yi Ming replied. "Wu team, I'm holding off a particularly large demon mask man. The location is north of the Carrefour supermarket in the old residential area. Hurry over." After speaking, Yi Ming hung up. Wu Xiangnan relayed the situation to Chen Mai. Chen Mai was slightly taken aback. The area north of Carrefour is where the Celestial Angel's agent is located. "It seems Yi Ming is with the Celestial Angel's agent." Wu Xiangnan nodded. "That boy probably won't be able to hold out for long. Let us hasten our pace." Chen Mai nodded slightly, refraining from further words, and accelerated. Outside Lin Xie's home, after hanging up, Yi Ming's phone died. He sighed. "Ah, if only I had a proper weapon, there would be no need for assistance." Lin Xie interjected. "Would my cane suffice?" Yi Ming shot a sidelong glance at Lin Xie. "What do you think?" Lin Xie replied. "I was just joking. Yi Ming." Just as he was about to tell Lin Xie that even a kitchen knife would suffice, he noticed Yang Jin tossing something over. Yang Jin said, "Here, borrow this." Yi Ming instinctively reached out and caught the item Yang Jin had thrown, discovering it was a sizable spear. his gaze quickly scanned the spear. Finally resting on the spearhead, which was composed of 3 sharp points and 2 edges. Ming exclaimed, "Wow, a 3-pointed, double-edged knife." Yang Jin's expression changed slightly, utterly unprepared for Ming to recognize his weapon. Would his identity be exposed because of this? Just after hearing Ming mention the lack of a suitable weapon, he quietly conjured his exclusive weapon and tossed it to Ming. Simultaneously, he had devised a backstory for the weapon's origin, only to be taken aback when he discovered that his opponent recognized it. The Ghost-Faced King swiftly overcame the pain in its waist and suddenly lunged at Ming. This time, its speed was exceptionally rapid, and its massive form left afterimages in the air. However, Ming, leveraging the extraordinary 5 senses bestowed by the Grand Immortal Technique, clearly discerned the trajectory of the Ghost-Faced King's movements and prepared accordingly. He deftly dodged the attack and swung the 3-pronged, 2-edged blade, effortlessly severing one of the Ghost-Faced King's arms as if slicing through tofu. With a thud, the Ghost-Faced King fell to the ground, emitting a howl of excruciating agony. Seizing the opportunity, Ming gripped the 3-pronged, 2-edged blade and performed a flourish, raising the weapon high, intent on executing a beheading strike. The Ghost-Faced King hastily activated its forbidden void Ghost-Face realm. In an instant, Ming felt the world spin chaotically, disorienting his sense of direction and time. In such a state, he struggled to maintain his balance. The Ghost-Faced King sneered, swinging its remaining arm, and with a sharp clap, sent Ming flying. Boom! Ming crashed into a wall. Upon witnessing this, Yang Jin's expression shifted dramatically as Chun Mai extended his hand towards Ming. "Greetings. I am Chun Mai." Ming shook hands with Chun Mai. "I am Ming." Chun Mai and Wu Xiaonan shifted their gaze towards Lin Chiye and Yang Jie. Ming noticed that when Chun Mai's eyes swept over Lin Chiye, a myriad of complex emotions surged within his gaze, including relief and gratitude. Indeed, were it not for Lin Chiye's mundane divine realm, Chun Mai would have long since been overgrown by grass on his grave. Wu Xiaonan inquired, "Which one of you is the agent of the Seraph?" Lin Chiye, still oblivious to the meaning of agent, recalled the power that surged within him earlier and deduced that he must be the one referred to. He raised his right hand. "It should be me." Chapter 12. It will be quite dreadful at Lin Chiye's residence. Wu Xiaonan elaborated on a multitude of original plot settings, then attempted to persuade Lin Chiye to join, much like he had with Ming. However, after hearing everything, Lin Chiye displayed an unexpected calmness, responding with the poise uncharacteristic of a 17-year-old. "I apologize, but I must decline." Wu Xiaonan's expression darkened. He had assumed that Lin Chiye, like Ming, was a hot-blooded youth who would eagerly wish to join after hearing his words. Yet, Lin Chiye's response was entirely contrary to his expectations, leaving Wu Xiaonan momentarily at a loss for words. Chun Mai questioned, "Do you not wish to protect your homeland?" Lin Chiye shrugged. "Your presence is sufficient for the nation. I only wish to safeguard my small family." Upon hearing Lin Chiye's resolute declaration, Chun Mai sighed softly. "Very well. I respect your decision." That moment, Ming interjected, "Chia, allow me to ask you. You witnessed that creature earlier. If another were to appear, how would you respond?" Lin Chiye replied calmly, "I would call the police." Anticipating this response from Lin Chiye, Ming continued, "Ordinary police would undoubtedly be inadequate. Ultimately, they would notify the night watch. However, it takes time for the night watch to arrive, does it not? Do you believe, with your current strength, that you can protect your family?" Lin Chiye fell silent. Seizing the opportunity, Ming pressed on. "Only by eradicating all the monsters and demons in this world can you truly safeguard your family. You are also a divine agent. We need your strength." His motivation for persuading Lin Chiye stemmed from the realization that the original timeline had begun to deviate due to Lin Chiye's involvement, which could potentially alter many future events. Thus, it was imperative to pull Lin Chiye into the Night Watch to restore the timeline, ensuring that significant future occurrences remained unaffected. Lin Chiye internally recognized the validity of Ming's words. Yet the abruptness of it all left him struggling to comprehend and accept. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Chiye proposed, "Could I have a day to consider?" Chun Mai and Wu Xiaonan's eyes lit up. A breakthrough! They exchanged knowing glances before Chiang Mai addressed Lin Chia. 1 day is sufficient. 3 would be acceptable as well. Lin Chia shook his head. 1 day will suffice. Chiang Mai nodded. Very well. We shall await your decision for 1 day. You may contact Yi Ming afterwards. We will take our leave now. Yi Ming glanced at Lin Chia's disheveled home, ruined by the demon mask king, and suggested, "It seems this house is unlivable. Why not stay at my place?" Lin Chia glanced at his unconscious aunt. "Thank you, but that won't be necessary. I must care for my aunt and younger brother." "Xiaohei, woof woof." Lin Chia shot a look at Xiaohei and added, "Indeed, and there's also Xiao Hei. Yi Ming nodded, exchanged contact information with Lin Chia, and departed with Chun Mai and Wu Xiangnan. Downstairs, Wu Xiangnan inquired, "How do we handle Lin Chia's brother and aunt? I mean, should we erase their memories, or—" Chun Mai pondered for a moment. Since they are Lin Chia's family, it is prudent to prioritize signing a confidentiality agreement. We should contact the Watchers for the aftermath. The following morning, Yi Ming reported to the Night Watch's headquarters at the peace office. Upon entering, he observed the Night Watch members busily engaged in various tasks, all of which had a common characteristic. They were unrelated to supernatural events. Familiar with the original work, Yi Ming understood that the peace office often took on odd jobs to pass the time and earn a little extra. He was not surprised in the slightest. Upon seeing Yi Ming, Hong Ying gestured towards a room. "You're here. The captain is waiting for you inside." Yi Ming nodded and walked into the indicated room. It was an ordinary office where Chun Mai and Wu Xiangnan were present. After exchanging greetings, Yi Ming took a seat. Chun Mai exchanged a few pleasantries with Yi Ming before signaling Wu Xiangnan to discuss serious matters. Wu Xiangnan adjusted his glasses. "First, regarding your collaboration with Lin Chia to slay the Demon Mask King. Since neither of you has officially joined the Night Watch yet, I have decided to keep this matter confidential for now. Once you both are confirmed members, it will be publicly acknowledged. The reason for this confidentiality is to protect you. There are malevolent forces in this world that specifically target potential ability users, either recruiting them or eliminating them. Your recent victory over the Demon Mask King may attract the attention of many factions, such as the Cult of the Ancient Gods. As for what the Cult of the Ancient Gods is, you will learn in due time. It is an exceedingly nefarious organization. While our core members are undoubtedly trustworthy, some peripheral members may not be. Yi Ming's triumph over the Demon Mask King was indeed partly due to Lin Chia's cleverness. Had Lin Chia not reminded him that he could issue orders to himself, the outcome that night might have been quite different. Thus, he did not feel the need to dispute this point. Yi Ming nodded slightly. "No problem." Wu Xiangnan smiled and began to address the second matter. "Yi Ming, as mentioned yesterday, you are currently only a temporary member. You must participate in the rookie training next month to become a formal member. Therefore, the captain has decided to provide you and Lin Chia with special training before that. Of course, Lin Chia remains an unknown variable, so we shall begin with you." Chun Mai interjected, "I hope you don't take issue with this. I'm doing this for your benefit. Although you and Lin Chia relied on the power of the divine ruins to defeat the Demon Mask King, that is not your own strength point. One must forge their own capabilities. Moreover, if you arrive at the training camp without any skills, it will be embarrassing for Team 136. Yi Ming's lips twitched slightly. The first half of Chun Mai's statement was that of a senior looking out for a junior, while the latter half took a rather different tone. Nevertheless, Yi Ming was quite looking forward to the upcoming training. He was eager to battle Chun Mai. Thus, Yi Ming straightened his expression. "I completely understand. When does the training commence?" Chun Mai narrowed his eyes, revealing a predatory smile. "I do appreciate your enthusiasm." Wu Xiangnan regarded Yi Ming with a look of pity, adjusting his glasses. "If you're ready, we can start today. In the morning, you'll train with the captain. In the afternoon, with Wen Qimao. And in the evening, with Lung Xian. The subjects will be combat, forbidden ruins, and firearms in that order." Yi Ming expressed no objections. He was curious to see if battling Chun Mai would enhance his progress bar. Currently, the progress of the Great Penny Xinjue had reached 10.3, with 5 points contributed by the Demon Mask King. If fighting Chun Mai could further increase the progress bar, he could potentially challenge Chun Mai every day. Yi Ming's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Shall we begin?" Wu Xiangnan's expression of pity deepened, and he kindly cautioned, I believe you should temper your expectations regarding the captain's training. It will be quite dreadful. Chun Mai stood up and headed outside. I'll take you to the training room. After Yi Ming followed Chun Mai out, Wu Xiangnan hesitated for a moment before choosing to follow. He was unsure of his own motives, but he found himself wanting to see Yi Ming in tears from the beating. At that moment, Hong Ying and the others had also finished their tasks, and upon seeing Wu Xiangnan heading towards the training ground, decided to follow. Hong Ying queried, Captain Wu, where are you off to? Wu Xiangnan replied, to the training ground. When Shima expressed surprise, what are you going to do at the training ground? Wu Xiangnan succinctly summarized the matters at hand in the office. Instantly, the curiosity of Hong Ying and the others was piqued, and they expressed their eagerness to witness the spectacle. They had begun to anticipate the scene of Yi Ming, the newcomer, being thoroughly bested by Chun Mai, the strongest member of the team, reducing him to tears. Chapter 13. The comparison of humans can be fatal. Yi Ming followed Chun Mai underground to an exceptionally spacious training arena. The arena was equipped with weapon racks. Chun Mai picked up a training metal straight sword from the rack and tossed it to Yi Ming, while he himself wielded two wooden swords. The two distanced themselves, standing face to face. At that moment, Wu Xiangnan, Hong Ying, Wen Shima, Si Xiaonan, and Lung Xian entered the training ground. Upon noticing them, Chun Mai frowned slightly and asked, Why are you here instead of attending to your work? Wu Xiangnan adjusted his glasses and, without a hint of embarrassment, replied, I am here to gather combat data on the newcomer to devise a more suitable training regimen for him. This was indeed an impeccable excuse. Chun Mai's gaze shifted to the others. They had not come prepared with a reason, and as a result, they found themselves momentarily flustered by Chun Mai's unexpected inquiry. However, Hong Ying quickly concocted a reason that was hard to refuse. With her hands crossed under her chin, she adopted an innocent girl demeanor, charmingly gazing at Chun Mai while sweetly saying, I simply wish to admire the captain's heroic stature. The sudden shift from the spirited demeanor of Hong Ying to a coy tone caught everyone off guard. Si Xiaonan felt a chill run down her spine and remarked, Hong Ying, you are such a handful. Wen Shima and Lung Xian nodded in agreement. Yet they too, inspired by Hong Ying's approach, devised their own excuses. Wen Shima stated, My swordsmanship has become a bit rusty, so I came to observe it. As Si Xiaonan added, As a doctor, I must be here in case Yi Ming gets injured. Lung Xian chimed in, I want to see if Yi Ming is suited for practicing with firearms. Chun Mai, well aware of their true intentions, merely asked out of formality. He then turned his expressionless gaze to Yi Ming and said, Come at me with all your might. While Yi Ming looked at the genuine weapon in his hand, and then at Chun Mai's wooden swords, questioning, Are you sure? This is a real weapon, and if I exert my full strength, you might not be able to withstand it. Chun Mai shook his head slightly, dismissing Yi Ming's concern. Hong Ying, exasperated, interjected, Hey, why are you so full of yourself? Captain could take you down even barehanded. As she spoke, she playfully swung her fists. When Shimon nodded in agreement, then remarked to Yi Ming, The captain is a master of the Chuan realm, while you're merely a newcomer who awakened just yesterday. In truth, Yi Ming had already reached the Pool realm, but as long as he refrained from using his divine powers, others would find it challenging to discern his current level. He was disinclined to elaborate further. Yi Ming directed his gaze at Wen Shima and asked, Then why don't you tell me just how vast the gap between the Lantern realm and the Chuan realm is? Wen Shima found himself a loss for words. Who could truly quantify the disparity between the Lantern and Chuan realms? He stammered, In any case, the Chuan realm can easily overpower the Lantern realm. Chun Mai commanded, Everyone quiet down. Yi Ming and I are about to commence training. The group quickly signaled for silence by zipping their lips. Chun Mai fixed a sharp gaze on Yi Ming and said, Let's begin. All right, I will attack with all my strength then, Yi Ming replied, narrowing his eyes and adopting a posture of preparation for a sprint. Typically, when a divine agent awakens their powers, although their divine abilities may be formidable, their own strength remains at a rudimentary stage, with physical conditioning and senses still in their infancy. However, Yi Ming was an exception. His body had been enhanced by the Great Celestial Art. His strength, defense, speed, perception, and understanding had all seen significant improvements. Particularly, his strength and defense were such that even the Demon Face King could not withstand him, especially with the enhancement from his elevated realm. With eyes ablaze, Yi Ming unleashed powerful force through his legs, creating a resounding impact as he propelled himself forward like an arrow released from a bow. This speed caused Chen Mai to narrow his eyes, while Wu Xiangnan's eyes widened in astonishment, and others wore expressions of disbelief that Yi Ming's velocity surpassed that of the peak pool realm, rivaling that of a typical Chuan realm practitioner. In the blink of an eye, Yi Ming was upon Chen Mai, swinging his straight sword sideways towards him. Uncertain of his own ultimate strength, and fearing he might injure Chen Mai, he opted for a side strike for this initial blow. The speed at which Yi Ming struck was akin to that of sprint, fast enough that even a Chuan realm expert like Chen Mai could not evade it. However, as a Chuan realm powerhouse, Chen Mai could still clearly perceive Yi Ming's every movement. Upon realizing Yi Ming's intention to avoid causing him harm, a flicker of appreciation crossed his expression. Chen Mai made his move. His velocity was equally impressive. Perhaps even slightly exceeding Yi Ming's, he enveloped his wooden sword with spiritual energy to enhance its hardness, crossing it in an X shape to block in time. With a resounding clash, Yi Ming's sword struck Chen Mai's crossed wooden swords. The sheer force generated by his muscle causing the wooden weapon to bend inward dramatically. Chen Mai's face displayed an expression of disbelief. Was it possible for Yi Ming to generate such immense power solely through muscle? In an instant, Chen Mai was propelled backward like an arrow, flying through the air. Gasps erupted from the onlookers. Wu Xiangnan and Long Xian stared wide-eyed, while Hong Ying, Wen Shima, and Si Xiaonan's mouths formed perfect O shapes. Only when Chen Mai adjusted his posture during his flight and executed a technique to land gracefully, sliding back a meter with his limbs still in contact with the ground, did the group begin to regain their composure. Hong Ying exclaimed, "Oh, the captain is flying." When Shima sighed, "The comparison of humans can be fatal. I recall my own days. Words fail me." Wu Xiaonan adjusted his glasses, observing, though this lad is merely at the lantern realm. With such power, his combat capability is already on par with a typical Chuan realm practitioner. Chen Mai rose from the ground. Having experienced Yi Ming's strength firsthand, he found himself contemplating whether Yi Ming could indeed have single-handedly defeated the Demon Face King last night. Yet upon further reflection, he deemed it improbable. Relying solely on raw strength to defeat the Demon Face King was nearly impossible. He flexed his slightly sore wrist and mused. Interesting. Once he had completed his warm-up, he assumed a sprinting posture, a grin spreading across his face. "Let me see where your limits lie." With a resounding boom, Chen Mai shot forward like a cannonball, swiftly closing the distance between himself and Yi Ming. Merely possessing strength is not enough. He unleashed a flurry of strikes with his dual swords, creating afterimages that slashed towards Yi Ming like a tempest. The rapidity of his attacks was such that even a typical practitioner of the Chuan realm would struggle to react. However, what Chen Mai did not anticipate was that Yi Ming would evade his initial strike. Though he could not completely dodge the subsequent blows, Yi Ming managed to parry 90% of the attacks with his sword, with only a few strikes landing on him. The clang of weapons resonated throughout the training arena. Wu Xiangnan and the others were once again left in awe. Hong Ying, incredulous, queried, "Is this what you call a standoff?" Wen Shima, dazed, replied, "It seems so." I Xiaonan remarked, "This newcomer is truly remarkable." Long Xian nodded in agreement. Wu Xiangnan's eyes sparkled with excitement. With such innate power, coupled with his acute senses, this fellow is a born warrior. Chapter 14. You are a monster. Yi Ming had no idea how many strikes he exchanged with Chen Mai. Ultimately, both were panting heavily. Chen Mai, having infused his wooden swords with spiritual energy to augment their resilience, had been expending his mental energy throughout the duel. Even as a Chuan realm expert, the spiritual energy in his mind was being drained like a flowing river, and after such exertion, he had consumed a considerable amount. Consequently, Chen Mai called for a halt. Break time. Yi Ming and Chen Mai simultaneously sheathed their swords, both drenched in sweat and breathing heavily. Chen Mai took a couple of steps back and plopped down on the ground, wiping the sweat from his forehead as he said, "You truly are full of surprises. You're overestimating me." Yi Ming replied with a smile. Also sitting down, in an instant, he delved into his consciousness, traveling to his palace to check the progress of the Great Celestial Art. 10.3, 10.5, that a new entry recorded. Engaged in an exhilarating battle with Chun Mai. Progress increased by 0.2. Yi Ming's heart soared with joy. His assumption had proven correct. Battling with Chun Mai could indeed enhance his progress. To his astonishment, just a brief training session with Chun Mai had yielded an impressive increase of 0.2. Such gains were nearly equivalent to defeating 2 demon-faced beings. As Yi Ming immersed his consciousness in Fengsun Mountain, the training ground buzzed with the chatter of several onlookers. Hong Ying, wearing a dejected expression, lamented, "In the past, I trained alongside the captain for an extended period before I could barely hold my own against him. Yet this newcomer arrives, and is already so formidable that Wu Xiangnan, seizing the moment, interjected, "Let us not forget, this newcomer only awakened last night." Hong Ying felt as if struck by lightning, her disappointment deepening as she protested to Wu Xiangnan. "Vice Captain, must you bring up such points at this moment?" When Shima offered some consolation, saying, "Hong Ying, you are quite impressive. I remember my first training session. I was knocked down and lay on the ground for an entire day and night before I recovered." Hong Ying turned to Wen Shima. "Your words provide no comfort whatsoever." Wen Shima, taken aback, pondered if Hong Ying implied she was too weak. With a sigh, Hong Ying expressed, "I had hoped to guide the juniors as a senior. Yet this is the outcome." Turning away, she declared, "This is pointless. I shall return to work, which is far more engaging." Wen Shima, wishing to avoid further disappointment, followed her out. Long Xian muttered a remark about boredom before departing as well. Wu Xiangnan initially considered leaving too, but decided to remain in the training ground, citing his purpose of data collection. Similarly, Si Xiaonan felt obliged to fulfill her duties as a doctor, thus refraining from leaving. Soon, the intermission concluded, and Yi Ming and Chun Mai resumed their vigorous combat. This time, Chun Mai refrained from reckless behavior and began instructing Yi Ming on the proper use of the blade. During this process, Yi Ming was astonished to discover that, with the enhancement of the Depin Tian Xianju, his stamina seemed virtually inexhaustible. Consequently, after merely an hour, Chun Mai expressed his reluctance to continue, sincerely remarking, "Monster." However, Yi Ming, thoroughly engaged in the bout, was not inclined to halt. In his mind, he had already categorized Chun Mai as a premium experience package. Thus, he relentlessly pursued Chun Mai, while fending off Yi Ming's attacks. Chun Mai shouted in frustration, "You freak!" Wu Xiangnan, wearing an incredulous expression, remarked, "I've never seen the captain retreat before. This is quite enlightening. Yi Ming, you truly are an intriguing individual." The morning swiftly passed. Yi Ming, elated, assisted the nearly exhausted Chun Mai alongside the composed Wu Xiangnan out of the training room. With Si Xiaonan trailing behind, in the office lobby, Hong Ying and the others were engaged in casual conversation while on their phones. Upon seeing Chun Mai being helped back, they all stood in astonishment. Hong Ying inquired of Wen Shima, "What happened to the captain?" Wen Shima chuckled ruefully, "I left earlier. How would I know?" Long Xian observed, "It seems the captain is utterly fatigued." Hong Ying turned to Si Xiaonan. "Xiaonan, care to explain?" Si Xiaonan sighed. He was bested by the newcomer. Hong Ying's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you joking? The captain training a newcomer should result in the newcomer being carried out." Si Xiaonan shrugged, giving Hong Ying a look that said, "This is simply the reality." A profound sense of defeat welled up within Hong Ying. She had been completely outmatched by a newcomer, and that too so decisively. Long Xian inquired, "Did the captain utilize the Forbidden Ruins?" Si Xiaonan shook her head. "Certainly not. If the captain had used the Forbidden Ruins, it would clearly indicate an intention to overpower." Long Xian nodded in agreement with Si Xiaonan's assertion. Just then, a scruffy middle-aged man entered the lobby, carrying 2 bags of takeout, exclaiming, "I brought back lunch." At that moment, Yi Ming, together with Wu Xiangnan, was helping the nearly depleted Chun Mai onto the sofa. The middle-aged man, upon seeing Chun Mai's condition, gasped, "Captain, how did you get so worn out? Has your wife become this formidable?" The lobby fell into an awkward silence. Wu Xiangnan, caught between amusement and exasperation, replied, "Old Zhao, don't let your imagination run wild. How could it possibly be that?" He then briefly recounted the events of Chun Mai training Yi Ming, explaining how Chun Mai ended up in such a state. Upon hearing this, the others regarded Yi Ming with a mixture of awe and astonishment, falling silent It was the middle-aged man who ultimately broke the stillness. He placed the takeout on the table, approached Yi Ming, and extended his hand. Newcomer, I am Zhao Kongsheng. They call me Old Zhao. You can call me Zhao Gu or Old Zhao, whichever you prefer. That Yi Ming had already surmised that the scruffy middle-aged man was indeed Zhao Kongsheng, a name well remembered by fans of the original work. For those familiar with the lore, while one might forget Wu Xiangnan or Wen Qima, Zhao Kongsheng was unforgettable. That Yi Ming stood to shake Zhao Kongsheng's hand. Greetings, Zhao Ji. It is an honor to finally meet you. Zhao Kongsheng paused, glancing back at the others. Am I really that renowned? Wu Xiangnan quipped, yes, merely being polite. Don't take it to heart. Zhao Kongsheng laughed and began distributing the takeout. Fortunately, I bought 2 extra boxes today. Otherwise, it would have sufficed. While having lunch, Yi Ming focused inwardly and checked the progress of the Depin Tian Xianju. 10.5, 10.6. Upon seeing this result, Yi Ming furrowed his brow in confusion. That it struck him as odd. Despite having thoroughly exhausted Chunmai in the second half, the progress had only increased by 0.1. Yi Ming was left puzzled, contemplating the matter. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him. Could it be that Chunmai's stamina and overall performance had declined in the latter half compared to the first? This was likely the truth. Yi Ming nodded slightly. It seems I must exercise some restraint in the future, training with Chunmai at his peak condition to maximize progress. After achieving a 0.2 increase, I should cease. This way, I can benefit without adversely affecting Chunmai's work due to training. Chapter 15. Lin Xie. During lunch, the others engaged in lively discussion, imparting to Yi Ming some fundamental knowledge regarding the Forbidden Ruins and the Divine Ruins. After the meal, just as Yi Ming was about to train in the Divine Ruins alongside Wen Qima, he received a call from Lin Xie. Over the phone, Lin Xie expressed that he had made his decision and was willing to join the Night Watchers. Yi Ming nodded slightly. Recognizing the quick thinking of a clever individual, he conveyed Lin Xie's decision to Chunmai and Wu Xiangnan, both of whom smiled upon hearing the news. Hong Ying, confused, inquired, Captain, who is Lin Xie? Wu Xiangnan replied, another divine agent. This revelation, those unaware of the situation gasped in astonishment. What? Hong Ying pressed her palms against her temples, shaking her head vigorously. After years without a single divine agent, now they're appearing so frequently. Zhao Kongsheng jested, are divine agents becoming as common as cabbages in the field? So abundant. Wu Xiangnan's lips curled into a wry smile. If only it were that simple. Si Xiaonan, intrigued, asked, which deity does Lin Xie serve as an agent? It wouldn't happen to be an unknown god like Yi Ming, would it? Chunmai, who had been silent until now, fixed his intense gaze upon them and declared, Divine Agent Code 003, King of Angels, Michael. The collective gasp echoed through the room as Hong Ying, Wen Qima, Si Xiaonan, Lung Xian, and Zhao Kongsheng all inhaled sharply. Lin Xie was indeed remarkable, having become the agent of the powerful Michael. The King of Angels, Michael, possessed the Divine Ruins Code 003 within the realm of mundane existence. Hong Ying, feeling overwhelmed, exclaimed, isn't having Yi Ming as a freak in our squad already enough? Now we have another one. Yi Ming thought to himself, it seems this conversation has reached a dead end. He rose to his feet, stating, I will go fetch Lin Xie. Hong Ying immediately followed suit. Rolling up her sleeves, I'll accompany you. I want to see what this Michael's agent is like. As she moved, Wen Qima, Si Xiaonan, Lung Xian, and Zhao Kongsheng also expressed their desire to join. Wu Xiangnan's expression darkened. Are you all going to fetch someone or start a fight? Sit still. Let Yi Ming go alone. At 1:30 p.m., Yi Ming brought Lin Xie to the peace office. Upon entering, Lin Xie was instantly surrounded and scrutinized like a rare specimen. Hong Ying remarked, he looks a bit more normal than Yi Ming. When Qima added, yes, he appears somewhat delicate. I Xiao interjected. That's just the surface. Before Yi Ming trained with the captain, could you have imagined this seemingly delicate, handsome guy was so powerful? Lung Xian concurred. That's a valid point. Hong Ying turned to Si Xiaonan. Are you suggesting this guy is also a freak? Lin Xie's expression darkened upon hearing this characterization. How unfair. He had just arrived and had yet to do anything, yet he was already labeled a freak? Lin Xie turned to Yi Ming. Brother Ming, I feel that the Night Watchers are indeed a bit eccentric. Earlier, Yi Ming and Lin Xie had compared their birthdays. Yi Ming was a few months older, leading Lin Xie to address him as Brother Ming. Yi Ming, maintaining his composure, replied, dealing with all these peculiar matters daily. It's quite normal to be a bit eccentric. Ahem. Chen Mai cleared his throat, casting a sideways glance at Yi Ming before turning to Lin Xie with a smile. Welcome to the Night Watchers. Lin Xie nodded in acknowledgement to Chen Mai, then glanced around, slightly surprised. This is quite different from what I imagined. That Wu Xiangnan expressed his confusion. Could you elaborate? Lin Xie replied, I expected a secret base like something out of a movie. Brimming with advanced technology and aircraft soaring through the skies. That Wu Xiangnan's lips curled slightly, adjusting his glasses. I apologize for letting you down. Lin Xie hurriedly waved his hands. No, I was just imagining. Chen Mai interjected. All right, let us get down to business. Wu Xiangnan nodded and briefly explained the rules of the Night Watchman to Lin Xie, including details about training and temporary members. He then began to outline Lin Xie's special training schedule. Yi Ming's training consists of combat in the morning, forbidden territory in the afternoon, and firearms in the evening. To optimize the training for both of you, your schedule will be forbidden territory in the morning, combat in the afternoon, and firearms training at night. Lung Xin questioned, why do I only have evening sessions? Wu Xiangnan explained. Both combat and forbidden territory training require one-on-one guidance, but firearms training does not. You only need to impart knowledge to Yi Ming and Lin Xie. The rest relies on their practice. Lung Xian had no retort. Wu Xiangnan added, Xie, considering that you are new here, your training will officially commence tomorrow. Suddenly, Chen Mai recalled something and said to Wu Xiangnan, by the way, you and Lao Zhao need to go out for a bit and take care of Yi Ming and Lin Xie's aftermath. Yi Ming and Lin Xie responded in unison. What do you mean by aftermath? We still alive. It seemed Chen Mai was oblivious to his phrasing. With new recruits about to begin training, it's best for them to remain here. Wu Xiangnan nodded. Understood. He turned to Zhao Kongsheng, who was watching from the sidelines. Lao Zhao, let us go. Zhao Kongsheng stood up, preparing to leave with Wu Xiangnan. Lin Xie called out, wait a moment. Wu Xiangnan and Zhao Kongsheng halted. Lin Xie, with a look of concern, asked, could you tell me how you plan to handle this? You're not going to erase my family's memories and make them forget about me. Are you? Wu Xiangnan chuckled softly. Why would we do such a thing? Besides, erasing memories is quite complicated. Instead, we will present an official written document to inform your relatives and friends that you have been conscripted into the Special Forces. Lin Xie nodded slightly, finding this approach reasonable. With an official document, surely his aunt and younger brother would harbor no suspicions. Lin Xie inquired, so I'll be staying at the office? Chen Mai shook his head. That's not possible. You and Yi Ming are both temporary members, and temporary members receive no benefits. However, considering your unique circumstances, I can provide meals, but not accommodation. Lin Xie was at a loss for words. So you expect me to sleep on the streets? Yi Ming offered. Why not stay with me? I live alone. Lin Xie looked puzzled. What about your uncle and aunt? As a transmigrator, Yi Ming felt no emotional attachment to his parents in this life. But he couldn't express that avoid appearing heartless. He put on a sorrowful expression. They have passed away. Lin Xie, who also had no parents, empathized with Yi Ming upon hearing this, and his already high regard for Yi Ming surged even further after being saved twice. Just as Lin Xie was about to agree, Wu Xiangnan furrowed his brow. No, Yi Ming's house is too close to Lin Xie's. If they go out together, it would be too easy to expose them. Lin Xie was incensed. These people were being unreasonable. They wanted him to join the Night Watchman, but offered no benefits, not even basic accommodation. Yi Ming invited him to stay at his home. But Wu Xiangnan deemed that inappropriate. If that's the case, then could they at least provide a solution? He felt like flipping the table. Wu Xiangnan noticed Lin Xie's expression and realized that if this issue wasn't resolved, Lin Xie would reconsider. He wanted to take Lin Xie in, but he wasn't a local and had been living in the staff dormitory, so he couldn't offer accommodation at that moment. Hong Ying interjected. Why not stay at my place? Chapter 16. Let us dance the four little swans at precisely 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Yi Ming followed Wen Qima to the designated training ground for learning the use of forbidden territory. Chen Mai, Wu Xiangnan, and the others, along with temporary member Lin Xie, all transformed into spectators, observing the training session. When Shima smiled and said, "Yi Ming, I remember your divine territory can compel people to speak the truth. Right? Does it have any other abilities? Please describe them so I can arrange targeted training." Yi Ming replied. "It can be summarized in 4 words. Words become laws." Puffed. Hong Ying laughed. "Where's such a divine territory? If it truly worked that way, wouldn't a single command from you make it rain?" Yi Ming's 3 teachings could only affect himself and creatures within his line of sight at this stage. So he shook his head. "That's not feasible." Hong Ying, feeling pleased with her accuracy, smirked. "See? I told you." When Shima questioned, "Is that all?" Yi Ming nodded. "That's all." When Shima furrowed his brow. This ability isn't easy to train at that moment. Chen Mai offered a suggestion. "Yi Ming's information is too sparse. How about this? Shima, you should engage him in a practical exercise." When Shima accepted the captain's suggestion and said to Yi Ming, "Activate your divine territory." Yi Ming wasted no time and directly activated his divine territory. Divine territory. 3 teachings. An invisible aura emanated from Yi Ming, quickly enveloping the entire training ground. The expressions of everyone present, except for Lin Xie and Zhao Kongcheng, changed dramatically upon sensing the aura released by Yi Ming. Chen Mai exclaimed, "Yi Ming, have you stepped into the pool realm?" Yi Ming nodded slightly. "Hiss," the crowd collectively gasped. Even though they felt Yi Ming's change in realm the moment he activated his divine territory, they were still shocked when he confirmed it. Hong Ying protested. Hey, this is too much." Yi Ming, "Didn't you just awaken yesterday?" Si Xiaonan marveled. "Is this what genius looks like? The pace of cultivation is truly unreasonable." Lung Xian nodded in agreement. Zhao Kongcheng, picking his nose nonchalantly, remarked, "To me, you all geniuses, seeing you all struggle today, I can only say it's quite satisfying." Hong Ying and the others immediately glared at Zhao Kongcheng. Lin Xie, being new to the Night Watchman and not having the background knowledge like Yi Ming, was still somewhat bewildered by this world of abilities. Thus, he couldn't fully empathize with Chen Mai and the others. However, he understood one thing. Yi Ming was incredibly powerful. Lin Xie's hands, which had been hanging limply, instinctively clenched in a fist as he thought, "It seems I need to work harder. I must quickly catch up to Yi Ming." He turned to Chen Mai. "Captain, I have a request." Chen Mai looked at Lin Xie, puzzled. "Go on." Lin Xie glanced at Yi Ming and then earnestly said to Chen Mai, "Can my training begin this afternoon?" Chen Mai, appreciating Lin Xie's proactive attitude, nodded in agreement. "No problem. Once I understand Yi Ming's divine territory capabilities, I'll take you for training." "Thank you, Captain," Lin Xie politely replied, to the training ground. When Shima looked at Yi Ming with curiosity, "You always manage to surprise people. Come on, let me experience the power of your divine territory." Yi Ming pondered. What could he do to distinctly showcase his divine territory's abilities? Noticing Yi Ming's sudden silence, when Shima playfully teased, "You haven't forgotten how to use your divine territory, have you?" Inspiration struck Yi Ming. Why not have a bit of fun? That sounds feasible. He decided to make Wen Shima dance. Clearing his throat, Yi Ming addressed Wen Shima with utmost seriousness. "At this moment, my teammate Wen Shima shall perform a dance of the 4 little swans." This statement elicited laughter from the onlookers, except for Lin Xie. Although Yi Ming had stated that his power was to make words into laws, they found it hard to believe he could actually compel Wen Shima to dance with just a sentence. And then, astonishingly, Wen Shima began to dance. Not only that, but he executed the 4 little swans with striking precision. Chen Mai and the others stared wide-eyed. Yet even at that moment, despite the evidence before them, it was still difficult for them to accept the efficacy of Yi Ming's ability. Perhaps Wen Shima was merely cooperating to prevent Yi Ming from feeling embarrassed. Hong Ying shouted at Wen Shima, "Shima, when did you learn to dance?" "You're quite good." Wen Shima flushed. "I didn't learn any dance. I've never had any training." Si Xiaonan looked incredulous. "You've never trained yet can dance so well?" Lang Xian remarked seriously, "I have a newfound respect." Wen Shima, on the verge of tears, exclaimed, "I truly have not studied this at all. I am utterly perplexed. The moment he finished speaking, my body moved on its own. Wu Xiangnan adjusted his glasses and replied, Chima, simply cooperate symbolically. Although your dance posture is impeccable, it is rather difficult to commend a man performing the four little swans. No sooner had he spoken than Yi Ming's gaze shifted towards him. An ominous premonition surged within Wu Xiangnan's heart. Why Yi Ming declared, Wu Xiangnan shall serve as Wen Qima's dance partner. Upon hearing this, Wu Xiangnan exaggeratedly leaped to Wen Qima's side and began dancing the four little swans. His movements as precise as Wen Qima's. The synchrony between the two was akin to that of seasoned partners who had collaborated for years. Chen Dui, Hong Ying, Xiao Nan. Lung Xian, what the hell? Lao Zhao, what the hell? Lin Xie, observing the astonished expressions of Chun Mai and others, could not suppress a knowing smile. Having previously experienced Yi Ming's ability to turn words into reality, he felt a bit smug. Did you doubt Brother Ming's words? Surprised, aren't you? It was only at this moment that everyone began to believe in the extraordinary capabilities of the divine ruins as described by Yi Ming. Unbelievable. Such a nonsensical divine ruins exists in this world. Just as unreasonable as Yi Ming's cultivation speed. In a training ground, Wu Xiangnan was now blushing furiously, unable to maintain his usual composure and elegance, and yelled at Yi Ming, I shall record a serious infraction against you. Yi Ming feigned innocence and replied, Captain Wu, have you forgotten? I am merely a temporary member, without even any benefits. What could you possibly record against me? Wu Xiangnan was instantly rendered speechless. Indeed, Yi Ming was ostensibly still a temporary worker. What grounds did he have to record an infraction against him? However, if this continued, his reputation would be utterly tarnished. Wu Xiangnan could only cast a pleading glance at Chun Mai. Captain, save me. Chun Mai, while not particularly averse to watching Wu Xiangnan dance a bit longer, cleared his throat and stated, All right, this training can come to a halt. After a pause, he added, Yi Ming, your control over the divine ruins is already quite perfect. You may discontinue this training. Chapter 17. What the hell? Can it be played like this? From the moment Yi Ming began learning the usage of the forbidden ruins from Wen Qima until the lesson concluded, merely 20 minutes had elapsed. Seeing that there was still ample time before his gun training with Long Xian, Yi Ming turned his attention to Chun Mai. Why not have a little battle with the captain? It seemed that after resting for an entire afternoon, the captain's stamina should be nearly restored. However, before Yi Ming could even speak, Chun Mai, sensing Yi Ming's intent, hastily interjected, Chia wishes to begin training early. I must attend to him. You may proceed as you wish. After saying so, he felt that his agreement with Lin Chia was indeed remarkably prescient. Chun Mai turned and left, calling out, Chia, come with me. All right. Lin Chia exchanged a brief greeting with Yi Ming before promptly following suit. Hong Ying glanced at her teammates. Shall we follow and take a look? Si Xiao Nin concurred. I think that's a good idea. Zhao Kongcheng wasted no time in taking action. What are we waiting for? Let's go. Let's see if this Lin Chia is as abnormal as Yi Ming. Lung Xian was the second to set off. Let's go. Hong Ying and Si Xiao Nan hurriedly trailed behind. Wait for me. Wen Qima, having just completed the four little swans, was eager to leave this place and quickly followed suit. He felt he would harbor psychological trauma regarding this training ground for quite some time. Wu Xiangnan naturally would not miss such a spectacle and made his way to the combat training ground as well. As he passed by Yi Ming, he shot him a fierce glare and said, I will remember this debt. When you become a permanent member, we shall settle it slowly. Don't, Captain Wu. Yi Ming hastily offered, I only made you dance out of goodwill. Wu Xiangnan's temples throbbed with anger. Goodwill? Yi Ming nodded. Indeed, just helping you stretch. Get lost. At the combat training ground, Chun Mai tossed a straight sword to Lin Chia while he took two wooden swords for himself, after distancing themselves. They faced each other this moment. Yi Ming and a throng of onlookers arrived, gathering at the edge to watch. Due to Yi Ming's earlier training with the Forbidden Ruins, Chun Mai had also been a spectator. Thus this time he allowed the audience to simply observe without any further explanation. Lin Chia glanced at the straight sword in his hand, then at the wooden swords in Chun Mai's grasp, and voiced his concern, Captain, are you certain you want to use wooden swords? Chun Mai's eyelids twitched slightly. Lin Chia's remark struck him with a strong sense of déjà vu, reminiscent of Yi Ming. Considering that Lin Xie, like Yi Ming, was also a divine agent, he felt it was necessary to take this seriously. Chen Mai proceeded to imbue his two wooden swords with spiritual energy to enhance their hardness and resilience. Wu Xiangnan, observing Chen Mai's subtle actions, wore a smirk. It seems the captain has been psychologically affected by Yi Ming. Hong Ying inquired curiously, "Do you think Lin Xie might be as abnormal as Yi Ming?" The formal members, including Wen Shima, shook their heads in uncertainty. However, Zhao Kongcheng, fully embracing his role as an onlooker, boldly speculated, "It's hard to say. Think about it. Both Yi Ming and Lin Xie are divine agents. Since they both share this status, there is no reason Lin Xie should be inferior to Yi Ming." This statement garnered agreement from many. Lin Xie, upon overhearing the discussions, finally understood why he'd been labeled as abnormal upon his arrival. It turned out it was because Brother Ming was abnormal. With this realization, Lin Xie found the term abnormal less unappealing and even harbored a subtle desire to become abnormal. Not only did Chen Mai imbue his wooden swords with spiritual energy in advance, but he also assumed a combat stance. The last time he had been unexpectedly sent flying by Yi Ming was rather embarrassing. This time, he could not allow a repeat of that incident. Once prepared, he called out to Lin Xie, "Come at me with all your strength." Lin Xie's expression turned serious as he gripped his sword, charging towards Chen Mai with a battle cry and slashing down. In contrast to Yi Ming's swift and powerful strikes, Lin Xie's swings appeared light and lacking strength, revealing numerous openings. Nevertheless, Chen Mai did not let his guard down, suspecting that this might be a deliberate feint by Lin Xie. After all, this young man was also a divine agent, designated as 003, the agent of the Archangel Michael, a person capable of reshaping a city at the age of 7. With such thoughts in mind, Chen Mai faced Lin Xie with utmost seriousness. Clang! With the first strike, Lin Xie's straight sword was knocked from his grasp by Chen Mai. Clang! With the second strike, Lin Xie was sent sprawling by the impact of Chen Mai's wooden sword. Chen Mai. This was not at all what he had anticipated. It seemed that Lin Xie's current underwhelming performance stemmed from the fact that he had expended most of his divine power to maintain the operation of Songnan City. In stark contrast to Chen Mai's thoughts, those like Hong Ying, who knew nothing of the Songnan City annihilation incident from a decade ago, breathed a collective sigh of relief upon witnessing Lin Xie's performance. "This is a normal person," Hong Ying exclaimed with delight that why Yi Ming's expression darkened. "Am I not a normal person?" The crowd chorused, "No, you are not." Yi Ming's face grew even darker. "Then what am I?" The crowd replied, "You are a freak, Yi Ming." Although he was not particularly fond of the term freak, he could understand his teammates' sentiments that as someone who had only just awakened in the past couple of days, he indeed possessed a level of strength that was somewhat excessive. Yet, this was understandable. The reason was simple. Others awakened directly to the forbidden ruins and divine ruins, gaining certain abilities. However, he did not follow that path. Yi Ming first learned the Great Supreme Celestial Technique, and under the guidance of his ancestor, he harnessed the power of the Great Supreme Celestial Technique to unlock the Divine Ruins triad of laws. And what was the Great Supreme Celestial Technique? It was a cultivation manual. In the world of Journey to the West, once the Monkey King mastered this technique, he directly ascended to immortality, wielding unparalleled combat prowess. Although his progress in the Great Supreme Celestial Technique was only 10.6, merely at the entry level, it was evident that he could no longer be considered an ordinary mortal. He could be classified as a half-immortal. What was wrong with being a bit stronger than a half-immortal? Though Lin Xie was sent flying after the first round of combat with Chen Mai, he did not lose heart. He quickly rose to his feet and charged at Chen Mai once more, only to be sent flying again. This cycle of being knocked down and getting back up continued for nearly an hour, showcasing his indomitable tenacity. Just this alone earned Lin Xie the respect of Hong Ying and others. However, Lin Xie was ultimately just a mortal. After an hour of grueling training, he was completely exhausted, and it became apparent that he could no longer continue. Observing this, Chen Mai announced the end of the training. But Lin Xie shook his head in refusal. "Not enough. I want to continue training." Lin Xie was determined to grow stronger, to possess the power to protect his small family. Chen Mai looked at Lin Xie. Drenched in sweat and bearing bruises from the blows he had received, now barely able to stand, and gently shook his head. Overtraining will harm your body. We shall continue tomorrow. Lin Xie pondered for a moment before turning to Yi Ming and asking, Brother Ming, could you assist me? Yi Ming paused, then quickly grasped Lin Xie's intent, raising his thumb in admiration. You truly are a genius. The others, however, were baffled by Lin Xie's words, their faces reflecting confusion. Lin Xie looked at him with a pleading expression. Is it feasible? I'll give it a try, Yi Ming replied as he activated his divine realm, addressing Lin Xie. At this moment, my friend shall be restored to his prime as soon as these words were spoken. Lin Xie's body underwent a transformation, returning to its former state in the blink of an eye. Chun Mai and the others were left utterly astonished. Wow, it could be done like this. Chapter 18, a bit exhausting. Yi Ming, now at the pool realm, possessed an abundance of mental energy within his spiritual sea. Logically, invoking his magic only a couple of times should not result in significant depletion. However, to his surprise, after healing Lin Xie, his mental energy was reduced by half. Yi Ming frowned slightly, realizing that the consumption of his 3 teachings varied according to the effects of the spells. Having clarified this, he informed Lin Xie, the spell I use to restore you is rather taxing on my energy. I can only assist you this once today. Lin Xie expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Brother Ming. That will suffice. Chun Mai shrugged indifferently. Since you've recovered, let's see what you've got. Lin Xie nodded and charged towards Chun Mai. This time, he evaded Chun Mai's blade instead of being struck away, and even managed to launch a counterattack. A flicker of surprise crossed Chun Mai's brow as he remarked, Interesting. For the next hour, Lin Xie and Chun Mai exchanged blows, proving to be evenly matched. Han Ying, who had just regained her confidence in Lin Xie, was once again taken aback. I take back my previous words. This one is also a freak. When Shima and the others nodded in agreement. Indeed, none of the divine agents were to be underestimated. At 4:30 in the afternoon, Chun Mai concluded Lin Xie's training. He approached Lin Xie and patted him on the shoulder. Well done. Tomorrow, we shall increase the intensity. Lin Xie, filled with eagerness, replied, I look forward to it. Chun Mai glanced at the onlookers to celebrate the joining of Yi Ming and Lin Xie. I will personally cook tonight to improve your meals. The crowd erupted in joy. Han Ying exclaimed, Long live the captain. Wu Xiangnan, I can't wait. Wen Shima, looking forward to it.si Xiaonan, anticipating it. Zhao Kongsheng, excited. Lung Xian. After dinner, it was time for Yi Ming and Lin Xie to learn marksmanship from Lung Xian. Wu Xiangnan's casual remark inadvertently triggered Lung Xian's nerves. From my observations, given Yi Ming's talent, I doubt he'll struggle with a shooting course, and a few tutorials should suffice. There's no need for overly rigorous training. Upon hearing this, Lung Xian's face flushed with irritation as he retorted coldly, You underestimate shooting too much. It's a skill. To accurately hit a target, one must calculate distance, wind speed, gun stability, and so forth. It's quite complex. Even if Yi Ming is a genius, he cannot possibly master shooting in such a short time. Seeing Lung Xian upset, Wu Xiangnan hurriedly said, Calm down. I was merely making an offhand comment. Lung Xian huffed. Turning to leave, Yi Ming, Xie, come with me to the shooting range. Han Ying suggested, Tonight, the 2 divine agents will train together. Should we go watch? Chun Mai was the first to rise. Let's go. Moments later, at the shooting range, Lung Xian led Yi Ming and Lin Xie to a collection of modern weaponry and stated, In battles against the mysterious, firearms are not always essential. Often, their efficacy pales in comparison to cold weapons. However, this does not mean firearms should be disregarded, as they can be quite effective against lower-tier mysteries. Mastering firearms can save you considerable mental energy when dealing with these minor threats. That we will begin by familiarizing ourselves with the firearms, along with their disassembly and assembly. Lung Xian picked up an AK-47. There are many types of firearms, but structurally, they're largely similar. This is an AK-47. I will demonstrate it for you. Pay close attention. He swiftly disassembled the AK-47 into its components, and then reassembled it just as quickly that in his teaching. Driven by a sense of competition with the 2 prodigies, Lung Xian did not hold back. His speed in disassembling and assembling the weapon was so rapid that it seemed to leave traces in the air. For an average person, it would have been impossible to follow his movements. But Yi Ming and Lin Xie were no ordinary individuals. Yi Ming, thanks to the Dapan Tianshan Ju, possessed exceptional sensory abilities, allowing Lung Xian's speed to appear as if it were merely a presentation. Meanwhile, Lin Xie, enhanced by the extraordinary perceptive abilities of his divine realm, could see Lung Xian's actions with remarkable clarity, even more so than Yi Ming. This moment, the onlookers at the edge of the shooting range were already positioned. Hong Ying spoke up in defense of Yi Ming and Lin Xie. Honestly, Lung Xian is being a bit unfair. They are both newcomers, and how can he expect them to keep up with that speed? Wen Shima nodded in agreement. Indeed, it does seem a bit one-sided. While one is physically gifted and the other resilient, that does not imply their intellect is equally sharp. Moreover, Lung Xian's so-called teaching gives them no chance to grasp the concepts. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Ming and Lin Xie each picked up an AK-47 and began to disassemble it rapidly. Though it was their first time handling firearms, they performed like seasoned marksmen, completing the disassembly with ease and speed comparable to Lung Xian's. Lung Xian. Chun Mai. Not bad, Da Wu Xiangnan. Yi Ming is to be expected, but I didn't anticipate Xie to be so impressive. Hong Ying sighed in dismay. This is unbearable. Si Xiaonan nodded in agreement. When Shimo reassured Hong Ying, you don't engage with firearms, so there's no need to be so disheartened. Zhao Kongqing crosses arms. These two are putting on quite a show. They appeal to my taste. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yi Ming and Lin Xie reassembled the disassembled firearms, maintaining their speed without faltering. Lung Xian realized that he was losing control of the lesson, that he quickly shifted the focus to practical shooting, explaining the usage of firearms to Yi Ming and Lin Xie before allowing them to practice shooting. In Lung Xian's view, the practical aspect of shooting was entirely different from disassembling guns. The latter merely required memorizing the positions of the components, and even a fool could learn with enough practice. However, shooting demanded not only talent, but also knowledge, observation, and intuition. It was far more complex. He thought to himself that it was impossible for Yi Ming and Lin Xie to be that well-rounded. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he saw Yi Ming casually aim a handgun and fire. The first shot hit the bullseye. Lung Xian sneered internally. As expected, the second shot landed in the 5-ring. Lung Xian frowned, feeling a sense of foreboding. The third shot struck the 10-ring. Lung Xian. Yi Ming looked at Lung Xian. How did I perform? His ability to hit the 10-ring on his third shot was not solely reliant on his heightened senses. Rather, it was the buff from the Dapan Tianshan Ju that allowed him to learn quickly after just one demonstration. Lung Xian was no longer inclined to engage in conversation with Yi Ming. He turned to Lin Xie and finally let out a sigh of relief. Chapter 19. Yi Ming, did you not die? 3 days swiftly passed. Yi Ming and Lin Xie had both acclimated to the life of the Night Watchers. Of course, there were no missions at the moment. Their days consisted solely of training. In comparison, Yi Ming found the past 3 days somewhat tedious, as aside from the interesting training with Chun Mai each morning. The rest of his time was rather uneventful. He had no other training. The Forbidden Realm training was halted, and by the second evening, Lung Xian had made it clear that he couldn't provide further shooting training. Were it not for the daily progress he was making, he might have considered leaving. Over 3 days, the progress bar for the Dapan Tianshan Ju had risen from 10.6 to 11 to S. Yi Ming had previously calculated. Spending 1 to 2 hours with Chun Mai during his peak energy yielded a daily increase of 0 to 2.8 for Lin Xie. He was undoubtedly the one making the most significant progress. In just 3 days, aside from his somewhat lackluster shooting training, he excelled in the other 2 disciplines, particularly in combat training with Chun Mai. He was nearly able to exchange blows with him effectively. Even Yi Ming, who was regarded as an anomaly, couldn't help but marvel silently. This is a true genius. In just 3 days, I have made such significant progress that I am remarkable, but it is solely due to the power of my fortunate circumstances. Without that advantage, I am nothing at all. This morning, upon arriving at the Peace Affairs office, Yi Ming overheard Zhao Kongqing mention that a student from the second high school had come to report case. Upon hearing this, he immediately deduced the identity of the reporter. Most likely, it was the second persona of the Nantoi serpent demon, namely Li Yifei. This realization caused Yi Ming to narrow his eyes slightly. Li Yifei's presence here indicated that the Nantawa serpent demon had begun its actions, and the corresponding quest was about to commence. Thus, how should he resolve this predicament? He pondered this as he walked into the reporting room. Inside the reporting room, Chen Mai and Wu Xiangnan were seated behind an office desk. In the chair opposite them sat a youthful figure, his back turned to Yi Ming. Having been classmates with Li Yifei for 2 years, Yi Ming recognized that silhouette instantly. It was indeed Li Yifei. Upon seeing Yi Ming enter, Chen Mai remarked to Li Yifei, "Your classmate has arrived at..." Li Yifei, taken aback, replied, "Is there a classmate of mine among the watchers?" As he turned to look at Yi Ming, his face was overtaken by an expression of sheer dread. "Is this a resurrection?" Li Yifei exclaimed in terror, stumbling backward until part of him collided with the desk. Pointing a trembling finger at Yi Ming, You aren't dead, are you?" Yi Ming responded with a bewildered expression, while Li Yifei continued, "I heard from the teacher that you passed away in a car accident a few days ago." Yi Ming immediately grasped the situation. It seemed that when Wu Xiangnan and Zhao Kongsheng handled his affairs, they decided to inform others that he had died, perhaps to simplify matters since his parents were no longer alive. Yi Ming shot Wu Xiangnan a glance filled with menace. Wu Xiangnan, noticing, immediately looked up at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle, feigning indifference, and began to whistle, though no sound emerged. Yifei's earlier reaction had left Chen Mai momentarily stunned. But seeing Yi Ming and Wu Xiangnan's subtle interactions, he began to understand the situation. He helplessly rubbed his forehead, pondering, Xiangnan was always so serious. How has he changed so much since Yi Ming arrived? Could it be that Yi Ming's peculiar behavior has put pressure on the team, causing their mental state to falter? Yi Ming cleared his throat and addressed Li Yifei, "With your sharp wit, I believe you can deduce what is happening here, can't you?" Faced with something unclear, individuals often prefer to believe the narratives they conjure in their minds. Therefore, Yi Ming subtly guided Li Yifei to arrive at the conclusion that he was indeed alive. This tactic proved effective. Li Yifei's initial terror quickly transformed into contemplation, ultimately culminating in an expression of realization. That moment, Lin Che entered the room, and upon spotting Li Yifei, expressed mild surprise. "Li Yifei?" Li Yifei, equally astonished, refrained from questioning Lin Che's presence due to his earlier deduction about Yi Ming's survival, that he had joined a mysterious organization. Instead, he turned to Chen Mai and Wu Xiangnan, pleading, "Given that I have 2 classmates here, please consider my request and allow me to join the Watchers. Your matter can wait." Chen Mai did not immediately dismiss Li Yifei's request. "Please recount what you know to your 2 classmates once more." Wu Xiangnan frowned slightly. "Captain, is it appropriate to let these 2 temporary members hear such information?" Chen Mai smiled calmly. "It's merely listening. What could be inappropriate about that?" Li Yifei nodded slightly and began to recount the incident involving Lu Xiaoyan consuming the dean. Having read the original text, Yi Ming did not pay much attention to Li Yifei's account, instead continuing to contemplate how to resolve the current situation. As a transmigrator, he was aware that the mastermind behind the Nantawa serpent demon incident was the serpent demon's first persona, Han Ro, along with the second persona, Li Yifei. Thus, in Yi Ming's view, the optimal solution was to utilize the information he possessed to swiftly eliminate the threat, by capturing Han Ro and Li Yifei as quickly as possible. The game would be over. However, Yi Ming was also cognizant that by the time the Nantawa serpent demon incident officially began, the school would already have no fewer than 60 infected individuals. These infected beings were essentially living experience points. Although they were minor karami, they could still be deemed mysterious entities. Allowing them to remain unchecked or leaving them for the Watchers to deal with would be a significant loss. Yi Ming was uncertain whether the experience gained from defeating a small karami would be significantly diminished now that he had reached the pool realm. After all, in a game, the experience gained from slaying a level 1 monster would certainly differ from that of a level 10 monster. Nevertheless, the advantage of this legion of ghost-faced, cannon-fodder serpent offspring lay in their sheer numbers. With over 60 serpent offspring plus 2 serpent entities, even if the experience was reduced, it would still amount to a substantial gain. In recent days, whenever boredom struck, Yi Ming would wander around Fengsuan Mountain, gaining a deeper understanding of the progress bar for the Depin Tian Xianju. He learned that for every 5 increments in progress, he would receive certain benefits. Currently, the progress stood at 11.2 that if he could eliminate more serpent offspring and take down at least one non-da serpent demon, he might very well elevate the progress bar to 15. With this thought in mind, Yi Ming felt a surge of determination and resolved to align with the unfolding events. Chapter 20. Who among you is the serpent offspring? As Yi Ming made up his mind regarding his forthcoming actions, Li Yifei concluded his account. Chen Mai turned to Wu Xiangnan, stating, "It appears that the situation remains under control. To prevent further escalation, we must act immediately." What are your thoughts on this matter? Within Team 136. Wu Xiangnan served not only as the deputy captain, but also as the strategist and commander. If Chen Mai was the heart of Team 136, Wu Xiangnan was undoubtedly its brain. Consequently, Wu Xiangnan had already devised a plan. Upon being queried by Chen Mai, he began to elaborate. "I propose we form 2 small teams, one to infiltrate the school in search of the serpent entity, and the other to operate from the school as a base, expanding outward to locate any potential infected individuals." Chen Mai nodded slightly. "A very comprehensive arrangement. Now we must decide on the members of the first team." The choice for the second team, tasked with external operations, was straightforward. Zhao Kongshan would handle it. That we need to discuss the members of the first team. My suggestion is to comprise the first team of Hong Ying, Yi Ming, Lin Xie, and Leng Xian. Wu Xiangnan's brows furrowed. "Captain, this is against protocol. Allowing Yi Ming and Lin Xie to be involved is one thing, but now you wish to send them out? Let's not forget that they are still newcomers." Chen Mai chuckled. "Don't be so serious. Consider this. Both Yi Ming and Lin Xie are students from the second high school, especially Yi Ming, who has attended for 2 years, and one in our team knows the second high school better than he does. Moreover, these 2 have previously collaborated to defeat creatures from the Chuanjing realm, possessing ample strength to handle this incident. Extraordinary circumstances call for extraordinary individuals. That Wu Xiangnan contemplated this and ceased his opposition. Meanwhile, Li Yifei, upon hearing Chen Mai mention Yi Ming and Lin Xi's joint victory over the Chuanjing creatures, cast a wary glance at both of them. A deep sense of apprehension etched across his features. At that moment, Wu Xiangnan suddenly recalled something, his face betraying a hint of awkwardness. "Ahem, due to my and old Zhao's oversight, we mistakenly declared Yi Ming deceased. If he suddenly appears at the second high school, it could create quite an uproar. Perhaps we should replace Yi Ming with Si Xiaonan." Chen Mai immediately facepalmed. "You've caused trouble, and now you want to fix it? Yi Ming still needs to go to school to gain experience. He cannot miss this opportunity." Hearing this, he quickly interjected, "There's no need to worry about this matter." Everyone's gaze turned to Yi Ming. Chen Mai conveyed a look that inquired how he intended to resolve the issue. Yi Ming smiled slightly. Although Wu's mistake is irreversible, the concern he raised can be easily addressed. First, we can add another member, Si Xiaonan. Once we enter the second high school, I will separate from them and operate independently. On the surface, this was Yi Ming's intent. Internally, it meant that if he could act alone, he could preemptively eliminate the serpent offspring, preventing Lin Xie and the others from claiming all the heads. Being a cautious individual, Wu Xiangnan instinctively replied, "But what about your safety?" However, he halted mid-sentence to "It was absurd." In Team 136, aside from the captain, Yi Ming was the one who required the least concern that if Yi Ming were to encounter danger while acting alone, then the entire team entering the school would be tantamount to sending themselves to their doom. Chen Mai pressed his right index finger against his left ear's communication device. "Hong Ying, Xiaonan, please come to the reporting room." Not long after, Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan arrived at the reporting room. Wu Xiangnan briefly outlined the task to the 2, then turned to Lin Xie. "Xie, your divine ruins can discern snake demons. So this mission will revolve around you. In the morning, dressed in the uniform of number 2 high school and armed with a straight knife and a pistol, Yi Ming and his companions scaled the wall at the back of the school. Entering the playground at that moment, the playground was utterly deserted. Yi Ming glanced at the time and realized it was already the second period of the morning, meaning they had missed the flag-raising ceremony depicted in the original work. Consequently, if Lin Xie wished to ascertain the reality of the snake demon at the school, he would evidently need to expend more effort. Yi Ming suggested, Next, we should split up. Long Xian stepped beside Yi Ming and stated, I'll stick with you for now. My task is to provide remote fire support and, if necessary, to deploy a no-restriction airspace. I need to find a suitable vantage point, and, as a senior at No. 2 high school, you might offer some insights. Yi Ming signaled with an okay gesture, exchanged glances with Lin Chia and the others, and then departed with Long Xian. The two ran swiftly, soon reaching the entrance at the edge of the playground. Just then, they noticed 2 students approaching, chatting merrily. Class is so dull. Indeed, skipping class is far more interesting. Can you say something else? It turned out they were 2 students who had skipped class. Long Xian hurriedly pulled Yi Ming to hide behind the wall next to the entrance. Do you know those 2? Yi Ming shook his head. Long Xian nodded slightly. Then there's no need to worry. However, just to be safe, we should avoid contact with them. While he spoke softly, the 2 skipping students had already entered the playground. One of whom noticed their presence and turned to look. Long Xian couldn't help but smile wryly. It seemed they could not avoid detection, just as he raised his hand, intending to signal that they too were skipping class. He saw Yi Ming boldly walk up to the 2 students. Long Xian was taken aback. Was this newcomer not being recklessly bold? He had just said they should avoid contact. What astonished Long Xian even more was that Yi Ming not only approached the 2, but also blocked their path and asked a question that he deemed utterly foolish. Yi Ming smiled slightly at the 2 students, asking, Excuse me, which of you is the offspring of a snake demon? Long Xian was struck dumb, his hair standing on end. Hey, Yi Ming, that's too blunt. If they aren't the offspring, it's fine. But what if they really are? That would be alarming. The most crucial issue is that unless they're insane, no one would admit to being a snake demon's offspring. To his surprise, the student on the right replied earnestly, I am. Long Xian. Yi Ming had just activated the truth-telling ability inherent in his 3 teachings that he understood that the Nantawa snake demon could share vision. So to avoid alarming the snake demon, he deployed the divine ruins to encompass the entire school. That Yi Ming instructed the snake demon's offspring that this shared vision must be maintained, then drew a silenced pistol and dispatched the snake demon. The other student was instantly petrified with fear. As the snake demon fell, its head transformed into that of a serpent, lifeless. Long Xian exclaimed, But even if they're a snake demon, Yi Ming, you can't just kill them so openly, can you? Don't you see there's an innocent bystander right next to you? What if this person screams or spreads the word? Before he could complete his thoughts, he saw Yi Ming calmly pat the other student's shoulder. Take a nap. You just had a nightmare. The student rolled his eyes and collapsed. Long Xian. Chapter 21. Any offspring of a snake demon must bow before me. At that moment, Long Xian recalled that Yi Ming seemed to possess an additional ability to compel honesty. Thus, the snake demon had readily admitted to being one that once he regained his composure. Long Xian gave Yi Ming a thumbs up. In this society, my brother Ming is fierce and talkative. Yi Ming shot him an incredulous look. What kind of nonsense is that? Long Xian glanced at the corpse on the ground. What about this sleeping fellow? And the snake demon's body just lying here? That won't do. Yi Ming shook his head slightly, checking the time. It's almost break time. This body will attract some attention. Long Xian shrugged. So, couldn't you think about the consequences before acting? Yi Ming effortlessly hoisted the snake demon's body. It's a minor issue. The public restroom is just nearby. I can toss it into the cesspool. Long Xian. Yi Ming quickly disposed of the snake demon's body. At that moment, Long Xian was scanning for a suitable vantage point. Yi Ming, perceiving his intent, suggested, head that way. There's a very tall water tower built in the 1970s. Long Xian's eyes lit up. That really tall old water tower? Yi Ming nodded. Thanks. Long Xian waved at Yi Ming and jogged off in the direction indicated. Yi Ming took a couple of steps back and sat on a railing beside a grassy area. Focusing his mind, his soul entered a magnificent palace. Yi Ming wanted to check how much progress he had made on the great immortal technique after dealing with the snake demon. The ancient book, shimmering with blue light, displayed the numbers. 11.2, 11.25, only an increase of 0.05. Yi Ming frowned slightly, dissatisfied with the outcome. The snake demon's offspring aren't as strong as the ghost-faced beings, but they can certainly be classified within the same tier of the mysterious. A few days ago, killing a ghost-faced being yielded a 0.1 increase. while dispatching the snake demon offspring only garnered a 0.05. It seems my predictions were correct. As my realm advances, the benefits from lower-tier mysteries will diminish. Fortunately, the experience points are only halved. Otherwise, this hunt would have been laborious and unrewarding. At Ming's awareness departed from the Fangs Mountain. He began to wander around the campus, hoping to encounter other snake demons. However, after a considerable time, he found no one else in the school. Perhaps the classrooms or dormitories would be better. Yet, surely those places had become the domain of Lin Xie and Hong Ying by the time he arrived. There wouldn't be a hair left that it would be better to stay outside the classroom. Ming glanced at the time. The second class was about to end. The break between the second period is a large recess when the school organizes students to do exercises on the playground, which would present an opportunity. However, after a moment's thought, he decided against waiting idly at the playground and returned to the area near the restroom where he initially started, based on years of experience. Students often visit the restroom before heading to the playground for exercises. Some lazy ones who dislike exercising might even linger in the restroom until the exercises conclude. Furthermore, heading straight to the playground presents too many targets. And even if he spots a snake demon, it would be difficult to handle. In contrast, the restroom area would be much easier to manage. Just then, voices echoed from the public channel of the communicator. Lung Xian, I'm in position, and the no-restriction airspace is ready. Chun Mai, standing by. Lung Xian, received. Before long, Lin Xia's voice broke through the public channel, but he sounded somewhat breathless. Lin Xia, huff, I just ran through 3 grades and the teacher's office. Ming couldn't help but tease him. You really didn't have to run. The large recess is coming up. All the students will head to the playground then. Lin Xia, Brother Ming, why didn't you say so earlier? Ming, I thought you knew. Lin Xia, Brother Ming, you know I used to be blind. Ming felt a pang of guilt wash over him. Chen Mai, enough chit-chat. Xia, have you discovered anything? Lin Xia's tone turned grave. Captain, please brace yourself for what I'm about to say. I've discovered 59 infected individuals. Chen Mai, so many. Wu Xiangnan, Captain, the situation is already quite severe. We should activate the no-restriction airspace. Chen Mai hesitated not a moment. Lao Zhao, Lung Xian, activate the no-restriction airspace. Before long, the barrier of the no-restriction airspace unfolded. However, this time, it was a vibrant green. Just then, the bell for the break rang throughout the teaching building. Students emerged from their classrooms, chatting merrily. Most headed toward the playground, while a few made their way to the restroom. They quickly noticed the sky had turned green. What the heck? Why is the sky green? The principal isn't getting a green hat, is he? Maybe it's the gray director. By the restroom, Ming saw about 30 students approaching. With so many people, questioning each one about whether they were the offspring of snake demons would be overly tedious and likely to alert them. After a moment's contemplation, he quickly devised a clever plan and spoke to himself. Any offspring of a snake demon must bow before me. Atop the dilapidated water tower, Lung Xian immediately took out his telescope to gaze towards the public restroom. After unlocking the unrestrained void, he observed Ming standing guard at the entrance of the restroom, while approximately 30 students were approaching him. Narrowing his eyes, Lung Xian pondered, how would you handle such a crowd? Your ability to compel honesty is indeed formidable, yet it appears to have its limitations. If you were to approach each of these students individually, it would not only alert the others, but also likely result in being deemed mentally unstable. Surely, you wouldn't actually interrogate them one by one? No, surely not. Just as Lung Xian finished his thoughts, he witnessed 15 of the 30 students suddenly kneel before Ming, bowing down in reverence. Lung Xian? The abrupt kneeling of these 15 individuals left the remaining students bewildered. Yet before they could react, a wave of drowsiness swept over them, causing them to slump in a slumber right where they stood. Lung Xian watched as Ming drew a straight blade with his right hand and brandished a pistol with his left, dispatching the kneeling 15 in a swift and efficient manner. Upon their demise, they instantly reverted to their true forms. Stunned by the spectacle, Lung Xian hurriedly inquired in the public channel, Ming, why did those 15 snake demons kneel before you? Ming replied nonchalantly, because I told myself that all snake demon offspring must bow upon seeing me. I could see a loss for words. Lung Xian could only convey Yi Ming's astonishing feat to the others, who, upon hearing the exchange, were left in utter shock. Goodness! 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 Zhao Kongqing remarked in a subdued tone. This ability is incredibly convenient. I would love to possess one. Chapter 22. Best left to Lin Xie. As Yi Ming dealt with the 15 Nanda, snake demon offspring, Lin Xie and his companions engaged in battle with the snake demon progeny. Chaos erupted throughout the school. Students who had exited their classrooms, upon sensing danger, instinctively sought refuge within. However, upon returning to their classrooms, they found them even more perilous than outside, prompting a hasty retreat, while Yi Ming swiftly navigated the campus, spending about an hour locating and eliminating 14 snake demons. Including the 16 he had previously dispatched, his progress in the Great Celestial Art reached a total of 1.5 that during this time, he had caused hundreds of students to fall into a deep slumber, which significantly complicated Lin Xie's subsequent plan to evacuate those students who were deemed safe. Fortunately, since Yi Ming could induce sleep, he could also awaken them. Thus, as per the original narrative, over 1,000 students successfully evacuated under Lin Xie's guidance. At this juncture, the remaining scattered snake demons on campus were few, leading Yi Ming to abandon the search for them and instead focus on locating the Nanda snake demon's true form. He began his quest for Han Ruo and Li Yifei, who, according to the original storyline, should have been in the teaching building. However, upon his arrival, he found no trace of them, indicating that his interference had altered the course of events. Yi Ming initially attempted to locate them using his sense of smell or hearing, but was met with failure. He could not recall the sense of Han Ruo and Li Yifei, nor did he overhear any conversation from them. Left with no choice, he resorted to the most rudimentary method of searching the entire campus. Approximately 15 minutes later, he suddenly heard a fierce commotion emanating from the dance classroom on the 3rd floor of the arts building. He focused his attention there and discerned Lin Xie's labored breathing. Raising an eyebrow, Yi Ming thought, "It seems Lin Xie is engaged in a fierce battle with the primary persona of the snake demon. Evidently, his abilities hold the upper hand. However, the battleground has shifted. I recall the original setting was the piano classroom on the 2nd floor of the arts building, and now it has become the dance classroom." He hastened towards the dance classroom, realizing that if he delayed, the life of the Nanda snake demon's first persona might be forfeit to Hong Ying. Such a failure would render his current endeavor a complete loss. As he sprinted, he lamented, "If only my predecessor had a clear recollection of the dance classroom, I could simply declare, at this moment, I should be in the dance classroom and teleport directly, for his teleportation skill to succeed. A crucial condition must be met. The intended recipient must possess a clear and profound understanding of the destination. For instance, when he previously teleported Lin Xie, it was due to Lin Xie's precise familiarity with his own home, enabling the success of the transfer. Conversely, had Yi Ming attempted to teleport to Lin Xie's home, it would have been impossible. At best, he would fail, and at worst, he might end up in an unknown location. In the dance studio on the 3rd floor of the arts building, Lin Xie engaged in an intense battle with the first persona of the Nanda snake demon. The room was filled with chaos from their fierce exchanges, leaving it in disarray. After 18 rounds of combat, both parties distanced themselves, cautiously observing one another. Lin Xie, gripping a straight blade, found his breath slightly hurried. Since the onset of battle, he had extensively drawn upon the might of the seraphic angel. And now, with his spiritual energy severely depleted, continuing the fight would likely prove detrimental. The first persona shared similar sentiments. Its primary motivation for battling Lin Xie was to implant a serpent seed within him. Yet it was taken aback by Lin Xie's formidable combat prowess despite his limited capabilities. Continuing the skirmish would place it at a significant disadvantage should Lin Xie's reinforcements arrive. However, relinquishing the fight was also unsatisfactory. For Lin Xie's body was simply too enticing. Considering that over 30 offspring were still preoccupying Lin Xie's allies, the first persona ultimately decided to make one final effort. It was at that moment it noticed an anomaly with its shared visual network concerning the offspring. 30 of those who appeared to be alive had not shown any change in their visual feed for over several minutes. This revelation caused the first persona's expression to shift dramatically. As the leader of the Nanda snake demon clan, renowned for its intelligence, it swiftly deduced that these 30 living beings were, in fact, deceased, their visual nerves preserved by some unknown means. For an adversary to accomplish this required exceptional ability and extensive knowledge of its clan. Otherwise, it would be impossible to detect the shared visual anomaly. Upon realizing this, the first persona lost all desire to continue battling Lin Xie. Although it still had a contingency plan, preserving both personas was preferable. Who would willingly sacrifice one for the sake of the other? I shall let you be for now. The first persona threatened Lin Xie before turning to leap towards the window. Lin Xie's eyes gleamed with determination as he shouted, "Where do you think you're going?" and pursued the first persona. The first persona executed a swift maneuver, forcing Lin Xie to halt his chase. It successfully reached the window's edge, casting a triumphant smile at Lin Xie before leaping out. "Farewell," the first persona called out. Lin Xie, filled with frustration, lamented, "Damn it, let that scoundrel escape." He hurriedly opened the communication channel, intending to inform Yi Ming, Hong Ying, Si Xiaonan, and Lung Xian of the situation, when a powerful voice resonated from outside the window. "I can leap 10 meters high. Snake Demon, return to me." With a resounding crash, the first persona, who had just exited the classroom, was forcefully kicked back from outside. Lin Xie abandoned his communication plans, understanding that the Snake Demon was doomed. For Yi Ming had arrived. A look of joy spread across Lin Xie's face as he gazed towards the window, where a striking figure soared into the classroom. "Brother Ming, you've come." After landing, Yi Ming nodded at Lin Xie. "I'll handle this. You go regroup with the others." Given his involvement, the situation had undergone a significant transformation. Yi Ming was uncertain whether those students who had not managed to escape the school were hiding in the auditorium as per the original narrative. So he instructed Lin Xie to regroup without specifying a return to the auditorium. Upon spotting the first persona, Yi Ming decided to forego the assassination of Li Yifei's second persona. After this incident, Li Yifei would become a caregiver in Lin Xie's psychiatric facility, providing invaluable assistance in the future. Thus, Yi Ming deemed it prudent to leave Li Yifei for Lin Xie to avoid causing undue complications in the future. Lin Xie, aware of Yi Ming's prowess, did not argue further, merely expressing concern. "Be careful, Brother Ming, I'll take my leave now." The first persona, infuriated, retorted, "Who do you think you're looking down upon?" It prepared to attack. Yi Ming cast a cold gaze upon it. "Sit down." The first persona scoffed. "Who do you think you are, telling me to sit?" Yet before it could finish its retort, its body inexplicably curled up. First persona. Chapter 23. Nothing but flight of the legs. The Nanda serpent demon is an entity of remarkable intelligence and exceptionally high intellect. Merely upon hearing Yi Ming's command to sit, it was compelled to obey, discerning that his words likely contained the essence of some arcane power. The first persona immediately associated this with various implications, such as its 30 progeny, long deceased yet still sharing their vision. It was highly probable that they were the handiwork of the young man before it. Although Yi Ming appeared to be of a similar age to Lin Xie, and according to Li Yifei's recollections, it seemed that Yi Ming had only recently awakened. This youth had already stepped into the realm of Qi, coupled with his enigmatic and unpredictable abilities that were suffused with the power of laws. The first persona concluded that it was no match for this young man. Even at its peak, it might not have triumphed. Now, having already been worn down by Lin Xie, defeating Yi Ming was utterly out of the question. Thus, it resolved to flee at all costs. With that, it opened its gaping maw, swiftly extracting a copious amount of venom from its cranial poison sac, and using its mental energy, expelled the venom in a cloud of purple mist. The toxic smoke surged forth, resembling a sinuous dragon, claws bared as it lunged toward Yi Ming. Yi Ming recognized the venomous nature of this smoke, and though it was lethally toxic, he remained unperturbed, calmly stating, "In this moment, I am immune to all poisons." Had the Nanda serpent demon possessed a level of power equivalent to Chuan or beyond, the efficacy of his poison immunity would have waned. However, regrettably for the demon, based on information from the original text and what was known, it was merely a minor demon of the Qi realm. The purple toxic mist enveloped Yi Ming's form instantaneously. Yet it inflicted no harm upon him. As the smoke dissipated, it quickly filled the entire dance studio, obscuring Yi Ming's vision and temporarily nullifying his ability to invoke his words against the serpent demon. Given his current capabilities, his power could only affect creatures within his line of sight. Yi Ming was astonished. What a clever beast. The first persona did not expel the venom with the intent to kill Yi Ming. That would be even better, but its true objective was to obscure Yi Ming's sight and create an opportunity for its escape. With its scheme successful, it wasted no time and charged toward the window. Though Yi Ming's vision was hindered by the toxic smoke, he adeptly utilized his auditory senses to discern the demon's movements. By tracking the trajectory of the first persona, he deduced its target was the window. The serpent demon's frantic breaths betrayed its anxious state of mind. Clearly, the first persona had no desire to engage further. With a sudden burst of energy, Yi Ming propelled himself forward, crashing through the wooden floor of the studio, darting like a specter to intercept the serpent demon. The first persona's expression shifted slightly. This boy possesses astonishing speed. However, having previously witnessed Yi Ming's confrontation with the ghost-faced man through Li Yifei's perspective, it was aware that while Yi Ming could wield the power of laws, he was by no means a sorcerer. IT had already formulated a plan. Seeing Yi Ming block its path, the demon feigned an attack, then forcefully slammed its tail against the ground, launching itself toward the window. Clang! Yi Ming, gripping the hilt of his straight sword, flicked his thumb against the guard, and the blade erupted from its sheath. With a cold snort, he swung the sword with ferocity. The blade shimmered as a series of metallic clangs resonated through the air. The sword struck the first persona's abdomen, sparking metal against metal. Yet it failed to breach the demon's defenses. Yi Ming was taken aback. Such resilient scales. It seems I shall need to imbue this blade with some laws next time. The first persona glanced back, casting Yi Ming a derisive look. Farewell to you. Its body successfully slipped through the window, plummeting toward the ground outside the campus. What a clever beast, Yi Ming mused, yet he felt no urgency. Tightening his grip on the sword as he leaped toward the window, only to see Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan racing toward him. This caused a slight change in his expression outside the art building. Hong Ying brandished a long spear as she and Si Xiaonan sprinted toward the building. She had just encountered Lin Xie and engaged in a brief conversation, learning of his intention to eliminate Li Yifei and that Yi Ming was facing the serpent demon alone. Concerned that Yi Ming might lack the experience to avoid injury, she hurried to offer her support. However, upon arriving near the art building, she witnessed the serpent demon in a desperate retreat. This kid is quite formidable, Hong Ying remarked, offering Yi Ming a compliment, her gaze fixed on the fleeing demon, a glint of determination flashing in her eyes. Now, it is my turn. Abruptly, she came to a halt, flames erupting from her spear, transforming it into a fiery javelin. Adopting a throwing stance, she prepared to launch the spear at the serpent demon as it landed. Standing at the third-floor window of the dance studio, Yi Ming's eyelids twitched at the sight. He was acutely aware of the immense power behind Hong Ying's strike. It could potentially obliterate the first persona. The head of the first persona must not be claimed by Hong Ying. Although Yi Ming could temporarily suppress Hong Ying's power using his words, she was, after all, his ally. To turn against a teammate would be an act beneath contempt. Moreover, it was evident that Hong Ying had come to assist him. Yi Ming's mind raced as he quickly devised a strategy to deter Hong Ying, shouting at her, "Hong Ying, hold your fire." Hong Ying paused in confusion, glancing at Yi Ming. "What?" Yi Ming continued, "Leave this serpent demon to me, and afterward I shall treat you to a grand feast." Upon hearing such an enticing offer, Hong Ying readily agreed, halting her attack. "All right." Si Xiaonan, standing nearby, wore an incredulous expression. "Sister Hong Ying, have you lost your mind? This serpent demon is a significant achievement." Hong Ying, unfazed, retorted, "An achievement can't be eaten." The first persona, utilizing the shared vision of the serpent's progeny, had already experienced Hong Ying's prowess. Thus, when she prepared to unleash her spear, it was taken aback. That shot could very well eliminate it. Now, witnessing Hong Ying forfeit her attack for the sake of a mere meal, it couldn't help but mock her naivete internally, since this girl was not making a move. And that fellow named Yi had yet to catch up. It would bid farewell to them. Upon landing, the first persona darted toward an unoccupied direction to escape. However, it had scarcely made its way when a streak of crimson light zipped past. Landing squarely in its path, it was a flaming spear, Hong Ying's weapon. The first persona slammed to a stop, glaring furiously at Hong Ying. "I thought we agreed not to attack me." Hong Ying crossed her arms, tilting her head back, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Oh. Fuming with rage yet not daring to retaliate, the first persona swiftly turned to flee in the opposite direction. Yet at that moment, boom! A tremendous sound erupted from the direction of the water tower, akin to a rocket being launched from its tube. Chapter 24. This demon deserves to be struck by lightning boom. A rocket propelled forward, landing before the first persona with a deafening explosion. The blast generated a powerful shockwave that sent the first persona hurtling 3 meters back. Once it hit the ground, it immediately turned to gaze in the direction from which the rocket had come. Upon the old water tower stood a slender youth clad in a school uniform, shouldering a smoking RPG, his icy gaze fixed upon the demon. The first persona's eyelids fluttered. There was yet another night watcher lurking in the shadows. It had presumed that only Yi Ming, Lin Xie, and a girl from the Qi realm had been dispatched, merely to serve as bystanders. At that moment, Yi Ming leapt down from the 3rd floor, landing behind the first persona. Realizing its escape was futile, the first persona understood that it had only one option left: to fight Yi Ming with all its might. The first persona turned to face Yi Ming. Yi Ming returned the gaze, resolute in his decision to conclude this battle swiftly. Although engaging in combat with the first persona could yield some progress, he deemed the potential rewards insufficient. After all, training with Chun Mai from the Chuan realm for half an hour to an hour yielded merely a 0.1 increase in progress. Fighting against a mere Qi realm Nanda, serpent demon, would surely yield even less. In the past, when Yi Ming was still at the Zhan realm, battling a Qi realm creature would have been advantageous. But now that he had reached the Qi realm himself, the situation had changed. Rather than dallying in a back-and-forth struggle with the serpent demon, it would be far wiser to eliminate it promptly and reap the rewards of the kill. An adversary of his caliber would likely provide a significant boost to his progress. Yi Ming addressed the first persona. "I can't be bothered to waste time with you. Just take your own life." This proclamation prompted Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan to exchange incredulous glances. Hong Ying remarked, "While I'm aware of the formidable nature of Yi Ming's words, is it not a bit preposterous to demand a Qi realm mythical creature to self-terminate?" Si Xiaonan nodded vigorously in agreement. "Indeed, that seems rather far-fetched." Then the two of them beheld a stunning spectacle. Initially, the first personality, much like Hong Ying and her companion, was utterly incredulous of Yi Ming's words, believing it impossible that they could lead to their own demise. A mocking glimmer flickered in its eyes, deriding Yi Ming's foolish utterances. However, this sentiment quickly shifted to one of sheer terror. The first personality, in a state of disbelief, discovered that its body was acting against its will. Moving involuntarily, it saw its own sharp claws lash out, delivering a fatal strike to itself in a heart-rending act of self-sabotage. Hong Ying, taken aback, exclaimed, "Goodness, it actually worked," from a distance atop a water tower. Lung Xian, who had been observing the unfolding events, found the serpent demon's actions perplexing and promptly contacted Si Xiaonan via his communicator. "Xiaonan, what on earth is happening?" he inquired. Xiaonan's voice was laced with astonishment as she replied, "Yi Ming is commanding the Nantua serpent demon to take its own life." Lung Xian was astounded. Is such a thing even possible? His thoughts drifted back to the first encounter with Yi Ming. Recalling the two ghost-faced beings that seemingly ended their lives beside him, it seemed that Yi Ming's divine powers truly possessed such capabilities. The first personality, witnessing its body slip from its control, was engulfed in fear. This child's abilities were terrifying. No, it could not allow this to end so easily. How could it resign itself after painstakingly orchestrating such a grand scheme? It simply could not accept defeat. With fierce determination, the first personality summoned all its willpower to resist, striving to regain dominion over its own body. After a strenuous struggle, it managed to halt its claws, which had already pierced its skin, just before its heart that it had successfully reclaimed control of its body. Yi Ming frowned slightly. This Nantua serpent demon was rather formidable, capable of resisting the inherent power of his words. The last being to withstand such authority was the Ghost-Face King. Yet that entity was a creature of myth from the Chuan realm. What right did this mere Nanta serpent demon have? With his keen intellect, Yi Ming swiftly deduced the underlying reason. The first personality's success in resisting his commands was likely due to its exceptionally high intelligence. Beings with elevated intellect often possessed formidable willpower, particularly for this Nantawa serpent demon, which had gone to great lengths to ensure its species' survival. Its will to live was evidently profound. Thus, the efficacy of Yi Ming's mental manipulation diminished significantly against such resolute willpower, potentially rendering it entirely ineffective. In contrast, commands like sit down, which acted swiftly and for a brief duration, would not encounter such issues. The first personality's face displayed a triumphant expression as it spat contemptuously at the ground, panting heavily as it glared at Yi Ming. To control me? It's not that simple. Yi Ming shrugged indifferently. Since I can't compel you to end your own life, I shall refrain from further control. The first personality, brimming with pride, retorted, Have you given up? Yi Ming nodded. The first personality took a stance to attack. It seems you've exhausted your options. Now it's my turn. With that, it lunged towards Yi Ming. Yi Ming calmly stated, Sit down. Thud. The first personality, just as it leaped, fell heavily to the ground, curling up in a defeated posture. Infuriated, it seethed with rage. Why Yi Ming, contemplating the serpent demon, had a sudden inspiration before he struck it down. He decided to test a different approach. He had long harbored this idea, but had refrained from attempting it during his previous battle with Chun Mai, fearing for Chun Mai's safety. Now, with the Nanawa serpent demon present, it provided the perfect opportunity for experimentation. Clearing his throat, he proclaimed, This serpent demon has committed grave sins and must be struck by lightning. The first personality, having been startled by Yi Ming multiple times, instinctively recoiled. Hong Ying asked, Do you think Yi Ming can actually summon lightning? Si Xiaonan thoughtfully rested a finger on her chin. I believe he can. After several tense seconds, however, no lightning appeared. The first personality, witnessing this, erupted into a mocking laugh. A mere human dares to command the forces of nature. Ridiculous, absurd, but just as it was about to continue its taunts, a bolt of purple lightning suddenly descended. In an instant, it struck the first personality, leaving it charred and emanating smoke. Hong Ying was astonished. This guy Yi Ming really called down lightning. Can he also conjure fire? Si Xiaonan pointed at the first personality, laughing heartily. After a moment, she turned to Hong Ying, saying, See, I told you so. Hong Ying sighed. Yes, Xiaonan, you're the smartest. Si Xiaonan placed her hands on her hips, declaring, Absolutely, as the first personality stood dumbfounded from the lightning strike. Hong Ying marveled while Si Xiaonan reveled in glee. However, Yi Ming's brow furrowed slightly. Chapter 25. Yi Ming's blade must be handsome. Yi Ming was profoundly dissatisfied with the lightning's power. This was lightning, a manifestation of divine wrath. Yet who would have imagined that such a force, striking the serpent demon, would merely leave it scorched without inflicting any real harm? Meanwhile, Yi Ming had paid a hefty price, as this maneuver had consumed a staggering 2/3 of his mental energy. The cost-to-benefit ratio was appallingly low. It seemed that techniques involving the forces of nature should be avoided until his own realm was elevated, lest he find himself in peril. Noticing his dwindling mental energy, Yi Ming resolved to abandon these fanciful tactics and pursue a swift resolution. That he drew his straight blade, preparing to conclude the battle decisively. From his vantage point atop the water tower, Long Xian observed Yi Ming's intent to engage with a blade and furrowed his brow. He privately messaged Hong Ying. Hong Ying, the serpent demon scales are incredibly tough. My previous attack with the rocket launcher produced substantial shrapnel, but failed to harm the demon in the slightest. I fear a straight blade may not inflict effective damage. For Yi Ming's safety, you should take action instead. Upon hearing Long Xian's words, Hong Ying's expression grew serious. Using her communicator, she quietly asked Yi Ming, did the captain instruct you to augment your weapon's strength with mental energy? Yi Ming replied. No. Hong Ying sighed deeply. It seemed her hopes of sharing a meal with him would not materialize. Nevertheless, the safety of her comrades was paramount. She dashed toward the long spear she had previously discarded. Seizing it from the ground, With a flourish, she pointed the spear's tip at the first personality, exuding a fierce and resolute demeanor. Yi Ming, I don't want to see you get hurt. Step aside. Let me handle this. This declaration startled the first personality, which was about to scold Hong Ying for her breach of trust, only to witness Yi Ming smiling at her. An need that I can manage. Hong Ying raised an eyebrow. But you still have faith, Yi Ming replied confidently. After a serious exchange of glances, Hong Ying nodded slightly. Very well, I shall await the outcome. But should you be injured, you owe me 2 meals. What kind of reasoning was that? Yi Ming's lips twitched, yet he understood that Hong Ying was concerned for him, and he felt a surge of gratitude. He nodded, no problem, for he was certain he would sustain no injuries. The first personality, relieved that Hong Ying would not intervene, sneered at Yi Ming. You truly choose the path of folly, seeking your own demise. Why? Yi Ming regarded the first personality with a calm demeanor. Why waste words? You shall soon discover who is destined for despair. The first personality smirked coldly, thinking, it seems this fool has forgotten that my scales withstood his previous attacks. This is the perfect opportunity to eliminate him. With that thought, it lunged at Yi Ming, claws bared out on the old water tower. Long Xian had switched to a Barrett rifle, taking aim at the first personality's head, his finger poised on the trigger. Having heard everything through Hong Ying's communicator, he was prepared to fire should the serpent demon dare to harm Yi Ming in any way. Hong Ying, gripping her spear tightly, fixed her gaze on the serpent demon. Its body already beginning to emit smoke. Yi Ming possessed remarkably acute senses, and he detected every movement from Hong Ying and Long Xian. Reliable. He was beginning to appreciate Team 136, a traveler from another world. Having these friends made him feel far less lonely in this realm. As the first personality drew near, Yi Ming assumed a striking stance. Readying his blade, he recited aloud, the blade I wield shall be as sharp as frost. With a flourish, the silver-gray blade shimmered, revealing mysterious golden patterns that flickered briefly. This moment. The first personality was nearly upon him, its expression wild with frenzy as it unleashed its sharp claws. Intent on tearing Yi Ming apart, Hong Ying, Long Xian, and Si Xiaonan watched anxiously, their hearts racing for Yi Ming's safety. Yi Ming began his strike, executing his movements with remarkable grace, the blade slicing diagonally from the lower left to the upper right, to sever gold and jade, to cleave hair and slice cloth. The silvery blade glimmered with mysterious golden patterns once more. The claws of the first persona were poised to touch Yi Ming's head and neck. It seemed to envision Yi Ming's tragic demise. Letting out a sinister laugh. Choosing the knife is your gravest error. Human, perish. Yi Ming uttered his final words. Unbreakable, with a flourish, as the last flicker of the intricate golden patterns on the blade danced before him. A flash of silver erupted. Yi Ming's straight sword cleaved effortlessly through the first persona, as if slicing through tofu. The body of the serpent demon split into 2 halves, flying past either side and landing on the ground behind him. The first persona uttered its final words of this life. How is this possible? After vanquishing the first persona, Yi Ming nonchalantly flicked the serpent demon's blood from his sword onto the ground. Clang! He performed a flourish with the blade before sheathing it, the entire motion flowing like water. Hong Ying let out a sigh of relief, the flames on her spear instantly dissipating. He certainly knows how to look impressive. And indeed, he is quite striking that if old Zhao were to witness this, he would surely be consumed with jealousy. I shouted and cupped her hand around her mouth and shouted, Yi Ming, you are so cool. On the old water tower, Long Xian exhaled deeply, lowering the sniper rifle he had been holding for quite some time. He pressed a button on the Bluetooth communicator, intending to disconnect from Hong Ying, but mistakenly switched to the public channel. Reflecting on what he had just heard from Yi Ming through Hong Ying's communicator about the laws he had infused into his straight sword, he couldn't help but contemplate another application of this technique. That he murmured, what a convenient divine ruin. That kid's future wife is truly fortunate. As I shouted and began to scold him on the public channel. Long Xian, you big fool. Long Xian was taken aback, realizing he had inadvertently switched to the public channel, his face turning red with embarrassment, wishing he could vanish into the ground. Chun Mai curiously asked, Lung Xian. What happened? With a stiff resolve, Lung Xian summarized the process of Yi Ming defeating the first persona. Upon hearing him, the men on the public channel suddenly understood. Some even conjured up inappropriate images in their minds. However, no one continued discussing the matter on the public channel that Wu Xiangnan commented seriously. Indeed, it is a convenient divine ruin, Zhao Kongsheng remarked. Though I couldn't witness it, I imagine Yi Ming's final strike was undoubtedly impressive. Chapter 26. Strength of 13,500 Jin. Yi Ming suddenly felt a wave of relief wash over him. Although there were no significant changes in his physical appearance, he sensed a qualitative transformation in his strength. Surprised, he wondered if this sudden change in his body was due to the progress of the Great Celestial Technique reaching 15. With this thought, Yi Ming directed his mind to the spiritual platform. His soul instantaneously arriving within the palace, he gazed at the ancient book shimmering with blue light, and indeed, the figures upon it had changed. Now reading 152. Yi Ming opened the record of progress changes. Successfully mastered the Great Celestial Technique. Progress increased by 5. That engaged in battle with the Ghost-Faced Man. Progress increased by 0.1. Defeated Ghost-Faced Man 1. Progress increased by 0.1. Vanquished Ghost-Faced King 1. Progress increased by 5. Current total progress 10.3. Progress meets 10. Agent's realm elevated to the Pool realm. Defeated Serpent Demon Offspring 1. Progress increased by 0.05. Defeated Serpent Demon Offspring 1. Progress increased by 0.05. The vanquished Nantoa Serpent Demon 1. Progress increased by 2.5. Current total progress 15.2. Progress meets 15. Agent's physical attributes enhanced. Strength of 13,500 Jin. After reviewing the record, Yi Ming nodded slightly. His assumptions were correct. The progress of the Great Celestial Technique indeed provided certain benefits every time it reached a multiple of 5. However, the benefit this time, strength reaching 13,500 Jin, did not evoke a sense of astonishment in him. While it seemed impressive, when converted to tons, it amounted to a mere 6.75 tons. Yi Ming's consciousness departed from the spiritual platform and returned to his body. Beside the art building, Hong Ying instructed Si Xiao Nan to approach the corpse of the serpent demon for an autopsy. Though Yi Ming had already cleaved the serpent demon in two, due to its high intelligence, a thorough examination was prudent to avoid any trickery. Si Xiao Nan quickly completed the inspection, signaling an okay gesture, dead as a doornail. Hong Ying nodded, looking at Yi Ming. This matter is resolved. Let's go find Qi. He is at the school auditorium. The three of them set off toward the school auditorium. They had scarcely taken a few steps when Lin Qi Ye's voice rang out on the public channel. I've finished here. What about you? Hong Ying replied. We're done too. Let us meet at the auditorium entrance. Lin Qi responded. All right. Moments later, Yi Ming, Hong Ying, Si Xiao Nan, and Lin Qi gathered at the entrance of the auditorium. However, Lin Qi was accompanied by a rather studious-looking boy wearing glasses that Yi Ming glanced at the boy and immediately deduced his identity. This must be the future member of the Night Watch team. And Qingyu. Lin Qi informed Hong Ying about Qingyu's desire to join the Night Watch and mentioned that Qingyu was exceptionally intelligent, yet Hong Ying bluntly refused him. Observing this, Yi Ming thought perhaps it would be wise to recruit Qingyu into the Night Watch early. Considering he would soon awaken his forbidden ruin, which was indeed quite impressive, he suggested to Hong Ying, why not reconsider? I estimate this kid will awaken soon. Hong Ying shot Yi Ming a glare. You estimate? Why is it your concern whether he awakens or not? Yi Ming was rendered speechless by her retort, merely offering Qingyu a look of regret and shrugging his shoulders to indicate his inability to assist. His actions left Qingyu with a myriad of questions, and Qingyu felt as though this individual knew him well. Yet after mentally reviewing all the people he had encountered, he could confirm that he was not familiar with Yi Ming at all. However, that was not the crux of the matter. The real issue was that he was unable to join the Night Watch. How frustrating! Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he turned his gaze towards the auditorium, specifically to the corpse of the Nantoa serpent demon transformed from Li Yifei. After the four of them reunited, they headed towards the school exit. Lin Qi noticed someone was missing and inquired, where is Lung Xian? The group then recalled that one person had not joined them. They turned their attention to the old water tower, only to find it completely empty. Ming shrugged. He probably went off to take pictures again. Let us move on. Ming and the others decided not to search for Lung Xian any further and quickly exited the school. Outside the school, beside a black box truck, Chen Mai, Wu Xiangnan, Wen Qima, and Zhao Kongsheng had been waiting for some time. After Ming and the others joined them, Chen Mai praised Ming and Lin Qi. You both have worked hard. Ming and Lin Qi quickly insisted it was no trouble at all. Ming puffed her cheeks. Captain, Xiaonan and I worked hard too. Why don't you show us some concern? Xiaonan placed her hands on her hips. Exactly. The captain is biased. Chen Mai quickly replied to the two girls. You both have worked hard as well. Ming huffed in response. That is more like it. Zhao Kongsheng turned to Ming. Kid, Lung Xian said you delivered a very impressive strike. You must perform it for me sometime. Ming signaled an okay gesture, indicating it was no problem. Chen Mai addressed Zhao Kongsheng. I leave the aftermath to you. Understood, Captain. Zhao Kongsheng nodded at Chen Mai before turning to attend his tasks. Chen Mai then walked towards the box truck. Everyone get in. I'll personally cook lunch to reward you. Upon hearing this, Ming was the most excited. Wow, we get to savor the captain's culinary skills again. After a pause, he turned to Ming. Let us save your meal for dinner. After lunch, Chen Mai granted the participants of today's snake hunting operation the afternoon off. After leaving the office, Ming returned home directly. After taking a hot shower and changing into clean clothes, he settled onto the sofa and began contemplating his next steps. From now until the new recruit training, there would be no opportunities to engage with the mysterious. Thus, if he wished to enhance the progress of the Great Celestial Technique, he would have to focus on Chen Mai. Today was August 10th, and the upcoming new recruit training would commence on September 1 SD. According to the requirements, new recruits needed to arrive at the training camp 3 days in advance. This meant Ming had 17 days to maximize his interactions with Chen Mai before the new recruit training began. No, today was already lost for such interactions. So, in reality, he had 16 days that he needed to extract every ounce of value from Chen Mai within these 16 days, based on the current efficiency. Assuming he could maximize his interactions with Chen Mai once daily, the best-case scenario would allow the progress of the Great Celestial Technique to increase by 0.3 each day, totaling 4. 8 over 16 days. This would elevate the technique's progress to 20. Even in the worst-case scenario, if he could only achieve 0.2 daily, he would still manage to accumulate 3.2 over the same period. Ming rubbed his hands together in anticipation. Captain, await the lashings of my affection. In the Peace Affairs office, Chen Mai was engaged in a discussion with Wu Xiangnan when he suddenly felt an inexplicable sensation, as though something were amiss. Noticing the captain's unusual demeanor, Wu Xiangnan inquired with curiosity, What's the matter? Chen Mai, dismissing the feeling as a mere illusion, shook his head and replied, It's nothing to be by the way. Xiangnan, could you leverage your connections to gather some intelligence regarding this year's training exercises? The following morning, upon arriving at the Peace Affairs office, Ming eagerly dragged Chen Mai to the training ground to commence their pre-training experience enhancement plan, armed with a training straight sword. Ming faced Chen Mai, who wielded 2 wooden swords, standing 5 meters apart. Chen Mai signaled with his gaze that Ming could begin. However, instead of attacking as he usually would, Ming hesitated, stating, Captain, I feel as though my strength has increased a bit. When I strike, could you hold back a little? Chen Mai chuckled lightly, shaking his head dismissively. It's only been a few days. How much could you possibly have gained? Just come at me with everything you've got. All right, here I come. Ming grinned widely, revealing a set of neat white teeth, before suddenly propelling himself forward with explosive force. Bang! He surged towards Chen Mai like a tempest, closing the distance in an instant, and then swung his straight sword. Fearing that his newfound strength might injure Chen Mai, Ming opted to strike with the side of the blade, just as he had done during their initial encounter. A look of astonishment crossed Chen Mai's face. Ming's speed seemed to have improved significantly. Were it not for his extensive combat experience, he might have struggled to adapt to Ming's sudden change. Chen Mai, however, smiled widely and exclaimed, Good move. He quickly responded by raising both arms with a speed that created afterimages, channeling his mental energy like a tidal wave to envelop the 2 wooden swords. He positioned his legs apart, adopting a stance ready to counterattack, with the crossed swords braced against the side of Yi Ming's blade. Everything unfolded with a fluidity that seemed flawless. Chen Mai had faced Yi Ming's attack numerous times. Aside from the initial encounter when he had been caught off guard, he had successfully countered every subsequent strike. His strength was slightly superior to Yi Ming's when he exerted himself to the fullest, instilling confidence that he could easily handle the situation this time. Pia! Yi Ming's blade collided forcefully with Chen Mai's crossed wooden swords. In recollection, during earlier encounters, Yi Ming's strikes would exert enough force to bend the wooden swords inward. Yet, this instance was strikingly different. Chen Mai felt an overwhelming surge of power emanating from Yi Ming's blade, a force that he could not withstand with his current strength. The wooden swords didn't even bend. The sheer force sent him hurtling backward like a cannonball. During their first bout, Chen Mai had also been thrown back, but only a few meters before he managed to dissipate the force and land gracefully. This time, however, the tremendous power left him utterly unable to mitigate the impact, and he flew several dozen meters before crashing heavily against the wall. Boom! Chen Mai's body created a human-shaped indentation in the wall. Debris flying in all directions, coughing and covered in dust, he emerged from the recess, casting a resentful glance at Yi Ming, who stood several meters away, and exclaimed, "You call that a little increase in strength?" Yi Ming, surprised by the immense power generated from what he thought was merely a doubling of his strength, contemplated the implications. He realized that if he could punch with 6.75 tons of force, it could potentially translate to 8 tons or even 13 tons of punching power, in the context of a certain novel he had read in his past life, where characters wielded such strength. He found the thought of possessing 13,500 pounds of force somewhat acceptable. Gazing at the disheveled Chen Mai, Yi Ming felt a pang of guilt, but was at a loss for words. He simply tilted his head and stuck out his tongue, attempting to appear innocent. Chen Mai, exasperated, retorted, "Don't play dumb with me." The morning swiftly passed. Yi Ming's first experience enhancement session with Chen Mai concluded, leaving him invigorated. In stark contrast, Chen Mai, who had entered the training ground standing upright, now crawled out at midday. In the office's main hall, Chen Mai sprawled on the sofa like a defeated fish, his expression one of utter despair. The members of Team 136 looked on with a mix of astonishment and intrigue, each wearing various expressions of disbelief and amusement. What happened to the captain? It seems like he was bested by Yi Ming. Could it be? He appeared to be fine in the days following the initial training. The only one who could shed light on this was Yi Ming. Wu Xiangnan adjusted his glasses and turned to Yi Ming, asking, "Care to explain?" "This morning, I felt a slight increase in my strength, and this is what happened to the captain," Yi Ming replied, feigning innocence. Wu Xiangnan's expression darkened, that he didn't believe a word of it, as Chen Mai looked as though he were on the brink of collapse. This could not possibly be the result of Yi Ming's minor increase in strength. "Could you elaborate?" Hearing Wu Xiangnan's inquiry, Hong Ying and the others leaned in, eager to listen to Yi Ming, feeling cornered, divulged the truth. "During our practice, my base strength was around 3.375 tons. Now, it's increased to about 6.75 tons, 6.75. Wu Xiangnan nearly choked on his words, his face darkening further. "That's a full doubling. You call that a slight increase?" In stark contrast to Wu Xiangnan's incredulity, Hong Ying, Wen Qima, Si Xiaonan, Lung Xian, Lin Qie, and Zhao Kongsheng regarded Yi Ming with expressions akin to those reserved for a monster. This boy was nothing short of extraordinary. He awakened on the first day, reached the pool realm on the second, possessed an initial strength of 3.375 tons, and now, barely a week later, had doubled that to 6.75 tons. Had he been raised on steroids? No, even with steroids, such a growth rate was unfathomable. As Chen Mai lay on the sofa, some color returned to his face that he looked at Yi Ming and stated matter-of-factly, "You've exhausted me to this extent. I won't be able to train Lin Qie this afternoon, so I entrust this demanding task to you." Chen Mai's reasoning was irrefutable. Yi Ming, unable to find a counterargument, reluctantly acquiesced, "Fine, I'll train Qie, but you cannot miss our practice tomorrow morning." Chen Mai's expression shifted. "Look at me. I'm in this state that Ming replied nonchalantly. You're like this today, but you won't be tomorrow. Rest assured, as long as you train with me every morning, you can disregard Chia's training in the afternoon. I've got it covered. Chen Mai found himself bereft of a rebuttal. Resignedly agreeing with tears in his eyes, Wu Xiangnan and the others exchanged glances, suddenly feeling a surge of sympathy for their captain at noon. During lunch, Yi Ming reflected on the training outcomes of the morning. To his dismay, he discovered that the progress of his great immortal technique had only increased by a mere 0.1. This was far worse than he had anticipated. If he could only gain 0.1 each day, he would barely reach a total of 1.7 before the training concluded. What a colossal loss! After much contemplation, he finally identified the reason for the diminished returns, an insurmountable external factor. Due to Yi Ming's increased strength, he inadvertently pushed Chen Mai into an early state of fatigue during their sparring. As a result, Chen Mai's abilities could not be fully realized, leading to a decrease in Yi Ming's gains. Moreover, based on the rules for progress enhancement, even if Yi Ming deliberately suppressed his strength in future training, he would be unable to elevate his gains from 0.1 to 0.2. Suppressing his strength might even yield lower results. He resigned himself to his fate, finding solace in the notion that even mosquito meat is still meat. Meanwhile, as Yi Ming pondered, Honging glanced at Chen Mai, who sat beside her, listlessly consuming his boxed lunch. Before shifting her gaze to Lin Xie. Xie, are you afraid? Pausing mid-bite, Lin Xie swallowed hard and asked, why should I be afraid? Hong Ying responded matter-of-factly, of course, it's Yi Ming. Just look at what he did to the captain. He's going to train you this afternoon. Aren't you scared? The others around them listened intently, their expressions tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. Lin Xie mentally reviewed the abilities at his disposal, the celestial domain's starry night dancer. Then, with an air of calm confidence, he shook his head. There's no need for concern. I know my limits. Hong Ying frowned, puzzled. Is that what I meant? Lin Xie spoke to himself. To be honest, watching the captain become utterly exhausted every day under Ming Ji's relentless training fills me with curiosity about what it feels like to be trained by him. A masochist you are. Hong Ying rolled her eyes, choosing to ignore Lin Xie. Sitting to Lin Xie's right, when Shimura remarked, Xie, are you overestimating your confidence? You can't even defeat the captain. Typically, when Lin Xie practiced with Chen Mai, he would merely utilize the powers of the mortal realm's perception to maximize the training's effectiveness. He had never employed the speed-oriented starry night dancer. However, this time, he intended to give it a try against Ming Ge. Although this might significantly diminish the training's effectiveness, he felt an inexplicable desire to confront Ming Ge this way, hoping to earn his admiration that a slight smile curled at the corners of Lin Xie's mouth. I dare say this, for I have my plans. Seeing Lin Xie was unwilling to divulge more, when Shimura refrained from pressing further. After all, it was Lin Xie who would be training with Yi Ming. The peculiar one, in the afternoon, not him that in the afternoon, at the training ground, Yi Ming and Lin Xie stood facing each other, each wielding a training metal straight sword. Yi Ming asked, Xie, I heard you were eager to spar with me? Lin Xie nodded in response. Then I shall grant you that opportunity, Yi Ming declared. After a pause, he inquired, I possess full strength. How much do you wish to select? Yi Ming thought it best not to use his full power. When he unleashed his full strength, even Chen Mai was left in a pitiful state. How could a novice like Lin Xie, who had only awakened days ago, withstand that? Lin Xie contemplated if he relied solely on the mortal realm. He wouldn't even be able to evade the captain's strikes, let alone Ming Ji's. However, if he combined the mortal realm with the starry night dancer, the outcome would be entirely different. He believed he could evade Ming Ji's full strength. But to be cautious, he decided to start with a lesser amount. After all, he needed to assess Ming Ji's true capabilities firsthand to make an accurate judgment. Thus, Lin Xie proposed, how about 70%? Yi Ming nodded, then swiftly flicked his sword with his right hand, propelling himself forward with explosive force, landing right before Lin Xie with a resounding thud. Because they were so close, his speed resembled teleportation. Yi Ming swung his sword towards Lin Xie. The speed of his strike was astonishing, leaving only afterimages in its wake. Such a blow should have been unavoidable for Lin Xie, who was merely at the candlelight realm. Yet, to Yi Ming's surprise, Lin Xie exhibited an astonishing speed and deftly dodged the attack. Yi Ming furrowed his brow, pondering, is this the speed of the Starry Night Dancer? After evading Yi Ming's blade, Lin Xie took 3 or 4 steps back before coming to a halt, exhaling a long breath that he had pushed both his mortal realm and abilities to their utmost limits, managing to seemingly effortlessly evade Ming Ji's strike. This at least indicated that his strategy was sound. Utilizing both the mortal realm and the Starry Night Dancer together was significantly more effective than relying on either alone. Yi Ming turned to Lin Xie. No wonder you are so confident. You are quite impressive for evading my attack. Upon hearing Yi Ming's praise, Lin Xie couldn't help but smile broadly. I never engage in matters without certainty. The 136 squad was large, and he found every member commendable. Chun Mai was like a respected elder. Wu Xiangnan, though somewhat stubborn, gave him a sense of reliability in his actions. Hong Ying was the caring older sister. Wen Shima was the thoughtful, warm-hearted man. Although Long Xian always appeared icy, he possessed a gentleness within that surpassed all. As I Xiaonan and was adorable. Zhao Kongsheng, though he seemed unreliable, was undeniably trustworthy and deeply cared for the younger generation. Lin Xie, however, felt a unique sentiment towards Yi Ming. Perhaps it was because he had been saved by him twice, especially the second time when Minggu rushed to his aid in the dead of night wearing nothing but shorts. If they weren't both swordsmen, Lin Xie would have considered offering himself in gratitude. Perhaps it was also because Minggu, like him, was without parents, or perhaps it was due to Ming Ji's extraordinary prowess. After all, they were the same age, and he had awakened the day before, achieving the candlelight realm the very next day, a true anomaly. Or maybe it was because they were both divine agents? Overall, Lin Xie felt that Minggu represented a complex blend of elder, brother, and idol in his heart. Thus, to earn Yi Ming's respect and even receive a compliment filled him with immense joy. Lin Xie resolved that to gain even greater recognition from Minggu, he would challenge his full strength. He also wanted to discover the limits of his abilities. Lin Xie boldly declared, I wish to test your full strength. Yi Ming raised an eyebrow. Quite bold, aren't you? Very well, prepare to experience my full strength. Are you ready? Lin Xie responded, I'm ready. Once again, he summoned the mortal realm and the Starry Night Dancer to their utmost potential. Lin Xie believed that when Minggu unleashed his full power, it would be difficult to evade. However, he was confident that with these two abilities, even if he couldn't dodge, he wouldn't suffer a humiliating defeat. Then Yi Ming swung his sword. Bang! Lin Xie was sent flying. Lin Xie thought to himself. Yi Ming's blade was so fast, it was nearly invisible. This time, when Yi Ming swung his sword, it was merely the speed that was overwhelming. But when the blade made contact with Lin Xie, he had tempered his strength. Otherwise, given Lin Xie's current abilities, he would have likely suffered several broken ribs. Consequently, Lin Xie was sent soaring a good 10 meters before landing on the ground. Entirely unharmed, Lin Xie was unexpectedly flung away. He felt no negative emotions. Instead, he was filled with admiration. Ming Ji's full speed is astonishing. He believed that if Minggu continued to train him, the results would be even more beneficial. The reason was simple. While the captain's strikes were fierce, they were always measured. They left him feeling discomfort but not injured. Minggu, on the other hand, clearly had no such reservations. For instance, when Minggu had previously used 70% of his strength, he had been delivering full-force strikes. The fact that he had held back this time at full strength was likely out of concern for Lin Xie's safety. A warmth spread through Lin Xie's heart. Next, if he could persuade Minggu to use 80% of his strength, it should yield the best training results. He felt that by utilizing both the mortal realm and the Starry Night Dancer to their fullest, he could just barely manage against Ming Ji's 80%. Even if he couldn't withstand it, it would be no issue. He could always play the pity card and ask Minggu for healing later. Once he was back at full strength, he could endure another round of training. With these thoughts, a slight smile crept onto Lin Xie's face, filled with anticipation for the upcoming training that he intended to seize every moment and exert his utmost effort to grow stronger. For he had a family to protect. He also hoped that the next time danger approached, he would no longer be relegated to standing behind Minggu for protection, but could stand before him, confidently saying, "Brother, I've got this." Lin Xie cleared his throat and looked at Yi Ming. "Minggu, please feel free to train me rigorously from now on. However, I have one request. Just use 80%. Yi Ming twisted his neck, producing 2 crisp cracks for 80%. "Should I hold back?" "No, please feel free to unleash your full force," Lin Xie declared, brimming with fighting spirit, that Yi Ming gave an okay gesture before assuming a striking stance. Bang! He propelled himself forward, arriving before Lin Xie in the blink of an eye, and swung his straight sword like a tempest. Lin Xie activated the mortal realm and the starry night dancer to their fullest. Reacting in the instant, Yi Ming swung his blade. Their swords clashed together. Clang! Kulang kulang bang! Kulang 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 bang! Bang bang! The outcome of their exchange was as Lin Xie had anticipated. He exerted himself to the utmost, managing to cope with Ming Ji's strikes. Although he inevitably took some hits with each dodge or parry, the result was already quite favorable. He felt pain, yet he reveled in it. An hour later. Clang! Yi Ming executed a direct thrust, knocking Lin Xie's sword aside before delivering a kick to his abdomen. Whoosh! Lin Xie was sent flying. Yi Ming raised his sword, observing Lin Xie as he fell to the ground. Internally, he marveled, truly worthy of the original protagonist. Having awakened for such a short time, he can endure this long against me while utilizing the mortal realm and starry night dancer. Clearly, Lin Xie's mental strength in the candlelight realm was already quite high, possibly even at its peak. This was true genius. Unlike me, who, while perceived as an anomaly by outsiders, knows the truth. Without the existence of a progress bar, if I solely relied on my own training, I would never have achieved such results. With a progress bar, I only need to fight as needed to level up. Lin Xie's patience, perseverance, and resilience are truly commendable. If Lin Xie were to discover that Yi Ming held such an opinion of him in his heart, he would undoubtedly leap for joy. Of course, even if he were aware, he could not indulge in such exuberance at this moment. He still had to feign a pitiful demeanor. Thus, Lin Xie commenced his act, portraying himself as someone struggling painfully to rise from the ground. As he crawled, he mustered a voice that, though weak, bore a semblance of strength, saying, "Ming Ji, I can still go on." With great difficulty, Lin Xie managed to rise, swaying unsteadily as he made his way toward the discarded straight knife. After only a few steps, he stumbled and nearly fell, but he quickly regained his balance and continued, all the while murmuring to himself, "Hurry and heal. Hurry and heal." Yi Ming, watching Lin Xie's unwavering spirit and tenacity, felt a surge of emotion within him, reminiscent of his own arduous journey of learning in a past life but he had been a poor student, uninterested in academics. Sighing, Yi Ming displayed an expression akin to that of a caring adult for a wayward child, cleared his throat, and declared loudly, "Recover, my son." Lin Xie felt a strange energy coursing through his body, and in mere moments his injuries and fatigue vanished, restoring him to peak condition. Such is the power of spoken words. Truly, it is an extraordinarily convenient ability. Wait a moment. Ming Ji just referred to him as son? This term of endearment reminded Lin Xie of how he had addressed his college roommates. But he had never attended college. Was it during high school? No, he had never stayed in a dorm. Middle school, then? He hadn't stayed in a dorm there either. Well, Lin Xie realized that the associations he had just made were likely derived from soap operas he had watched with his aunt. He understood that when Ming Ji referred to him as son, it was merely a jest to owe him. If Ming Ji could consistently provide such exceptional service, he would not mind being called son or even grandson. Once Lin Xie had fully recovered, he quickened his pace, bounding toward the straight knife. With a flick of his toes, the knife soared into the air. He seized it, twirled it effortlessly, and made a provocative gesture toward Yi Ming, exclaiming, "Ming Ji, come on, let us continue." Yi Ming's expression darkened instantly. Observing Lin Xie's jubilant demeanor, he felt as though he had been played for a fool. That pitiful display earlier was undoubtedly an act. Clenching the knife tightly, Yi Ming charged at Lin Xie once more. An hour passed in the blink of an eye, and Lin Xie found himself battered and bruised yet again. However, this time he did not feign weakness to solicit Yi Ming as assistance. Instead, he lay on the ground with a contented expression. "Let us call it a day for training." Too much can be as detrimental as too little. That I need to rest well and prepare for tonight's firearms training. He gently closed his eyes, intending to take a brief respite, when he suddenly sensed a peculiar energy infiltrating his body. His previously injured and exhausted physique was instantly revitalized, brimming with vigor. Lin Xie. Yi Ming exhibited signs of fatigue, a result of expending excessive mental energy while healing Lin Xie twice. Yet this did not diminish his physical strength. He coldly addressed Lin Xie. Why are you lying down? Get up and keep practicing. His ability to manifest healing through mere words was not to be taken lightly. Startled, Lin Xie sprang upright, hastily waving his hands. No, 2 doses are sufficient. Yi Ming, however, was unconcerned, charging at Lin Xie with a resounding thud. 2 doses? I fear you may not be sated. You need another. Lin Xie took off running, pleading, Ming Ji, spare me. Yi Ming pursued him, delivering yet another round of strikes. Of course, his actions were not solely retaliatory for Lin Xie's earlier antics. He harbored another intention, to expedite Lin Xie's growth as a time traveler. He had deprived Lin Xie of numerous opportunities for development and experience, such as encounters with the Ghost Masked Man, the Ghost Masked King, and the Nandu Snake Demon. Yi Ming felt a twinge of guilt and sought to compensate by inflicting a few more blows on Lin Xie. Chapter 30. Minggu, are you cheating? A week later, Yi Ming, having diligently reviewed Chun Mai's techniques daily, successfully garnered a 0.6 progress gain, elevating his overall proficiency in the Great Immortal Art from 15.2 to 158. It is worth noting that despite the considerable effort and mental energy he expended while training Lin Xie each afternoon, there had been no corresponding improvement in his progress, likely due to Lin Xie's relatively low level. That evening, after administering his customary 3 beatings to Lin Xie, Yi Ming prepared to leave the training grounds when Lin Xie called out, Ming Ji. Yi Ming turned to Lin Xie, casting a puzzled glance in his direction. Lin Xie's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he continued, I had a request. After tonight's firearms training, if Ming Ji could heal me one more time, I would be willing to let you strike me again. Yi Ming raised an eyebrow. Are you a masochist? Lin Xie's proposal stemmed from the realization that after enduring Yi Ming's blows for a week, he had suddenly recalled his heightened combat prowess at night. Thus, he wished to test whether he could reclaim a Vict Chun Mai, when Shima believes that Lin Xie is being overly reckless. The full strength of Yi Ming, is that truly something you, at your current level, ought to challenge? If Yi Ming were to strike without moderation and injure you, we would all feel a pang of sorrow. Si Xiaonan glanced at Lin Xie, then at Hong Ying. Sister Hong Ying, isn't this just asking for trouble? Hong Ying contemplated seriously. Indeed, Xiaonan, prepare the first aid kit. He is not like the captain. The captain can withstand a lot, but she cannot. Xiaonan nodded rapidly like a chick pecking at rice. Sure thing. Wu Xiangnan turned to Chun Mai. Captain, what is your perspective? Chun Mai, lost in thought, remarked, Xie is not a reckless child. He must have his own plans behind this. Let us wait and see. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yi Ming and Lin Xie commenced their battle. Bang. Yi Ming unleashed his full power, instantly darting to Lin Xie's front and executing a strike so swift that not even a shadow could be perceived. Last time, Lin Xie had no opportunity to react and was sent flying by Yi Ming. However, this time, the circumstances were entirely different. Although Lin Xie's mortal realm divine domain had not seen any enhancement, his heightened perception allowed him to barely catch the traces of Yi Ming's blade. Previously, he had failed to evade due to his sluggish speed and delayed reaction. But this time was different. Enhanced by the Night Star Dancer, his speed had multiplied several times compared to daytime, enabling him to react promptly to Yi Ming's strikes. He deftly dodged the attack. That's why Yi Ming followed up with 9 successive strikes, all of which Lin Xie skillfully evaded. The onlookers were utterly astonished. Hong Ying exclaimed, My goodness, how has this kid Xie become so formidable at night? When Shima, bemused, replied, Hong Ying, what an astonishingly unorthodox expression you have chosen. Si Xiaonan's eyes sparkled. Xie has transformed into a knight 10 blades. When Shima's expression darkened further, Xiaonan, you too. After evading Yi Ming's 10th attack, Lin Xie felt a surge of pride. Finally, he had turned the tide. The Night Star Dancer truly did not deceive me. He felt a bit smug. Ming, did you forget to have dinner tonight? Yi Ming's face darkened instantly. Damn it, the Night Star Dancer's abilities at night are simply too overpowered, with a scowl. He retorted, if you have the guts, don't dodge. Lin Xie, brimming with arrogance, replied, that is not an option in a direct confrontation. My physique simply cannot withstand your blade. Ming Gu. Yi Ming rolled his eyes and calmly declared, at this moment, Lin Xie's divine domain shall be disabled for 1 minute. Lin Xie, he soon discovered that his mortal realm divine domain had vanished. Lin Xie, after disabling Lin Xie's mortal realm divine domain, Yi Ming smirked wickedly and rushed towards him, delivering a series of vicious blows. Let us see you run now. You can't even react, so how can you escape? Lin Xie shouted in protest. This is unfair. Ming Gu, you're cheating. Chapter 31. Ming Yi vs. Team 136. Yi Ming swiftly completed Lin Xie's 4th round of punishment for the day, feeling quite satisfied. Lin Xie was left in tears after training concluded. The onlookers departed one after another. Before leaving, Chen Mai cast a mysterious glance at Yi Ming and Lin Xie. Make sure you both rest well tonight. Tomorrow, I have arranged an extraordinarily grueling special training for you. Prepare yourselves. Yi Ming and Lin Xie exchanged glances. An extraordinarily grueling special training. That sounds rather intimidating. Just as they intended to inquire about the details from Chen Mai, they realized he had already vanished without a trace. With no way to ask, they could only brace themselves for the unknown to why Yi Ming and Lin Xie bid farewell and soon return home. Compared to previous days, he felt exceedingly fatigued, having treated Lin Xie 3 times that day. After dragging his weary body into the shower, he collapsed onto his bed. Staring at the ceiling, he mentally reviewed the past week and his research on the 3 teachings of the divine domain. Take today's incident, for example, that he had disabled Lin Xie's divine domain, incorporating a specific duration into his wording for the first time. This was one of the findings from his recent week of research. Among the various rules, except for compelling an individual to perform a specific action such as self-harm, all other disabling or mind control rules, like forbidding the use of the divine domain, sitting, or rolling, must specify an exact duration. Otherwise, the effect lasts only a few seconds. The disabling rules must indicate a time frame, or they will not take effect, with the minimum duration being 1 minute. The longer the target is held under a particular rule, the greater the mental energy consumed by Yi Ming. Among these rules, directly breaking another's divine domain consumes the most mental energy, followed by the disabling type. Disabling another's divine domain or mortal realm consumes 1/10 of Yi Ming's mental energy for every minute it lasts at his peak state. There are numerous restrictions on using this disabling rule. For instance, it is most effective against those of lower realms. The duration may decrease against equals, especially when targeting divine domains. This reduction means that if Yi Ming sets a duration of 1 minute, the actual effect may only last half a minute or even shorter. The disabling effect has no impact on targets of a higher realm. Additionally, Yi Ming discovered some intriguing aspects regarding the effects of verbal commands. Unlike magic, which requires specific incantations, verbal commands can yield effects simply through casual speech, although the strength of these effects varies. That's why Yi Ming summarized these into 3 categories. 1. Few words with precise expression yield weaker effects, such as commands like sit or roll. 2. More words with precise expression yield normal effects, like I take a step of 20 zhong. 3. Many words, ornate language with precise expression, yield progressively stronger effects based on content. For instance, Yi Ming previously used, the blade I wield, sharp as frost, cleaves gold and jade, severing hair with ease, invincible. Reaching this point in reflection, Yi Ming contemplated perhaps trying poetry in the future. For instance, Li Bai's The Heroic Journey, which speaks of killing one in 10 steps and leaving no trace in 1,000 miles, is both grand and precise. He wondered what effects it might produce. Finally, he noted that silent recitation could also yield results, albeit with significantly diminished power. The following morning, Chen Mai summoned all core members, along with Yi Ming and Lin Xie, to a meeting in the conference room. After a brief introduction, he invited Wu Xiangnan to speak. Adjusting his glasses, Wu Xiangnan addressed Yi Ming and Lin Xie. Yi Ming, Xie, I've gained insights into the new recruit's training through some connections. Hearing this, Ming perked up, though a flicker of unease stirred within him, as the original narrative did not mention this. Could my arrival have caused some unforeseen changes in the new recruit's training? Lin Xia also became attentive, having always been curious about the new recruit's training that Wu Xiangnan continued. From what I've gathered, there are many prodigies among this batch of recruits. Such prodigies are often proud and arrogant. Given my understanding of the training camp, the instructors responsible for you will likely invite some graduated teams to establish authority. Typically, these are special teams. Thus, to prevent you two from embarrassing Team 136, the captain has decided to arrange a special training for you. Wu Xiangnan's gaze swept across the other members in the conference room. Hong Ying, Si Xiaonan, Wen Qimo, Lung Xian, stand up. The four of you, along with the captain, will form a temporary team. Hong Ying, curious, inquired. And then, Wu Xiangnan, don't rush, I'm not finished yet. He turned to Ming and Lin Xia. You two newcomers will form a team together. Ming raised an eyebrow. Immediately grasping the nature of the special training Mai mentioned yesterday, he exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Xia, who also understood the captain's intentions. This was to set them up for a suppression battle. Noticing the expressions of Ming and Lin Xia, Wu Xiangnan smiled slightly. It seems you two have guessed the content of the special training. Why? Ming shrugged. Only a fool wouldn't be able to figure it out. Hong Ying asked, Wu Xiangnan, what is the content of the special training? Ming. Wu Xiangnan's lips curled slightly as he addressed Hong Ying. ISNT it quite obvious. The captain intends for you five to battle against Ming and Xia. Upon hearing this, Hong Ying became excited, though a hint of doubt lingered. I understand now, but isn't it a bit unfair for us to fight them? Ming might be an anomaly, so perhaps he won't have any issues. But what about Xia? Chen Mai cast a fleeting glance at Hong Ying and remarked, do not fret. Have you forgotten the training session of Ming and Lin Xia from last night? Hong Ying pondered for a moment, then fell silent. Wu Xiangnan interjected. All right, it seems there are no objections. So, is settled. He retrieved 2 black boxes, which had long been prepared, from beneath the table and tossed them to Ming and Lin Xia, saying, Here, these are your weapons. After Ming and Lin Xia accepted their weapons, Chen Mai personally led the group outside, declaring, Let us proceed to the simulated battlefield. Wu Xiangnan, however, remained behind at the monitoring center of the headquarters. A short while later, Ming and Lin Xia followed Chen Mai and the others as they departed the office, swiftly arriving at a rather secluded area within an old residential district. The surroundings were dominated by dilapidated buildings awaiting demolition, devoid of any inhabitants. Chen Mai instructed Zhao Kongsheng to expand the barrier of the void, isolating this area from the outside world. The 5 of them were divided into 2 groups. Standing 50 meters apart, facing Ming and Lin Xia, in Ming's earpiece, Wu Xiangnan's voice resonated. Ming, Xia, be prepared. The captain will unleash his full strength shortly. Chapter 32. Lung Xian, be cautious of your right side. The battle between Minji and Team 136 commenced at the onset of the conflict. Chen Mai brandished 2 straight blades, exuding a fierce aura as he made the first move, charging towards Ming. Following him, the second to act was Hong Ying, wielding a long spear that gradually ignited with a pink flame, her target being Lin Xia. Wen Qimo, Si Xiaonan, and Lung Xian had vanished without a trace. Wen Qimo and Si Xiaonan also sprang into action, swiftly retreating a short distance before positioning themselves closely together, ready to strike. Ming glanced at the oncoming Chen Mai and then at Hong Ying advancing toward Lin Xia. Turning to Lin Xia and asking, Can you handle this? Lin Xia smirked. Having trained under Brother Ming for a week, I must be able to. Ming nodded, drawing the straight blade from the black box. Flicking his left thumb against the blade's guard. With a sharp sound, the straight blade was unsheathed. He grasped the hilt with his right hand and charged towards Chen Mai in the midst of the battle. Ming activated the void, proclaiming as he ran, The blade I wield is as sharp as frost, capable of cleaving gold and jade, severing hair with a breath, and is indomitable that a series of laws infused into the straight blade in his hand, causing mysterious golden patterns to emerge on its surface. Chen Mai raised an eyebrow. Good lad, starting off strong. Ming grinned, of course, if I did not strike first. How can I contend with your full force assault? Chun Mai refrained from further commentary, instead channeling his mental energy from his sea of consciousness, swiftly enveloping the surface of his straight blade. To counter Yi Ming's laws, he could only rely on his mental prowess. As for its effectiveness, he remained uncertain. With a resounding clash, Chun Mai accelerated. Bang! Yi Ming too surged forward. In an instant, they collided, simultaneously swinging their weapons. Clang! Yi Ming's straight blade struck fiercely against Chun Mai's, unlike the times he had effortlessly sliced through formidable foes. This time his blade failed to penetrate Chun Mai's. This left Yi Ming astonished. After all, his law power was effective against targets a realm above him. Why had it faltered this time? Could it be that Chun Mai's mental power was too formidable? Yi Ming dismissed this notion. Never mind, he thought. Since the law power was ineffective, he would resort to his own strength to send Chun Mai flying. Yet, Chun Mai disappointed him. During their training, both had relied primarily on brute strength. Now, in this simulated battle, he employed finesse, utilizing techniques to deflect Yi Ming's blade aside, causing it to crash violently against the concrete ground. Boom! The concrete shattered under the force of the strike. Yi Ming's expression reflected surprise, but he swiftly swung his blade once more. Chun Mai followed suit, and the two engaged in a rapid exchange of blows. The clashing sounds echoing in the in a blur. They traded 5 strikes, neither gaining the upper hand. Both retreated 3 meters, creating distance between them. Yi Ming regarded Chun Mai with admiration. Captain, it appears you've been holding back all along. In a genuine contest, the disparity between us is evident. I am no match for you. Chun Mai smiled lightly. Do not underestimate yourself. Your foundation is solid, and your techniques can be honed over time. Yi Ming glanced at his blade, a question forming in his mind. Chun Mai gave him a look that invited him to speak. Yi Ming inquired. Logically, my void should affect those a realm above me. Yet my blade failed to sever yours. Chun Mai smiled slightly. The reasoning is simple. There is no invincible ability. Even within the same realm, individuals differ. The battlefield is often complex and ever-changing. You have a long way to go. Learn to adapt. Yi Ming furrowed his brow, sensing that the issue lay elsewhere. But if a person's willpower could resist laws, then could Chun Mai's blade possess willpower too? Clearly, that was impossible. Suddenly, a thought struck him, prompting him to conduct an experiment. Yi Ming gripped his blade and positioned it before him, stating, Captain, let us continue. Chun Mai replied, Very well. Bang, bang. Both sides charged toward each other once more, instantly re-engaging and swinging their blades. Clang! The 2 straight blades collided fiercely. Yi Ming bore a sly grin. Captain, see if you can withstand this move. Chun Mai responded with a confused expression. Yi Ming commanded, Sit. Bang! Chun Mai's body uncontrollably sank to the ground. Chun Mai. Yi Ming's heart leaped with joy that he had discovered the cause. His blade could not sever Chun Mai's because the law he applied was not directly on the blade. He had first attached the law to himself, then used his body as a medium to transfer it to the blade. After all, the current void only affected living beings within his line of sight, that a blade was not a living entity. Thus, from a certain perspective, Yi Ming's method of applying the law to the blade through his body constituted a loophole in the void. This was also why his command to sit had caused Chun Mai to comply. Yi Ming took a step back, raising his blade to attempt to disarm Chun Mai. Yet at that moment, an ominous warning surged within him, and without a second thought, he turned his head to the side. Just then, a loud bang echoed. A specially designed training rubber bullet zipped past Yi Ming's cheek. Though it was merely a rubber bullet, had he not moved, he would have sustained serious injury. Yi Ming immediately scanned the rooftop where the sniper was positioned. Having entered the realm of the pool, his senses were significantly heightened, and his vision extended far beyond 1,000 meters. He clearly spotted Long Xian lying in wait atop the roof, preparing to ambush him. Using the reflections from nearby glass, he discerned the surrounding environment. A smirk crept across his face. You're finished now. At that moment, he knew he must be beside Long Xian in an instant. Yi Ming vanished from Chun Mai's view, reappearing at Long Xian's right side. His arrival was so seamless that it seemed as if he had always belonged there, leaving Long Xian completely unaware. Once Yi Ming disappeared, Chun Mai stood up, having heard Yi Ming's earlier remarks, and turned to look toward Lung Xian's position, confirming that Yi Ming was indeed standing next to Lung Xian, who was oblivious. Chen Mai's expression was complex, truly astonishing, an enviable ability. When Qima and Si Xiaonan, who had been poised to act, witnessed Yi Ming's sudden disappearance, and seeing their captain gazing in a specific direction, they followed his gaze in astonishment. The sight of Yi Ming, who had just been in front of them, now standing a kilometer away beside Lung Xian, left them aghast. I Xiaonan hurriedly alerted Lung Xian through the communication device. Lung Xian, watch your right side. Chapter 33. Foolish child, are you not yet awake? Upon hearing Si Xiaonan's warning, Lung Xian curiously glanced to his right, only for his pupils to constrict in shock. There stood Yi Ming, the very target of his previous ambush, now smiling as he regarded him. Without granting Lung Xian a moment to react, Yi Ming cast a spell, saying, "Sleep for a quarter of an hour." The duration added to the laws incurs a relatively high mental cost. However, aside from the rules pertaining to the Forbidden Ruins, the consumption of other laws is nearly negligible. Cold Xian suddenly felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. Cheating, he muttered, before succumbing to a deep slumber. After dealing with Cold Xian, Yi Ming did not hastily return to the battlefield. Instead, he directed his thoughts towards the spirit platform, checking the progress of the grand immortal technique. He had just engaged in a battle with Chen Mai in a real combat environment. Distinct from their training, Yi Ming was curious to see if such a confrontation could yield any progress. To his surprise, the duel with Chen Mai brought no benefits, while a stray bullet from Cold Xian resulted in a slight gain. In a real battlefield environment, successfully dodging a bullet granted a progress increase of 0.00001. Yi Ming had not anticipated that such an action could enhance his progress. However, this increase hinged on two key phrases: real battlefield environment and dodging bullets. The former clearly indicated that effectiveness was only achievable outside of training conditions. The latter was intriguing. The record did not specify the type of bullet or the manner in which it was fired. This suggested that as long as one dodged bullets in a real battlefield environment, one could attain this 0.00001 progress gain. Although this benefit seemed trivial, it held the potential to yield substantial rewards for Yi Ming in the future. This would occur during the new recruit training, Extreme Training. At that time, all new recruits will be sent to Jinan Mountain, pursued relentlessly by over 200 drones capable of firing bullets. The purpose of this extreme training was to simulate a real battlefield environment, akin to the significance of Yi Ming's recent battle with Team 136, thus, there was a high probability of gaining progress. If Yi Ming could attract the attention of all the drones, and each drone fired even 1,000 rounds, he would reap considerable rewards. Yi Ming's consciousness withdrew from the spirit platform, and he stood atop the rooftop as a spectator. A kilometer away, Hong Ying wielded a spear engulfed in rose-colored flames, launching a fierce assault against Lin Xie. However, with the enhancement of the mortal realm and the Starry Night Dancer, Lin Xie managed to respond effortlessly. Given Lin Xie's current level, the only opponent he could not contend with while activating both abilities was likely Yi Ming. The captain might also be included in that category, after several failed attempts to strike Lin Xie. Hong Ying's frustration grew. "Is dodging your only tactic?" Lin Xie replied. "What else is there?" Enraged, Hong Ying's spear ignited in a surge of rose-colored flames, which expanded exponentially. She raised her spear high, bringing it down forcefully towards Lin Xie. The engorged flames morphed into a colossal wave of fire, crashing down upon Lin Xie. Alarmed, he hurriedly activated the Starry Night Dancer and sprinted 30 meters to narrowly evade the fiery tide. If only it were night, he thought to himself. Fortunately, he managed to dodge it. As Lin Xie regained his footing, he glanced at Hong Ying and noticed her cold smirk aimed at him. "Wen Shima," she shouted. The mere utterance of the name jolted Lin Xie's spirit, and in an instant, the Hong Ying before him transformed into another person, a middle-aged woman who embraced him. Lin Xie's eyes widened in disbelief. "Aunt? What are you doing here?" He felt a surge of panic, for he had told his aunt he was joining the army. Yet here he was, encountering her in the old residential district. She would surely be heartbroken by his deception. Lin Xie had never experienced Wen Shima's heart demon binding technique and was entirely oblivious to it. Consequently, he could not instantly recognize it as an illusion and expend mental energy to resist, as Han Xiaoyun would soon do. Even if Lin Qiye realized it was a mirage, escaping it would be daunting. His aunt was one of his greatest heart demons. He feared losing her and wished to protect her. Additionally, his current level was too low to contend with the keeper of the pool, Wen Shima's forbidden ruins. Helplessly, Lin Xie approached Hong Ying. "Aunt, I didn't mean to deceive you." Hong Ying remained silent, arms akimbo, her expression one of ire, knowing that speaking would reveal the ruse. Seeing her silent reproach, Lin Xie felt guilt wash over him. "Aunt, are you angry? Please listen to me." Before he could finish his sentence, Yi Ming materialized beside him and said, "Fool, why are you still asleep?" A law entered Lin Xie's body, and the ant before him instantly transformed back into Hong Ying. Lin Xie was momentarily stunned. The law Yi Ming employed was a forbidden-breaking law, typically requiring a significant mental expenditure. However, in this context, the high cost referred to the direct disruption of a superpower user's current forbidden ruins, rather than an additional burden placed on a third party. For instance, if Yi Ming aimed to break Hong Ying's own rose flame attire, it would impose a substantial toll on his mental energy, typically no less than 1/3. Conversely, breaking the heart demon binding spell that Wen Qima had cast on Lin Xie incurred little to no cost. "You pervert!" Hong Ying shot Yi Ming a glare before turning to Lin Xie with a teasing expression. "Dear nephew, why the sudden silence?" Lin Xie felt his face flush with embarrassment, wishing fervently for a hole to hide in. Yet soon, a look of confusion crossed his features. "What just happened?" Hong Ying explained the effects of Wen Qima's sequence 180 heart demon binding law. Upon hearing this, Lin Xie grasped the gravity of the situation. "It truly is an insidious, forbidden ruins. I must be more vigilant in the future." Chun Mai crossed his arms, looking dejected. "It seems today's special training cannot proceed." Yi Ming inquired, "Why not? What do you think?" Chun Mai shot Yi Ming an exasperated glance. Wen Qima, cradling her head in her hands, looked at Yi Ming with a resigned expression. "Though I hate to admit it, your abilities can almost counteract all of us. Until we devise a method to deal with you, this special training holds no significance." Wu Xiangnan chimed in through the earpiece. "That's a good thing. At least we can confirm one thing. Yi Ming won't embarrass us at the onset of the training." Zhao Kongqing added, "Little Yi, I saw your performance on video. You and the captain were indeed impressive. I want to come up with a few lines for myself next time." Hong Ying retorted, "Old Zhao, Yi Ming's incantations are genuinely effective. What do yours achieve?" Zhao Kongqing replied, "Coolness." Hong Ying was left speechless. Chun Mai communicated through the comms. "Old Zhao, retract the boundless void. The special training is over. We will proceed with the previous training schedule." After the special training concluded, Yi Ming noticed another increase in his progress. Engaging in fierce combat with Team 136 in a real battlefield environment resulted in a progress increase of 1.79999. He was slightly astonished. Could this really be so? His total progress had now reached 17.6. Just as Yi Ming stepped out of the simulated battlefield, Zhao Kongqing pulled him into a secluded alley. Standing before Yi Ming, Zhao Kongqing appeared anxious, hesitating to speak. Why Yi Ming raised an eyebrow. "Zhao Ge, if there's something on your mind, just say it." Zhao Kongqing took a deep breath. "Your ability to manifest laws is quite remarkable. Could you do me a favor? Cast a spell on me, and perhaps I could awaken a forbidden ruins." Chapter 34. Zhao Kongqing's request. Upon hearing Zhao Kongqing's request, Yi Ming's eyes widened. He remained silent for a long moment, feeling that old Zhao was indeed a genius for considering such an application of the laws. Yi Ming believed that Zhao Kongqing's idea was theoretically sound. From a certain perspective, facilitating the awakening of others' forbidden ruins was also a part of the laws. Although Yi Ming had not interacted extensively with Zhao Kongqing, he held only goodwill towards him, devoid of any negative feelings. This was naturally due to having read the original story in his past life, that he understood that Zhao Kongqing was the type of person who would sacrifice himself without hesitation to protect others and defend his country. Such individuals were undoubtedly worthy of possessing a forbidden ruins. Seeing Yi Ming's prolonged silence, Zhao Kongqing assumed he was being unreasonable. He ran a hand through his buzz cut and smiled. "Sorry, I was being too fanciful." How could such a thing be possible? Yi Ming shook his head. You're not being fanciful. My silence is merely me contemplating the feasibility of this matter. Zhao Kongqing's eyes brightened. So you mean? I think it's worth a try, Yi Ming replied with a smile. With a clap of his hands before Yi Ming, Zhao Kongqing adopted a devout expression. Then I entrust this to you. If you can help me awaken a forbidden ruins without betraying the country or my comrades, I am willing to do anything for you. Yi Ming's lips curled into a smile. This man, even when in need of assistance, made his position clear, which was commendable. Normally, making demands of others while imposing additional conditions would often render the request unfulfillable. That's why Yi Ming said, Zhao Go, take a few steps back and stand still. Let me give it a try. Zhao Kongqing promptly complied with the instructions, stepping back several paces to create a certain distance from Yi Ming, then gazing at him with eager anticipation. Yi Ming cleared his throat and unleashed his divine realm. The three teachings Dharma Assembly commenced. He lifted his right arm, extending his finger towards Zhao Kongqing, and declared loudly, Please allow Zhao Kongqing to awaken the forbidden ruins. Upon uttering these words, Yi Ming immediately felt as though half of the spiritual energy within his mind had been siphoned away by an unseen force. In a remarkably brief span, it was completely drained. Had this occurred on any other occasion, he would have likely felt a surge of panic, pondering what ability could so extensively deplete his spiritual energy. The draining of spiritual energy posed a grave risk. Yet, in this moment, Yi Ming felt an overwhelming excitement. The loss of spiritual energy indicated that his spoken spell had indeed taken effect, perhaps through the three teachings Dharma Assembly. He could truly enable Zhao Kongqing to awaken the forbidden ruins. That he vividly recalled that Zhao Kongqing's forbidden ruins were the sequence 083, known as the Oblivion Flashing Moon, a formidable and striking forbidden ruins. After Yi Ming's spiritual energy was drained, a dark vortex suddenly materialized 100 meters above their location. The vortex's center, a crimson moon flickered into view that a powerful aura erupted from the black whirlpool. Sweeping outwards, Chun Mai and the others, poised to depart, were taken aback by this aura, their expressions shifting as they hurriedly gazed towards the dark vortex in the sky. Chun Mai narrowed his gaze. Is someone awakening? Hong Ying exclaimed in surprise. No way. Could it be that another person is awakening the forbidden ruins? Having just witnessed 2 awakenings not long ago, she was particularly sensitive to such occurrences. Upon seeing the celestial phenomenon, she instinctively believed it to be a sign of the forbidden ruins. When Shima shook his head, it doesn't seem like it. The power of this phenomenon pales in comparison to Yi Ming. Chimai nodded. Indeed, it is considerably weaker than Lin Chi's. This must be the awakening of a forbidden ruins. They are not far from us. Let us go and take a look. Just as they were about to set off, a black dragon, fierce and clawing, erupted from the dark vortex, seemingly poised to dive down. Zhao Kongqing looked up at the black vortex above him, his eyes brimming with expectation. His forbidden ruins had triggered a celestial phenomenon. This signified that the forbidden ruins sequence was likely not low. He also noticed a black dragon within the vortex, making a motion as though it would pounce upon him. Zhao Kongqing's face lit up with excitement. Come here. Darling. As the black dragon appeared to burst forth from the vortex, Yi Ming suddenly coughed up a mouthful of black blood. His complexion drained to an ashen hue, and he slumped towards the ground. With his collapse, the dark vortex above swiftly began to dissipate. Just before he spat blood, Yi Ming felt the spiritual energy that had been drained from his mind returning. However, that spiritual energy did not return to his sea of consciousness. Instead, it surged chaotically within his body. This sensation was excruciating. Ultimately, the erratic spiritual energy crashed against his abdomen, forcing him to involuntarily expel another mouthful of blood. I could see that moment. Yi Ming's consciousness grew hazy in the depths of his mind. He seemed to hear a voice filled with fury. Law of backlash? Foolish child. Your realm is far too low. Be more cautious next time. This was the voice of the Bodhi ancestor. Thud. Yi Ming collapsed on the ground, his consciousness fading as he fell into a deep unconsciousness. Although Zhao Kongqing was unaware of the precise events that had transpired, he could infer the situation from Yi Ming's dire state. This was undoubtedly a consequence of Yi Ming's defiance, resulting in divine retribution. Panic surged within him as he swiftly dashed to Yiming's side, cradling him in his arms, his expression one of extreme anxiety. When Zhe Kongcheng spoke, his voice trembled with tension, becoming high-pitched. Xiao Yi? Xiao Yi, don't scare me. Xiao Yi! Xiao Yi, wake up! Chun Mai and the others rushed over, their eyes widening at the scene before them. Ming Ge! Lin Xie was the first to reach Yiming's side, crouching beside Zhe Kongcheng. Concern etched on his face. The others followed suit, hurrying to join them. Chun Mai furrowed his brow, his tone unusually laced with anger. Zhe Kongcheng, what happened here? I don't know, Zhe Kongcheng replied, his face a mask of panic. Tears brimming in his eyes. As I Xiaonan knelt beside Yiming and said to Lin Xie, Cha, help me out. Lay Yiming flat on the ground. Lin Xie quickly assisted, and together with Xiaonan, they gently placed Yiming down. Xiaonan immediately began examining him. Breathing erratic, pulse unstable, heart rate. Zhe Kongcheng sat nearby, sobbing loudly. I am truly a beast. Why did I let Xiao Yi do such a thing? If anything happens to him, I shall pay with my life. Chen Mai crouched beside Zhe Kongcheng and slapped him across the face, his gaze stern. Zhe Kongcheng, I am asking you a question. Moreover, if Yiming truly has an issue, will your life be of any use? Zhe Kongcheng, stung by the blow, gradually calmed down and finally recounted the cause of Yiming's sudden fainting. Gasp. The group inhaled sharply upon hearing this. Attempt to awaken someone without forbidden ruins was an utterly insane notion. Hong Ying pointed an accusatory finger at Zhe Kongcheng. Old Zhao, you fool. Chen Mai pondered for a moment. If that's the case, he must have suffered a backlash from the laws. Zhe Kongcheng's expression tightened. Is there a risk to his life? Chen Mai looked at Yiming with concern. That will depend on his own fortune. I could see that moment. Xiaonan finished her examination of Yiming and stood up, letting out a sigh of relief. Yiming is fine. Lin Xie, perplexed, asked, weren't you just saying that Ming Ge was in dire straits? Xiaonan shook her head. I cannot explain it. It is as if some force has saved Yiming. Lin Xie immediately speculated. It must be the deity behind him. Chen Mai exhaled deeply. It seems the deity watching over Yiming holds him in high regard, as Xiaonan added. Although he is fine, he will likely remain unconscious for a while, with training sessions approaching. How could this happen? Thus, Yiming fell into a deep slumber just before the new recruit training commenced. Chapter 35. The new recruit training is about to begin at the end of August. There are less than 3 days remaining until the official start of the new recruit training in Guangshan City. Within a luxurious clubhouse, a chubby young boy, swathed in a bath towel, lay on a bed, indulging in a massage from 2 young models. Suddenly, the chubby boy seemed to recall something and shouted towards the door of the private room. Have the tickets to the capital been booked? Creak. The door swung open, revealing a middle-aged man in a sharply tailored suit. This was the chubby boy's steward. As the steward approached, he slightly bowed. Young master, we've just received news that the training location has changed. The chubby boy furrowed his brow in surprise. Huh. Where has it been changed to? The steward replied. Songnan City. The chubby boy's surprise deepened. Songnan? What sort of place is that? The steward explained. It is a small city located in the southeast. After a brief pause, he added, Please, young master, do not worry. Although the training location has changed, we will still make the best arrangements for you. After a moment of silence, the chubby boy suddenly sprang up from the bed, waving away the 2 young models. It has always been in the capital. Suddenly changing to Songnan feels like something extraordinary is about to happen. Quickly book me a ticket for tomorrow. I want to go to Songnan and meet new friends. The steward's expression turned alarmed. Tomorrow, young master, isn't that a bit too soon? The chubby boy sat on the bed, smacking it 3 times, producing loud cracks. When I say go, you go. Why all the nonsense? Seeing his young master in a rage, the steward could only reluctantly agree. Just as he was about to turn to leave, he remembered something and reminded the chubby boy. Young master, once you arrive in Songnan, it's advisable to speak Mandarin. Otherwise, the locals might not understand. I could see the foot of Jiuhua Mountain, a black-haired youth, with disheveled hair and clad in a purple t-shirt and light blue jeans, faced Jiuhua Mountain, hands clasped together, and bowed slightly. Master, I am leaving. With that, the black-haired youth turned with determination and began to walk away. Pondering the master's instructions before his departure, You will encounter two individuals in Songnan. One will grant you redemption, while the other will save you. Here are two hints that may assist you in finding them. The first hint: 2 trees stand tall, the 8 deities depart. 10 years of night, guiding the world. The second hint: Yi Shang's teachings illuminate the ruins, the sound of the bell resounding through the heavens. Following the divine words, dispel the fog, purge the external evil, and stabilize the 8 desolations. Chao Yuan, may all your endeavors proceed smoothly, your path be clear, and all who you meet be benevolent. Amit Ba, on a green train heading to Songnan City. At the junction between the 13th and 14th carriages, Shen Qingzhu gazed silently out the window at the receding scenery. His 2 lackeys leaned against the train wall, their faces expressing a sense of desolation. Deng Wei, Shen Ge, how long until we arrive? Shen Qingzhu replied softly, it will be soon. Deng Wei retorted, you've been saying that for the past 2 hours. At that moment, the restroom door swung open, and Li Liang emerged, looking pale and disoriented. I feel like I'm about to vomit. He groaned. Li Jia expressed concern. With your physique, I'm genuinely worried whether you'll manage to endure the new recruit training. Li Liang sighed. What can I do? I've been prone to motion sickness in childhood that I'll have to go back and throw up for a bit. Just then, a train attendant happened to pass by and noticed Li Liang's condition. Why aren't you taking any motion sickness medication? He inquired. Shen Qingzhu assured him, he can hold on. The attendant glanced at Shen Qingzhu, concluding that she must be the leader of this group. With her assurance, he decided not to intervene further. After walking past Shen Qingzhu, he instructed, you two take care of Li Liang. Shen Qingzhu cast a glance at Deng Wei and Li, feeling her withered wallet, and without any hesitation, followed the attendant. After trailing him for several meters and disappearing from the view of the small entourage, she called out to the attendant, do you sell motion sickness medication? In the Hongying Villa, the first-floor living room was occupied by Chun Mai, Wu Xiangnan, Wen Qima, Hongying, Si Xiaonan, Lung Xian, Lin Xie, and Zhao Kongcheng, who sat in a circle, each wearing a solemn expression and remaining silent, creating an atmosphere of profound gloom and oppression. After a prolonged silence, Wu Xiangnan finally broke the stillness. Adjusting his glasses, he stated, in 3 days, the new recruit training will commence. We can no longer afford to wait, and my suggestion is to send Xie first. Lin Xie shot him a glance. I refused. Wu Xiangnan frowned. Are you worried that Ming won't be able to officially join? There's no need to fret about that if he can't participate this year. There's always next year. Lin Xie replied resolutely, I will join next year as well. Sitting in the corner of the sofa, Zhao Kongcheng looked remorseful. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, everything would have gone smoothly. Chun Mai sighed and spoke slowly. Let's wait 1 more day. If Yi Ming hasn't awakened by tomorrow, we will send Xie to the training camp. Upon hearing this, Lin Xie immediately activated both his Mortal Realm and Starry Night Dancer abilities, rising to flee. His actions puzzled many, but Chun Mai quickly deduced Lin Xie's intent and waved his hand. Catch him, don't let him escape. Everyone then realized what was happening and hurriedly stood up to pursue Lin Xie. Wu Xiangnan, recovering from the shock, promptly organized, Hongying, block the door. Wen Qima, guard the windows. Xiaonan, prevent Xie from going upstairs. The once quiet living room erupted into chaos. At that moment, a door from the east bedroom creaked open, revealing a young boy clad in a white t-shirt and light blue jeans, rubbing his eyes as he stepped outside. With his arrival, the previously noisy living room fell silent, and all eyes turned to the boy. Ming, Lin Xie exclaimed, his face lighting up as he dashed to embrace the boy. You're finally awake. Zhao Kongcheng, who had been anxious for over a week, felt a wave of relief wash over him the instant he saw Yi Ming. He exhaled deeply and pulled out a cigarette. Hongying glared at him. Old Zhao, no smoking in my house. Zhao Kongcheng sheepishly returned the cigarette to his pocket. Chun Mai looked at Yi Ming with gentle eyes before heading to the kitchen. To celebrate Yi Ming's awakening and to bid farewell to him and Xie, I will be cooking lunch today. Normally, Hongying would have cheered, delighted at the prospect of tasting the captain's cooking. However, today, she appeared to ignore Chun Mai's words. Her eyes reddened as she approached Yi Ming, lightly punching his chest. You, making everyone worry sick. Yi Ming's memories before his coma froze in time. leaving him bewildered by the unfamiliar grandeur of the villa surrounding him. "Can someone explain what's going on?" he asked. "Allow me." Wu Xiangnan adjusted his glasses and succinctly explained the situation to Yi Ming. How he had been in a coma, how Hong Ying had suggested coming to her home as the training approached, how he had asked Xie to go first, and how Xie had refused, leading to his escape and Yi Ming's awakening. That why Yi Ming scratched his head. "I didn't expect so much to happen. I'm sorry for causing everyone concern." Zhao Kongchang stepped forward. "Little Yi, Zhege, it's all in the past," Yi Ming smiled. "Besides, I was also eager for a challenge. The blame doesn't rest solely on you. I shout and glare at Yi Ming. "What a reckless challenge. Do you realize you nearly lost your life?" Yi Ming calmly replied with a smile. "Don't worry. My family's deity won't let me die. Next time, let it be you," Yi Ming quipped. After lunch, Yi Ming and Lin Xie embarked on their journey to the new recruit training camp. Chapter 36. Lin Xie. I want to be bullied. In the outskirts of San'an City, the new recruit training camp's chief instructor, Yuan Gang, was perusing this year's list of recruits. There were a total of 240 new recruits. His gaze swept across the names on the list, which initially seemed quite ordinary. Even upon noticing that the young master of the Forbidden Object Museum, the Bai family, was on the list, he merely raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. However, when he reached the latter part of the list, he was taken aback by two names, Yi Ming and Lin Xie. He was astonished. Surrounding Yuan Gang were several other instructors, who, upon witnessing his astonished expression, exchanged curious glances and began to inquire. "Chief Instructor, what did you find?" "Yes, what has surprised you so? Is there someone unusual on the list?" Yuan Gang shook his head. "It's not strange, just a bit impressive." His words only piqued the curiosity of the other instructors further. "Chief Instructor, what exactly did you see?" Yuan Gang replied, "I've seen the agents of the deities." The instructors collectively gasped in shock. Heavens, another agent of the deities has emerged. It seems this year's training will be quite challenging. Which new recruit is the lucky one? Yuan Gang shook his head. Not one, but two. The instructors were once again taken aback. "What? Two? Are agents of the deities now as common as cabbages in the fields?" "Who are they?" Yuan Gang answered. "One is named Yi Ming, and the other is Lin Xie, both from San'an City." One instructor inquired. "Which deity do they represent?" Yuan Gang responded. "One of them you probably know, codenamed 003, the Seraphim Michael." The other instructors were once again astonished. "The Seraphim? Michael has an agent too?" "Fortunately, it's one of our own. This kid has a bright future ahead." "What about the other one?" Yuan Gang took a red pen and circled Lin Xie's name, then wore a peculiar expression. "I don't know." One instructor voiced his dissatisfaction. "Chief Instructor, you've already mentioned one. There's no need to keep the other a secret, right?" "Indeed. Chief Instructor, do share." Yuan Gang shot them a glare. "Don't look at me like that. The list states it clearly." "Let me read it to you. Yi Ming, Squad 136, Provisional Member, Agent of the Deity, Deity represented. Unknown." This statement rendered the instructors speechless. What is going on? How can there be an unknown deity? They immediately developed a keen interest in this individual named Yi Ming. Yuan Gang felt a headache coming on and rubbed his temples. This year's recruits will indeed be challenging. Contact the masked ones and have them come to help me maintain order. Outside the training camp, Yi Ming and Lin Xie walked with their bags in tow. Observing the desolate surroundings, Lin Xie expressed doubt. "Minggu, are you sure there's a training camp out here in the wild?" Though Yi Ming was aware that the training camp was nearby. It was his first visit, so he could not say so and replied, "There should be." Lin Xie remarked, "Given the look of things, we might be walking for a while." Yi Ming glanced at him. "Are you tired?" Lin Xie shook his head, not fatigued per se, just simply irritated. "Why couldn't Wenshima just drop us off at the training camp?" As he spoke, a rumbling sound echoed nearby. Yi Ming halted, turning his gaze toward the source of the noise. With his exceptional eyesight, he clearly saw a military jeep approaching. Lin Xie also stopped. "Is a vehicle coming our way?" Yi Ming nodded. "It appears to be heading to the training camp. Let us wait here for a moment. Perhaps we can catch a ride." Lin Xie, who was already disinclined to walk further, immediately sat down on a suitcase. Before long, the military jeep rolled up beside them, driven by an officer who called out, "What are you doing?" Yi Ming replied with a smile, "We're here for the training." The officer raised an eyebrow in surprise. "You're quite eager. arriving so early. Lin Xie chimed in. We're locals, so we arrived quicker. The officer extended his hand. Show me your credentials. If everything checks out, hop in, and I'll take you there. Before long, Yi Ming and Lin Xie arrived at the entrance of the new recruit training camp after traversing several checkpoints in a military jeep. The officer remarked, You've arrived. You may enter on your own. The two disembarked sequentially and proceeded into the camp. Lin Xie observed, I never anticipated that this new recruit training camp would be so heavily guarded. With so many checkpoints, if it weren't for the ride, I feel it would have been quite troublesome to navigate through those barriers. Yi Ming nodded in agreement. They swiftly passed through the main gate and stepped into the interior of the training camp. Before their eyes lay a modern military base, replete with various facilities, and military vehicles traversed the straight roads. Lin Xie exclaimed, Wow, I never expected to find such a military base in this remote area. Yi Ming sensed that Lin Xie had become increasingly loquacious. His impression of Xie still lingered on the quiet youth depicted in the original narrative. It seemed that Xie had undergone considerable change since Yi Ming's arrival. Yi Ming then inquired, Have you noticed that you've been talking more? Lin Xie paused. Really? Oh, I suppose so. I'm not sure why, but when I'm with Ming, I find it hard to hold my tongue. Yi Ming chuckled. I must say, I feel quite honored that moment. An instructor approached Yi Ming and Lin Xie. The instructor introduced himself. I am Hong Hao, your instructor. The two greeted him promptly. Hong Hao then asked for their names. Yi Ming, Lin Xie. Upon hearing these names, Hong Hao's body tensed, a look of surprise crossing his face, but he quickly regained his composure. I didn't expect you two to be the divine agents, since you arrived early. I'll make an exception and take you on a tour of the training camp. With that, Hong Hao turned and walked away. Half an hour later, Hong Hao led Yi Ming and Lin Xie to the male dormitory, leaving them with the remark that training would commence in 3 days, and they should familiarize themselves with the environment before departing. Those who arrived early had the privilege of choosing their dormitory first. Lin Xie quickly selected a room with excellent lighting. Ming, I'll take this one. Yi Ming had no particular requirements regarding the dormitory and was about to move his luggage into the double room, but was stopped by Lin Xie. Lin Xie looked embarrassed. Ming, you should choose another room. Yi Ming raised an eyebrow. Why? Do you want to monopolize one room? I don't mind, but I suspect the instructor won't agree. Lin Xie shook his head. That's not it. I just don't want to share a room with you. Yi Ming raised an eyebrow again. Hey, just a moment ago, you were being friendly, and now you're rejecting me? TSK, Lin Xie quickly waved his hands. No, Ming, that is not what I meant. Yi Ming pressed, then what do you mean? Lin Xie replied, it's just that I've never been bullied before. Only by rooming with a stranger do I stand a chance of being bullied. Yi Ming was taken aback. He felt that his earlier impression of Lin Xie during training was accurate. This guy definitely had a penchant for masochism. Chapter 37. At this moment, I should be in Lin Xie's dream. Yi Ming had no particular demands regarding the dormitory-esque lighting, so he simply chose the room adjacent to Lin Xie's. Lin Xie's eyes lit up. Ming, you're going to live next to me? Yi Ming's expression darkened. What's wrong? Is that not acceptable? Lin Xie hurriedly waved his hands. No, it's absolutely fine. Having Ming next door, I see two advantages. Yi Ming inquired. What are they? Lin Xie cleared his throat. First, in case I happen to have bad luck and don't encounter a bully of a roommate, perhaps Ming I'll be right next door, so we can both face the bullying together. Yi Ming's expression darkened further. And the second? Lin Xie replied, if I'm fortunate enough to meet a roommate who enjoys bullying and I can't fight back, having Ming nearby means I'll have someone to support me. Yi Ming facepalmed. You're really counting on me. Aren't you? He chose not to engage further with Lin Xie and move his belongings into the dormitory next to Lin Xie's. The training campus dormitories were small double rooms. Although the decor seemed somewhat rudimentary and the beds were not particularly comfortable, Yi Ming thought it was far superior to any school he had attended in his past life. Not to mention, in his previous life, dormitories typically housed at least 4 people, with some accommodating 6 or even 8. Yi Ming placed his luggage down, extracted the sheets and blankets, and arranged them neatly on the bed. He glanced at the empty bed across from him, feeling a sense of anticipation for the roommate who would soon arrive. Who could it be? Yi Ming mused. Ideally, it would be someone renowned from the original narrative, like Xiao Yuan, Shun Qingzhu, or Emoli. Oh wait, Emoli 1T do. The new recruit training does not permit mixed-gender dormitories. After making the bed, Yiming sat down and soon found himself feeling bored and impatient. The training camp lacked entertainment facilities, and his phone had no signal. Lying on the bed, with a pillow of blankets beneath his head, he stared at the ceiling, feeling a profound sense of ennui. I miss the fulfilling days in Team 136. I miss watching Chanmai every day. Suddenly, he sprang up. I almost forgot that I didn't come here alone. With nothing to do, he thought it might be fun to call Lin Chia outside for a little sparring session. Yiming went to Lin Chia's dormitory only to find Lin Chia lying on the bed, seemingly asleep. It was already 4 p.m., far past the lunchtime rest period. Why was Chia sleeping? Suddenly, it dawned on him. I see. He must be bored and has gone to his mental hospital. With this thought, a bold idea entered Yiming's mind that he wondered if he could use his ability to transport himself into Lin Chia's dream. After all, there was a monkey residing in that mental hospital that he locked the dormitory door and quietly made his way to Lin Chia, sitting cross-legged on the floor in front of him. Ming then activated his divine realm. With focused intensity, he gazed at Lin Chia. At this moment, I should be in Lin Chia's dream. Whoosh! A month had passed since Ming first ventured to Fengsuan Mountain and experienced the sensation of soul separation. Today, he once again felt the familiar sensation of his soul leaving his body in the divine mental hospital's garden. Nyx, clad in a flowing black gown, her figure voluptuous and exuding an air of regal elegance, sat gracefully in an exquisitely crafted chair. She held a teacup and saucer, smiling as she enjoyed a performance by Li Yifei. Lin Chia, dressed in a white lab coat, stood behind Nyx, gently massaging her shoulders. It seems my mother is in good spirits today, he remarked. Nyx turned, gazing at Lin Chia with affectionate eyes. It's all thanks to you for bringing my son here. When will you bring my daughter-in-law for me to see? Lin Chia's expression froze. That might be a bit difficult. A hint of disappointment crossed Nyx's face. Oh, I see. She must be quite busy, just as Lin Chia was about to elaborate on Nyx's comment. A system notification popped up before him. Unknown factor detected intruding. Lin Chia's gaze sharpened. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. After all, the divine mental hospital was a realm of his own creation. What could possibly invade his dreams? Should he expel it? Without hesitation, Lin Chia clicked yes. This mental hospital was his secret, his greatest support on his journey of growth. It could not be compromised. Expulsion in progress. Expulsion failed. Lin Chia's expression darkened immediately. Simultaneously, a weight settled in his heart. The failure to expel the unknown factor indicated that it was formidable. He quickly glanced at Li Yifei, preparing to inform him of the situation, only to find Li Yifei staring blankly at him at that moment. Nyx spoke up, her eyes brimming with mirth. Ah, are you a friend of Inato's? Welcome to my humble abode. Lin Chia hurriedly turned to see the person beside him and felt his pupils sharply constrict. What the hell? Ming Yi. Nyx stood, her hands gently resting on her flat abdomen, and slightly bowed to Yiming. Hello to Yiming hurriedly returned the gesture. You are too kind, esteemed goddess of night. At that moment, Li Yifei snapped back to reality. Pointing God Gimin, estamarin komagriga you re Gimin. Nyx shot Li Yifei a stern look. Rude. Address him as Uncle. Li Yifei fell silent. Nyx redirected her gaze to Yiming. My grandson rarely meets visitors. Please bear with him. Yiming waved his hand. You flatter me. Your grandson seems well-behaved, and I'm sure we'll get along splendidly, Li Yifei. At this moment, Lin Chia was still greatly astonished by Yiming's unexpected presence. To unravel this mystery, he felt compelled to inquire directly with Yiming. Turning to Nikes with an apologetic expression, Lin Chia said, Mother, please continue enjoying Xiao Fei's performance. I shall take Ming to the office for a chat. Nikes gently shook her head. I'm feeling a bit fatigued. I will retreat to my room for now. You three carry on. With that, she turned and departed. Once Nikes was gone, Lin Chia immediately addressed Yiming. Minggo, how is it that you appeared in my dream? Yiming did not rush to respond, but instead took a moment to appreciate the surrounding beauty before he slowly replied. I came to find you, and upon seeing you asleep, I thought that a nap at 4 in the afternoon would surely yield pleasant dreams. Thus, I employed a bit of verbal magic and entered your dream. Having previously experienced Yi Ming's mystical abilities, Lin Xie found this explanation entirely plausible. Since Ming Gu is here, why not share the secrets of this mental asylum with him? Moreover, I owe him my life more than once. In essence, my existence is a gift from Ming Gu, thus I belong to him. That if this asylum is mine, it is also his. Lin Xie turned to Li Yifei. Li Yifei, please fetch a chair for your uncle Yi Ming. All right, Li Yifei instantly embraced his role, addressing Yi Ming with enthusiasm. Uncle, please hold on. I shall bring you a chair. Yi Ming chuckled. Thank you, dear nephew. Chapter 38. Hey, your camouflage is overdone. Lin Xie candidly recounted the affairs of the divine asylum to Yi Ming, concluding with an admission of his own ignorance regarding the situation, emphasizing that everything remained under exploration. Why Yi Ming, having perused the original text, possessed a far greater understanding of the asylum than Lin Xie. However, he refrained from divulging this knowledge, as he was uncertain how to explain it should Lin Xie inquire about how he came to know why Yi Ming did not linger long in Lin Xie's dream. For this instance of transportation was markedly different from previous ones in the past. The transportation would conclude once completed, but this time, as he had directly entered Lin Xie's dream with his soul. The transportation was ongoing, which required considerable mental energy. Before departing, Yi Ming cast a glance at the imposing structure of the asylum, following his intuition to the fourth window. After observing for a while, he addressed Lin Xie. Remember to inform me when you open the fourth door. I may be able to help the patient within. Lin Xie was taken aback. It seemed Ming Gu had long been aware of his secret, yet chose to feign ignorance. This reminded him of their previous battle at night, wherein Yi Ming had recognized his formidable prowess. Ming Gu is aware of my secret, yet harbors no ill intentions towards me. He is indeed trustworthy. He is even contemplating assisting me. What a splendid Ming Gu! Regaining his composure, Lin Xie curiously inquired, does Ming Gu happen to know which deity resides in the fourth ward? The secrets of fate must not be revealed. Yi Ming replied with a mysterious smile, and with a thought, he departed from Lin Xie's dream. The next morning, as dawn barely broke, Yi Ming was roused from a deep slumber by a series of insistent knocks at the door. Bang, bang, bang. Yi Ming, rising with a frown, approached the door and opened it to find Lin Xie standing there, his lips twitching slightly. Che, what brings you here so early? Lin Xie rubbed his stomach. I'm feeling a bit hungry. But the cafeteria isn't open yet. I was planning to head to the supply station for something to eat. Would you care to join me? Yi Ming, initially thinking Lin Xie sought him for something significant, rolled his eyes. If you're hungry, just go by yourself. Why knock on my door? Lin Xie replied nonchalantly. You entered my dream yesterday without my permission. Why Yi Ming? This kid hold a grudge. Just then, Yi Ming's stomach growled, reminding him that he too was feeling peckish. Since he was awake, he decided to accompany Lin Xie to the supply station. Before long, they returned to the dormitory with their supplies. As they entered the corridor, they overheard someone speaking. Young master, I took a stroll, and this room has the best lighting, but it has already been claimed, and no matter, I will promptly have my bodyguards throw everything out. Yi Ming and Lin Xie turned towards the source of the voice, spotting a middle-aged man accompanied by several bodyguards, glaring intently at Lin Xie's dormitory door. Beside them stood a chubby boy with a rather foolish appearance. Upon seeing the boy, Yi Ming instantly recognized him as Bai Li Tuming, the scapegoat of the Bai Li family and a future member of the Nightfall team, affectionately dubbed Bai Li Pang Pang. Why Yi Ming glanced at Lin Xie, who was now wide-eyed, his expression a medley of surprise, anticipation, and readiness. Why Yi Ming understood that Bai Li Tuming was not perceived as a bully by Lin Xie, but given the current scenario, he couldn't convey this to Lin Xie. Instead, he remarked, Xie, isn't this what you've been looking forward to? Lin Xie grinned, absolutely. I've never been bullied before, and today I can finally experience it. Ming Gu, there are many people over there. Please keep an eye on me, that if I can't handle it, remember to lend a hand. Just as he finished his statement, Bai Li Pang Pang began to berate the steward and bodyguards. I curse your mother. This is a double room, and my roommate is living inside. You dare to throw his things out? At this outburst, the middle-aged man and the bodyguards immediately fell silent. He waved his hand impatiently, quickly bring forth the gifts I prepared for the young master. When my roommate arrives, I want him to understand what it means to be as close as brothers." Yi Ming, having grasped the truth of the situation, remained calm. While Lin Xie appeared perplexed, he couldn't fathom why, according to the novel's trope, this chubby boy should have ordered his belongings to be discarded, yet instead insisted on presenting gifts. Incidentally, Lin Xie was unable to comprehend Cantonese, yet he found himself understanding it now. This was due to Yi Ming casting a spell after Bali Pong Pong's first words. Let Pong Pong's words be heard by Lin Xie and me in Mandarin for 3 minutes. Lin Xie, genuinely impressed, remarked, "What a convenient ability." Over the past month, aside from a few days of unconsciousness, Yi Ming had kept Chun Mai on his toes almost daily, yet he still considered himself more inclined towards tranquility than chaos. Thus, he had little desire to engage with Bali Pang Pang, believing there would be ample opportunities in the future. Currently, however, the boy was too noisy. Yi Ming patted Lin Xie on the shoulder. "Ch, you handle your roommate. I'll take my leave." Faced with the incomprehensible Bali Pang Pang, Lin Xie felt somewhat at a loss. "Your dormitory is further inside. You still need to go there, so let's walk together." To why Yi Ming smirked. "At this moment, I should be in my dorm." And with that, he vanished. Lin Xie. In the afternoon, a tall, slender youth dressed in plain attire and sporting a single ponytail entered Yi Ming's room. Carrying a small bag, he casually tossed the bag onto the table and sat on the bed opposite Yi Ming. Surveying the surroundings, he nodded slightly. The accommodation for new recruits is quite decent. His gaze eventually settled on Yi Ming, and with a slightly haughty demeanor, he raised his chin and extended his right hand. "I am Shun Qingzhu, possessing the Forbidden Ruin Sequence 068 Chimin." Upon hearing this, Yi Ming's expression sharpened. That it seemed he had indeed been correct in predicting his roommate's identity. However, compared to Shun Qingzhu, he would have preferred to share a dormitory with Chao Yuan, as the latter was more reserved. Shun Qingzhu's early demeanor suggested he might be somewhat difficult to deal with. Why Yi Ming recognized the arrogance in Shun Qingzhu's expression as a deliberate display. As he had put it, one must be fiercer than others to avoid being bullied. This must be why Shun Qingzhu had chosen to reveal his Forbidden Ruin status right away. The Forbidden Ruin Sequence 068 Chimin was exceedingly perilous. By proclaiming this, he likely ensured that few within the new recruit training camp would dare to look down upon or bully him. Why Yi Ming smiled and shook Shun Qingzhu's hand, ready to introduce himself, only to find Shun Qingzhu retracting his hand as if uninterested in knowing his name. Why Yi Ming's expression darkened immediately, inwardly lamenting, "What a pretentious fellow. Your facade is a bit excessive." Chapter 39. The Foe Pudding Squad 3 days later. On the afternoon of September 1 ST, Yi Ming, Lin Xie, and Bali Pang Pang gather at the supply station to collect their military uniforms. Thanks to Lin Xie's introduction, Yi Ming and Bali Pang Pang had become officially acquainted. This cheerful, chubby fellow from a humble background even generously gifted Yi Ming a Rolex watch. The trio swiftly donned their military attire in the changing room. At 2 o'clock, all the new recruits assembled on the training field as per the instructor's instructions. Yi Ming conducted a quick count, noting that there were a total of 240 recruits, one more than in the original text. How peculiar, he mused, wondering how they had one extra. Of course, that extra was him. After spending 2 days with Bali Pang Pang, he felt as though his intelligence had slightly diminished. Once the recruits had gathered, they initially stood in a formation reminiscent of a neighborhood security team until the instructors arrived. Under the bellowing authority of Chief Instructor Yuan Gang, they finally managed to form a semblance of order. What transpired next mirrored the events Yi Ming had previously read in the original narrative. Standing atop the training platform, Yuan Gang unleashed a torrent of mockery upon the recruits. Labeling them as novices and worthless, he asserted that, given their current state, even if they reached the Klein realm, they would still be nothing but liabilities to their comrades. Among the current batch of recruits, many were exceptional, and thus, a number of them bristled at this disparagement. Generally speaking, those who made it to this training camp were indeed the Armée de la Armée from various regions. Even if there were no extraordinary individuals among them, they could hardly tolerate being derided as worthless. Consequently, as a rebellious recruit donned his cap backward and chewed gum, he led the charge in protest. With more and more joining his ranks, Yi Ming, Lin Xie, and Bali Pang Pang stood at the back of the line. Upon hearing the rebellious recruit's name, Lin Xie turned to Yi Ming. Shun Qingzhu? Mingo, isn't he your roommate? Yi Ming nodded in affirmation. Bai Li Pang shifted his gaze from the instructor on the platform to Yi Ming and Lin Xie, remarking, I find those instructors to be rather ordinary. With their skills, they might not be able to handle those troublemakers. Yi Ming slightly nodded. Your insight is commendable. Aside from Chief Instructor Yuan Gang and Instructor Hong Hao, the other instructors are indeed quite average. Upon hearing this, Bai Li Pang redirected his attention to the instructors. He frowned slightly. Chief Instructor? He only seems to be a bit more muscular than the rest. Lin Xie, rarely hearing Yi Ming bestow such high praise upon others, curiously inquired, what makes Instructor Yuan so special? Yi Ming regarded Yuan Gang. Special to the point of having no particular distinction, he is merely the only master at the Sea Realm within the entire training camp. Upon hearing this, both Lin Xie and Bai Li Pang were visibly taken aback. Bai Li Pang exclaimed incredulously, Wow! Truly, one cannot judge a book by its cover. Lin Xie nodded in agreement. Isn't the Sea Realm stronger than our team leader? No, wait. Bai Li Pang quickly grasped the crux of the matter. Didn't T Instructor Yuan mention? Do we think they were just born a bit earlier? With that statement, the instructors should have no face to personally step in and suppress us rookies. Right? Yi Ming and Lin Xie exchanged impressed glances at Bai Li Pang. That it seemed this chubby fellow was not merely dim-witted. His intellect was not entirely lacking. Yi Ming nodded. You are correct. The instructors indeed cannot take action against us, but they can enlist assistance. Lin Xie added. Like a young special squad. Yi Ming smiled. Precisely. Bai Li Pang's eyes widened in astonishment. A special squad. Is it the one that starts at the Sea Realm? While the three of them whispered among themselves, the situation on the training field began to change. On the training platform, Yuan Gang proclaimed loudly. All right, since so many of you are dissatisfied, I shall provide you with an opportunity to confront reality. He retrieved a walkie-talkie and casually remarked, Are they all here? Send them down. After finishing his statement, Yuan Gang stowed the walkie-talkie and glanced skyward, a slight smile gracing his lips. The new recruits, noticing his demeanor, also looked up but saw nothing at first. Before long, a military transport aircraft appeared high in the sky, followed by 7 figures leaping from the plane. Initially, they were mere black dots, but as time passed, the dots grew larger. All the recruits, being exceptional individuals, possessed superior eyesight compared to the average person. It wasn't long before someone noticed that the 7 individuals descending from the aircraft were not equipped with parachutes. One recruit, his face a mask of shock, shouted, Heavens! Those 7 don't have parachutes. Yuan Gang watched as the masked squad plummeted from the sky, his lips twitching slightly. I merely mentioned it casually. And they actually jumped. How dedicated. At the rear of the recruit line, Bai Li Pang produced a pair of binoculars from seemingly nowhere, exclaiming in disbelief, My goodness! Jumping from such a height without parachutes? That's madness. Lin Xie gazed up at the 7 descending figures with wide-eyed curiosity. Only Yi Ming remained composed. The main event has arrived, the special squad, Foam Mask. Upon hearing this, Lin Xie was taken aback. How did Ming know they were the Foam Mask? Did the team leader mention it? No, the team leader hadn't brought it up prior to their departure. Why did it feel as though Ming had known all along? Could it be that he possessed some foresight? Or perhaps a divine being was whispering secrets to him? Yet, that seemed far-fetched. He fell into deep thought. Suddenly, a light bulb flicked on in Lin Xie's mind. I get it now. Ming is backed by the author. Of course, this was the real world. How could there be an actual author? While Lin Xie's imagination ran wild, the 7 figures in the sky were now less than 100 meters from the ground. The recruits recognized them as the legendary Special Squad, Foam Mask. However, even the members of Foam Mask, jumping from such a height, could hardly avoid serious injury, right? As the 7 individuals neared the ground, many recruits felt a wave of anxiety, fearing that these 7 would meet a fatal end upon impact. Just as the Foam Mask squad appeared poised to crash onto the ground, one of the members, adorned with a scale mask, snapped his fingers in an instant. The gravity that had been pulling them down seemed to vanish, rendering them weightless. The 7 members of Foam Mask floated down like feathers, landing gracefully before the assembled instructors. Facing the recruits, the leader of Foam Mask, Wang Mian, softly spoke, "Greetings, we are." Before he could finish, the member next to him, wearing a vortex mask, suddenly knelt before the recruits with a resounding thud. The training field fell into an immediate hush. Chapter 40. Ming, praise me quickly. Yi Ming gazed at the awkwardly frozen foam mask on the training platform, recalling the events of the original text. The ensuing developments would lead to a confrontation. Foam Mask would suppress their realms to the Lantern Realm for a 5 versus 240 match. Currently, Yi Ming's realm was at the Pond Realm. And typically, when sparring with individuals at the River Realm for an hour, he would only gain a meager 0.1. Thus, engaging with those of the Lantern Realm would yield him no rewards whatsoever. He had already confirmed this during his earlier training sessions with Lin Xie. Consequently, he felt no anticipation for this upcoming confrontation, merely wishing to conclude it swiftly and transition into the segment he eagerly anticipated: extreme training. Yi Ming could hardly contain his excitement to venture into the Jinan Mountains to face off against drones. Thus, in the forthcoming confrontation, he resolved to relinquish independent thought and heed Lin Xie's commands. While Yi Ming contemplated, just as in the original narrative, the Vortex mask-wearing member extended greetings to the recruits, followed by Wang Mian completing the introductions. Lin Xie regarded Wang Mian with narrowed eyes. That Wang Mian is also a divine agent. Bali Pang Pang followed Lin Xie's gaze. Which one is Wang Mian? Lin Xie pointed toward the center position, the one standing in the C position. Having perused the original text, Yi Ming felt no particular emotional response to Wang Mian being a divine agent. He couldn't even be bothered to glance at him again. Lin Xie scrutinized Wang Mian. Wang Mian, through the unique perception granted to divine agents, noticed Lin Xie and Yi Ming. His gaze sharpened as he mused. So many divine agents this time around. The one making eye contact with me is Divine Agent 003, the Seraphim Michael's representative, Lin Xie, and the one who can't be bothered to look at me must be the unidentified divine agent. Yi Ming, an unidentified divine agent, indeed. Fortunately, according to the information provided by Instructor Yuan, while it was unclear which divine being Yi Ming represented, his abilities were known. The information indicated that his power seemed to revolve around a game of truth or dare. How peculiar! While it seemed like a skill that could extract truths, it might serve well in interrogation. Yet it sounded rather underwhelming. Wang Mian pondered in his heart. Yuan Gang announced the rules for the duel. To ensure fairness and justice, he would employ the town ruins monument to suppress the realms of all competitors to the level of a mere flicker. From this moment until before 9 o'clock tonight. For the next 7 hours, if any one of the new recruits could remove the mask from any member of the masked team, then the recruits would be deemed victorious. After Yuan Gang laid out the rules, Wang Mian stated that they would only send 5 individuals into the fray. This seemingly dismissive attitude left many of the rebellious new recruits feeling quite uncomfortable. The special team members were formidable fighters starting at the Sea Realm, while this group of new recruits was merely at the Flicker Realm, making it nearly impossible for them to defeat the special team. However, if the special team were to suppress their realms to match theirs, the outcome might be different. Moreover, the mass side was only sending 5 people, a 240-5 scenario. Regardless of how one looked at it, they could not possibly lose. Even if each person merely spat a drop of saliva, they could drown the members of the mass team. This encapsulated the thoughts of nearly all the new recruits. Yet, Yi Ming and Lin Xie held a different perspective. Yi Ming, having read the original work, knew that the new recruits could not possibly win this duel. Thus, his focus shifted to the town ruins monument mentioned by Yuan Gang. Yi Ming was astonished. Just like with the Nanta serpent demon, the timeline had slightly altered once again. That he recalled that in the original text, Yuan Gang had not introduced any town ruins monument. Lin Xie sighed softly. Although we have numbers, unfortunately, most of us are merely a disorganized rabble. Compared to the well-coordinated and battle-hardened special team, the mass team, we are sorely lacking in both combat strength and quality. Therefore, even with only 5 opponents, our chances of victory remain slim. After expressing his thoughts, he turned to Yi Ming. Brother Ming, what is your take on this duel? Yi Ming had already decided not to overthink this confrontation, so he smiled and replied, "This time, I intend to try a different approach. Lin Xie, Yi Ming, brother, I'll follow your lead this time. Lin Xie's eyes lit up at the prospect of directing Brother Ming, yet he still felt uncertain. Really? Yi Ming nodded. Lin Xie continued. So, you'll do whatever I say? Yi Ming's expression turned incredulous. No, are you thinking of something that might put me at a disadvantage? Lin Xie quickly waved his hands. No, Brother Ming, you must trust me. After a pause, he added, rest assured, what I ask you to do will definitely be related to the duel. Yi Ming made an okay gesture. Then there's no problem at that moment. Yuan Gang interjected. If you need weapons, you may go to the warehouse, where all the necessary weapons have been prepared for you. I permit you to wreak havoc in the training camp. For no matter how you mess it up, we can restore it. Now, I declare that this duel officially begins. As soon as these words were uttered, the new recruits, who could no longer contain their excitement, immediately charged towards the masked team on the training platform with fervent cries. Various bizarre abilities were unleashed upon the masked team, as if they were freely expending their mental energy. However, Yi Ming and his two companions, who stood at the very back, remained motionless. Although Yi Ming knew Lin Xie's plan, he still asked, albeit symbolically, Captain, what is your plan? Lin Xie gazed intently at Yi Ming. His eyes sparkled with the fervor of a famished individual who had just spotted a tantalizing and fantastical roasted chicken. The corners of his mouth curved upward slightly. I have a truly flawless plan. Once this plan is set in motion, we will secure victory. Yi Ming raised an eyebrow, intrigued by Lin Xie's plan. Could it be the strategy from the original text that involved rushing to the warehouse first? He inquired with curiosity. Do tell, Bali Pangpang, standing nearby, was also captivated by Lin Xie's confidence and quickly urged, Xie, hurry up and share. Lin Xie's smile widened. I need Brother Ming to perform his signature move and utter a phrase directed at any member of the masked team. Say, Wang Mian. He imitated Yi Ming's tone. At this moment, the mask on Wang Mian's face should rest upon mine. With this, we can achieve victory right away. After Lin Xie spoke, he struck a pose, eagerly awaiting Yi Ming's praise. Upon hearing this, Yi Ming's expression darkened. You call this a perfect plan? Yet, it was indeed a method. However, if he were to proceed with it, he felt a twinge of anxiety. Yi Ming was uncertain about the repercussions of such an action on the future. While the instructors would likely resort to underhanded tactics to prevent the training from concluding, there was also a chance that it could lead to an early termination of the training. And if the training were to end prematurely, it would spell disaster. The timeline would be irrevocably altered. The subsequent appearances of followers, ancient god cults, and so forth would become utterly unpredictable. His advantage as a time traveler would be entirely lost. Contemplating this, Yi Ming decisively refused. I'm sorry, I cannot do it. Lin Xie sensed that Yi Ming was not incapable, but rather unwilling. Though he did not understand the reason, he felt no disappointment. Instead, he experienced a hint of glee. So even Brother Ming has his limits. With a flexible mindset, he quickly changed his approach. Then let us head to the warehouse first. Chapter 41. Can you not gasp so loudly while speaking? The three of them disregarded the majority of new recruits who were fervently engaged with the mass team and swiftly made their way to the warehouse. After running for a while, Bali Pangpang began to struggle and gasped. Brother Ming, Xie, slow down, I can barely keep up. Lin Xie, without looking back, replied, Perfect, you can stay behind and hold the rear. Upon hearing this, Bali Pangpang was frightened and hurriedly gritted his teeth to run faster. Fearing that if he lagged behind, Lin Xie would indeed leave him behind. The trio quickly arrived at the warehouse, only to find the door tightly shut. Moreover, the door appeared quite sturdy, not something that could be easily opened by ordinary means. Bali Pangpang widened his eyes. Why is the door closed? Lin Xie. The instructor only mentioned that there are weapons in the warehouse. He never said the door would be open. After a moment, he looked at Yi Ming. But no need to worry with Brother Ming around. Breaking down the door is a trivial matter. Brother Ming, this door is in your capable hands. Yi Ming nodded slightly, indicating no problem, then stepped up to the warehouse door, took a stance, and prepared to strike. Just then, a tall and fiery girl with long hair as red as flames approached and stopped near Lin Xie and Bali Pangpang. This girl was named Mol. As she made her way over, she caught sight of the warehouse door. Knowing it was specially made and could not be opened with ordinary methods, she decided to use her own forbidden ruin to break it open. However, upon seeing a young man approach the warehouse, her curiosity piqued as she wondered how he intended to breach the door. So she refrained from intervening and decided to watch while Ming reached the warehouse door, took a stance, and prepared to swing a punch. Puffed. Emily couldn't help but chuckle and called out, "Hey, that door is specially made. You won't be able to open it like that. Why don't you step aside and let me take a crack at it?" Ming ignored MOL. It was merely a door. What was there to worry about? He threw a punch, simultaneously releasing the 3 teachings of the divine ruins, and shouted, "This punch of mine is invincible." Emily watched as Ming not only ignored her advice, but insisted on attacking the warehouse door with his fist, seemingly inviting humiliation upon himself. When he spoke such nonsense while preparing to strike, she felt he was merely being ridiculous and was about to advise him not to waste time when boom! Ming's punch struck the warehouse door, which immediately twisted upon impact. Bang! The door detached from its frame and swiftly collapsed inward before flying outward. Emily nearly swallowed her words, her face expressing sheer astonishment. What incredible strength! It was simply not the power of a human. She quickly discarded her previous underestimations of Ming, and as he withdrew his fist and stood up, she took the initiative to engage him, extending her right hand. Emily smiled. "Shall we get acquainted? I'm Emily. Perhaps we can collaborate later." Ming recognized that Emily was no ordinary individual and had no objection to cooperating with her. Responding, "I'm Ming. Collaboration is fine, but my 2 brothers must come along too." Bali Pang expressed his gratitude. "Brother Ming, you're so righteous." Emily frowned slightly and turned to Lin Xie and Bali Pang. "What abilities do you possess?" Lin Xie replied nonchalantly, "Before you inquire about us, shouldn't you introduce yourself first?" Emily nodded. "I was indeed impolite. I'm Emily, and I possess Forbidden Ruin Sequence 076, the frequency shift of all things. Within the bounds of my Forbidden Ruin, I can control the vibration frequency of any object I make direct or indirect contact with." Lin Xie was slightly taken aback. Forbidden Ruin Sequence 076? Impressive. That is already classified as a high-risk Forbidden Ruin. Oli smiled proudly. "I've finished my introduction. Now it's your turn." Lin Xie smiled faintly. "I don't possess a Forbidden Ruin." Oli's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression a mix of incredulity and astonishment. "A mere ordinary person? Without the Forbidden Ruins, why are you chattering away?" Since Ming had previously mentioned that in order to collaborate with him, he needed to bring along his 2 brothers. Molly turned her gaze towards Ming. She inquired whether it was absolutely necessary to include these 2 burdens. If Ming were to affirm this, she would abandon the idea of teaming up with him. After all, there were plenty of people available. She could easily find another partner. Just as Molly was about to speak, Lin Xie interjected, "But I have the divine ruins." Molly was nearly choked by Lin Xie's statement, her expression darkening as she glared at him. "Could you refrain from gasping for breath while speaking?" Once she composed herself, a look of astonishment crossed her face. "Are you implying that you are a divine agent?" Lin Xie nodded. "Indeed, I am Lin Xie, the agent of the Seraph Michael, Divine Sequencer 03. Molly turned to Ming. "You seem to have quite the discerning eye, choosing a divine agent as your teammate." With that, she shifted her focus to Bali Pang. "And what about you?" Bali Pang scratched his head. "I also lack Forbidden Ruins." Molly's eyes lit up. "You are also a divine agent?" Bali Pang replied. "I still do not possess divine ruins." Molly was utterly impressed by the 2 before her, wondering if they could not engage in a proper conversation. Bali Pang added, "Although I am not a divine agent, I have." Molly chose to ignore him, addressing Ming and Lin Xie. "Let us head inside to select our weapons." Having Ming and Lin Xie as strong allies was sufficient. Adding another burden was of little consequence. Ming and Lin Xie nodded in agreement, and the 3 of them proceeded into the warehouse to select their weapons. Bali Pang, feeling overlooked, was instantly filled with a sense of grievance. He longed to cry. Reflecting on his days in Guangshan City, as a young master of the Bali group, he could easily command respect and influence. Yet upon arriving at this training camp, he felt belittled at every turn. However, this was indeed the life he desired. Bali Pang Pang quickly adjusted his mindset and called out to Yi Ming and the others. "Wait for me." Lin Xie picked up a straight dagger from the warehouse. Molly selected a remarkably large katana to strap on her back. Meanwhile, Yi Ming and Bali Pang Pang chose nothing at all. Bali Pang Pang refrained from selecting a weapon because he was equipped with forbidden items and had no need for such trifles. Yi Ming, on the other hand, believed that choosing a weapon would serve little purpose. Compared to using himself as a medium to imbue the weapon with rules to enhance it, he found that directly augmenting his own body with those rules would yield better results. Especially after having just smashed the warehouse door with a single punch. Molly, noticing that Yi Ming had not selected a weapon, raised an eyebrow in surprise. "I guess you must be a fighter? Are you sure you don't want to pick something? I see some knuckle dusters over there. Perhaps you could choose a firearm or something that I believe that would be better than selecting nothing at all." Lin Xie chuckled. "No need to worry about Brother Ming. His body is his finest weapon." Molly arched her brows but chose not to say more, as she was merely offering a suggestion. Yi Ming turned to Lin Xie. "Xie, where do we go next?" Just as Lin Xie was about to respond, his mundane divine realm suddenly detected an enemy presence, prompting him to urgently warn Yi Ming. "Brother Ming." Behind you, without a moment's hesitation, Yi Ming lifted his leg and executed a powerful spinning kick towards his rear. Like that moment, a figure wearing a crescent mask materialized from thin air. The moon demon immediately sensed an overwhelming force bearing down upon him. Before he could react, his body was involuntarily sent spiraling away. The moon demon exclaimed, "What the hell?" Chapter 42. Simply inhuman. Yi Ming had not anticipated that the moon demon, who had ambushed Molly in the original story, would instead target him. Of course, that was not the crux of the matter. He cast a glance at Lin Xie, feeling a tinge of envy towards Lin Xie's extraordinary perception abilities. Though his own divine ruins were impressive and his senses had been enhanced by the supreme celestial technique, he still could not see hidden targets. At this moment, he considered augmenting himself with some rules, such as invisible beings must bow before me or my eyes are the measure. However, Yi Ming felt that, given his current state, where his realm had been suppressed to the Lantern Realm by the town ruin monument and his mental power significantly diminished, it was wiser to conserve his energy. After all, when he first awakened his divine ruins, even using 3 or 4 skills drained his mental power considerably. This indicated that the mental power at the Lantern Realm was truly not to be squandered. Although Yi Ming had improved his control over mental power through battle and training over the past month, standing at the Lantern Realm dimension meant that even with these improvements, the difference between using 4 skills and 6 was still not enough. Yi Ming mused to himself, best to conserve mental power. After all, I have read the original story. Even if the current developments slightly deviate from it, the overall trajectory will remain largely unchanged. Therefore, as long as I stay true to my original intentions and steadfastly follow Lin Xie's lead, I can comfortably navigate through this confrontation. At this moment, other recruits gradually arrived at the warehouse. Upon noticing this, Lin Xie immediately pointed at the moon demon and shouted, "Brothers, there's a lone masked foe here. If we take him down, we will win." Upon hearing this, the newly arrived recruits quickly spotted the moon demon, who had just been kicked aside by Yi Ming. Their expressions instantly transformed, filled with excitement akin to being invigorated by adrenaline. The moon demon, nursing his aching lower back, climbed to his feet and cast a bewildered glance at Yi Ming. What the hell? Wasn't the power of this unknown divine agent akin to a game of truth or dare? How could such terrifying strength exist? Before he could ponder further, Bali Pang Pang seized the moment and shouted, "Charge! Let us take him down." The recruits immediately charged towards the moon demon with fervor. The moon demon, witnessing dozens of recruits advancing towards him like ravenous wolves, felt a surge of fear and hastily activated his ability to render himself invisible. The recruits halted in their tracks, staring blankly as the moon demon's figure vanished from sight. Lin Xie swiftly scanned every corner of the warehouse with his mental power and soon located the moon demon's position. Directing Yi Ming, "Brother Ming, that shelf over there." Yi Ming, receiving the cue, wasted no time in taking action. With a loud thud, he unleashed his strength, causing the ground to buckle beneath him as he shot towards the spot Lynch had indicated like a cannonball. Yi Ming assumed a fighting stance and delivered a fierce punch into the air. "What the hell? Is this how you intend to play with me?" A startled cry echoed through the air. Followed by the Moon Demon being forced out of invisibility, a fierce glint crossed the Moon Demon's face beneath his crescent mask as he brandished a short knife and swung it towards Yi Ming's fist with ferocity. "No matter how hard your fist is, can it withstand my blade?" Meanwhile, Molly, Li Pang Pang, and the recruits observed the Moon Demon attempting to strike Yi Ming, who was unarmed, with a knife. They were simultaneously cursing the Moon Demon for his shamelessness while warning Yi Ming, "Be careful." However, they all understood that given the proximity between Yi Ming and the Moon Demon, evasion was practically impossible due to Yi Ming's rapid punch speed. Some recruits even envisioned the horrifying scenario of Yi Ming's fist being sliced open by the Moon Demon's knife. Yet the outcome left them utterly astonished. Clang! A sound reminiscent of metal clashing resonated, revealing that the Moon Demon's blade had struck Yi Ming's fist without inflicting a single scratch. Hiss! Aside from Lin Chia. Everyone else gasped in disbelief. "What the hell?" He asked, blocking the knife with his bare flesh. Such incredible resistance was beyond human capabilities. At that moment, the one who felt the impact of Yi Ming's fist the most was none other than the Moon Demon himself. When he swung his knife, he had not held back, aiming to injure Yi Ming, especially after Yi Ming had previously struck him without mercy. Yet, the Moon Demon could hardly believe that his blade could not harm Yi Ming in the slightest. Was this truly a human fist? The reason Yi Ming was able to withstand the Moon Demon's blade with his bare fist was not solely due to the enhanced physique granted by the supreme celestial technique. While his enhanced body was indeed formidable, it was still flesh and blood. It could resist ordinary slashes and scratches, but it should not have been able to withstand the Moon Demon's knife, which was a specially crafted blade designed for missions and far sharper than an ordinary knife. Thus, at the moment Yi Ming threw his punch, he invoked the power of his divine ruins, silently reciting, "My skin shall be as hard as steel for 1 minute." The advantage of this silent recitation was its rapid speed and minimal consumption. However, its drawback was evident. The effect was far weaker than if one spoke it aloud. Nevertheless, given that Yi Ming's body was already enhanced, this rule's augmentation was sufficient to withstand the vast majority of weapons, including the Moon Demon's specially designed short knife meant for assassination. Yi Ming used his right fist to block the Moon Demon's blade and unleashed a second punch with his left hand. The Moon Demon's expression shifted in alarm. He could not afford to be careless. He swiftly retracted his knife to evade, but after dodging, he slashed at Yi Ming with his second, third, and fourth strike. Clang! Clang, clang, clang. With a resounding clang, the Moon Demon unleashed a flurry of strikes towards Yi Ming. Each one met with Yi Ming's unwavering resolve. Not only did he withstand the blows with his fists, but he also absorbed them with his arms and body, revealing that every inch of him was fortified. To Moon Demon, it felt as though Yi Ming's form was forged from indestructible metal. After enduring several of the demon's attacks, Yi Ming retaliated with a powerful kick, sending the Moon Demon staggering backward. The intensity of their exchange had ignited a fervor within him, leading him to decide to unleash a decisive blow to conclude the confrontation. As Yi Ming closed the distance, he raised his fist, preparing to unleash a lethal technique akin to the one he had employed against the Nantawa serpent demon. As he surged forward, he chanted loudly, "With this punch, I shall shatter all barriers, thunderous might, consuming the mountains and rivers, shattering the heavens." With each word, mysterious golden patterns emanated from his raised fist. The Moon Demon, sensing impending danger as Yi Ming approached, frantically drew a short blade, crossing it in defense. Just then, Yi Ming's fist struck with overwhelming force. Chapter 43. Is he a power-type goddess ruin? As Yi Ming advanced, Shen Qingzhu and a group arrived at the warehouse, witnessing Yi Ming raise his fist and chant. Shen Qingzhu immediately recognized his roommate and sighed. What a bizarre display. His underlings chimed in with their thoughts. He's suffering from a delusion of grandeur. Absolutely. This is hilarious. Does he think reciting incantations will amplify his fist's power? What a lunatic! Before the last remark could finish, An astonishing scene unfolded. With a single, unadulterated punch, Yi Ming obliterated the two short blades the Moon Demon had used for protection into mere fragments. But that was only the beginning. Boom! Yi Ming's seemingly ordinary fist erupted with an unimaginable force. A blinding light burst forth, and an overwhelming power surged like a tidal wave. The might of his punch produced a terrifying wind that seemed capable of tearing through anything. Howling with a chilling ferocity that threatened to engulf the world, the earth trembled, and all around quaked in fear. Simultaneously, in a fan-shaped area extending at a 90-degree angle from Yi Ming, the warehouse walls collapsed under the onslaught of the punch. Massive steel beams twisted and shattered, and weapon racks were sent flying in an instant. A third of the vast warehouse vanished under the sheer force of that blow. The terrifying shockwave propelled everything, including the Moon Demon, outward. The ground itself was scraped clean, revealing fresh earth beneath, as if a colossal spade had violently upturned it. The Moon Demon, sent flying, bore a face of sheer terror beneath his mask. His body, caught in the punch's violent gale, resembled a helpless leaf tossed far away. Gasp! The onlookers within the warehouse were left slack-jawed in disbelief. Shun Qingzhu's eyes widened in shock. Goodness, my roommate is incredible. Lil Yang, puzzled, inquired, Brother Shun, you've lived with him for 3 days, and you didn't know? Feeling awkward, Shun Qingzhu scratched his face and glanced at the ceiling. I didn't ask at the time. I was too busy trying to intimidate him on the east side of the warehouse. The members of the False Mask, having dealt with the training grounds cannon fodder, rushed to support the Moon Demon. Just as they neared the warehouse, a thunderous explosion erupted, and a third of the structure shattered into debris, hurtling towards them. Among the fragments was a figure donning a crescent mask, also soaring through the air. Wang Mian and his companions immediately recognized the flying figure as their teammate. The Moon Demon, quick on his feet, Wang Mian activated a force field to slow the flying debris and the Moon Demon, letting them gently descend to the ground. As the Moon Demon and the fragments landed, Wang Mian and the others hurried over to assess the situation. They found the Moon Demon sprawled on the ground, his mask riddled with cracks. Groaning in agony, he clutched the handles of 2 short blades, but their blades were nowhere to be found. His shirt was torn to shreds, presenting a pitiful sight. Wang Mian asked with concern, "What happened? How did you end up like this?" The Moon Demon looked at Wang Mian, his eyes reflecting fear. The intelligence regarding the unknown divine agent was incorrect. His punch is terrifying. If I hadn't transformed under the moonlight just in time, I would have. Before he could finish, his head tilted, and he fainted. Xuanhua, witnessing this, immediately wailed, "Moon Demon, don't die. Please don't leave us." Rosa swiftly delivered a slap to Xuanhua's head, slightly blushing. "Shut up. He has only fainted. Not dead." "Ah," Xuanhua exclaimed, realizing, "So he is not dead. I was just about to go seek vengeance for him." Wang Mian and the others gazed back at the warehouse, now more than a third destroyed, their faces etched with shock. Could this devastation truly have been wrought by a single punch from a mere novice? Their perceptions of the world had been irrevocably altered. Underground base of the training camp. Led by Chief Instructor Yuan Gang, the instructors stared wide-eyed at the screen before them, which displayed Yi Ming's awe-inspiring feat of demolishing a substantial portion of the warehouse with a single blow. They remained in a stupor for some time before gradually regaining their composure. Hong Hao turned to Yuan Gang, incredulity written across his face. "Chief Instructor, is Yi Ming's ability truly truth or dare? His strength is astounding." Yuan Gang, equally perplexed, shook his head. "If you ask me, who can I ask?" Yi Ming's powers were reported by the Night Watch team from Songnan City. Unbeknownst to them, when Wu Xiangnan submitted Yi Ming's application, he had only witnessed Yi Ming's ability to compel honesty. The name truth or dare was one Yi Ming himself had coined the following day. Later, upon discovering that Yi Ming's true ability was the art of verbal manifestation, Wu Xiangnan did not submit a correction, since Yi Ming was merely a temporary team member. Once he became a permanent member, all pertinent knowledge would be revealed, making additional clarification unnecessary. Thus, the intelligence regarding Yi Ming's powers as truth or dare persisted. Hong Hao remarked, "Based on the information, I initially thought the most lethal among this batch of recruits would be Shun Qingzhu, Chao Yuan, and Molly. Now it seems we must include Yi Ming in that list." His punch is on par with the strength of the Forbidden Ruin Sequence 076 myriad manifestations that a thoughtful instructor mused. How can one person's strength be so formidable? I believe Yiming's punch is likely tied to his divine ability. Another instructor concurred, exactly. This suggests that Yiming's power not only compels truth, but may also amplify strength. Nodding slightly, Hong Hao added, "What you say is correct. Divine abilities often encompass multiple powers that I believe this strength amplification is likely Yiming's primary capability." Yuan Gang's gaze flickered as he murmured, "Could the primary ability of his divine power be strength amplification?" He quickly called for the new recruit roster, locating Yiming's entry and marking it with a red pen, adding a note. A punch obliterated a significant portion of the warehouse, rendering the moon demon unconscious. His divine ability appears to possess strength amplification. This could serve as a basis for uncovering traces of the unknown divine being from mythology, such as Thor from Norse mythology or Heracles from Greek lore. Chapter 44. Shun Qingzhu. Have I become a stand-in? In the warehouse of the training camp, Yiming gazed at the remnants of the structure he had just decimated. His expression a mixture of shock and disbelief. It seemed he had perhaps gone a bit overboard. With the devastation laid bare before him, his vision cleared, allowing him to spot the other members of the false mask. He approached Lin Xia, Molly, and the rotund figure, sharing the news of the incident. Lin Xia's bright eyes darted about. "Brother Ming, after you've beaten the moon demons so thoroughly, the others from False Mask will surely be furious. We should lay low for a while and wait for the right moment to act." Molly pouted. "Is that really necessary? Our combat prowess isn't weak, and they've already lost one member. We could confront them head-on." Lin Xia tilted his head. Sizing her up, "Are you suggesting you would take on the fight, or do you expect Brother Ming to do so? Or are you counting on those people?" He gestured towards the other recruits nearby. Molly's expression faltered for a moment, before she quickly regained her composure. "So where do we go from here?" Lin Xia glanced outside at the eastern cave. Observing that the masked figures were still engaged in conversation with the moon ghost, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings, he then focused his attention on Yiming, realizing that a conventional strategic retreat was out of the question. The moment they revealed themselves, they would undoubtedly be swarmed by the masked figures, who would strike with brutal ferocity. Thus, he had no choice but to rely on Yiming, understanding instantly, grasped Lin Xia's intention. He was being asked to utilize the teleportation laws to facilitate their escape. After mentally calculating the strain of teleporting 4 individuals, he deemed it a possibility, albeit with no guarantees. During the previous incident in the Lantern Realm, teleporting just Lin Xia had drained over half of his mental energy. Now, however, he needed to teleport 4 individuals, including himself. The only difference was that, although the number had increased, the distance they needed to cover was significantly reduced. The entire training camp, while spacious, was only a matter of 1 or 2 kilometers away. As opposed to the 3 to 5 kilometers from the earlier incident, Yiming nodded. "I can give it a try, but I cannot guarantee success, as the number of individuals is a bit overwhelming. And my current mental energy may not suffice. Thus, you need to have a backup plan." Lin Xia faced the eastern side, gazing at the masked team outside with a resolute expression. "If we fail, then we shall do as Molly suggested and confront them head-on." Yiming raised an eyebrow. "I thought you would suggest I take only you with me. If it were just you, I wouldn't have a problem." Lin Xia shook his head slightly. "Although we are merely a temporary team, now that we are allies, I will never betray or abandon any one of us." This declaration moved both Molly and Bai Li Pang deeply, especially Bai Li Pang, who was so touched that he wiped away tears. "Chia, you have truly moved me. From now on, you are my brother, and I will cover all your watches in the future." Lin Xia smirked. "I do not need that many watches." That Yiming was also touched by Lin Xia's words, scratching his face thoughtfully, realizing it's getting hard to tell who the protagonist is, shaking his head slightly. He took a deep breath. Molly, Pang, place your hands on my shoulders. Since Xia has said so, I must act decisively. Even if it fails, I must still attempt it." Following his lead, the 3 complied. Molly asked curiously, "What are you planning to do?" "Yiming, you aren't thinking of flying us away, are you?" Lin Xia's lips curled into a smile. "What I have in mind is far more impressive than flying. Bali Pongpong's eyes sparkled with excitement. I can't wait to see. Yi Ming's gaze sharpened as he activated the Divine Ruins Triad Law, declaring at this moment, I, along with those who contact me, shall manifest within the supply station. At the warehouse entrance, Shun Qingzhu and others took some time to recover from the overwhelming presence created by Yi Ming. Deng Wei remarked, Xinge, didn't you say we should unite all possible forces? That Yi Ming is quite impressive and your roommate. Why not go and rally him? Shun Qingzhu's expression grew somewhat awkward. He is indeed my roommate, but we haven't spoken more than a few words in the past 3 days. When we first met, I even left him with a bad impression. Seeing his discomfort, Deng Wei decided not to push further. L. Liang suggested, Xinge, stop dawdling. Let's go choose our weapons. Shun Qingzhu nodded. You all go ahead. Li Liang waved to the others. Let us go pick our weapons. Shun Qingzhu's followers rushed into the warehouse towards the remaining weapon racks. After hesitating for a moment, Shun Qingzhu finally decided to muster his courage and speak with Yi Ming. Intending to apologize if necessary, Yi Ming was indeed formidable. If he could join forces with this roommate, his plan to ambush the masked figures would be foolproof. Taking a deep breath, Shun Qingzhu strode towards Yi Ming and his companions. As he approached, he noticed Lin Che, Molly, and Bali Pang placing their hands on Yi Ming's shoulders, causing him to feel a tinge of confusion. What were they doing? Were they offering encouragement? Did they intend to confront the masked figures directly? Such an action was utterly foolish. Even if Yi Ming was powerful, he could not possibly take on 4 masked figures alone. Shun Qingzhu quickened his pace, feeling it was necessary to prevent Yi Ming and the others from making a grave mistake and lead them onto the right path. As he neared Yi Ming and his companions, he opened his mouth to speak, only to witness an astonishing sight. The 4 of them abruptly vanished. Shun Qingzhu's eyes widened in shock. What just happened? 4 individuals of such size simply disappeared without a trace. His ability, air manipulation, allowed him to sense air fluctuations keenly. If Yi Ming and the others had left at such a rapid pace, he would have sensed something amiss. Yet, there was nothing. Were they invisible? That seemed unlikely. If they were indeed invisible, Yi Ming might manage to move silently. But he was accompanied by 3 others, one of whom was the ostentatious, obnoxious fat guy who was bound to be clumsy. Thus, their departure could not have been entirely soundless. Shun Qingzhu found the entire situation exceedingly bizarre. The presence of Yi Ming and his 3 companions felt as if they were never meant to exist at all. He lowered his head slightly and murmured, Is this what they call arriving without a trace, departing without a sound? As Shun Qingzhu pondered this, the 4 masked figures, having dealt with the moon ghost, quietly surrounded him. Rose sneered, I told you, Yi Ming merely threw a punch. How could he possess such tremendous power? It seems he must have received your assistance. Vortex nodded in agreement. Forbidden Ruins, Sequence 068. Air manipulation. That's a highly dangerous forbidden domain. The scales chimed in. Indeed, if it were air manipulation, after Yi Ming threw a punch, he could create an air explosion, resulting in the current scene. Wang Mian also found some merit in his teammates' observations. Shun Qingzhu exclaimed, I did not. Stop talking nonsense. Damn it, am I becoming a scapegoat? Chapter 45. No free lunch at the supply station. A logistics personnel clad in rubber attire was humming a tune while organizing supplies on the shelves. With a sympathetic expression, he remarked, I heard this year the commander has invited the mass team to oversee the area. They're a special team that has slain beings of unfathomable realms. Those arrogant new recruits are in for a rough time. I really want to be there to see if they end up crying for help. Haha. Just as he finished speaking, he turned around and was taken aback. When did he become surrounded? By 4 new recruits, no less. What the hell? How did new recruits get into the supply station? Before he could contemplate further, Lin Chia waved his hand. Instructor, sorry for the trouble. Pang, take care of him. Clang, clang, clang. Within moments, the logistics personnel was knocked unconscious. Lin Chia instructed Pang, find some rope to tie him up, and use tape to seal his mouth to prevent him from shouting and exposing our position. Got it. No need to search for rope. I have some on hand, Bali Pang replied with a grin, revealing a set of perfectly aligned white teeth. He pulled out a rather unique-looking rope from his pocket. This is a specially crafted rope from my Bali family. Its power rivals that of forbidden items. Binding him with this will ensure absolute security. Molly looked on, slightly surprised. Is your pocket from Doraemon? How did you fit such a long rope in there? It's a type of storage forbidden item called free space. Nothing extraordinary, Bali Pang Pang casually explained. What are you showing off about? As expected, I detest people like you. The spoiled rich kid, Molly retorted disdainfully. Bali Pang Pang hurriedly clarified. Molly, you misunderstood. That's not what I meant. Ignoring Bali Pang Pang, Molly and Lin Xia assisted the weakened Yi Ming, leaning him against a shelf as they settled on ground. Indeed, Yi Ming was exhausted, although the supply station was only a little over a kilometer from the training ground. Not far at all. Teleporting 4 individuals at once had proven quite taxing for Yi Ming, who could only exert the power of the Lantern Realm at present. The teleportation succeeded, but it drained him completely. Lin Xia shot a glance at Bai Li Pang Pang. Stop dawdling and tie him up quickly. Otherwise, when he wakes up, he will surely cause trouble. Remember to seal his mouth. Bai Li Pang Pang nodded eagerly, reciting a few incantations, and the rope in his hands magically bound the logistics personnel securely. And with remarkable artistry, Molly gazed at Yi Ming, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. So, you weren't just being mysterious for show after all. By the way, what is your forbidden domain? Yi Ming tilted his head slightly. I do not possess a forbidden domain. Here we go again. Molly placed her hands on her hips. Is it a trait of guys to breathe heavily while speaking? Yi Ming rolled his eyes. I'm exhausted. Is it wrong for me to speak slowly? It was then that Molly remembered that Yi Ming had expended immense mental energy to bring her, Lin Xia, and Pang Pang here, and she quickly apologized. I am sorry, Lin Xia remarked. Your personality must resonate well with Sister Hong Ying. Molly turned to Lin Xia and inquired, Who is Hong Ying? She is one of the main forces in our team 136 from Sangnan City. A remarkably charismatic sister, Lin Xia responded. The mere mention of Hong Ying conjured memories of the past month for Lin Xia, filled with moments from Team 136, and a smile involuntarily graced his lips. Molly, suddenly enlightened, exclaimed, Then I must meet her when the opportunity arises, redirecting her gaze back to Yi Ming. She added, With such formidable abilities, you must be the second divine agent, right? Yi Ming nodded. A flush of excitement crept onto Molly's beautiful cheeks as she exclaimed, Wow, what extraordinary luck do I possess to randomly form a team and end up with 2 divine agents. Observing that his friend was somewhat modest, Lin Xia interjected to ensure Yi Ming could rest properly. Brother Ming's Divine Ruin is the 3 Teachings Conference, classified as an unknown divine ruin, and one of its abilities is to manifest reality through words. Molly gasped. What? Manifesting reality through words? That's practically a divine skill. With that, she looked at Yi Ming with eager anticipation. Could you conjure some money for me? Yi Ming's expression darkened, clearly uninterested in her request. Lin Xia stood up, surveying their surroundings. Brother Ming, your choice of location is simply splendid. It's secluded and filled with provisions. Let's take this opportunity to rest and lay low. Bali Pang Pang glanced at the nearby supplies. Are there actually edible items here? Lin Xia, leading by example, picked an apple from a shelf and bit into it with a crisp sound. If it's available, why not indulge? Molly and Bali Pang Pang cheered in delight. In the underground base of the training camp, the mysterious disappearance of Yi Ming and his companions caused quite a stir among the instructors. How could those 4 vanish? Invisibility. Don't be absurd. There are 4 of them. Indeed, the ability to cloak others while remaining unseen had never been heard of. It's not invisibility, given the ongoing situation in the warehouse. There would be no place for them to hide. The chief instructor, Yuan Gang, who had remained silent thus far, finally spoke up. His gaze was penetrating. I believe this sudden disappearance is an ability of the Divine Sequence 003. The Seraph Michael, which suggests it is a capability of Lin Xia's Divine Ruin. Hong Hao nodded slightly. That makes sense. Since the onset of the conflict, Lin Xia has yet to reveal any abilities. I suspect that Lin Xia's abilities lean more toward support rather than combat, perhaps akin to the invisibility of the Moon Ghost or even light speed movement. Yuan Gang agreed. Enough speculation. Our immediate priority is to mobilize all forces and locate those 4 youngsters. Understood. The instructors promptly received the order, splitting into groups to investigate the surveillance. Point 2 of the instructors even set off directly from the underground base to check the camp's public restrooms, curious if the 4 had taken refuge there. At that moment, an instructor monitoring the warehouse remarked, "Another batch of new recruits has been eliminated." Shun Qingzhu, leveraging her advantages, was leading the remaining recruits back towards the dormitories. Hong Hao interjected, "Forget about Shun Qingzhu. Our urgent task is to find Yi Ming, Lin Xie, Bali Tuming, and Molly." All right, the instructor nodded, swiftly switching the surveillance to other scenes. Hours slipped by, and dusk settled in. The last rays of the sun cast a warm and radiant golden veil over the land. After their lengthy efforts, the instructors still found no trace of Yi Ming and his companions, leaving Yuan Gang dissatisfied, his brow furrowed. Damn it, have those four little rascals evaporated into thin air? Suddenly, Hong Hao recalled. While reviewing the surveillance, it seems we intentionally overlooked one location. Yuan Gang paused, then realization dawned upon him. "You mean the supply station?" Hong Hao nodded slightly, but soon shook his head. "However, I don't think they would choose to go there." The supply station was over a kilometer away from the warehouse, located at the camp's corner. If it were me, I certainly wouldn't opt to hide there due to the long and perilous journey. An instructor commented, "That was our reasoning as well, which led us to disregard the supply station. But the issue is, those four boys don't seem to conform to logic, so perhaps we should check it out?" Yuan Gang decisively instructed, "Switch the surveillance to the supply station." The instructor promptly complied. As the camera view shifted to the supply station, the instructors were met with a dramatically unexpected scene. Outside, the supply station was bustling with activity. Yet inside, four recruits were singing and dancing, indulging in a feast. Yuan Gang exclaimed, "What?" Other instructors were equally astonished. They could hardly believe that Yi Ming and his companions had indeed found their way to the supply station. And how could they eat so much? Half of the supplies had already been consumed. Were they here for training or vacation? Hong Hao remarked incredulously, "How did they manage to sneak over here undetected?" An instructor replied, "It's improbable they walked or ran over, as we just meticulously reviewed the panoramic surveillance." Yuan Gang pondered for a moment, rewind the footage to the time when Yi Ming and the others vanished. "And let's observe the warehouse scene." An instructor set the monitoring system to rewind. Time rolled back to 2:35 p.m., and the instructors watched in wide-eyed astonishment, replaying the footage multiple times. Hong Hao scrutinized the screen, seeing Yi Ming and his companions with their arms draped over each other's shoulders, and frowned slightly. "What's happening here? Is this some sort of ritual?" An uncertain instructor remarked, "It looks like they're all resting their hands on one another's shoulders, suggesting a flight." Another instructor added, "Despite reviewing it thrice, we still can't decipher how they left the warehouse." Suddenly, Yuan Gang's attention was drawn to the adjacent surveillance of the supply station, and his eyes sharpened. At the very moment Yi Ming and the others disappeared from the warehouse, they collectively appeared at the supply station. "What? This is impossible. How can anyone simultaneously be in two places?" Yuan Gang furrowed his brow. Rewind it again, and everyone stand back while watching both screens. The instructors complied, and indeed witnessed the scene Yuan Gang described. Yi Ming and his companions vanished from the warehouse and appeared in the supply station. The sensation was surreal, almost beyond description. Yuan Gang recalled Lin Xie and the others placing their hands on Yi Ming's shoulders, and the subsequent moment of Yi Ming's apparent faintness after arriving at the supply station, leading him to suspect he had stumbled upon something remarkable. He stared in disbelief. This isn't Lin Xie's ability, but rather Yi Ming's. A collective gasp echoed among the instructors. What exactly is Yi Ming's ability? Can truth-telling and power amplification also facilitate instantaneous movement? This is truly incredible. Hong Hao suddenly had a thought and suggested to Yuan Gang, "Sir, perhaps you should call Chenmai to inquire." Yuan Gang's eyes lit up. "Come to think of it, I do have his number, given to me by Captain Xiao before I set off, allowing me to contact Shun if needed." He hurriedly retrieved his phone and dialed Chenmai. "You have dialed an empty number. Please check and try again." "Sorry, the number you dialed does not exist." Yuan Gang. At the supply station, having rested through the afternoon, Yi Ming's mental acuity was fully restored, and he had also satisfied his hunger. He glanced outside and noted that dusk had arrived. "It's getting late." Molly expressed uncertainty. "We've been here for several hours. Could the masked one have eliminated everyone else?" Yi Ming shook his head slightly. "I doubt it. My good roommate is not so easily dispatched." He felt confident in this assertion, having read the original narrative. although his presence had significantly altered the course of events. The overall trajectory remained largely unchanged. Moreover, in the original tale, Shun Qingzhu initially battled the moon ghost, who had already dealt with. Thus, it was likely that Shun Qingzhu would find it easier to confront the masked one now. Lin Xie chimed in, "Brother Ming is right. The battle is not yet over." While eating earlier, I kept an ear out for external sounds, and the conflict continues. Molly sighed in relief. "That's good. Otherwise, we'd have to confront the masked one head-on upon exiting." Lin Xie turned to Yi Ming. "It seems Brother Ming has fully recovered. Shall we head out?" Yi Ming nodded slightly and stood up alongside everyone else. Bali Pang Pang asked, "Should we go out or send a message?" Lin Shi glanced at him and replied, "Of course, we should go out." Oli turned to Yi Ming and suggested, "I think if we send a message, it might catch them off guard." Lin Shi shook his head. "No, that would be too taxing for Ming. Good, if he gets drained, our chances will plummet to an alarming LOW. Oli stuck out her tongue. I was being presumptuous. The group left the supply station, and as soon as they stepped outside, they heard loud explosions resonating from the direction of the dormitory. Oli exclaimed, "It sounds like Shun Qingzhu and the masked ones are fighting over there." Lin Shi nodded. Bali Pang Pang, looking perplexed, remarked, "The training camp is so vast. Why would they choose to fight near the dormitory?" Yi Ming chuckled, "Because the dormitory is spacious with many rooms, making it ideal for urban combat and ambushes." Lin Shi interjected, "All right, let us stop the idle chatter. We should quietly head towards the dormitory building and assess the situation before devising our next plan." Oli, curious about Lin Shi's abilities since she had never seen them in action, speculated, "Qi, does your divine realm enhance intelligence?" Lin Shi rolled his eyes. "No, my divine realm is about perception. As for my intelligence, I've been clever since childhood." Oli smirked slightly. "You're not humble at all. Enough of the banter. If we delay, our chances of success will diminish," Lin Shi stated with a calm demeanor. With that, he took the lead towards the dormitory. After exchanging glances, Yi Ming, Oli, and Bali Pang Pang followed closely behind. They soon arrived near the dormitory building. Bali Pang Pang took out a pair of binoculars to survey the situation, then reported, "Currently, Shun Qingzhu has set an ambush and is leading a group of recruits to beat up the masked ones." Chapter 47. This is truly understanding one another. Yi Ming observed the battle within the dormitory and fell into deep thought. His intervention had led to the premature elimination of the moon ghost, causing the course of events to diverge significantly from the original narrative. Although it was essential to maintain his informational advantage by ensuring the major events from the original story unfolded as intended, it was prudent to make adjustments to seemingly trivial incidents like the one before him to mitigate unforeseen consequences. After all, sometimes a mere flutter of a butterfly's wings can trigger a series of uncontrollable chain reactions. This is what is known as the butterfly effect. With less than 3 hours remaining before the confrontation's deadline, it was nearing its conclusion. Henceforth, he would endeavor to steer the developments. Oli snatched the binoculars from Bali Pang Pang and peered towards the dormitory, noting the masked ones are being pinned down and beaten. Just as Lin Shi was about to express his opinion, Yi Ming interjected, "Qi, it seems the duel is about to conclude that I would like to indulge in a bit of command. How about I take charge of the final scene?" Lin Shi nodded slightly. He had no objections, as Yi Ming held a significant position in his esteem. Oli regarded Yi Ming with curiosity. "I thought you were all muscle. Turns out you can command as well." Yi Ming was about to base his arrangements on the original narrative when Lin Shi suddenly interrupted. He looked at the still inactive Wang Mian within the dormitory and stated, "I have a request." Yi Ming instantly understood Lin Shi's intention. He likely wanted to challenge Wang Mian one-on-one to inquire about matters related to the divine agents. Yi Ming had no objections, as he had initially planned this adjustment to rectify the timeline. Approved. Lin Shi was taken aback. "I haven't even said anything." Yi Ming chuckled. "Well, hold your tongue and see if my arrangements align with your thoughts." Intrigued, Lin Shi wondered if Minggu truly understood his intentions. After all, he was no mind reader. Lin Shi nodded. "All right, I will follow your lead." Yi Ming, having made some simple modifications to Lin Shi's original arrangements, said, "Let us not rush into action. Although Shun Qingzhu and the others are currently overwhelming the masked ones, observe closely. The leader of the masked ones has yet to engage. The most formidable opponent among them is evidently Wang Mian. Therefore, we shall remain on standby, seeking an opportune moment to coordinate with Shun Qingzhu. If we engage, it must be decisive. Should such an opportunity not present itself, it would imply that Shun Qingzhu may not last much longer. In that case, we should look for a chance to rescue as many as we can. Oli harbored a desire to charge in and fight, but she recognized that Yi Ming's strategy was the most prudent. So she nodded in agreement. Lin Qiyi and Bai Li Peng shared no objections either. The group began to observe the combat within the dormitory as Yi Ming surveyed the scene. He mused, Rose's vortex and balance are nearing their breaking point. Wang Mian should be preparing to AC. No sooner had he thought this than Wang Mian drew his blade, Yi Ming's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly commanded, "Everyone, find cover." With that, he sprang into action. Lin Qiyi and the others, bewildered by the order, realized that Yi Ming's prompt must have a reason, though there was no time for elaboration. They immediately complied. As the four found shelter behind a pile of sacks, they witnessed a deluge of blade energy saturating the air. The razor-sharp energy swiftly tore through the three dormitory buildings, reducing them to countless fragments. With a tremendous crash, the dormitory collapsed, debris cascading down and causing the ground to tremble violently, raising clouds of dust that soared several meters high. The dust swirled like a sandstorm, sweeping across the surroundings. Had Yi Ming not issued the timely command, they would have been engulfed by the dust and left in a state of disarray. Lin Qiyi and the others were left in awe of Yi Ming's predictive capabilities. Yi Ming gazed at the scene before him, feeling profoundly shaken. Witnessing it firsthand was far more impactful than the imagined scenes conjured from the original narrative. The dust raised by the dormitory's collapse took some time to settle. Once it did, Yi Ming and the others emerged from their cover. Yi Ming scanned the ruins, remarking, "This move has effectively eliminated all the rabble," and Oli appeared despondent. Wang Mian truly lives up to his reputation as the agent of the deity of time. Chronos is far too powerful. With such a formidable presence, we stand no chance. Lin Qiyi furrowed his brow. It seems Wang Mian's attack was excessively powerful. Is this something the Lantern Realm could achieve? Yi Ming shook his head slightly. The Lantern Realm certainly cannot inflict such damage. The extent of my previous attack, which sent half a warehouse flying, was already the maximum damage the Lantern Realm could produce. Moreover, that kind of power required me to harness the power of the laws. As he spoke, he turned to Bai Li Peng. "Now, you explain why Wang Mian can deliver such damage." Bai Li Peng wore a look of disbelief. "Ming, are you into intel work? How did you know I would know the answer?" Mo Li smacked Bai Li Peng's head. "Less chatter. Get on with the explanation." Bai Li Peng quickly elucidated the matter regarding Wang Mian's forbidden object. Guyuan. He concluded confidently, "I have something that can nullify Guyuan. If Wang Mian loses Guyuan, he becomes a toothless tiger." With that, he produced a roll of tape from his spatial pocket, saying, "Here, this is the sealing scroll. Just apply it to Guyuan, and it will become ineffective." Yi Ming nodded slightly, took the sealing scroll from Bai Li Peng, and handed it to Lin Qiyi. Lin Qiyi felt a jolt of surprise. Why was Ming giving this to him? Did he truly know what was in his heart? Yi Ming turned to Mo Li and smiled. "Do you still think we have no chance?" Mo Li shook her head. "Not anymore." While the group conversed, the battle reignited amidst the ruins of the dormitory. Just as Yi Ming had predicted, the rabble had been entirely eliminated. Currently, Wang Mian, after executing that move, had once again taken a back seat, retreating a considerable distance from the fray, seemingly waiting for someone. Shun Qingzhu struggled against both Rose and Vortex. Balance had set its sights on Chao Yuan. Yi Ming remarked, "With the rabble out of the way, among those remaining, we may seem to have a numerical advantage, but in reality, we do not. The numerical advantage holds little weight against the masked ones. Furthermore, among the 6 of us left, Peng is not adept at combat, and Chao Yuan is reluctant to fight. Thus, the only ones capable of participating in combat are myself, Qi, Mo Li, and Shun Qingzhu, making it a 4v4 match. Therefore, engaging the masked ones as a group would be exceedingly unwise. If we wish to secure victory, we must opt for one-on-one confrontations." After Yi Ming finished speaking, Lin Shi inquired. Ming Ge, who is Chao Yuan? Yi Ming pointed towards the individual targeted by the scales. Bai Li Pang Pang exclaimed in astonishment. Ming Ge, you must be working in intelligence. You even recognize someone so inconspicuous. Yi Ming clenched his fist and replied, Enough, time waits for no one. We must commence our actions. M.O. Li, you go assist Shun Qingzhu. Choose either the rose or the vortex and take one with you. Pang Pang and I will rescue Chao Yuan. Chi Yi. The matter of Wang Mian is entrusted to you. Lin Shi Ye's pupils contracted sharply. It seemed that Ming Ge truly understood his innermost thoughts. He increasingly felt that the enigmatic deity behind Ming Ge might be a being known as the author or the screenwriter, a divine entity capable of creating worlds and possessing omniscience. Of course, this notion was without any substantial basis. Ultimately, Lin Shi concluded that Ming Ge's insight into his thoughts stemmed from a profound understanding of him. This was akin to having a kindred spirit. Chapter 48. Chao Yuan and the poet. Upon hearing Yi Ming's arrangements, both M.O. Li and Pang Pang were momentarily taken aback. Bai Li Pang Pang questioned, Ming Ge, why don't you confront Wang Mian yourself? M.O. Li nodded in agreement. Indeed, Wang Mian is formidable. It seems precarious to leave him to Chi Y. Yi Ming smiled gently. Do not fret. In truth, Chi is quite capable. Among our team 136, he is one of the few who can spar with me for 3 hours without succumbing. Thanks to Yi Ming's intervention, Lin Shi displayed only his intellect in this confrontation, and his martial prowess remained unshown, leading M.O. Li and Bai Li Pang Pang to perceive him merely as a strategist. Thus, when they heard Yi Ming assert that Lin Shi's combat ability was on par with his own, both M.O. Li and Bai Li Pang Pang were genuinely astonished. Yi Ming turned to M.O. Li. Hasten to support Shun Qingzhu. He is on the brink of defeat. If he falls, the situation will turn unfavorable for us. M.O. Li nodded and, without further ado, drew her katana, resting it upon her shoulder as she dashed towards Shun Qingzhu. Lin Shi expressed, Ming Ge, thank you. Yi Ming patted Lin Shi on the head. What is there to thank? We are all comrades. Go forth without worry. I shall handle everything. Lin Shi felt a warm sensation within. This profound sense of security felt akin to paternal love. He nodded heartily and then, wielding his straight sword, surged towards Wang Mian. Yi Ming exchanged a knowing glance with Bai Li Pang Pang. Let us go rescue Chao Yuan. With that, he made his way towards Chao Yuan, and Bai Li Pang Pang hurriedly followed suit. Once the four of them divided into 3 groups and commenced their actions. It wasn't too long before M.O. Li encountered the rose, successfully diverting her away from Shun Qingzhu and the vortex. Shun Qingzhu continued his battle with the vortex. Shortly thereafter, Lin Shi confronted Wang Mian, and they quickly engaged in combat. Meanwhile, Yi Ming and Bai Li Pang Pang reached Chao Yuan's side. The scales, standing not far from Chao Yuan, immediately spotted Yi Ming and gritted his teeth in anger. Yi Ming disregarded the scales and addressed Chao Yuan. I am here to assist you. Let us join forces and eliminate this scales. Chao Yuan cast a fleeting glance at Yi Ming. Shaking his head slightly, you handle it yourself. I merely wish to be eliminated swiftly. Yi Ming felt no ripples of emotion at this response, for Chao Yuan was indeed portrayed this way in the original narrative. In the original tale, Chao Yuan had received guidance from a master. Initially reluctant to engage, he changed his mind upon hearing Lin Shi Ye's name and resolved to fight. His motivation was solely to alter Lin Shi Ye's perception of him as a coward. However, Yi Ming was not Lin Shi Ye, and it was unlikely that Chao Yuan would modify his attitude solely because of Yi Ming's name. Thus, it was highly probable that Chao Yuan would be eliminated this time around. Yi Ming remained unmoved by Chao Yuan's response, but Pang Pang grew anxious, pointing at Chao Yuan. You are a coward, wasting our efforts to come save you. Chao Yuan replied coolly, I did not ask for your help. Upon hearing this, Bai Li Pang Pang's face flushed with anger. After all, he had just sprinted over, breathless, to assist this very Chao Yuan, only to be met with ingratitude. This was utterly outrageous. However, Bai Li Pang Pang found himself at a loss regarding how to deal with Chao Yuan. Pulling Yi Ming instead, Ming Ge, let us go. Humph. Let him be eliminated here. At that moment, the scales interjected, Yi Ming, We search high and low for you. Now that you have arrived, stay here. I shall take the place of the moon ghost and eliminate you." Without waiting for Yi Ming's response, he unleashed the divine ruins, activating a high-level power field transformation, causing everything within the range of his divine ruins, including the individuals, to slowly levitate off the ground. Bai Li Pang, feeling weightless, cried out in panic, "Ming Ge, save me." Yi Ming sighed deeply. It appeared his assumptions were correct. Eliminating the moon ghost had indeed provoked the masked one. Fortunately, he had managed to evade pursuit earlier. Otherwise, he would have been relentlessly chased down. Since the scales had come knocking, he might as well engage in battle. The Yi Ming unleashed his divine ruins without reservation. The divine ruins' 3 teachings assembly manifested. This time, as he activated the divine ruins, he also imbued it with divine might. Thus, when his divine ruins unfolded, the scales immediately felt the pressure as his opponent. It was an indescribable force, as if emanating from the depths of the soul. The scales narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself, as expected of a divine agent, "This aura is remarkably similar to that of the captain." Not only the scales sensed Yi Ming's divine might. Chao Yuan, standing nearby, also perceived it and cast a deep glance at Yi Ming. However, that was where it ended. Chao Yuan quickly averted his gaze. The scales sneered at Yi Ming. "Is your ability truly truth or dare? Or is it a power amplification? Regardless of which, today I will take the place of the moon ghost and beat you into submission." Yi Ming, hands casually tucked into his pockets, replied nonchalantly, "I'm afraid not." It's neither. The scales was taken aback. Yi Ming continued, "At this moment, I shall stand firm upon the earth, steadfast as Mount Tai." Mysterious golden patterns flickered across his body, originally floating due to the power field transformation. Yi Ming suddenly stood calmly on the ground, creating a stark contrast with the other levitating objects around him. A member of the masked ones. The scales possessed a degree of insight and immediately saw through Yi Ming's ability. His pupils contracting sharply. "Is your ability truly word becomes law?" Yi Ming nodded. The scales trembled, realizing his power field transformation could not restrain Yi Ming, and promptly retracted his ability, allowing everything to return to the ground. Yi Ming fixed a piercing gaze upon the scales. "In this dimension of the lamp realm, do you think you can avenge the moon ghost? I'm afraid you lack the capability." The scales' expression behind the mask shifted dramatically. Seething with anger, "You insolent fool." Meanwhile, Chao Yuan connected the 3 elements of Yi Ming, divine ruins, and word becomes law, and his entire being shuddered. The hint the master had given him before descending the mountain flashed vividly in his mind. Yi Sheng said, "Law reflects the light of the ruins, and the sound of Ming resonates through the heavens. The divine words shatter the mist, exterminating the external evil, establishing order in the chaos." When Chao Yuan first heard this poem, he was somewhat bewildered, unable to grasp its meaning. However, now, in light of the current circumstances, he finally comprehended the essence of the poem. The poem essentially conveyed that a person named Yi Ming possessed the power of law within the divine ruins. With a single utterance, he could shake the heavens. He inherited the divine governance. Wielding the word becomes law to dispel the mist and eradicate the unknown. Before descending the mountain, the master had informed him that he would encounter 2 noble figures on this journey, one who could offer him redemption and one who could save him. A look of wild joy spread across Chao Yuan's face, and just as he was about to engage Yi Ming in conversation, he suddenly recalled his previous cowardly behavior. Surely, he had left a poor impression on Yi Ming. He must rectify this perception. Thus, just as Yi Ming was about to strike at the scales, Chao Yuan leapt forward like a monkey, landing between Yi Ming and the scales. He picked up a straight sword sheath from the ground. Placing his right hand firmly on the hilt, his expression serious and earnest. "Ming Ge, leave this person to me." Chapter 49. Fighting for Ming Ge. Observing Chao Yuan blocking his path, Yi Ming felt puzzled. In the original narrative, the master had provided Chao Yuan with hints related to Lin Qiyi, prompting him to draw his sword for Lin Qiyi. Now, however, Chao Yuan was drawing his sword for him, which raised questions. Was this a consequence of his crossing over, altering the original timeline? Yet that didn't seem right. Since Yi Ming's crossing All influences on the original timeline had resulted from his involvement afterward. But clearly, he had not had the opportunity to partake in the hints given to Chao Yuan by the master. After pondering fruitlessly, Yi Ming decided to inquire directly. What prompted you to suddenly wish to fight? Chao Yuan's expression was resolute. Because you're the one who can save me. Why? Yi Ming displayed a look of astonishment. The one who could save Chao Yuan. Shouldn't that person be Lin Qi? Chao Yuan, sensing Yi Ming's confusion, succinctly explained, before descending the mountain, the master told me that I would encounter two noble figures on this journey, one who could grant me redemption and another who could save me. Yi Ming was struck by a sudden realization. With Chao Yuan's explanation, he finally comprehended the situation. It was not that Lin Qi had been replaced. Rather, another individual capable of saving Chao Yuan had emerged. As for the notions of redemption and salvation mentioned by Chao Yuan, though they differ by a mere character, those familiar with the original text could grasp their essence. Lin Qi was able to absolve Chao Yuan of his sins. While he himself might be able to rescue Chao Yuan from his impending doom in the future, Yi Ming processed this revelation. A subtle shock coursed through him. Whether it be monks or Taoists, they indeed possess remarkable divination skills. Having only traversed into this realm for a month, the one known as Jin Shanzi on Juhua Mountain had already foreseen his arrival. Yet he pondered, what clues had that fellow provided to Chao Yuan? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Chao Yuan recited the hint given by the master. Upon hearing it, Yi Ming was immediately covered in goosebumps. The poem was so striking, it felt as if it had been tailor-made for him. However, Jin Shanzi's profound Buddhist wisdom had encapsulated his entire background in a single verse. He could only wonder if the counterpart was aware of the identity of Bodhi Laozu. A cold snicker echoed in the void, seemingly expressing disdain from the ancestor. Upon understanding Chao Yuan's motivations for battle, Yi Ming's heart settled into tranquility. After a moment of contemplation, he patted Chao Yuan on the shoulder and asked, "Is the other person not?" Two trees stand firm. The 8 gods depart 1.10 years of night, ferrying the people of the world. Chao Yuan trembled at these words, his neck snapping towards Yi Ming with a series of clicks. As if it were second hand on a clock, his pupils constricted slightly. "How do you know?" Yi Ming's lips curled into a faint smile. "That is of little importance. Focus on the fight. Once it concludes, I shall introduce you to that other individual." That moment, ecstasy illuminated Chao Yuan's face. He felt as if he were a favored child of the Buddha. Not only had he encountered someone capable of saving him, but he had also unexpectedly gained the opportunity to meet another noble figure. Today he was determined to give his all and perform splendidly. The joy on Chao Yuan's face swiftly transformed into unparalleled exhilaration. Akin to having consumed 10 pounds of adrenaline. In this state of excitement, he did not pass. Yi Ming has also witnessed the truth of the matter. Moreover, the time reversal that Wang Mian is capable of effecting only extends to others within the domain of the divine ruins, which implies that the instructors hiding in the mouse holes and peeking are not influenced by it. Therefore, there are actually many witnesses to Wang Mian's violation of rules. He could easily leverage this to coerce Wang Mian into providing him with some benefits. In this way, the confrontation would be flawless. As for whether Wang Mian would compromise, Yi Ming did not contemplate this issue at all, for if Wang Mian were to cooperate honestly, that would suffice. Should he refuse to comply, Yi Ming possesses means to ensure Wang Mian's cooperation. Having thought this through, Yi Ming felt elated and wished time could pass even more swiftly. Approximately half an hour later, Shen Qingzhu and Xuanhua ceased their battle and rushed over to Yi Ming and his companion as mere spectators. Before long, Mo Li, Chang Wei, as well as Tian Ping and Chao Yuan also arrived. Only Lin Qi and Wang Mian remained on the battlefield, still engaged in combat. After another hour and a half, the struggle between Lin Qi and Wang Mian was nearing its conclusion. In full view of the audience, Lin Qi wielded his blade and cleaved Wang Mian's mask in two. After a brief moment of astonishment, Wang Mian hurriedly contacted Yuan Gang via communicator to deactivate the town ruins monument. Subsequently, the monument was shut down. Upon its closure, Wang Mian swiftly restored his realm and activated the divine ruins, employing the ability of time reversal. The severed mask immediately began to regenerate bit by bit. Once the mask was fully restored, the town ruins monument was reopened. Since all of this transpired in a fleeting moment, it was as if nothing had occurred at all. Why Ming gazed at Wang Mian, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. At this moment, I should be facing Wang Mian directly. After restoring the mask, Lin Xie was enraged. Wang Mian, you are cheating. Wang Mian quickly gestured for silence. Lin Xie instantly comprehended Wang Mian's intention. You want me to keep this a secret? Wang Mian nodded. Once I rewind time, all those within the range of my divine ruins will forget what just transpired. However, divine agents whose rank surpasses that of the God of Time will not be affected. Therefore, I hope you can keep this confidential, and for that, I am willing to offer some. Before he could finish, Lin Xie suddenly noticed a figure materializing beside him. That a person of considerable size appeared out of thin air. Prior to this person's arrival, Wang Mian, as the captain of the facade, whose true strength surpassed that of Chuanjing, was completely unaware. He was taken aback. How did this Ming appear? Moreover, what was this fellow doing suddenly rushing over? In a flash, Wang Mian recalled Ming's identity. Almost forgot, this guy is also a divine agent. Is he here to seek benefits? Pondering this, a jolt of alarm coursed through him. The deity Ming represents is an unknown one, whose ability is humorously described as truth or dare. Although he later discovered that Ming's divine ruins seemed to possess the capacity for power amplification. In truth, this was not overly impressive, as many gods possess such abilities. Thus, Wang Mian concluded that the unknown deity behind Ming was likely a nameless minor god. Only a nameless minor god would lurk in the shadows, shrouded in mystery, fearing ridicule should their name be revealed. However, if the deity behind Ming were indeed a minor god, he should be suffering from amnesia at this moment. Yet the reality was otherwise. This could only indicate that the deity behind Ming ranks even higher than the god of time, Kronos. This was undoubtedly a remarkable revelation. But who could this deity be? It is worth noting that, throughout the divine realm, those who rank above the god of time are exceedingly rare. Wang Mian's heart raced with astonishment. Ming spoke. Wang Mian, did you just rewind time? Although he had long suspected Ming's intent. Witnessing Ming's lack of amnesia still sent a shiver through Wang Mian, but he thought to himself, this fellow has indeed come to demand benefits. I am willing to offer Lin Xie some compensation out of guilt. But Ming does not deserve such consideration. Humph, it won't be so easy to extract benefits from me, Wang Mian replied coolly. And if I did, upon observing Wang Mian's demeanor, Ming discerned that this fellow would not cooperate with him. No matter, he had his own means to compel Wang Mian's compliance. Ming jested. I'm also aware of the truth of this matter. Should you provide some hush money? Wang Mian replied calmly. First, I hope you understand that regardless of today's outcome, the training session cannot conclude. Furthermore, the instructors are aligned with me, and all other parties involved have lost their memories. Thus, even if you were to reveal the truth, who would believe you, given your influence? Ming narrowed his eyes, quite confident. Aren't we? Wang Mian maintained a composed demeanor. I am merely stating a fact. You may wonder why I would compensate Lin Xie. It is because I feel guilty towards him, but I owe you nothing. Lin Xie had already guessed Ming's forthcoming actions that he wore an expression of amusement. Captain Wang, I advise you not to speak too boldly. Be wary of stumbling in the gutter. Wang Mian shot Lin Xie a puzzled glance. Shaking his head slightly without taking Lin Xie's words seriously, he did not believe that someone who possessed mere brute strength and the ability of truth or dare could alter the situation. Perhaps Ming intended to leverage his truth-inducing ability to compel the instructors to speak honestly. Ridiculous. The instructors are all Chuanjing level at the very least. Ming's ability would have no effect. Just as Wang Mian was about to dismiss Ming, he heard Ming calmly declare, at this moment, all within my divine ruins, all objects within my divine ruins, shall revert to their rightful state in the future. Crack! Wang Mian's mask shattered, revealing an incredulous face beneath. Chapter 51. This must be remembered after a brief moment of shock. Wang Mian quickly deduced what Ming's ability was, drawing upon his extensive experience and knowledge that a look of incredulity crossed his handsome features. Is your ability a manifestation of words? Although Wang Mian's tone remained relatively calm, internally he was engulfed by a tempest of emotions. Among the gods, those who can manifest reality through words are exceedingly few. Wang Mian's mind raced through the names of deities from various pantheons: Norse, Greek, Japanese, Indian, searching for one that matched the criteria. In the end, he found nothing. Such a lofty ability seemed to belong solely to the Daxia pantheon. But the problem was Daxia has no gods, although few were willing to accept this truth. Since the onset of the mist, the gods of Daxia had never made an appearance. Wang Mian felt a headache brewing. Very well, perhaps it was best not to dwell on this further. Contemplating it any longer might drive him mad. For now, it was imperative to address the immediate issue. As for the deity behind Yi Ming, let those above deal with that conundrum. Wang Mian fixed his gaze upon Yi Ming, his expression gradually clarifying. Yi Ming's abilities were indeed somewhat monstrous. For the time being, he could not conceive of any method to counter Yi Ming. No. Yi Ming's ability, which generates varying effects merely through speech, has no apparent weaknesses. Faced with such a power, all he could do was harness the might of the time divine ruins to engage Yi Ming in a war of attrition. Yet this situation was not a life-and-death struggle on a battlefield. There was no need for such measures. After all, Yi Ming was merely seeking a bit of hush money. Since hush money costs him nothing, providing some to Yi Ming would not be an issue. With this in mind, Wang Mian slowly spoke. It seems I truly have no recourse. What do you desire? Yi Ming assessed the small contest of wits between Wang Mian and Lin Xie in the original narrative. Concluding that Wang Mian likely already had a scale weighing his options in mind, that he replied, I shall not make it difficult for you. Something similar to what you offer Lin Xie will suffice. Wang Mian shot him a glare. Excessive. Lin Xie raised an eyebrow. Captain Wang, it seems you have already considered what you intend to offer me. Wang Mian ignored Lin Xie, turning back to Yi Ming with irritation. That is not impossible. But I have a condition. Why Yi Ming? Speak. Wang Mian gestured around. You must handle the aftermath, at least restoring everything to the state it was in when I utilized the time divine ruins. Suddenly, Yi Ming made a gesture that left Wang Mian speechless and Lin Xie astonished. He turned to himself and declared, At this moment, I should weep bitterly. Then he truly began to cry. Sobbing heart-wrenchingly, his lamentations echoing sorrowfully, Yi Ming cried, I am but a small newcomer. Having merely restored the scene, I've already exerted all my strength. Woe is me. How can I possibly muster additional mental energy to manage any aftermath? Woe is me. Unlike you, I am not a being surpassing Chuanjing. Wang Mian was immediately left with a forehead full of black lines. No, brother, you have gone too far. This is utterly absurd. Lin Xie was equally astonished, thinking, my goodness, Ming Ge is so shameless. To audaciously employ one's abilities for deceit is quite astonishing. I must jot down this experience in my notebook. One never knows when it might prove useful. Yi Ming offered no response to Wang Mian, instead sobbing softly. Wang Mian found himself utterly at a loss with Yi Ming, although his intuition suggested that Yi Ming still possessed the energy to clean up the aftermath. The truth remained that he was merely a novice. With no other option, Wang Mian resolved to take matters into his own hands. His expression darkening, he said, All right, stop crying. I shall handle this myself. Yi Ming, suppressing his tears, immediately brightened, exclaiming, Thank you, Captain Wang. The corners of Wang Mian's mouth twitched in irritation. Damn it, seeing this brat so arrogant, he felt inclined to remind him that, given his lack of mental fortitude, he had no grounds for negotiation to threaten anyone. However, that was merely a thought. In reality, it was unnecessary. Both Yi Ming and Lin Xie possessed exceptional potential. With proper development, they would undoubtedly become pillars of the nation in the future. Who knows, perhaps one day, in a mysterious battle, this irritating fellow would stand by his side as a comrade in arms. There was truly no need to strain their relationship at this juncture. Wang Mian raised his right hand and pressed the communicator affixed to his ear. Instructor Yuan, we've encountered a situation. Could you please deactivate the Town Seal Monument once more? The Town Seal Monument was quickly shut down again. Wang Mian restored the boundary and once more invoked the power of the temporal divine ruins. After a brief calculation of the time spent conversing with Yi Ming, He reverted everything around him to 3 minutes, 15 seconds, and 87 milliseconds prior. The mask, originally intact, had been shattered and fallen to the ground. Piece by piece, it reassembled itself upon his face, merging seamlessly back to its original form. Having completed this, Wang Mian exhaled deeply. Instructor Yuan, it is done. The town seal monument reopened. Wang Mian crossed his arms and surveyed Lin Xie before finally fixing his gaze on Yiming. Now let us discuss matters of compensation and a confidentiality fee. First, regarding the confidentiality fee, Yiming, what would you like? Yiming gestured with his eyes towards Lin Xie. Let Xie handle it. Whatever you give him, I want the same. Wang Mian's mouth twitched slightly, but he chose not to argue with Yiming and began conversing with Lin Xie. Just as in the original text, Wang Mian initiated the discussion with money. But Lin Xie refused. Then came the mention of restricted items, yet Lin Xie still felt it was insufficient. Finally, Wang Mian, with a tone of resignation, proposed that he could owe Lin Xie a favor. Lin Xie finally acquiesced, ate tea this moment. The handsome face concealed beneath Wang Mian's mask bore an expression of utter disillusionment. What was wrong with these two fellows? Each one was more difficult to deal with than the last. He turned to Yiming. You want the same as Lin Xie, correct? 500,000, restricted items, and my favor. Yiming nodded. Wang Mian breathed a sigh of relief, about to agree, when Yiming suddenly changed his mind. I don't need your favor. Convert into cash for me instead. You decide the amount. Let me see how much your favor is worth. Wang Mian turned red with indignation, gritting his teeth. You son of a... Lin Xie kindly interjected. Captain Wang, there are so many people watching. Mind your manners. Wang Mian quickly regained his composure, his tone turning cordial. Very well. As you wish. I shall convert my favor into cash for you later. Why should he be angry? Regardless of how much he had to pay, it was Yuan Gang's concern, not his. With Yuan Gang's character, he might very well deem his favor worthless and only give Yiming 500,000. Wang Mian communicated with Yuan Gang, confirming that everything was settled at that moment. The clock struck 9 o'clock in the evening. Yuan Gang announced through the loudspeakers installed around the area. Time's up. The new recruits who fail to remove their masks are deemed the losers. Following the conclusion of the duel, Wang Mian, having endured humiliation at the hands of Yiming, harbored some resentment, and thus did not expend mental energy to restore the 3 dormitory buildings as he had in the original text. Consequently, Yiming and other new recruits had to spend the night outdoors in the training grounds. Yuan Gang designated areas for the students in the 3 dormitory buildings, instructing the new recruits to locate their roommates and then line up in order according to their dormitory numbers to rest. When Yiming found Shan Qingzhu, he noticed the latter blushing and gazing at him, hesitating to speak. Yiming. Chapter 52. Nimbus Cloud. Yiming had merely followed orders to find Shan Qingzhu. Yet the latter's bashful demeanor gave Yiming the impression of a couple meeting that a chill ran down his spine. Why was the swaggering guy no longer so confident? Yiming asked uncertainly. Are you unwell? You're the one who's unwell, Shan Qingzhu retorted, rolling his eyes, his previous embarrassment dissipating as he returned to his normal self. After a pause, he added, I have something to tell you. Yiming instinctively took a step back. I'm not interested in that. 3 words popped into Shan Qingzhu's mind. That's not what I meant. Yiming sighed with relief. Then go ahead. Shan Qingzhu took a deep breath, hesitating again. Yiming crossed his arms over his chest. You still want to express something inappropriate, don't you? Not at all. Shan Qingzhu blushed again. He took another deep breath, adjusting his emotions. Shan Qingzhu scratched his head, his gaze wandering. I'm sorry about that. Yiming found Shan Qingzhu's sudden contrition perplexing. Why are you apologizing all of a sudden? Shan Qingzhu glanced left and right. Well, when we first met, I didn't hear your self-introduction, did I? I actually had my reasons back then. Upon hearing this, Yiming finally understood Shan Qingzhu's intentions. The fellow was apologizing for his initial rudeness. However, Shan Qingzhu, accustomed to being tough, found it strange to suddenly apologize to someone that if Ming had not read the original text, he would have likely dismissed Shan Qingzhu after being treated rudely. However, having read the original, he knew that Shan Qingzhu was fundamentally a good person. Thus, just as he bore no ill will towards Zhao Kongsheng when asked for his assistance, he felt no animosity towards Shan Qingzhu at this moment. Yi Ming patted Shun Qingzhu on the shoulder. I understand you're just putting on a brave front. It's the only way to prevent others from provoking you. Shun Qingzhu's gaze suddenly locked onto Yi Ming. Astonished, how did you know? Because I used to be like that too. Yi Ming tilted his head back a 45-degree angle, gazing at the starry sky. When he had first worked in a foreign land, he too had feigned arrogance for self-protection. Thus, he could relate to Shun Qingzhu's behavior. Shun Qingzhu looked at Yi Ming with the expression of a long-lost brother reunited. Yi Ming smiled. So I've never held it against you. You don't need to apologize. Shun Qingzhu felt a twinge in his nose and threw an arm around Yi Ming's shoulders. Well done. From now on, you're my brother. Yi Ming's understanding and magnanimity greatly enhanced Shun Qingzhu's fondness for him. As Yi Ming and Shun Qingzhu found the location arranged by Instructor Yuan and sat down to rest, Chao Yuan stealthily approached Yi Ming's side. Upon seeing Chao Yuan's demeanor, Yi Ming was taken aback. What are you doing here? Chao Yuan squatted beside Yi Ming, glancing around furtively, resembling a thief. Yi Ming. What the hell? Was everyone acting so strangely today? It was one thing for the usually arrogant Shun Qingzhu to suddenly appear bashful. Even the typically bold and carefree Chao Yuan was now acting suspiciously. Yi Ming frowned. What on earth do you want? Chao Yuan rubbed his hands together, looking apprehensive. Brother Ming, could you introduce me to Lin Xie? Upon hearing this, Yi Ming immediately understood the reason behind Chao Yuan's sudden change in demeanor. A simple analogy made it clear. Chao Yuan wanted to meet Lin Xie, who was destined to be another benefactor for him. Thus, Chao Yuan's current mindset was akin to that of a starry-eyed girl about to meet her idol or a child meeting a long-lost father. Yi Ming, while reading the original text, had initially thought Chao Yuan's unhesitating declaration to become Lin Xie's devoted follower indicated a simple mind. However, upon further reflection, it was not entirely so. The tragedies of his childhood haunted Chao Yuan. He had long been mired in deep self-reproach, unable to escape the shadows. Jin Chanzi had mentioned that Lin Xie could redeem Chao Yuan. For Chao Yuan, Lin Xie's future kindness would equate to the benevolence of a reborn parent. Thus, Lin Xie represented Chao Yuan's parents. Therefore, what was wrong with Chao Yuan preemptively flattering his future parents? Was there any issue with that? Hence, Chao Yuan's current behavior was entirely reasonable. Yi Ming looked around, but could not find Lin Xie or Bai Li Pang Pang, unsure of their whereabouts, considering how late it had become. He said to Chao Yuan, "There's no need to rush. Among us today, the one who is most exhausted is Xie. After all, he has been sparring with Wang Mian from afternoon until night. Let's allow him to rest well first. And I will introduce you two tomorrow. Remember, opportunities abound. There is plenty of time ahead." Chao Yuan, upon realizing that he would not be able to see Lin Xie today, swiftly reverted to his usual demeanor. Mingo is right. It was my oversight. I'll take my leave now. Just as he was about to depart, Shun Qingzhu called out to him, "Hey, I have a question for you. You were clearly quite formidable earlier in the dormitory building. Why didn't you take action?" When speaking to others, Chao Yuan showed no restraint. He cast a dispassionate glance at Shun Qingzhu and replied, "I have no desire to collaborate with you. Those who cannot control their emotions are merely weak." Shun Qingzhu, with his fiery temper, felt a flush of anger rise within him. But the thought of provoking Chao Yuan and potentially inciting him to draw a weapon quickly quelled his rage. It wasn't that he feared Chao Yuan. He simply did not wish to engage in conflict with a monster. That night, Yi Ming found himself restless and, seeking solace, ventured to Fengsuan Mountain to enjoy the scenery. As he meandered, he arrived at the Grand Pavilion. There, he discovered 5 colorful energy orbs displayed on the panel marked with 1 ancestor fusion progress, after the first orb transformed into a grand celestial technique. The second orb astonishingly underwent a change as well, morphing into a golden cloud. Yi Ming's face lit up with joy. The 5 energy orbs represented the 5 wishes of the ancestor, crucial elements for enhancing the fusion process. Thus, this golden cloud symbolized the ancestor's second wish. Yi Ming hurriedly approached the golden cloud and pressed his hand upon it. In the next moment, information related to the cloud flooded his mind. Yi Ming gasped in astonishment. This golden cloud was none other than the legendary Nimbus cloud, capable of traversing vast distances. many might not grasp the magnitude of 10,000, 8,000 miles. For reference, the Earth's equatorial circumference is approximately 40,076 kilometers. 10,000, 8,000 miles equates to 54,000 kilometers. This means that in the Tales of Journey to the West, the Monkey King could soar around the Earth's equator in a single somersault. A progress value appeared above the nimbus cloud. Zeroed, if Yi Ming could raise this value to 100, he would obtain the nimbus cloud. When that time came, regardless of the adversary he faced, should he wish to flee, no one would be able to pursue him. However, achieving a value of 100 was no simple feat according to the instructions. For every kilometer he ran, excluding breaks, he would gain a progress increment of 0.002 this rate. To summon the nimbus cloud, he would need to cover a distance equivalent to more than one complete circumnavigation of the Earth's equator. The thought of such a distance made Yi Ming's lips twitch slightly. Nevertheless, considering the myriad benefits to be gained, he resolved to put forth the effort. Moreover, this was directly tied to his fusion progress with the ancestor. Coincidentally, physical training was set to commence the following day, providing him with an ideal opportunity to run. Why was it deemed an ideal opportunity? While one could run at any time, it would appear rather foolish to do so without reason. Therefore, training sessions were the most appropriate context for running. After a brief reflection, Yi Ming decided to team up with Shun Qingzhu the following morning to seek a chance for punishment from their instructor. Chapter 53. Why the Favoritism? At 11:30. As Yi Ming slumbered peacefully, he sensed someone approaching. An open one, it beheld a strikingly handsome young man, adorned with a mask shaped like the character Wang. Passing by. It was indeed the masked captain, Wang Mian. Wang Mian crouched beside Lin Xie, gently tapping his shoulder to rouse him from sleep. Upon awakening, Lin Xie was momentarily surprised to see Wang Mian, ready to inquire, but he noticed Wang Mian gesturing for silence. Shall we step outside to talk? Lin Xie had numerous questions he wished to discuss with Wang Mian, the divine proxy. During their battle, Wang Mian had promised that post-conflict, regardless of the outcome, they could converse. However, why did it have to be in the dead of night? Surely, Wang Mian must have had a compelling reason for this timing. Lin Xie rose to his feet. Yi Ming, witnessing this, closed his eye once more. Just as he was about to drift back to sleep, Wang Mian addressed him. Yi Ming, since you're awake, you might as well join us. Yi Ming opened his eyes and shot Wang Mian a significant eye roll. You're disturbing my sweet dreams, brother. Wang Mian ignored Yi Ming and led Lin Xie toward the edge of the training camp. Reluctantly, Yi Ming sighed and followed suit. Yi Ming, Lin Xie, and Wang Mian arrived at the vicinity of the warehouse, where Yi Ming noted that the section he had demolished with a single punch the previous afternoon had already been repaired by the logistics personnel. These slackers are skipping out in the dormitory to fix the warehouse. Wang Mian's gaze swept over Yi Ming, then Lin Xie, finally settling on Lin Xie. You had questions for me, didn't you? Now's your chance. Lin Xie retorted with mild annoyance, after battling you for an entire afternoon. I am quite fatigued. Why must it be at night? Wang Mian replied, because we have to leave. Lin Xie blinked in confusion. Leave? Wang Mian sighed heavily. A mysterious entity from the sea has appeared in the north, and we must eliminate it. Lin Xie suddenly recalled the question he had planned to ask Wang Mian tomorrow, as dictated by the original text. Wang Mian patiently explained the relationship between proxies and gods as a contractual one, where the deity grants power to the proxy, who aids in fulfilling certain tasks. He informed Lin Xie that the time god had entrusted him with the mission of locating Takamagara and retrieving an item from there. Wang Mian then elaborated on matters concerning the ancient god church. In conclusion, with a serious expression, Wang Mian addressed both Yi Ming and Lin Xie. It is highly likely that the ancient god church will seek to make contact with both of you. They will attempt to recruit you first. However, should you refuse, they may resort to extreme measures to erase you from existence. Exercise utmost caution around individuals from the ancient god church. Yi Ming was actually more informed about these matters than Wang Mian himself. But acknowledging the goodwill of the warning, he felt compelled to respond. Thank you. Wang Mian shook his head. No need to thank me. I primarily intended to speak with Xie. You were merely an afterthought. Yi Ming smirked slightly. Clearly, Wang Mian was still mulling over the matter of the hush money he had demanded earlier that evening. He rolled his eyes, still holding a grudge. Huh. Wang Mian disregarded Yi Ming and turned his attention to Lin Xie. Well then, let us conclude our conversation here. I had initially planned to discuss this with you tomorrow, but I simply did not wish to see Ming's face any longer, so I opted for tonight instead. Yi Ming's expression darkened at those words. Yet here you are, still seeing my face. Wang Mian's lips curled upward slightly. It's night now. It's hard to see clearly. Why Yi Ming? Well then, until we meet again. I hope that by our next encounter, we can stand together as allies. Wang Mian remarked with a smile. He waved farewell to Yi Ming and Lin Xie before turning and disappearing into the night. Lin Xie looked at Yi Ming. Brother Ming, this Captain Wang seems rather decent. Why Yi Ming, lost in thought, nodded absent-mindedly. Let us head back. All right. The two began their return journey. As they walked, Yi Ming sighed internally, though I strive to correct the original timeline. Many details inevitably change. For instance, what should have transpired tomorrow occurred prematurely due to Wang Mian's aversion to seeing me during the day. Moreover, the scene of new recruits sleeping in the training ground on the first night was not part of the original narrative. Correcting the timeline is quite challenging. Nevertheless, as long as I ensure the overarching direction remains constant, the details are of little consequence. At 3 a.m, a sudden and jarring whistle pierced the stillness of the night, awakening the recruits sleeping in the training ground. Immediately following was the commanding voice of Hong Hao. All personnel, assemble. The recruits displayed expressions of discontent, questioning why they were being summoned at such an hour. Yet, military orders were absolute. Despite their reluctance, they had no choice but to comply. Lin Xie was the first to rise and rush to form ranks. The other recruits, however, were less eager, resorting to a tacit protest by slowing their pace. Among the new recruits, only Yi Ming and Shun Qingzhu moved at a notably sluggish pace, deliberately lagging behind as they made their way to the assembly. Shun Qingzhu produced a piece of gum and offered it to Yi Ming. Why are you moving so slowly? Yi Ming accepted the gum, unwrapped it, and popped it into his mouth. And you have the audacity to question me. Shun Qingzhu shrugged. I'm just lazy. Wai Ming smirked. Same here. Shun Qingzhu raised an eyebrow. I thought you were one of those obedient good boys. Wai Ming rolled his eyes. Ever seen a good boy who can demolish half a warehouse with a single punch? Shun Qingzhu laughed heartily, finding Yi Ming increasingly likable as they engaged in their light-hearted banter. Instructor Hong's expression darkened at their demeanor. He muttered to himself, did I misjudge him? When I first met Yi Ming, he seemed just as earnest as Lin Xie. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and a flicker of resentment crossed his face that he must be that troublemaker. Shun Qingzhu, leading Yi Ming astray. Shun Qingzhu sneezed. Why Yi Ming? Have you caught a cold? Shun Qingzhu pinched his nose. Not really. Perhaps someone has been talking about me. You have no idea. I'm quite unpopular. Why Yi Ming? That much is evident. Instructor Hong could no longer contain his frustration and bellowed. Yi Ming. Shun Qingzhu, are you two here to stroll and exchange quips? Run 30 laps around the training ground. Yi Ming calculated his mind. 1 lap around the training ground was approximately 1 kilometer. 30 laps amounted to 30 kilometers. Meanwhile, the progress of his somersault cloud was an increase of 0.002 per kilometer, totaling merely 0.06 for 30 kilometers, which seemed rather insufficient. With this thought, Yi Ming deliberately provoked Instructor Hong. Report. Instructor, 30 laps is hardly enough. Who do you think you are looking down on? Instructor Hong's face flushed with anger. Then you can run 60 laps. Yi Ming pondered briefly and agreed, although he was currently strong. Physical strength did not necessarily equate to endurance. 60 laps was a considerable distance. He would attempt these first, and if he could manage them with ease, he would provoke Instructor Hong once more. With a cheerful reply of all right, he began his run. Not to be outdone, Shun Qingzhu shouted, Instructor, I also believe this punishment is too lenient. Instructor Hong completely lost his temper. You two will run 70 laps. Shun Qingzhu. Why the double standards? Chapter 54. Cost-effectiveness too low. Instructor Hong's command left Shun Qingzhu feeling quite disgruntled. However, resisting was futile. Having been punished, he had no choice but to endure it. He spat towards Instructor Hong and silently fell and stepped behind Yi Ming. He deliberately ran behind him to take advantage of the slipstream, conserving some of his energy. Lin Xia watched as Yi Ming began his laps and exclaimed, "Brother Ming is impressive." A surge of impulse washed over him, the desire to confront the instructor and join Brother Ming in running. However, this impulse was quickly suppressed, for he was acutely aware that his physical condition had only recently improved over the past month. Although he had made significant strides since awakening, he was still far from Yi Ming's physique. Forget 60 laps. He felt that even 30 would be a daunting challenge. Moreover, Instructor Hong was currently in a foul mood. Speaking up now could very well result in a punishment of 80 laps. Shun Qingzhu was the perfect example of that. At that moment, Instructor Hong assigned additional running tasks of over 10 laps to more than half of the new recruits who had been slacking off earlier. Including some familiar names like Bai Li and others, as the new recruits prepared to accept their punishment and begin running, one of them exclaimed that he could no longer feel his forbidden realm. Clearly, the town suppression monument was operating at full capacity. Yet, Lin Xia still sensed his own forbidden realm, reflecting, "Although my forbidden realm has been significantly weakened due to the town suppression monument, I can still perceive it seems that the town suppression monument cannot completely suppress the divine realm. Perhaps Brother Ming is experiencing the same?" Just as Lin Xia thought, Yi Ming checked his divine realm and confirmed that everything was in order. To his surprise, despite the town suppression monument operating at full power, his realm remained at the peak of the third stage, even stronger than when he faced the false opponent, when his realm had been suppressed to the level of his initial awakening. This must be related to the function of the town suppression monument, which can specifically suppress realms as well as forbidden realms. Yi Ming and Shun Qingzhu ran in tandem, their footsteps echoing on the ground. Yi Ming's motivation to provoke Instructor Hong was clear. He sought additional training to enhance the progress of his somersault cloud. Shun Qingzhu, on the other hand, was driven by pride, choosing to endure the punishment willingly. Nevertheless, he felt quite good about himself. As running behind, Yi Ming fostered a sense of camaraderie. Each step he took seemed to elevate his admiration for Yi Ming to that moment. Shun Qingzhu longed to express to Yi Ming, "To run alongside you is an honor." Of course, at the beginning of their run, he still had the energy for such thoughts. Even after running 30 laps in an hour and a half, he still had the mental capacity to contemplate various musings. Meanwhile, the other new recruits had completed their laps and, under Instructor Hong's direction, gathered around to observe as spectators. As Shun Qingzhu reached his 40th lap, he began to feel the strain. His body was tiring. Yi Ming, too, was in a similar state. Despite his strength being several times that of Shun Qingzhu's, as previously noted, strength did not equate to endurance. Being strong did not guarantee prolonged stamina. Moreover, fatigue accumulated geometrically over time, intensifying as one continued to exert themselves. Nevertheless, he pressed on. Soon, Yi Ming completed another 10 kilometers. Maintaining a straight posture while running was no longer feasible. If he was struggling, Shun Qingzhu was in a worse condition. Hunched over as if he might revert to crawling at any moment. An hour later, Yi Ming finally finished his 60 kilometers. Utterly exhausted, in such a fatigued state, the progress of his somersault cloud had barely increased from 0 to 0. 12. Damn it. The cost-effectiveness of this was exceedingly low. It was utterly a case of diminishing returns. The more he pondered, the more he felt he was at a loss. Yi Ming decided that working on the somersault cloud progress should be a gradual endeavor. After all, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future, but if he recalled correctly, the morning session was a close combat class with cold weapons, allowing him some time to rest and recuperate his strength for the training he anticipated most in the afternoon, extreme training. Having completed 60 kilometers, Yi Ming halted. Shun Qingzhu still had 10 kilometers to go and had to continue. He circled around Yi Ming, and as they brushed past each other, he strained to lift his left hand. Resembling participants in a relay race exchanging the baton, Yi Ming instantly understood Shun Qingzhu's intention and felt immense respect for his resolve and mindset. He raised his left hand to give Shun Qingzhu a high five. Smack, Yi Ming encouraged. Keep it up. Shun Qingzhu shot Yi Ming a grateful glance before returning his focus to the run. His body was clearly at its limit. The pace of his running had become nearly indistinguishable from walking. and he swayed precariously, as if he might collapse at any moment. Yuan Gang happened to arrive at the training ground and witnessed the moment Yi Ming and Shun Qingzhu exchanged high fives. This sight deeply moved him. Having become a formidable presence in the Sea realm, Yuan Gang had undoubtedly dedicated immense effort during his youth that was beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. In Yi Ming and Shun Qingzhu, he saw a reflection of his younger self. After a moment of contemplation, Yuan Gang called out to Shun Qingzhu. Shun Qingzhu, you could defer the remaining 10 laps for now. Breakfast time is approaching. After you eat, you have other training, and we cannot afford a delay. With that, he turned to Instructor Hong. Please inform Old Sun to prepare a lavish breakfast for these 2 kids. Instructor Hong nodded in acknowledgement and then issued a command for all new recruits to head to the dining hall, allowing them only 20 minutes for their meal. Upon hearing this, the new recruits erupted in cheers and rushed towards the cafeteria. Only 4 individuals remained stationary: Lin Xie, Deng Wei, Li Liang, and Li Jia. The 4 of them then jogged in the opposite direction towards Yi Ming and Shun Qingzhu. However, after a few steps, Li Liang said to Deng Wei, 3 of us is too many. You go ahead to the cafeteria and secure a seat. Li Jia and I will manage here. Deng Wei did not argue and nodded, heading toward the cafeteria. Seeing Lin Xie approaching, Yi Ming's lips curled into a slight smile. Thinking, this kid is quite impressive. My care for him has not been in vain. Shun Qingzhu staggered over to Yi Ming's side, resting an arm on his shoulder. Your little brother is quite remarkable. Yi Ming tilted his head. Yours is just as good, isn't he? Of course, he is my steadfast little brother. Shun Qingzhu lifted his chin, a smug expression crossing his face that Yi Ming shook his head. Jie is not my little brother. He is my friend. Shun Qingzhu's mouth twitched. Li Liang and the others are my buddies too. I just wanted to tease you. You're really dulled, yes, they chatted. Lin Xie and the others arrived beside them. Lin Xie supported Yi Ming, while Li Liang and Li Jia assisted Shun Qingzhu. The 5 of them trailed the larger group toward the cafeteria, creating a harmonious and delightful scene. Chapter 55. Why did they get to eat well? The 5 of them took a full 5 minutes to reach the vicinity of the cafeteria. Upon sighting it, Lin Xie, Shun Qingzhu, Li Liang, and Li Jia's eyes lit up. Lin Xie expressed curiosity. This is my first time in a military camp. I wonder what breakfast consists of that. Li Liang inquired. Haven't you undergone military training before? Lin Xie shook his head slightly, a look of regret on his face. Due to personal reasons, I never had the opportunity. Li Liang then boasted. The food in the army is quite good. Breakfast includes fried dough sticks, soy milk, tea, eggs, steamed buns, and so on. Upon hearing his words, Lin Xie and the others were immediately filled with anticipation. Only Yi Ming wore an expression of resistance, for he was well aware of what they would be having for breakfast that morning: stale buns and raw meat. Yi Ming contemplated warning his companions, yet feared it might dampen their spirits. After much deliberation, he ultimately decided against voicing his concerns. How absurd! At such a moment, it was paramount to reveal the harsh truth to his friends, clearing his throat. He said, I believe it would be wise for you not to get your hopes up too high. Lin Xie turned to Yi Ming. Mingo? Yi Ming replied, as far as I know, the first meal after the official training for new recruits consists of raw meat. Shun Qingzhu initially failed to grasp this. Those foolish instructors finally showed a semblance of humanity by not serving us something bizarre for our meals. Suddenly, he paused. What do you mean by raw meat? Yi Ming, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied, raw meat. The color drained from Shun Qingzhu's face as he exclaimed, raw meat? Damn, these scoundrels are utterly outrageous. Lin Xie and the others nodded in vehement agreement, their enthusiasm waning. And they halted in their tracks. Should they perhaps just go hungry? Lin Xie turned to Yi Ming. Minggu, why must we have raw meat for breakfast? It's hard on the digestion. As the bearer of the script, Yi Ming resolved to enlighten these uninformed souls that he raised his head, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle, his expression grave. It is said that when the night watchmen were first established, they faced great calamity, suffering from scarcity of food and clothing. The predecessors of the night watchmen survived on roots and grass, risking their lives. After the disaster passed, the elders instituted a rule for new recruits to eat roots and grass for their first meal. ensuring that the younger generation would remember the hardships of yesteryear. Over time, this rule became tradition, and only in recent years was it changed to raw meat. Upon hearing this, Lin Xie and the others fell silent. Yi Ming understood that they must consume this meal. Otherwise, they would be unable to endure the extreme training scheduled for the afternoon. He then said to Lin Xie, "Chia, let us continue." Lin Xie expressed no objections and assisted Yi Ming as they proceeded. Li Liang asked Xingu. Shun Qingzhu gritted his teeth, his gaze resolute. If our predecessors could eat roots and grass, then I, Shun Qingzhu, can certainly eat raw meat. Onward, the little follower chimed in. Absolutely, brother. On the second floor of the cafeteria, Yuan Gang withdrew his gaze from Yi Ming and the others, a slight smile gracing his lips. This Yi Ming is quite knowledgeable. He is deserving of the sumptuous breakfast I specifically instructed Lao Sun to prepare for him and Shun Qingzhu. Hong Hao nodded in agreement. Indeed, Yi Ming is one thing, but he merely became a rebel due to others' influence. However, Shun Qingzhu has truly impressed me. His last remark was quite striking. Yuan Gang directed his gaze towards the cafeteria's first-floor hall, with such leaders among them. I wonder if this batch of new recruits will perform any better. In the cafeteria, as soon as Yi Ming and his companion entered, they heard a chubby voice calling, "Ming, Che, over here," following the sound. They saw by Li Pangpang, who had arrived early, had already secured seats for them. Why Yi Ming and his companion sat beside by Li Pangpang. Lin Xie had already noticed the two large bowls on the new recruits' table. One contained buns, and the other was less discernible. It was safe to presume it was the raw meat that Ming Ge had spoken of. Thus, upon sitting down, he curiously peered into the other bowl and indeed saw chunks of raw meat, tinged with blood and emanating a faint odor. Lin Xie inquired, "So, shall we eat?" Yi Ming nodded slightly and reached into the bowl to grab some raw meat. Having lived 2 lives, this was his first encounter with raw meat, and he wondered about its taste. Would it induce nausea? He had always enjoyed sashimi, but raw meat was an entirely different matter. Bali Pang Pang widened his eyes at the sight. "Ming Ge, what are you doing? That bowl contains raw meat." His exclamation drew the attention of the other hesitant new recruits, who now regarded Yi Ming with incredulity. Why Yi Ming disregarded Pong Pong's surprise, taking a piece of raw meat and placing it onto his plate. Lin Xie mirrored Yi Ming's actions, taking a piece for himself. The two exchanged a glance, stealing their resolve to eat, only to see Shun Qingzhu already digging in with gusto, albeit with some complaints. "Damn it, this tastes absolutely horrid." Shun Qingzhu held a piece of raw meat in both hands, having already taken a large bite. His actions left the other new recruits in shock. One new recruit exclaimed, "Shun Qingzhu, if it tastes bad, then don't eat it. No one is forcing you." Shun Qingzhu took another large bite, proclaiming, "In the past, our predecessors survived on roots and grass while risking their lives. Now we are merely eating raw meat. Those foolish instructors are already being lenient by not making us eat roots and grass." The recruit who had first spoken to Shun Qingzhu looked bewildered. "What nonsense are you spouting? Why would our predecessors, with perfectly good food available, choose to eat roots and grass?" Others chimed in, "Exactly. You must have run 60 laps and lost your mind, regardless of what others chose to eat." Yi Ming took a bite of the raw meat. A wave of repulsive flavor flooded his mouth, but he managed to suppress his reaction. He barely chewed before hastily swallowing it down. In this respect, he admired Shun Qingzhu's tenacity for actually chewing. Yi Ming cleared his throat and explained the traditions of the night watchman to the new recruits. After hearing this, they fell silent. A few seconds later, some new recruits began to pick up the raw meat to eat. With one recruit leading the way, more and more began to follow suit. Watching from the second floor, Yuan Gang clapped and laughed. "How amusing. Yi Ming and Shun Qingzhu are quite the characters." He instructed Lao Sun to immediately serve the luxurious breakfast he had prepared for them, adding an extra egg to each serving. In the cafeteria, Chef Lao Sun received the order and promptly entered the hall with 2 trays. Each tray was laden with a sumptuous breakfast, a bowl of tofu pudding, a large fried dough stick, and 2 tea eggs. The luxurious breakfast wafted a rich aroma, providing a stark contrast to the raw meat's pungent scent. All the new recruits were drawn to the 2 lavish breakfasts, under the watchful eyes of everyone. Lao Sun placed the 2 lavish breakfasts in front of Yi Ming and Shun Qingzhu. The surrounding recruits were instantly envious. Bang! A new recruit abruptly stood up, slamming his hand on the table. Why do those two get to eat fried dough sticks and eggs while we have to eat raw meat? Chapter 56. Chia. Have an egg as one recruit pounded the table. The others, except for those familiar with Ming, remained silent, their faces betraying their displeasure. Lao Sun shot a cold glance at the recruits. Sneering, not satisfied? The commander has said that anyone who runs 60 laps right now will also enjoy the same treatment. Upon hearing this, the recruits fell silent. 60 laps? They had barely survived 30 laps earlier. What was the difference between 60 laps and seeking death? Ming and Shen Qingzhu exchanged glances, both surprised. They had not expected the cold-hearted Yuan gang to possess such a humane side. While this matter might breed some resentment, both Ming and Shen Qingzhu were not ones to shy away from confrontation. If anyone dared to challenge them, they would gladly engage in a battle. Ming nodded to Lao Sun, then picked up an egg from the tray, preparing to peel it that moment. He sensed two pairs of eager eyes upon him. One came from Lin Xia, who merely glanced and then returned to his raw meat. The other was from Li Pang, utterly captivated by the egg in Ming's hand, tears even threatening to fall from his eyes. After a moment's contemplation, Ming extended the egg towards Li Pang. Upon seeing this, Li Pang became overwhelmed with emotion, expressing his gratitude and eagerly handing his tray to Ming. However, as Ming's hand approached the tray, it naturally veered to the side, placing the egg onto Lin Xia's plate instead. Li Pang. Ming smiled at Lin Xia. Xia, this egg is for you. You're still growing, and you need your nutrition. Lin Xia glanced at the egg on his plate, a glimmer of desire flickering in his eyes, but was quickly replaced by determination. He shook his head and offered the egg back to Ming. I cannot accept this. It is what you earned after running 60 laps. Ming's expression soured as he admonished. Why are you being so polite with me? Lin Xia gazed deeply at Ming, noticing an undeniable glimmer in Ming's eyes. Overwhelmed with emotion, he ultimately accepted. Observing this, Ming's face instantly transformed into a benevolent and comforting smile reminiscent of a caring father. Lin Xia momentarily froze, and for reasons unknown, that smile stirred memories of his aunt, causing his nose to tingle with unshed tears. Before long, the whistle blew. This time, the new recruits complied obediently, hastening to assemble at the training ground at Ming and Shen Qingzhu were again the last to arrive. But within 3 minutes nonetheless. Hong Hao's impression of the two had improved, so he refrained from nitpicking or causing them undue distress. He introduced a new instructor, Han Li, to the recruits, after Hong Hao departed. The training commenced, just as depicted in the original text. Instructor Han first inquired about the essence of mysterious combat, asking what it relies upon. Shen Qingzhu provided an answer that left Han Li somewhat flustered, while Li Pang's response rendered him speechless. Subsequently, Han Li emphasized the significance of close combat with cold weapons, selecting Li Pang to spar with him, only to find himself outmatched. Han Li then called upon Lin Xia, who faced misfortune once more. Utilizing the heightened perception granted by the mortal realm, Lin Xia effortlessly evaded Han Li's knife and retaliated with precision. Watching Lin Xia toy with Han Li, Ming felt a surge of envy towards Lin Xia's perceptive abilities. If only I possessed such a gift. Although the grand immortal technique has enhanced my senses, they still fall within the realm of the ordinary. Take vision, for instance. While I can discern details from great distances, my sight cannot penetrate walls. And with the afternoon's extreme training set in Jinan Mountain, where numerous trees abound, those very trees will obstruct my line of sight during a drone pursuit, hampering my performance. Just as Ming reflected upon the exceptional cognitive enhancement provided by the grand immortal technique, it suddenly proved invaluable. His mind cleared, and he experienced an epiphany, as if enlightenment had struck him like a thunderbolt. Instinctively, he activated his divine domain, the divine void triad. The radius of his divine domain currently spanned approximately 1 kilometer. Once activated, every blade of grass and every tree within that area became vividly apparent in his mind. Ming trembled in realization. Is this perception? Could it be that I have awakened my perceptive abilities? Filled with curiosity, he explored this newfound capability, eventually bestowing upon it an elegant name. Although the name bore little relation to perception, it was nonetheless fitting. Heart's desire manifested. After grasping the essence of heart's desire manifested, he discovered he could freely adjust the coverage area of his divine domain. This meant that if he compressed the domain to a more manageable size, say a radius of 100 meters, it would significantly reduce the mental energy expenditure upon activation, while also exponentially increasing the number of incantations he could employ. In this regard, Ming could only marvel at the grand immortal technique's brilliance. Truly, this divine skill deserves its reputation as a transformative power, capable of discerning the laws of heaven and earth. This ability arrived just in time. Before awakening heart's desire manifested, Ming had merely possessed a 90 confidence in facing the drones during today's solo endeavor. Now, with this newfound capability, his confidence soared to a perfect 100. A smile graced Ming's lips. Armed with this power, the trees on Jinan Mountain shall no longer obstruct my vision. He chuckled to himself. This afternoon, I shall undoubtedly amass a wealth of experience. At that moment, Han Li, who had also faced challenges against Lin Chia, ceased his duel and selected another recruit from the group. True to the original narrative, he chose Chao Yuan. With unwavering confidence, Han Li instructed Chao Yuan to draw his blade. Reluctantly, Chao Yuan complied. In an instant, he transformed into a whirlwind of ferocity, launching a frenzied assault upon Han Li. Despite Han Li's commendable close combat skills, he found himself utterly overmatched against the frenzied Chao Yuan. To prevent Chao Yuan from inadvertently harming others, Han Li struggled to contain him while shouting to the recruits, "Everyone, disperse immediately." The new recruits, already terrified by Chao Yuan's terrifying demeanor, promptly scattered in all directions. Amidst the chaos, only one individual ventured against the tide, Ming, with an air of calmness and resolute steps. He approached Chao Yuan. The recruits, having witnessed Ming's prowess firsthand, felt a wave of relief wash over them. Even those who had not personally seen Ming incapacitate the likes of Mian were aware of the tale. Thus, as Ming advanced toward Chao Yuan, their trepidation diminished, and they paused to observe the unfolding scene. Lin Chia, Shun Qingzhu, Bai Li Pang Pang, and Mo Li began to discuss the situation. Bai Li Pang Pang mused. How many punches do you think Ming Gu will need to awaken Chao Yuan? Mo Li pondered. Please, while Ming is formidable, Chao Yuan is the strongest of the forbidden realms beneath the divine domain. I reckon at least 10 punches. Shun Qingzhu scoffed. To knock Chao Yuan out, at most 3 punches. Only Lin Chia, who understood Ming best, offered a completely different perspective, and a subtle smile graced his lips. Not even a punch is necessary. A single word will suffice. Upon hearing this, Bai Li Pang Pang and Mo Li immediately recalled Ming's divine domain ability, falling into silence and nodding in tacit agreement. Shun Qingzhu, however, remained bewildered. Wait, Lin Chia's assertion is so outrageous. And you two actually believe it? Meanwhile, Han Li, engaged in battle with Chao Yuan, soon noticed the recruits ceasing their retreat and the calm figure of Ming approaching. Alarmed, Han Li urgently reprimanded Ming. Did I not instruct you to retreat? This madman can no longer distinguish friend from foe. I do not require your assistance. Your presence will only hinder me. Ming disregarded Han Li's admonitions. Continuing his steady advance, frustration mounted in Han Li as he realized Ming's defiance. As an instructor, he could not allow Chao Yuan to harm the recruits. Failure to do so would be a dereliction of duty. Han Li resolved to lure Chao Yuan away, berating him, "Monster, if you dare, follow me." However, Chao Yuan paid no heed to Han Li. Despite losing his rationality upon transformation, his instincts remained intact, akin to those of a wild beast. These instincts informed Chao Yuan that the calm youth approaching him posed a greater threat than a nearby, flea-like figure. In a moment of frenzy, Chao Yuan turned to face Ming, emitting a chilling laugh akin to a bell. Before lunging toward him, Han Li gasped in shock. Today he would risk everything to thwart Chao Yuan, yet his attempts to intervene were futile, for Chao Yuan's speed far surpassed his own. Han Li could not reach Chao Yuan in time, and the latter lunged directly at Ming. In that critical moment, Han Li could only hope that Ming, with his striking calmness, possessed some means to subdue Chao Yuan. To his astonishment, upon reaching Chao Yuan. Yi Ming not only refrained from any aggressive action, but also spoke gently. "Foolish child, why do you not awaken?" In that instant, Han Li felt as though he might lose his mind. He had expected Yi Ming to possess some extraordinary ability. It appeared he merely uttered a few words. Was this a game to him? Was Chao Yuan merely a child indulging in play? To Han Li's utter shock, he observed that the bloodthirsty beast before him, upon hearing Yi Ming's words, began to calm down. Am I dreaming? Han Li stared in disbelief. Is this even possible? Had he not just witnessed Chao Yuan's ferocity? The ominous aura enveloping Chao Yuan gradually dissipated, and he swiftly returned to his normal self. Why Yi Ming's single utterance not only astonished Han Li, but also left the surrounding recruits in awe. Good heavens! How did Yi Ming accomplish that? Remarkable! That was the fearsome entity ranked 031 among the Forbidden Realms. Just like that, he was subdued. Ming is incredible. I suspect Yi Ming's ability to calm Chao Yuan stems not from mere words, but from a form of mental attack. If Yi Ming's words were ineffective, how could one explain his earlier incantation when he destroyed the warehouse? It's hardly a mystery. It's not as if there's a forbidden realm capable of launching an attack solely through speech. Shen Qingzhu turned to Lin Xie and the others. You all knew this would happen, didn't you? Lin Xie, Bai Li Pang Pang, and Mo Li nodded in unison. Shen Qingzhu continued. So, Yi Ming's incantation when he destroyed the warehouse wasn't merely for show? The trio nodded again. Shen Qingzhu pondered, what exactly is Yi Ming's ability? Lin Xie glanced around, noticing that the crowd was somewhat overwhelming. Had he not learned about the ancient god church from Wang Mian the previous night, he might have directly informed Shen Qingzhu. However, now that he was aware of the ancient god church's existence, it was prudent to exercise caution. Who knows if there are members of the ancient god church among them? If the other party became too familiar with Ming Ji's abilities, it would be easier for him to be targeted in the future. Although he truly couldn't fathom how anyone could counter Ming given his comprehensive capabilities. Caution is the mother of safety. Lin Xie first restrained the plump and Molly, who were about to reveal the answer, with a glance, then turned to Shen Qingzhu and said, You two share a dormitory. Why not ask him yourself? Shen Qingzhu disdainfully curled his lip. If he wants to say it, he and I couldn't care less. He decided to inquire with Yi Ming later. Not far off, Yuan Gang and Hong Hao stood beneath a tree. Smoking, Yuan Gang remarked, Yi Ming's abilities are truly astonishing. Not only can he enhance his own status, but he can also shatter a warehouse with a single punch. He can even reverse Wang Mian's time domain. Now he possesses an effect akin to mental attacks. It's utterly comprehensive. Hong Hao nodded in agreement. I'm genuinely curious about which deity stands behind Yi Ming. Have any investigations yielded results? Yuan Gang took a deep drag of a cigarette, exhaling clouds of smoke as he replied, No similar deities have been found in foreign pantheons. However, there are a few in the mythology of Daxia. It's just that. Hong Hao interjected with a wry smile. Daxia is devoid of gods, right? Yuan Gang nodded slightly. Hong Hao continued, I remember you reported Yi Ming's abilities last night. What was the response? A peculiar expression crossed Yuan Gang's face as he replied. The higher-ups said, this is a game of truth or dare. However, the abilities within the time domain are usually diverse. Yi Ming's domain also possesses the characteristic of power enhancement. They even gave this power amplification a delightful name. Miracles from great strength. Hong Hao paused thoughtfully, then realized, it seems the higher-ups are protecting Yi Ming. Should I go down and have a chat with those in the know? Yuan Gang finished his cigarette and extinguished it, saying, Feel free to chat. But among the instructors, only you and I need to be aware that he turned to leave, adding, though his performance makes it easy for others to speculate, as long as the official stance remains ambiguous. Let them guess as they wish, haha. After regaining his composure from the frenzy, Chao Yuan stared at Yi Ming for a long while. He was not contemplating how to repay Yi Ming, but rather recalling the words spoken by Master Jinchanzi on the day he left Zhuhua Mountain. Someone who could provide him with redemption, someone who could save him. Now, with a single word from Yi Ming, he had been freed from his frenzied state. Did that not indicate that Yi Ming indeed possessed the power to rescue him? Chao Yuan's belief in Master Jinchanzi's words grew ever stronger. He must firmly cling to Ming Ji's support. With this thought, Chao Yuan made a surprising move that he shouted, Ming Gu, Thank you for stopping me. I have something to say to you. Chao Yuan's declaration instantly drew everyone's attention. What could he possibly want to tell Yi Ming? Surely it was nothing but expressions of gratitude. A fangirl covered her face and exclaimed, "Is it possible that Chao Yuan and Yi Ming are getting together?" Another chimed in, "You're overthinking it. I share a dorm with Chao Yuan, and I can attest that he is definitely straight." Yi Ming chuckled and shook his head. "We're all friends. There's no need for thanks." Before he could finish, Chao Yuan bellowed, "Ming Ge, I want to be your devoted follower." What the hell? Yi Ming was momentarily taken aback. The atmosphere in the training ground froze at that moment. Everyone stared at Chao Yuan with expressions of shock, disbelief, and a sense of something being off. Coincidentally, at that moment, a black crow flew overhead, cawing loudly. The morning passed swiftly to 18 noon. In the cafeteria, Chao Yuan sought out Yi Ming, hoping he could facilitate an introduction to Lin Xie. Why Yi Ming appeared puzzled. "Aren't you already acquainted?" Chao Yuan glanced at Lin Xie. "I know him. He doesn't know me." Lin Xie extended a hand to Chao Yuan. "Hello, I am Lin Xie." Chao Yuan's eyes gleamed with fervor as he rushed to shake Lin Xie's hand. "I am Chao Yuan, your devoted follower." Lin Xie. Bali Pang Pang, who had just taken a bite of raw meat, spat out, "Chao Yuan, are you trying to play both sides?" Lin Xie shot Yi Ming a look that questioned whether this person was unwell. Yi Ming nodded affirmatively. Lin Xie couldn't help but facepalm. Why not just idolize Ming Ge? Why drag me into this? Chao Yuan's expression dimmed, and he recounted his burdens in a hushed tone, only audible to a select few. He concluded with Master Jinchanzi's prophecy to at that moment. Instructor Hong arrived to announce the commencement of extreme training. That Yi Ming's eyes lit up, rubbing his fists together. Extreme training had finally arrived. He was going to take on 240 drones. He would dodge bullets and make the most of the simulated battlefield environment to greatly enhance his skills in the Great Heavenly Immortal Technique. Chapter 58. The training had just begun, and someone dared to break the rules. In the afternoon, a black bus transported the new recruits to the foot of Jinan Mountain. Hong Hao went over the rules of extreme training, a weight of 35 kilograms, which could be exchanged. They would be pursued by drones, but were prohibited from attacking them, and there would be no infighting among recruits. Except for Chao Yuan, everyone received a small knife for clearing the way. And then, extreme training officially commenced. Yi Ming strapped the weight to his back. With over 6 tons of strength, the 35 kilograms felt utterly negligible. Just as he was about to enter Jinan Mountain with Lin Xie, Bali Pang Pang, and Chao Yuan, he noticed Shun Qingzhu approaching with 3 followers. Shun Qingzhu said, "Shall we go together? It's safer that way." "Thanks, but no need." Yi Ming smiled and subtly gestured to Lin Xie and the others. "I have quite a few people with me." Shun Qingzhu, unfazed by Yi Ming's polite refusal, felt his admiration for Yi Ming grow due to his sense of responsibility. That mutual understanding resurfaced in his heart. Shun Qingzhu didn't press further, smiling. "See you at the finish line." Yi Ming nodded. "See you at the finish line." Shun Qingzhu acknowledged him before leading his 3 followers into the thicket of Jinan Mountain. Yi Ming turned to Lin Xie and the others. "Are you all ready?" They all nodded in agreement. Yi Ming waved his hand. "Let's go." The 4 of them entered Jinan Mountain together. Half an hour later, on the outskirts of Jinan Mountain, Yi Ming and his companions dashed through the forest. Yi Ming led the charge, with Lin Xie and Chao Yuan closely behind. Only Bali Pang Pang lagged behind, struggling to keep up by a good 2 to 3 meters. Panting heavily, Bali Pang Pang called out, "Ming Ge, Xie, Chao Yuan, wait for me, I'm falling behind." Lin Xie turned back and said, "I reckon the drones will be entering the area soon. If you can't keep up, you might as well stay back." Upon hearing this, Bali Pang Pang stopped complaining and put in every ounce of effort to catch up with Lin Xie and Chao Yuan. Chao Yuan gave Lin Xie a thumbs up. "Nice, you know how to motivate this guy." Just then, a buzzing sound filled the air above them, clearly indicating the drone's arrival. When the drones entered, they should have been running even harder. Yet Yi Ming, who was at the front, suddenly slammed to a halt. Lin Xie and Chao Yuan followed suit. Bali Pang Pang thought Yi Ming and the others were waiting for him, feeling touched as he slowed down. Expressing his gratitude, "Thank you." Lin Xie, puzzled, looked at Yi Ming. "Ming Ge, why have we stopped?" Yi Ming activated his domain, the 3 Teachings Dharma Assembly, As he sensed the drone's current positions, he replied, "We're waiting for the drones." This statement left Lin Xie and the others bewildered. Qiao Yuan urged, "We should hurry. If we're hit by the drone's weaponry, we don't know what kind of punishment we might face." Lin Xie nodded in agreement. "Yeah, Ming, didn't the instructor say not to attack the drones? So why are we waiting?" Ming raised an eyebrow. "Just because they say not to attack, does that mean I have to comply?" "When did I become a good little boy?" Lin Xie and Qiao Yuan were even more taken aback. Was Ming really intending to attack the drones? What was his reasoning? Attacking the drones would surely offer him no advantage. Ming added, "And aren't you curious? Why did the instructor prohibit us from attacking the drones?" The trio collectively shook their heads, showing no curiosity whatsoever. Bali Pang speculated, perhaps they're worried we might damage the drones and incur financial losses. Just then, 4 drones descended from the sky, charging toward Ming and his companions. Upon seeing the drones, Lin Xie and the others' expressions changed dramatically. Lin Xie quickly shouted, "Ming, it's too late. We need to get moving." Then he discovered that his companion Ming showed no signs of panic upon encountering the drone. Instead, he wore an expression of sheer excitement. That look resembled that of a starved man, who, after a month of abstinence, suddenly finds himself in a brothel. Ming's eyes shone brightly as he raised his right hand, palm facing downwards, silently reciting, "With my palm facing down, all stones shall rise to my grasp." Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 5 stones promptly soared from the ground, flying into Ming's hand. Qiao Yuan exclaimed, "So impressive!" Lin Xie sighed softly. Although he could not fathom why Ming wished to attack the drone, he resolved to support his decision wholeheartedly. Lin Xie crouched down and swiftly gathered stones from the ground. Qiao Yuan and Bali Pang followed suit, eagerly picking up stones as well. The drones descended ever closer to the ground. Lin Xie and the others held their breath, cold sweat dripping from their foreheads, preparing to confront the 4 drones with all their might. Suddenly, Ming darted forward, flinging 4 stones with precision that struck the 4 drones squarely. The drones, which had initially targeted Ming, Lin Xie, Qiao Yuan, and Bali Pang, immediately redirected their firepower towards Ming after being attacked. A smirk crept across Ming's lips, just as I anticipated. Attacking the drones will draw their fire. Once on the ground, he turned to Lin Xie and the others, instructing, "You all continue forward. Do not concern yourselves with me." With that, Ming leapt into the nearby forest. The 4 drones ignored Lin Xie and the others, pursuing Ming instead. Upon witnessing this, Lin Xie's eyes brimmed with tears. Truly a commendable Ming. He is paving the way for us with his robust physique. Qiao Yuan and Bali Pang immediately felt a surge of respect. Lin Xie's expression turned resolute. "We must not let Ming Ji's good intentions go in vain. We shall press on and reach the finish line." Within the command tent, Yuan Gang sat with his arms crossed, staring at the monitors with a furrowed brow, remaining silent. Hong Hao, concerned, inquired, "Commander, you have maintained this stance for half an hour. What exactly troubles you?" Upon hearing Hong Hao's question, Yuan Gang finally spoke. "I cannot shake this sense of unease." Hanli interjected, "Unease." Yuan Gang shifted his gaze back to the monitors. "I have a nagging feeling that this group of rookies, specifically certain individuals among them, might cause me some trouble." Hong Hao dismissed the notion with a scoff. "Commander, you are overthinking it. Setting aside the many rules we have established, just consider the 240 drones we dispatched. In the face of the prohibition against attacking drones, that alone should be more than enough to keep them scrambling. Moreover, we have altered the terrain of Jinan Mountain with restricted items, ensuring that even if they tire themselves out, they cannot escape. Under such circumstances, what trouble could they possibly cause?" Yuan Gang produced a cigarette, his brow slightly easing. "You may be right. Perhaps I am overthinking things." Hong Hao offered him a reassuring glance before shifting his focus to another monitor. "Military orders are absolute. These rookies would never dare to defy them." Before he could finish his comforting words, he noticed on the monitor that one rookie had the audacity to throw stones at a drone. It was worth noting that the extreme training had only just begun. The drones had only just entered the field. And now, a rookie dared to openly violate the rules? This was an utter disregard for the authority of the instructors. When he recognized the identity of the stone-throwing rookie, Hong Hao nearly suffered a heart attack, gritting his teeth. Yi Ming. Just as he was about to light his cigarette, Yuan Gang heard this name and dropped the cigarette to the ground with a thud. Chapter 59. What on earth does this insufferable brat intend to do? Jinan Mountain, a certain area of the jungle. A rookie was being pursued by a drone. The drone's gun barrel incessantly fired color rounds at the rookie. Despite his anxiety, the rookie displayed commendable reflexes, dodging continuously. Finally, just as he evaded the third color round, he tripped over a branch and fell to the ground with a thud. The drone wasted no time, immediately aiming its gun at the rookie, ready to fire another color round. Nearby, concealed in the grass, 2 instructors lay in wait, tasked with dragging the eliminated rookies into the woods. They knew this rookie was about to meet his end, destined to be the first casualty of this extreme training. Thus, the 2 instructors had already prepared to pull the rookie into the depths of the forest. The rookie, upon seeing the drone's ominous gun barrel, understood that he was doomed. The thought of the horrific punishment awaiting him filled his heart with terror. In a moment of desperation, however, a figure suddenly emerged from another part of the jungle. Were it not for the military uniform, one might have mistaken the individual for a large monkey. As soon as he landed, he scooped up a stone from the ground and hurled it at the drone. The drone attempted to evade, but the stone seemed to possess a mind of its own, striking the drone squarely. The drone immediately redirected its gun towards this newcomer and fired a color round. The individual exhibited remarkable agility, nimbly dodging the color round before turning and fleeing. The drone promptly pursued him. Witnessing this scene, the rookie was stunned. The 2 instructors hiding in the grass were equally bewildered. That individual looked somewhat familiar. Was it Yi Ming? It couldn't be, could it? Were they not prohibited from attacking the drones in any form? What was this brat trying to accomplish? I don't know. We need to report this to the command center immediately. Inside the command tent, Yuan Gang, Hong Hao, Han Li, and the other instructors did not require the 2 on-site instructors to report. They had already witnessed Yi Ming's audacious actions against the 5th drone. Not long ago, upon noticing Yi Ming's blatant violation, they had shifted the primary monitoring focus onto him. After all, with 4 drones trailing Yi Ming, each equipped with monitoring devices, it was quite convenient to capture his every move. Of course, there were now 5 drones following him. Yuan Gang stood before one monitor, arms crossed, his face dark as ink. Damn it, what on earth does this insufferable brat intend to do? A thought struck Hong Hao. Is it possible that Yi Ming is trying to play the hero, single-handedly rescuing all the rookies? Yuan Gang scoffed. He better have the capability to do so. Han Li interjected. By the way, didn't this guy just run 60 laps this morning? How does he still have the energy to toy with drones? Both Yuan Gang and Hong Hao were curious, but they had no time to ponder how Yi Ming possessed such stamina. Yuan Gang quickly regained his composure, addressing Hong Hao. This brat saw Wang Mian cheating and is now attempting to leverage that for his own gain. He is certainly no hero. He won't become one. After a pause, he coldly remarked, according to the rules, attacking a drone also counts as disqualification. But clearly, even if we announce his disqualification, this brat won't cease his antics. If he wants to cause a ruckus, let him be. We have 240 drones, and how many can he possibly distract by himself? We cannot allow a single mouse droppings to spoil the entire pot of porridge. Hong Hao, Han Li, and the others immediately saluted and responded loudly. Just at that moment, they witnessed on the monitor as Yi Ming swiped 4 drones from a group of 4 individuals, Yuan Gang. In the jungle, Shun Qingzhu was leading Deng Wei, Li Liang, and Li Jia as they sprinted through the underbrush. Behind them, for drones were hot on their heels. Shun Qingzhu cursed as he ran. These scrap heaps are pursuing us way too closely. I wish I could just snap my fingers, Deng Wei cautioned. Xinge, don't. With your strength, a single snap would take out those 4 drones, and we'd be in violation, Li Liang noted. That would be under normal circumstances. The key point is that things aren't normal right now. Although we've arrived at Jinan Mountain, we still don't feel the restrictions that Li Jia interjected. Enough, focus. Be careful not to trip and fall. Just then, Li Jia stumbled. Shun Qingzhu, Deng Wei, Li Liang. The 3 of them, seeing their teammate fall, immediately halted their advance, screeching to a stop to assist their comrade. The first to reach Li Jia was Li Liang, who extended his hand to help him up but was pushed away. Li Jia shouted, "You all go. Don't worry about me. I've twisted my ankle and can't run. I'll draw the fire. You must reach the finish line. Shun Qingzhu, without a word, divided his burden into two parts, handing them to Deng Wei and Li Liang, before crouching down in front of Li Jia. What foolish talk is this? Come, I'll carry you. Li's eyes reddened. But he refused to climb onto Shun Qingzhu's back, shaking his head resolutely. I cannot be a burden to you. You all take some of my weight to lighten the load, and then continue forward. As the four unmanned aerial vehicles stealthily surrounded Shun Qingzhu and Li Jia from four directions, they remained lost in their poignant moment. Observing the situation, Shun Qingzhu's lips twitched slightly. Well, let us not get too sentimental. There's no escape now. He lifted his gaze skyward at a 45-degree angle, a self-deprecating smile gracing his face. I never expected the curtain to fall so soon. I was hoping to see that fellow at the finish line. No sooner had he uttered these words than a figure suddenly darted out beside him. Shun Qingzhu's keen eyes quickly recognized the intruder, that Ming. He exclaimed, about to inquire about the situation, when his pupils abruptly contracted. For there, behind Ming, were 5 drones in hot pursuit. The moment Ming landed, he swiftly seized 4 stones, launching them at the encircling drones. The 4 drones immediately redirected their weapons toward Ming. In response, Ming raised his middle finger at the drones, dismissing Shun Qingzhu and the others, and took off running. The 4 drones quickly joined forces with the 5 pursuing drones, chasing after Ming while firing colored projectiles. Despite being targeted by 9 drones, Ming's agility surpassed that of a nimble monkey, allowing him to deftly evade each bullet with precision. Shun Qingzhu and his companions stared in the direction Ming had vanished, their expressions frozen in disbelief, only regaining their senses after a prolonged silence. Xingge, what just happened? Deng Wei queried. That person seems to be Ming Ge, Li Liang remarked. Be more confident. Drop the seams, Li Jia added. Though I can't fathom what that rascal is up to, it is undeniably a fact that he saved us, Shun Qingzhu acknowledged, to which the 3 nodded in agreement. Rubbing his nose, he declared, Ming, I shall repay this kindness. Chapter 60. How we stirred a hornet's nest? 20 minutes later, within the command tent, instructors including Hong Hao and Han Li stood before a multitude of monitors, jaws dropped and eyes wide in astonishment. At that moment, Yuan Gang entered the tent, adjusting his trousers, and upon seeing their expressions, asked in bewilderment, What on earth are you all staring at? Hong Hao's neck stiffened, turning towards Yuan Gang like a mechanical gear. And he replied with a wry smile, Chief, in the brief time it took you to relieve yourself, the situation on Jinan Mountain has transformed dramatically. Yuan Gang ambled over to the monitors, dismissively shrugging. I was only gone for a few minutes. What could have changed? Han Li glanced at the clock. Chief, you were gone for 21 minutes, 34 seconds, and 80 milliseconds. Yuan Gang shot him a glare if he didn't speak. No one would mistake you for a mute. Approaching the monitors, he focused on the screen. There, a young soldier clad in fresh recruit attire darted through the jungle with the agility of a monkey, pursued by a swarm of drones. Hiss, Yuan Gang gasped. Good heavens, in such a brief time, that kid has attracted so many drones. Hong Hao's face grew even more pained. Indeed, we have calculated that approximately 60 drones have been led away by Ming. That's a quarter of the total. Upon hearing this number, Yuan Gang's first reaction was not shock, but confusion. 60 drones, each unleashing a barrage of 60 bullets. How has that little brat not been eliminated yet? Surely we haven't purchased faulty drones from unscrupulous vendors? Han Li interjected. These are all borrowed from the military. They can't possibly be counterfeit. Yuan Gang shot him a glare, taking a deep breath. He adopted a tone of earnestness. Han Li. Han Li saluted. Yes, Yuan Gang sighed. In terms of communication, you should learn more from Hong Hao in the future. Han Li responded, Understood. Yuan Gang shook his head slightly, deciding it was better to focus on Ming rather than instructing Han Li on proper speech at that moment. Hong Hao remarked, Chief, it's quite remarkable that Ming is able to evade every bullet despite the dense barrage. Furthermore, he minimizes his movements, conserving energy. Yuan Gang paused in thought. Then, as Ming continued to lure away more drones, he felt he had grasped the essence of Ming's actions. I see it now. Based on prior events, It's clear that Yi Ming possesses exceptional physical prowess. What we designed as extreme training for others may merely be childish play for him. Hong Hao's eyes lit up. Are you suggesting that Yi Ming is intentionally attracting the drone's fire as a means of self-improvement? Yuan Gang bestowed an approving glance upon him. That is the only interpretation that makes sense. Yi Ming must be aware that a single hit from the drones signifies elimination. Therefore, he must exert himself entirely to counter their attacks. This is indeed an extreme form of self-discipline. That little rascal is so eager to advance. Hong Hao frowned. I don't quite agree that I believe Yi Ming is being somewhat selfish by drawing the drone's fire away. What about the others' training? Yuan Gang ignored Hong Hao's objection and, after a moment's contemplation, ordered, since Yi Ming wishes to train, then let us indulge his desire. Instruct the drones to designate Yi Ming as their sole target. Don't hold back on the ammunition. Let them fire away. Han Li exclaimed, Chief, won't that be too much of an imposition? Yuan Gang chuckled coldly. He brought it upon himself. Pausing, a smirk appeared at the corners of his mouth. Yi Ming, can you withstand this? Hong Hao furrowed his brow. Chief, I believe this is inappropriate. Not if we have the drones attack Yi Ming. What will happen to our punitive measures? Yuan Gang replied with a smirk. That is simple enough. Just adjust the rules until Yi Ming is taken down by the drones. Any new recruit who collapses, faints, or loses the ability to act will be considered eliminated. The instructors perked up at this suggestion. Their spirits lifted. In the jungle, Lin Xie, Bai Li Pangpang, and Chao Yuan were running furiously when they encountered Shen Qingzhu, who was carrying Li Jia, along with Li Liang and Deng Wei. The expressions on Lin Xie's trio changed. They had anticipated that Shen Qingzhu's arrival would mean facing another wave of drone threats. To their astonishment, however, there were no drones pursuing Shen Qingzhu and his companions. Chao Yuan queried in confusion, What happened to the drones that were chasing you? Shen Qingzhu replied, Yi Ming led them away. All right. How could I forget? You're at Yi Ming's starting point. Lin Xie, Bai Li Pangpang, and Chao Yuan exchanged glances, initially believing that Yi Ming's diversion of the drones was merely to clear a path for the three of them. They had not anticipated that Yi Ming aimed for something far greater, an opening for everyone. However, something felt amiss. Lin Xie furrowed his brow. Based on his understanding of Yi Ming, this behavior did not align with Yi Ming's character. Yi Ming was kind to his own, but indifferent to outsiders but Shen Qingzhu was Yi Ming's roommate, so he couldn't be considered an outsider. As Lin Xie ran, he glanced at Shen Qingzhu. You and Yi Ming are roommates, so we're practically family. I'll share some of my findings with you. Curiosity sparked in the eyes of Shen Qingzhu and his companions that moment. Lin Xie, utilizing the mundane realm's divine domain, had uncovered issues on Jinan Mountain, which he had already shared with Pang Pang and Chao Yuan. Now, he relayed these discoveries to Shen Qingzhu and the others. Upon hearing this, Shen Qingzhu's initial reaction was not to curse the inept instructors, but to feel a sense of envy towards Yi Ming. He subconsciously glanced at his subordinates, then at Lin Xie and the others, feeling a pang of frustration as he thought, why is it that Yi Ming's subordinates are all so exceptional, while mine are so lackluster? Just then, an unexpected phenomenon erupted around them. A deafening buzzing sound emanated from all directions. Lin Xie and the others' expressions shifted as they halted in their tracks. From the dense foliage emerged hundreds of drones, gathering high above. They formed various formations, from a straight line to a human figure, sending chills down their spines. Lin Xie exclaimed, What are these drones up to? Bai Li Pangpang speculated, Are they malfunctioning? Chao Yuan ventured, I have a bold guess. Shen Qingzhu echoed, I, too, have a bold guess. Deng Wei urged, Shen Gu, quickly share. Chao Yuan and Shen Qingzhu exchanged glances, the former gesturing for the latter to speak first, while Shen Qingzhu signaled for him to go ahead. As they continued their polite exchange, the drones in the sky suddenly formed an arrow shape and then dove toward a specific direction. At this point, there was no need for Chao Yuan and Shen Qingzhu to speak. Lin Xie and the others had already deduced the drone's target. Lin Xie exclaimed, No way. Are these drones heading for Yi Ming? Bai Li Pangpang face-palmed. Who else could have such influence? Chao Yuan lamented. It's like we stirred a hornet's nest. Shen Qingzhu's lips twitched slightly. What on earth has that fellow done? Chapter 61. Yuan Gang's heart condition. Lin Chia gazed at the now empty sky, resembling an enamored youth, as he remarked. Brother Ming always surprises me. Shin Qingzhu inquired curiously. Has he always been like this? As Lin Chia casually referenced the formidable Nantaw snake demon in his stories, Yi Ming showcased his remarkable ability, compelling every serpent demon that beheld him to bow in reverence. Chao Yuan exclaimed, "Impressive." Pang Pang added, "If I had met Brother Ming earlier, my days would surely have been far more interesting. It truly feels like a case of missed opportunity." Shen Qingzhu, for the first time in her life, felt genuine admiration for someone that Yi Ming darted through the jungle like a nimble monkey, pursued relentlessly by over 60 drones, which incessantly fired colorful projectiles in his direction. Yi Ming unfurled the divine array of the three teachings, maximizing his ability to manifest his desires. Within the confines of his divine realm, all tangible and intangible entities were rendered visible. Everything, whether swift or slow, could be manipulated at will within his mental ocean. With such prowess, even as he was besieged by a barrage of 60 gun barrels, Yi Ming deftly evaded the bullets by mere fractions, employing the most efficient maneuvers. Just then, a thunderous buzzing filled the air above. Yi Ming, utilizing his mental faculties, discerned a formation of drones converging upon him in a pointed assault. While a typical individual might have been paralyzed with fear at this sight, he found exhilaration instead. After evading yet another wave of concentrated fire, he shouted triumphantly at the sky, "Bring it on!" A fresh cohort of over 100 drones joined the fray, escalating the fervent pursuit against Yi Ming. While he managed to handle the initial 60 drones with relative ease, the onslaught of a total of 240 proved to be a considerable challenge, with several near misses. After all, his current state was constrained by the oppressive influence of the Zhanshu Monument, limiting him to the pinnacle of the Lantern Realm. Had he been the Pool Realm, he would have effortlessly dealt with the drones. To avoid being struck, Yi Ming resorted to a bit of trickery, murmuring to his legs, "My legs, swift as the wind, rapid as lightning, sustain me until exhaustion," with the power of the laws bolstering him. He could now adeptly navigate the relentless assault of 240 drones an hour later. Half of the initial 60 drones that had relentlessly pursued Yi Ming succumbed to overload and crashed to the ground. 2 hours later, the remaining drones from that initial group also fell victim to the same fate. 3 hours later, dusk had settled, and a portion of the remaining 100 drones began to lag behind, either due to overload or battery depletion. Observing this, Yi Ming's mind sparked with an audacious idea. Today, he would ensure the complete destruction of all drones. However, given his current physical condition, completely eliminating the remaining drones posed a significant challenge. Earlier that morning, he had run 60 laps at the training ground, and despite the extraordinary recovery abilities granted by the Great Immortal Technique, he had not fully regained his strength before the intense afternoon training began. The ensuing pursuit through the jungle rapidly drained his already diminished stamina. Yi Ming was now operating on borrowed time. After a brief contemplation, he resolved to employ another cheat, casting a healing law upon himself. Instantly, his body felt invigorated, ready for more playful endeavors. That night, in the command tent, Yuan Gang lounged in a chair, legs crossed, a cigarette dangling from his lips as he queried, "What's the situation at Jinan Mountain?" Hong Hao replied, "Due to the drones pursuing Yi Ming, the statistical work must be completed manually. We have just finished compiling the data." Yuan Gang nodded. "Proceed." Hong Hao continued, "As you predicted, even without the drones chasing them, this group of new recruits cannot endure for long at Jinan Mountain. Currently, aside from Lin Chia and Yi Ming, all others have been eliminated." A slight twitch of Yuan Gang's mouth revealed his astonishment. Is this Yi Ming a descendant of some great figure? How is he managing to endure? After a pause, he added, "Lin Chia, however, has truly impressed me. He typically remains inconspicuous, refraining from frivolities with Yi Ming and Shen Qingzhu. Yet he shines brilliantly at critical moments." Hong Hao nodded in agreement. "Indeed, sir, and it seems this young man has uncovered the secret of Jinan Mountain. He is making a direct advance toward it. If he maintains sufficient stamina, traversing Jinan Mountain shouldn't present a challenge." Yuan Gang acknowledged. "Chia possesses remarkable tenacity, Perhaps he might indeed reach the finish line. However, I find myself far more intrigued by that rascal. His gaze sharpened as he fixed it upon Hong Hao. In the span of an afternoon, 240 drones failed to eliminate a single Yi Ming. Instructor Hong, you were in command of the drones. Can you provide me with an explanation? Hong Hao, unperturbed by Yuan Gang's piercing gaze, calmly replied, this predicament was unavoidable. While we deployed 240 drones to pursue Yi Ming, they are merely machines, and, as such, are fraught with various issues, overload being one of them. Turning, Hong Hao retrieved a small notebook from the table, flipping through it as he recited, in the first hour of concentrated fire on Yi Ming, 32 drones suffered overload and were rendered inoperative in the second hour. 33 drones met the same fate in the third hour. 12 drones were lost due to overload. As Hong Hao continued, Yuan Gang's expression darkened, and he felt a twinge of discomfort in his heart. The drones employed for extreme training were not provided free of charge. They had been borrowed from the regular military. He had confidently signed an agreement promising not to damage military drones. Yuan Gang interjected, just give me the total. Hong Hao replied, as of now, a total of 140 drones have been rendered inoperative, leaving only 100 drones still pursuing Yi Ming. 240 drones could not handle him. I suspect these final 100 will be equally futile. Yuan Gang abruptly stood, causing his chair to topple with a loud crash. His eyes widened in disbelief. How many? 100 remaining, Hong Hao clarified. I meant how many have been destroyed. Yuan Gang's teeth clenched in frustration. Hong Hao, sensing Yuan Gang's rising ire, shrank back slightly, cautiously stating 140 to Yuan Gang rolled his eyes, nearly fainting from the shock. There were only 240 drones. After just one afternoon, 140 are out of commission. That agreement I signed includes compensation clauses. He recalled that for each damaged drone, the night watchman were to compensate the regular military 100,000 yuan, totaling a staggering 14 million daxiao coins for the loss of 140 drones. During this agonizing reflection, Hong Hao announced, Sir, we've incurred another 10 drone losses. Yuan Gang clutched his heart, his body stiffening as he began to collapse. 150? Damn you, Yi Ming. You owe me 15 million. Homley, quick on his feet, caught Yuan Gang just in time. Yuan Gang gasped, quick! Issue a retreat order to the drones. We mustn't sustain further losses. Hong Hao scrambled to comply. Yuan Gang stared at the ceiling. A look of despair etched on his face. It's over. I'm bound to face repercussions from above. The captain will likely mock me for a year. Wretched Yi Ming! Cursed Yi Ming! Chapter 62. The eyes that conceal a blade within Jinan Mountain. Yi Ming observed the retreating 100 drones, his face a canvas of regret. Why must they withdraw? I haven't had my fill of fun yet. What a pity. As the drones retreated, several more emitted sparks and plumes of black smoke before plummeting to the ground. Yi Ming mentally calculated the number of bullets he had evaded, feeling that he had nearly exhausted the experience points available. However, he refrained from rushing to Fengsuan Mountain to investigate, for he still had tasks to accomplish. The experience-gathering task for the Great Immortal Technique had concluded. Yet there remained the experience to be amassed from the Jindo Cloud. Yi Ming raised his head to check the time. Based on the clock, Chie should be nearing the finish line. Wouldn't he? Crossing through Jinan Mountain and racing to the finish line, one would surely accumulate a substantial amount of progress with the Nimbus Cloud, coupled with the distance covered while evading the bullets from the drones earlier. It amounted to a considerable gain. With this thought in mind, Yi Ming set off towards the finish line. Having read the original text, he was well aware of the route necessary to exit Jinan Mountain. Additionally, possessing Lin Qia's perceptive abilities allowed him to maintain a straight path during his in the dead of night. Yi Ming and Lin Qia arrived at the finish line almost simultaneously, with Lin Qia reaching it first. Upon seeing Ming Ge being pursued by numerous drones, yet still managing to reach the finish line, Lin Qia's admiration for him overflowed. However, amidst his joy, a tinge of melancholy surfaced, as he felt that no matter how hard he tried, he always seemed to fall just short of Ming Ji's prowess. Before encountering Yi Ming, Lin Qia had attempted to immerse himself in Yi Ming's role. Facing the 240 drones alone, he possessed the mortal realm and the starry night dancer. Yet even with these advantages, he lacked the confidence to confront the drones solo, in a way. Lin Xie secretly hoped that Ming would be overwhelmed by the 240 drones, as that would narrow the gap between them. Unfortunately for him, Ming proved to be exceptionally capable, not only defeating the drones, but also having the stamina to reach the finish line. Observing Yi Ming, Lin Xie sighed inwardly. The harder one works, the greater the disparity. When would I be able to hear Ming willingly call me ego? He shook his head, quickly dismissing such thoughts. Lin Xie was never one to admit defeat or give up easily. Having recognized the gap between himself and Ming, he resolved to strive relentlessly. He believed that one day he would stand shoulder to shoulder with Ming. Just as depicted in the original work, that a group of instructors, led by Yuan Gang, awaited them at the finish line. When Lin Xie had arrived earlier, he was surrounded by instructors praising him. Yi Ming witnessed this scene upon his arrival. But to his surprise, the instructors fell into an inexplicable silence upon seeing him. Particularly, Yuan Gang's intent gaze was unmistakable. Yi Ming felt somewhat bewildered. Was it truly such a big deal that he had diverted a few drones? How petty! On the way back, the atmosphere in the car was decidedly oppressive, thanks to Yi Ming's presence. Lin Xie, seated beside him, quietly inquired, Ming, what exactly did you do? Yi Ming, equally puzzled, reflected for a moment before deciding to ask directly. He noticed that the car lacked the suppression of the town seal, allowing his realm to revert to the pool realm. With his passive ability, truth or dare, he was certain that the instructors from the river realm would divulge the reason behind the strange behavior. Yi Ming turned to Hong Hao. Instructor Hong, what exactly happened? Why does Instructor Yuan seem intent on harming me? Hong Hao shot Yi Ming a sympathetic glance, but candidly revealed that Yuan Gang had suffered a significant loss of 15 million due to Yi Ming's actions. After uttering the last word, he hurriedly covered his mouth, glancing at Yuan Gang with an awkward expression. You believe me, right? Yuan Gang had no faith in Hong Hao's excuses. He understood Yi Ming's capabilities could affect those one level above him. But Hong Hao was from the River Realm, while Yi Ming was merely of the Lantern Realm. How could a Lantern Realm individual affect someone from the River Realm? Clearly, Hong Hao was deliberately exposing his shortcomings. So, this is how you repay my respect. Hong Hao. With such thoughts, Yuan Gang's face flushed with anger. Hong Hao, when we return to the camp, you will run 10 kilometers, no, 60 kilometers across country. Hong Hao nearly burst into tears at the prospect. Upon returning to the training camp, the instructors instructed Yi Ming and Lin Xie to take a bath. The specially formulated bath water was highly beneficial for recovery. Yuan Gang left with a curt reminder for them to see him the following day. As Yi Ming soaked in the bath, he directed his thoughts inward. Upon his consciousness manifesting in the grand hall of the towering pavilion, he examined the system panel. The progress of his integration with the Bodhi ancestor remained at 1, unchanged. However, the blue light ancient book, the Great Immortal Technique, and the Nimbus cloud beside it had both seen progress. Great Immortal Technique. 17.620 at Nimbus cloud. 0.120.32. After a glance at the Nimbus cloud's progress, Yi Ming shifted his focus entirely to the Great Immortal Technique. This extreme training had yielded significant benefits, elevating his progress to 20. Yet it struck him as odd, given that it was a whole number. Shouldn't he have broken through to the next realm by now? Prior to arriving at Mount Fengsuan, he had felt no sense of impending breakthrough. Could it be that his assumption was incorrect and that a breakthrough does not occur simply at reaching a multiple of 10, but rather randomly? With this puzzlement in mind, Yi Ming opened the progress change log in a real battlefield environment, successfully dodging bullets 1. Progress increased by 0.000 in a real battlefield environment, successfully dodging bullets 1. Progress increased by 0.00001 in a real battlefield environment, successfully dodging bullets 1. Progress increased by 0.00001. Current total progress 20. Upon reading the log, Yi Ming was left speechless. In no wonder he felt no breakthrough outside. It turned out he hadn't achieved one at all. What was this peak of the pool realm? After all that effort, this was the outcome. Frustration washed over him. Sighing, Yi Ming remarked, it seems my speculation regarding the progress enhancement rewards was significantly off. He assessed his current total mental energy and was surprised to find that the peak of the pool realm was indeed on an entirely different level compared to before. It had multiplied several times over. This led Yi Ming to conclude that the pool realm and its peak were, in fact, two distinct realms. Yet, looking at it from another angle, this made perfect sense. For example, the lantern realm. A small lantern that can hold only 50 milliliters of water is still a lantern. While a larger lantern that can hold 500 milliliters is also a lantern, is it not? The same applies to the pool realm. The small water pool on campus is a pool, but a large pond in the mountains is no longer just a pool. With this realization, Yi Ming felt considerably more at ease. And no matter. The new year was approaching. Undoubtedly, he and Xie would attract the attention of the followers and the ancient god's church. Those individuals were prime targets. Especially that Han Xiaoyan, a formidable individual from the Sea realm. If he could be eliminated, it would surely result in a significant boost in progress. Although Yi Ming was merely at the peak of the pool realm, he possessed some strategies for battling across realms, but he needed to find a Sea realm opponent suitable for experimentation. The next morning, Bali Pang Pang and Xiao Yuan were having breakfast in the training camp cafeteria. At the adjacent table sat Shun Qingzhu and others. Bali Pang Pang beamed at the spread of youtiao, soy milk, buns, and pancakes before him. Oh yeah, finally, I don't have to eat that nauseating raw meat anymore. Xiao Yuan nodded in agreement. Shun Qingzhu retorted, at least they still have a semblance of humanity. As everyone began to eat, Bali Pang Pang peeled a boiled egg and asked Xiao Yuan, "Do you think Ming and Xie made it to the finish line?" Xiao Yuan replied firmly, "They definitely did." Shun Qingzhu interjected, "I doubt why Yi Ming is out of the question. How could he possibly run to the finish line being chased by 240 drones? As for Lin Xie, didn't he mention that the terrain of Jinan Mountain had been modified by forbidden items, making it impossible to escape?" Bali Pang Pang and Xiao Yuan exchanged glances, both finding Shun Qingzhu's analysis quite reasonable. And their spirits sank momentarily. With a sigh, Pang Pang lamented, "Is there really no one who completed the entire course?" Just then, Yi Ming and Lin Xie entered the cafeteria. Bali Pang Pang was the first to spot them and waved. "Ming Xie, over here. There's steamed buns and youtiao for breakfast." The two took a seat beside Pang Pang and Xiao Yuan. After sitting down, Yi Ming naturally greeted Shun Qingzhu. "Good morning." Shun Qingzhu responded in kind and casually asked, "Did you manage to complete the full course yesterday?" Although he had already suspected Yi Ming had failed, he still wanted to hear specific details from him. Yi Ming nodded. "We finished. Not just me. But Xie did as well." Shun Qingzhu patted Yi Ming on the shoulder. "Failure is the mother of success. Don't be discouraged, okay?" "You and Lin Xie completed the run?" Bali Pong Pong's face lit up with joy. "Ming is amazing. Xie is amazing." Xiao Yuan added proudly, "See, I told you so." This conversation captured the attention of other new recruits in the cafeteria, who turned their gazes toward them, their eyes glimmering with curiosity. Lin Xie chimed in, "Yes, Ming and I both finished and I was fine, no pressure, but Ming is truly remarkable. He managed to complete the entire course while being pursued by 240 drones." As soon as these words left his mouth, the cafeteria erupted in a commotion. Good heavens! So the drones were actually sent to hunt down Yi Ming yesterday. Ah, impressive. Yi Ming, I become your fan. The disparity between individuals is indeed striking. I couldn't even persevere without a drone to assist me. Yi Ming, I feel remorse for the firepower you've attracted. Bali Pang Pang glanced at Yi Ming, then at Lin Xie, remaining silent for a while before finally uttering two words, "Freak." Xiao Yuan, "Same here." Shun Qingzhu, "Same here." Little follower, "Same here." After breakfast, Yi Ming and Lin Xie proceeded to the instructor's office to seek out Yuan Gang. However, Yuan Gang was not present. The room contained only Instructor Hong Hao, who was seated behind a desk. Upon seeing the two, Hong Hao smiled and said, "Here for your compensation, I presume? Please, take a seat." It was evident that Yuan Gang had delegated the matter of compensation for Yi Ming and Lin Xie to Hong Hao. Yi Ming and Lin Xie pulled up chairs and sat before Hong Hao's desk. Hong Hao produced 2 slips of paper and 2 black boxes. Placing them on the table, he first distributed the slips of paper to Yi Ming and Lin Xie. As Yi Ming picked up the slip and read its contents, his eyelids involuntarily twitched, and the corners of his mouth twitched in response. The slip boldly proclaimed, "Even on September 3, 2021, Yuan Gang owes Yi Ming the sum of 500. 000 de Xia coins, written in full. Wu Shi 1 yuan. Below the content was Yuan Gang's handwritten signature that Ming was momentarily speechless. Wasn't there supposed to be an envelope containing 500,000? How had it transformed into an IOU? He turned to Lin Shiyi, only to find Lin Shiyi looking back at him. Lin Shiyi displayed his own slip to Ming, wearing a peculiar expression. Yours is the same? Lin Shiyi's IOU bore identical content, except the debtor was listed as Lin Shiyi. Ming looked to Hong Hao, displeased. What is the meaning of this IOU? Hong Hao shrugged. There's nothing to be done. The commander had originally prepared 1 million in cash, but the losses from the drones yesterday were substantial. Although the higher-ups will cover most of it, Commander Yuan still needs to bear some costs. So for now, we can only issue IOUs. Pausing briefly, Hong Hao looked at Ming and said, Be grateful. If the commander hadn't shown mercy and spared you from compensating for those drones, your salary for the next decade would have been squandered. Ming was immediately incensed. What? Are you trying to swindle me? Those drones malfunctioned on their own. How is that my fault? And if it weren't for your insistence on deploying those drones, would they have broken? Hong Hao realized that their side wasn't entirely in the right. His earlier comments were merely for amusement. However, he forgot that Ming wasn't one to be trifled with. Hong Hao hastily changed the subject. Next, let me show you the promised restricted item. Ming stared intently at Hong Hao. I'll let the IOU slide, but why is mine only 500? 000. Wang Mian promised me he would convert his face value into cash. Upon hearing this, Hong Hao perked up, straightening his back. The commander stated that in his eyes, Wang Mian's face is worth nothing. Ming's expression darkened at once, and oh wonder Wang Mian had agreed so readily. He had been waiting for this moment. This grudge I shall remember. Reluctantly, Ming tucked the IOU away on Lin Shiyi's side. Since Yuan Gang did not directly offer him cash, he refrained from uttering the phrase about not wanting a soldier's money and also put away the IOU. Hong Hao, seeing Ming at a disadvantage, felt a small sense of satisfaction, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. He pushed one of the black boxes toward Ming, opening it. Here, this is your restricted item, known as the Chinquan Ring, akin to a space of ease. Chinquan Ring? Ming was taken aback. This item was not present in the original text, and he wondered where Yuan Gang had acquired it. However, upon reflection, the original narrative did not include Ming himself. So it seemed entirely reasonable for some elements absent from the original to emerge due to his presence. Ming picked up the Chinquan Ring. Examining it in his palm, it appeared as a ring that resembled silver, but was not quite silver. Very understated and inconspicuous. Upon contact with the skin, it emitted a refreshing coolness that he truly needed an item capable of storage, and the Chinquan Ring was fortuitously timely. Ming slipped the Chinquan Ring onto the index finger of his right hand, then immersed his consciousness into the ring, exploring its interior with his wish-fulfilling ability. Discovering that the internal space was quite ample, he nodded in satisfaction. This restricted item is quite good. Hong Hao nodded, turning to Lin Shiyi and opening the other box. Inside lay the Azure Heart, which could resist a certain degree of mental attacks, as described in the original work. Chapter 64. I can't handle this batch of new recruits. The morning training consisted of close combat drills. Han Li instructed the new recruits to select partners for sparring. Thus, Ming and Lin Shiyi engaged in a long-awaited duel. Han Li, Bali Pang Pang, and Chao Yuan observed from the sidelines. Han Li frowned and asked the two, Why aren't you training? Bali Pang Pang exchanged glances with Chao Yuan. Do you want him to draw his sword? Han Li's expression stiffened. You could find someone else to train with. Bali Pang Pang sighed deeply. There are only 240 new recruits. Everyone is paired up. Who am I supposed to train with? Han Li fell silent, redirecting his focus to Ming and Lin Shiyi. The clash between Ming and Lin Shiyi could only be described as a display of raw power. They fought with real swords and exerted significant force with every strike. The sounds of their weapons colliding even drowned out the echoes of over 200 other recruits sparring. Han Li watched the two fight for a time, nodding slightly. Ming's swordsmanship is light and ethereal, suggesting a unity between man and blade. The only flaw is the lack of structure. He swings indiscriminately, lacking systematic training that in comparison, Lin Chi fell slightly short, although his movements were deliberate and his fundamentals solid. There is an elusive quality missing, Bali Pang Pang queried. What is Seven Knight missing? Chao Yuan pondered. It is form but lacks substance. Han Li's eyes lit up as he glanced at Chao Yuan in surprise. Exactly. Seven Knight's sword play has form but lacks soul, that he is not particularly suited for a single sword at this moment. Yi Ming and Lin Chi completed their first round of sparring, with Yi Ming gaining a slight upper hand. Yi Ming nodded at Lin Chi. You've made significant progress. Lin Chi grinned. It's all thanks to Brother Ming going easy on me. Han Li approached, offering his assessment of both fighters. Yi Ming was taken aback, surprised to learn he possessed talent with a sword. His previous self had been merely a student. In his past life, he had scarcely touched a kitchen knife. It seemed the great quality celestial technique was indeed at play. Lin Chi, upon hearing this, fell into deep thought. As the man with the script, Yi Ming offered a suggestion. Seven Knight swordsmanship was taught by our captain, who excels with dual swords. Therefore, I believe Seven Knight might also be suited for dual swords. Han Li recalled the exchange between Yi Ming and Lin Chi, and his eyes brightened. That's a good suggestion, Seven Knight. You should give dual sword a try. Lin Chi agreed. All right. Han Li took the sword from Lin Chi and stepped aside. Yi Ming, come, let us spar. With your remarkable talent for sword play, it would be a waste not to cultivate it. So I've decided to make an exception and teach you a family technique. Yi Ming's face displayed curiosity. Han Li was a minor character in the original narrative, with little presence, so he was intrigued about what this fellow would impart to him. Why Yi Ming positioned himself opposite Han Li, who assumed a ready stance. To facilitate better teaching, simply retaliate normally. Why Yi Ming nodded and mirrored the stance. Bang! Bang! They both lunged forward simultaneously, engaging in a swift exchange. Clang! The two straight swords clashed heavily. Han Li's gaze flickered as he controlled his sword, sliding it against Yi Ming's blade. Sparks flew. Han Li shifted to a two-handed grip, slashing diagonally from the lower right to the upper left at Yi Ming. With his enhanced senses from the great quality celestial technique, Yi Ming could perceive every attack clearly without needing to activate his divine ruins. He scoffed lightly, rotating his sword to intercept Han Li's blade precisely. Han Li's lips curled into a sly smile. Then, a remarkable scene unfolded. Yi Ming watched in astonishment as Han Li's sword suddenly manifested three duplicates to the left and right. Yi Ming focused intently, activating a 1-meter radius of his divine ruins, his mental energy sweeping toward Han Li's sword duplicates. His shock. All 7 swords were indeed solid entities. Han Li declared, "You cannot block this strike." Not necessarily. Why Yi Ming's eyes gleamed with determination as he unleashed the full extent of his physical prowess, swiftly slicing out 7 blows. Clang, 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 clang. Han Li's 6 duplicates were immediately sent flying, dissipating into thin air. The final sword was parried by Yi Ming's blade. Clang. Han Li's mouth twitched slightly before he jumped back, retracting his sword. Is this the speed of a human? You are truly a most peculiar individual. Were it not for you, anyone else in this situation would have already met a grisly fate. Lin Chi silently raised his right hand, stating, "Instructor, I too wish to experience your technique." Han Li immediately recalled that Lin Chi possessed a reaction speed that rivaled Yi Ming's extraordinary capabilities, and his expression darkened. "Except for you." Chao Yuan also raised his hand. "Then let it be me." A terrifying creature, cloaked in dark malevolence, sprang to Han Li's mind, causing his face to flush with anger. "Is it amusing to toy with the instructor?" Bali Pang Pang raised his hand. "I do not possess Chia's speed, nor am I a monster." Han Li completely lost his temper. "Get lost." "All right." Bali Pang Pang swiftly adopted a rolling gesture and took 2 steps back before turning around again. Han Li took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain his composure, and explained to Yi Ming, "The technique I just demonstrated is called the sword shadow splitting technique. Its principle." Yi Ming interrupted Han Li. "Do you perhaps have a nickname?" "Oldamun, Fan Li." Yi Ming smiled awkwardly. "No matter, please continue." Han Li, bemused internally, proceeded to elucidate the principle of the technique. It is not overly complex. It involves a clever application of mental energy. Attaching it to the surface of any melee weapon, by adjusting the mental energy in a specific manner while wielding the weapon, one can create illusory sword shadows that not only confuse the enemy, but also possess a degree of lethality. Subsequently, Han Li shared with Ming the key method for adjusting mental energy within this technique. He concluded with encouragement. This technique is a family heirloom of the Han clan. My father once remarked that my talent with the blade is of a respectable caliber. However, even so, it took me a full 3 months to master it, and my father praised me as a once-in-a-century genius. Given your talent, I believe you could learn it in no more than a month. Before Han Li could finish, he witnessed Ming casually swing a knife through the air, conjuring 10 illusory duplicates behind the blade. For more than his own, Han Li, overwhelmed with frustration, his gaze inadvertently fell upon Lin Chia, Chao Yuan, and Bai Li Pang, who stood nearby, struggling to contain their laughter. Additionally, he noticed Shen Qingzhu and Mo Li, who had gathered to spectate at some point. His face flushed crimson. In a fit of rage, Han Li turned to leave. Damn it, I can no longer tolerate this batch of new recruits. Months passed, and 5 months had swiftly slipped by. During this time, Ming had run a total of 2,000 kilometers, increasing his progress with the cloud somersault technique to 7.32. On this day, the 28th of the 12th lunar month in the year 2021. Coinciding with January 30, 2022, Hong Hao suddenly announced that the training for the first half of the year would conclude a month early, and that from this day forth, the new recruits would be granted a 4-day holiday, returning for further training on the 3rd day of the new year. The only stipulation was that they were prohibited from leaving Tsangnan City. Ming felt a surge of excitement at this news. A holiday implied that the believers were soon to strike. He could hunt them down for experience points. Moreover, he would finally have the opportunity to test his carefully devised cross-border combat strategies against the 13th seat believer. Han Xiaoyan, Chapter 65. I want to soar into the sky, side by side with missiles. In the morning, Hong Hao distributed a black box to each new recruit. All except Ming were perplexed by the instructor's actions. Why bring weapons on a holiday? The instructor claimed it was for self-defense and laid out a series of regulations, such as avoiding drawing blades and using abilities in the presence of ordinary civilians. As noon approached, 5 buses entered the camp, and the new recruits boarded with cheerful spirits. Ming, Lin Chia, Bai Li Pang, Chao Yuan, Shen Qingzhu, and others boarded the second bus. Once all the recruits were on board, the buses departed from the training camp. As the buses distanced themselves from the camp, cheers erupted inside each vehicle. The passengers had discovered that they had indeed made breakthroughs inside the second bus. Hong Hao's lips curled into a slight smile as he informed the new recruits that the reason for suppressing their abilities over the past 5 months was to prepare them for this moment. Ming assessed his own realm and found it still at the peak of the pool realm that he felt puzzled. How strange. Why is my realm not changed? Is my realm only capable of advancing through experience grinding? Or was this training simply too easy for me? Ming pondered that both reasons might hold some truth. He shook his head slightly, deciding not to dwell on such matters. After all, his realm would surely upgrade as the progress of the great immortal technique increased. Glancing out the window, he recalled that the missiles fired by the ancient god church would be launched shortly after the bus departed from the training camp. This meant the missiles were likely on their way. In the Divine Ruins Triadic Conference, Ming activated his Divine Ruins, bringing every movement within a 1-kilometer radius into his awareness. According to the original narrative, 5 missiles would be launched, 3 targeting the training camp, and 2 aimed at the bus carrying Lin Chia. The missiles intended for the bus would be intercepted by Hong Ying, who lay in ambush nearby, and the explosions would create shrapnel that would engulf the bus. It was Lin Chia's mastery of the ultimate Dark Divine Ruins that would shield everyone from the shrapnel. Ming was uncertain whether the current Lin Chia, influenced by him, possessed the strength to utilize the ultimate Dark Divine Ruins to protect everyone. Thus, to be safe, he resolved to take action himself. After all, his life was his own. As for how to intercept the missiles, Ming had already devised a solution. His ability to command the Divine Ruins could only affect himself and the living beings within his line of sight, theoretically rendering it ineffective against missiles. However, he could exploit the bugs within the Divine Ruins. Ming had previously manipulated bugs to allow rules to apply to himself and then affect his surroundings. When battling the Naga demon, he had enhanced the knife in his hand by grasping it, enabling the rules to affect non-biological objects. This time would be no different. As long as he could touch the missile, he could impose the rules upon it. Before long, the missiles entered Ming's divine ruins ranged. To his surprise, only 3 missiles approached instead of the 5 described in the original text. Ming frowned slightly. Thinking, what? I haven't even done anything yet, and the details are already different. He sensed that these 3 missiles were aimed at the training camp, so he disregarded them. Some new recruits, keenly observing the scenery outside, quickly noticed the missiles. What are those things in the sky? They look like missiles. No way. They really are missiles. Is this a test launch? Uncertain, they surmised that the missiles were targeting the training camp. What? A kilometer is not a great distance for missiles. The 3 projectiles quickly struck the training camp. Boom! 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 3 mushroom clouds erupted inside and outside the training camp, leaving the recruits stunned. What the hell? Is this real? Is this an exercise? Hong Hao's face turned grim as he spoke. This is not a drill. Although he maintained a calm, turmoil surged within him. It seemed that the higher-ups had been correct. Someone intended to act against the new recruits. Just last night, Yuan Gang had met with Team 136's captain, Chun Mai, and learned of intelligence regarding an impending attack on this batch of new recruits. That night, Yuan Gang gathered several core instructors, including Hong Hao, for a confidential meeting concerning the assault. However, before Hong Hao could catch his breath, he noticed 2 more missiles appearing in the sky. This time, the target of the missile attack was evidently the bus. Another missile. This time, they seem to be aimed at us. What in the world is happening? As Hong Hao observed the newly emerged missiles, his pupils constricted sharply, and he shouted urgently, "Get down! Everyone hit the ground!" The new recruits had long since developed a habit of following orders without question, so they immediately complied. Only one person remained standing. Hong Hao turned to that individual, his expression anxious. Ming, what are you trying to prove? Get down. Will lying down be of any use? Ming glanced at Hong Hao. Hong Hao. Ming, I should be on the roof of the bus right now. With a swift motion, Ming appeared atop the bus, and, utilizing the perception of his divine ruins, locked onto the 2 incoming missiles. As the missiles began their descent, he shouted, "I want to soar into the sky." Side by side with the missiles, at that moment, a black box truck halted atop a small hill not far from the bus. Hong Ying and Wen Shima had been dispatched to provide protection for Ming and Lin Xie. They too had noticed the presence of the missiles. Hong Ying gripped her spear, flames of a rose hue igniting along its shaft, and assumed a javelin-throwing stance, adjusting her aim to track the approaching missiles. Wen Shima produced a pair of binoculars, taking on the role of the observer. The missiles are about to enter range. Count down 5 seconds, and then you throw. Hong Ying nodded gravely. Wen Shima began the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2. Hong Ying held her breath, her heart racing, for this throw had to succeed. Failure would mean the end for Ming and Lin Xie inside the vehicle, just as she was about to hear Wen Shima's countdown. A familiar silhouette suddenly appeared atop the car. Wen Shima also noticed that figure, and the 2 exclaimed in unison, "Ming?" Before they could ponder Ming's intentions, an outrageous incident unfolded. In an instant, Ming soared into the space between 2 missiles and touched their surfaces. Remarkably, the missiles then changed course, returning from whence they came. Both Hong Ying and Wen Shima were left utterly stunned. Hong Ying gasped, "How on earth did Ming manage that?" Wen Shima replied, "It's the law." Ming utilized the law. At that moment, after landing back on the car roof, Ming glanced towards them and waved. Hong Ying immediately beamed with joy, extending her arms and tilting her body to form a heart shape for Ming. T-Missile Base number 39, a captivatingly alluring woman, the Medusa agent of the ancient god church, lounged leisurely at a control console. Surrounding her, the base personnel lay dead or had been turned to stone. The defenses of this base were shockingly weak. However, the trainees were not foolish. They attempted to divide and conquer. It seemed that certain individuals had gone too far and leaked information that, in no matter, since it had come to this, she would personally pay a visit to Songnan City. The snake woman rose gracefully and began to stride towards the exit. "Warning! Incoming missile! Warning, incoming missile. The snake woman paused, turning to gaze out the window, only to see the last two missiles she had launched hurtling back towards her, perilously close. Her pupils dilated in shock. What the hell? Chapter 66. Welcome home. Boom. The control center of the missile base erupted in flames. A critical moment. The snake woman successfully escaped using the snake as she had left outside. However, as the snake, I was not far from the explosion zone. She was caught in the shock wave as she re-emerged. The shrapnel from the missile explosion tore her clothes to shreds, leaving her battered and bruised. Fortunately, the snake woman possessed the ability of rapid regeneration. Otherwise, this incident would have meant saying goodbye to this world. Enraged, she exclaimed, "Damn it! Are the missiles from Dacia even reliable? How can they return after being launched?" At the new soldier training camp, a large portion of the camp had turned into a sea of flames. Had it not been for Yuan Gang's timely intervention, using his forbidden void to protect the instructors within the camp, they would have faced total annihilation from those 3 strikes. He was furious about the surprise attack, but at the same time, he felt a twinge of confusion. Where had those 3 missiles come from? Just then, an instructor reported, "Sir, according to our observations, there were a total of 5 missiles, 2 of which were aimed at the bus carrying Yi Ming and Lin Chia." Yuan Gang's expression changed drastically. There were still 2 more? How infuriating! It seems the true target of the enemy is the divine agent or the young master of the Bailey family. What are the casualties? A strange expression crossed the instructor's face. From what we observed, just as those 2 missiles were about to hit the bus, they inexplicably turned back. Yuan Gang was silent. At that moment, he received a call from Hong Hao. Once the call connected, Yuan Gang hastily inquired, "What is happening on your end?" Hong Hao replied, "Everything is normal." Yuan Gang pressed on, "What about the missiles?" Hong Hao explained, "It was Yi Ming who intervened. He commanded the missiles to return." Yuan Gang was taken aback. "Oh, it was this kid. Damn it, Yi Ming's divine void is incredibly effective." A slight smile crossed his lips. "Yi Ming, I truly owe you one for that 15 million. Let's consider it settled." The busload of survivors Yi Ming saved represented the future backbone of the Night Watchers, especially since 2 divine agents and 1 high-risk forbidden void were aboard. Not to mention, even if it were 15 billion, that debt could be wiped clean at noon. In the Peace Affairs office, as Yi Ming and Lin Xia were returning, all core members of Team 136 gathered in the hall. With the exception of Hong Ying and Wen Qima, who were out on official duties. Zhao Kongsheng even went out his way to buy a large quantity of box lunches, all containing Yi Ming and Lin Qia's favorite foods. Just then, Hong Ying and Wen Qima arrived. Chenmai asked, "Did everything go smoothly?" Hong Ying replied confidently, "Absolutely." Chenmai continued, "Did you encounter any troubles?" Hong Ying exclaimed, "Indeed, 2 missiles attempted to attack Yi Ming and the other's bus. But I handled it." She then animatedly recounted her heroic deeds, demonstrating how she had thrown a javelin and struck the missiles that I Xiaonan. Lung Xian and Zhao Kongsheng were captivated by Hong Ying's tale and praised her for her bravery. After finishing her story, Hong Ying playfully grinned and said, "The above is purely fabricated." I Xiaonan exclaimed, "How can you say that? I just praised you." Lung Xian added, "What a waste of feelings." Zhao Kongsheng chimed in, "Ew." Hong Ying puffed out her cheeks. "It should have been that way." Si Xiaonan and the others looked puzzled. "What does she mean it should have been that way?" Chenmai turned to Wen Qima, who sat beside Hong Ying, exasperatedly rubbing his temples in silence. "Qima, could you clarify the situation?" Wen Qima nodded. "Indeed, there was a missile attack, and Hong Ying did intend to intercept it, but someone else got there first." Wu Xiangnan inquired curiously, "Oh, were there others nearby to protect the new recruits? Let me guess, is it the Bailey family or the training camp?" When Qima shook her head, "Neither. It was Yi Ming. That guy jumped beside the missiles and commanded them to return." Chenmai, Wu Xiangnan, Si Xiaonan, Lung Xian, and Zhao Kongsheng were all left speechless. The hall fell into silence. After a long pause, a chorus of sighs echoed, expressing their amazement at Yi Ming's abilities. Truly remarkable. His divine void is so convenient. I wish I had such a divine void. Oh, envious. Ate that moment. 2 voices at the door caused Chenmai and the others to brighten with joy. Yi Ming announced, "I'm back." Lin Xia added, "I'm back too." Hong Ying was the first to rush to the doorway to greet them. She opened her arms. unsure whom to embrace first upon seeing Yi Ming and Lin Xie. Regardless of whom she chose, it would inevitably seem to the other that she favored one over the other. How troubling. Chunmai approached, observing Hong Ying frozen with outstretched arms at the door. Why not embrace them both? Oh right, Hong Ying realized, embracing both Yi Ming and Lin Xie in the middle. Welcome home. Wu Xiangnan, Si Xiaonan, Wen Qima, Lung Xian, and Zhao Kongqing also arrived at the door, all smiling broadly. Welcome home. Hearing those 4 words, Yi Ming felt a shiver run through him. Welcome home. Unbeknownst to him, he had found a home in this world. After Hong Ying released both Yi Ming and Lin Xie, Chunmai instructed, all right, go wash your hands, then we'll have dinner. After lunch, Chunmai informed Yi Ming and Lin Xie, tomorrow morning, you two will go with Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan to buy ingredients. I'll cook dinner myself, and we'll celebrate the new year together at the office. Yi Ming and Lin Xie both agreed, without hesitation. As evening approached, Yi Ming decided to pay a visit to the plump Bailey. He mentioned this to his family. Lin Xie immediately declared, shall we host a gathering for our friends? I want to go too. Yi Ming approached Lin Xie and whispered, since it's a rare holiday, why not take a good rest? Let me handle the hosting. Upon hearing this, Lin Xie began to doze off, soon falling asleep on the sofa. The reason Yi Ming had lulled Lin Xie to sleep was twofold. Primarily, as he had mentioned, the second reason was to prevent Lin Xie from stealing his spotlight. Chunmai and the others understood Yi Ming's actions but were concerned. Chunmai asked, aren't you going to rest a bit? Yi Ming smiled. I'm full of energy. Hong Ying recalled the missile attack from earlier, her face displaying a hint of worry. Can you manage alone? What if you encounter danger? Yi Ming confidently revealed his realm, peak of the pond realm. Chunmai and the others were taken aback. Wu Xiangnan remarked, impressive. Achieving the peak of the pond realm in just 5 months. You're quite close to the river realm. Wen Qima advised Hong Ying. Let him go. If Yi Ming can't protect himself, us following would be pointless. Hong Ying pouted. I was just concerned for him. Yi Ming smiled. Thanks, but I can handle it. When I return, I'll bring you some snacks. Hong Ying beamed. At least you have a bit of conscience. Chapter 67. Truly, he is the man I adore. As dusk settled, Yi Ming sauntered towards the Kairanchiji Hotel. Upon arriving at the entrance, he did not hasten to ascend the stairs. Instead, he unfurled his spiritual domain, scanning the surroundings for any suspicious figures. If he could locate those assassins directly, there would be no need to seek out by Li Pangpang upstairs. Regrettably, he found no suspicious individuals, likely indicating they had yet to arrive. With no other option, Yi Ming stepped into the hotel, deciding to first seek out Pangpang and take a moment to rest there. Welcome! A charming young lady behind a reception desk greeted him with a professional smile as he entered. Yi Ming, uninterested in engaging in idle chatter, straightforwardly requested, take me to Bai Li Tu Ming. The young lady's eyes widened momentarily before she responded with a smile. Of course, she retrieved a universal room card and exited the desk to lead him to the elevator, saying, this way. Pleased, Yi Ming followed her. Moments later, she escorted him to room 9039 on the 9th floor. Here, the card is yours. You can go about your business now, he said. All right, she replied with a slight nod, handing him the card before turning to leave. With a beep, Yi Ming used the room card to unlock the luxurious presidential suite rented by Pangpang. Inside room 9039, the lights blazed brightly and the music blared. There he beheld a chubby young man with fair skin, clad only in a large bath towel, dancing on the coffee table with exuberance. The scene was both amusing and somewhat shocking. Just as Li Pangpang was lost in his rhythm, the door swung open unexpectedly, causing him to freeze in place, his face flushing. Indeed, the service at a 5-star hotel, so poor that they don't even knock before entering. He turned to unleash a torrent of curses at the staff, but upon seeing a familiar face at the doorway, his eyes widened in surprise. Ming Ge? Yi Ming smiled and nodded. May I come in? Of course, Li Pangpang exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy as he hurried to the door. Grasping Yi Ming's hands with both of his exuberance stemmed from a deep-seated anxiety. The carefree dancing had merely been a means to alleviate his stress. As a scion of the Bai Li family, he had often faced assassination attempts since childhood, surrounded by bodyguards. However, at this moment, His protectors were still en route, leaving him vulnerable to those who had been eyeing his life. Despite possessing several protective items, he knew he could not fend off an exceptionally strong adversary. Yet, with Yi Ming's arrival, he felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. Although both were novices, Yi Ming was no ordinary newcomer. He was an enigma beyond the realm of normalcy. If he could enlist Yi Ming's protection, his life would be considerably secured. Li Pang Pang enthusiastically pulled Yi Ming into the suite and shut the door behind them. "What brings you here, Ming Ge?" Yi Ming straightforwardly relayed the information he had gathered from the original narrative that I received word that someone is targeting you, so I came to check on you. Li Pang Pang was instantly moved to tears. He had not anticipated that Ming Ge had come specifically to protect him. From childhood, those around me have sought either wealth or other motives. Yet Ming Ge seeks nothing in return. This journey to Tsangnan has truly been worthwhile. I sense something amiss as well, that those individuals would not let this opportunity slip. I have been quite anxious. But with you here, everything will be foolproof. Yi Ming raised an eyebrow. "Oh, you have such faith in me. Do not forget, I am just as inexperienced as you. It is entirely possible that we both may meet our end." Li Pang Pang shook his head earnestly, believing firmly that those assassins were not a match for Yi Ming. "Taiga, listen to me." He covered his mouth. Yi Ming's lips twitched slightly. "What did you just call me?" Li Pang Pang quickly denied. "Taiga, I believe Ming Ge is, extraordinary." He covered his mouth once more, shocked at his own unintended confession. Yi Ming smirked. "I possess a skill called Truth or Dare, which activates passively without engaging my spiritual domain. So you had better be honest. This ability, while passive, could also be influenced actively. If Yi Ming chose not to hear someone speak the truth, the skill would not take effect." Li Pang Pang offered an awkward smile. "When I called you extraordinary, it merely meant you are an idol to me. So please do not misconstrue." Yi Ming felt a slight unease in his stomach and swiftly changed the subject. "I believe Chao Yuan should have arrived by now." "Where is he?" Li Pang Pang scratched his head. "Are you looking for him? I arranged for him to be at the nearby tavern, of course." "I did not intend to do so. I was merely," Yi Ming chuckled, "worried about involving him." "Right?" Li Pang Pang shuddered, feeling a profound connection with Yi Ming. Nodding emphatically. "You truly understand me, Ming Ge." After a pause, he excitedly suggested, "Since you are here, why not let me call Chao Yuan over? Let the three of us indulge tonight." Just as Li Pang Pang finished speaking, the window opposite them suddenly swung open. A young man with short hair climbed through, one leg already inside the room. Chao Yuan's gaze immediately met that of Yi Ming and Pang Pang, creating a moment of awkward silence in the room. 3 seconds passed. The look of astonishment crossed Chao Yuan's face. "Ming Ge, since you're here, I think I'll take my leave." With that, he attempted to climb back out. Upon hearing this, Li Pang Pang realized that Chao Yuan had likely received some news or sensed impending danger, and had come to assist him, causing his heart to swell with emotion. Despite his rotund figure, Pang Pang was surprisingly agile, swiftly reaching Chao Yuan's side and grabbing him. "What are you doing? Couldn't you come through the front door? We're on the 9th floor. What if you fall?" "Such a thick-headed fool." Chao Yuan replied calmly. "This is a 5-star hotel. Entering through the main door is too cumbersome." Li Pang Pang pulled Chao Yuan into the room. "Now that you're here, why would you want to leave? Since Ming Ge is also here, the three of us shall not return until we're thoroughly inebriated." He felt elated, truly elated, happier than he had ever been in the past several years. Having friends like this was far more enjoyable than indulging in the company of maidens. Yi Ming leisurely approached the wooden coffee table where Pang Pang had been dancing, bending down to retrieve a bundle of TNT that was counting down. He grinned at Pang Pang. "Look what I found." A stash of wild TNT. Li Pang Pang gasped. "What?" Chao Yuan noticed the countdown on the bomb. "Ming Ge, throw it. It's about to explode." Instinctively, he tackled Pang Pang to the ground. However, as he spoke, the countdown showed 10 seconds remaining, and by the time he finished speaking, it had dwindled to 5. Both Chao Yuan and Li Pang Pang believed they were doomed. Especially Yi Ming, who held the bomb, feared he would be obliterated. Yet, Yi Ming remained composed, stating, "I touch that which halts time." Miraculously, the bomb paused at 1 second remaining. Li Pang Pang exclaimed, "Incredible." Chao Yuan marveled, "Truly, he is the man I admire." Ming casually tossed the bomb into a spatial ring and moved to the window. Pang pang. Arrange for some late-night snacks. We have guests arriving. I shall go greet them. With that, he leaped out the window. Chapter 68. Long live the godlike man. After Ming leaped from the 9th-floor window, Li Pang Pang and Qiao Yuan exchanged glances before promptly rising from the ground and dashing out of the room. Although Ming Gu was extraordinary and should be capable of handling the enemies, it was not in their nature to sit idly while their brother faced danger alone. Outside the hotel, Ming plummeted towards the earth. With a strength of 13,500 pounds, his physique was robust enough to withstand such a height without perishing. After all, the impact with the ground would create tremendous shockwaves, and no matter how tough Ming was, his internal organs could not endure such a force. It was akin to a magical assault, and he possessed only physical resistance. As he neared the ground, Ming silently recited, "I am as light as a feather." And indeed, his body became as light as a feather, drifting down gently like a single strand of hair. Upon landing, he casually placed his hands in his pockets and strolled forward for about 10 meters. Arriving at a relatively spacious area, he remarked nonchalantly, "Guests have traveled from afar. Why not reveal yourselves for a conversation?" His words were imbued with the power of law. Consequently, shortly after he spoke, a swordsman wielding 3 blades and a boxer emerged first. Stepping forth from the shadows cast by the surrounding buildings, their expressions vacant. Following them, a spirited young woman, armed with a bow and appearing quite dashing, descended from the rooftop of an adjacent structure, landing deftly on the ground. She too wore a look of confusion. Through the mental radiance of his wish fulfillment, Ming discerned the strength of these 3 individuals. They were merely at the pool realm. Just like himself, engaging in combat with such individuals held no significance for him and would yield no benefit. Only by eliminating them would there be any gain. Thus, it was best to resolve this swiftly. Ming snapped his fingers, and the 3 assassins regained their lucidity. The swordsman, astonished, exclaimed, "What did you just do to us?" The boxer inquired, "Was that a mental attack?" The bow-wielding woman remained silent, immediately retreating the moment she regained her senses. As a sniper, she knew she stood no chance in close combat, hence her instinctive withdrawal. That why Ming spoke calmly. "Please, do not leave." As soon as the words left his lips, the retreating bowwoman abruptly halted in her tracks. Her face bore an expression of horror. "This is no mental attack." "Who are you?" Ming replied, simply, "A man." The swordsman, the boxer, the bowwoman. The atmosphere grew awkward. The swordsman glanced at his 2 companions and declared, "This fellow possesses an exceedingly strange ability. Since we cannot escape, let us confront him." The boxer and the bowwoman nodded in agreement. The 3 were poised to strike at Ming when he casually suggested, "You 3 should commit suicide." Upon hearing this, the swordsman, boxer, and bowwoman all wore expressions of derision. Their bodies belonged to them. How could he command them to self-harm? Who did he think he was? Yet their laughter soon faded in a shock, for they were horrified to discover that, despite their lack of intent to self-harm, their bodies began to move autonomously. Teeth gritted, the 3 assassins struggled to regain control over their own forms. Alas, they lacked the wisdom of the first persona of the Nanduo snake demon and the survival instinct and obsession that came with it. Moreover, their disbelief in the reality of their own self-destruction rendered them powerless against Ming's law. It is likely that both are true. As Ming approached the villa, he instinctively glanced back at the crescent moon hanging in the sky as he reached the steps leading to the front door. A wave of emotions suddenly washed over him. Time has indeed flown by. It has already been half a year since I arrived in this world. In the beginning, I was all alone, without parents or guardians. Yet I cannot pinpoint when it began, but I have come to possess a warm home in this realm, that I have fully adapted to this world and embraced this identity. Suddenly, a thought struck Ming, and his expression grew solemn. In about half a year, Sangnan will vanish. That time, Captain Shun will return to the earth. Xiao Nan and Lung Xian will journey to Asgard. Qi Yi will descend in a madness and be sent to the Sunshine Mental Hospital. This family is about to disband. A wave of discomfort surged within him. After finally having a family, should I allow it to fall apart? However, Doing so could alter history and cost me my information advantage, just as Ming was engulfed in his dilemma. The front door swung open. A girl, holding a long gun and dressed in an oversized nightshirt adorned with a rose-pink embroidery of Luo Xiaohong, emerged while rubbing her eyes, with a voice laced with drowsiness and a hint of joy. She called out, Ming, you're back. This unexpected voice sent shivers down Ming's spine. He turned to look at Hong Ying, his pupils dilating slightly, and the turmoil in his heart suddenly cleared. Yes, I must take action. Even if it means altering history and losing my information advantage, I must do something. To hell with the information advantage. Hong Ying, Chen Mai Wu Xiangnan, Si Xiaonan, Lung Xian, Wen Qima, and Zhao Kongcheng. These are my family in this world. My connections that I must protect this little family. At all costs, a smile crept onto Ming's lips, his gaze softening. Yes, I'm back. As he spoke, he raised the bag of snacks in his hand. Look what I have. Wow. Upon seeing the snacks, Hong Ying perked up, excitement lighting up her features as she opened her arms and embraced Ming. You're the best. She then tossed the long gun to him, swiftly snatching the snacks from his grasp, humming a tune as she turned back into the house. A joyful little peacock. That why Ming glanced at the long gun in his hand, bemused. Don't you want your weapon? From inside the house, the girl's trusting voice chimed. You can hold on to it for now. With you, this freak, around, I no longer need to guard the place. Hong Ying's unconditional trust struck a chord with Ming. The interdimensional traveler, he took Hong Ying's long gun and stepped into the living room. That moment, Hong Ying was already seated on the nearby sofa, dumping the snack from the bag onto the coffee table, eagerly selecting her treats. Soon, she pulled out a bag of spicy chicken feet, tore it open, and took a small bite, her eyes squinting with delight. Delicious. Not long after, a room on the second floor opened, and Si Xiaonan, also clad in a nightshirt featuring Luo Xiaohong, though in pink, stepped out. Upon noticing Hong Ying enjoying her late-night snack, her cheeks puffed up. It smells so good. Hong Ying, you're sneaking snacks. Hong Ying? With a burst of energy, Si Xiaonan dashed down the stairs and spotted Ming at the door, waving enthusiastically. Hi. Ming nodded in acknowledgement as I Xiaonan bounced over to the sofa, sitting across from Hong Ying and joining her in the feast. Shortly after, Lin Qi and Wen Qima followed the enticing aroma and emerged, joining the late-night snack brigade. Hong Ying teased, You're all so annoying. How come your noses are so sensitive? When Qima feigned innocence. Do you believe I came out just to use the restroom? I want some of those chips. Whack. Hong Ying swatted Wen Qima's probing hand away. Go back to the restroom. She snatched the chips from him and handed them to Lin Qi, cheerfully saying, Qi, here, have some chips. Wen Qima lamented dramatically. Hong Ying, you don't love me anymore. Hong Ying, not a chance. Si Xiaonan offered a sour plum to Wen Qima. Here, Qima. Ah. Wen Qima's face lit up with joy as he eagerly opened his mouth. You're the best, Xiaonan. However, Si Xiaonan teased him by bringing the sour plum to her lips instead. Wen Qima. Ah. In that moment, he felt as if 1,000 arrows pierced his heart. Hong Ying waved at Ming. Ming, come eat. If you don't hurry, Wen Qima will finish all the snacks. Wen Qima protested loudly. I haven't eaten anything yet. As Ming watched the warm scene unfold in the living room, his resolve to protect this little family grew even stronger. Chapter 70. 1,000 years is too long. Let's seize the day. Lin Qi, Yi turned to Ming. Brother Ming, did you encounter any trouble outside? Hong Ying, Si Xiaonan, and Wen Qima also fixed their gazes on Ming. Clearly, while Ming was busy coordinating with Chen Mai for damage control, Hong Ying and the others had already returned home. Ming replied, Nothing major. Just casually dealt with a few traitorous night watchers from the Pond Realm. Upon hearing the first half of his sentence, Lin Qi and the others responded with a casual, oh, preparing to continue their snack, only to hear the latter half, which made their mouths twitch in disbelief. What does it mean to casually deal with a few from the Pond Realm? In Ming's eyes, has the Pond Realm become so weak? Hong Ying felt that this topic could not continue, especially since there were several from the Pond Realm sitting right there. She invited Ming once more to join the snacks. Ming waved his hand. I just had a late-night snack with friends, so I'm stuffed. You all enjoy. I'm going to rest. Back in his room, Ming stripped off his clothes and lay down on the bed. Closing his eyes, he tossed and turned, he decided to contemplate ways to safeguard his little family. However, after much thought, no suitable solutions seemed to arise. The impending battle in Sangnan, which would take place in half a year, involved the gods, and with his current strength, he would be of little help. Although he could grind for progress in the next 6 months, the truth was that without sufficient mystery to harvest, he could hardly make any substantial advancement. Moreover, even if he had enough mystery, according to the progression mechanism of the Great Immortal Method, the experience gained from mysteries of the same realm would significantly diminish as his own realm increased, with low realms yielding no experience at all. Therefore, Ming simply did not possess the conditions to elevate himself to a higher realm within 6 months. What should he do if everything were to unfold according to the established trajectory? Once Loki arrives in Sangnan, the place is bound to vanish ahead of schedule. Chunmai is destined to D.S. I Xiaonan, and Lung Xian will leave. Lin Shiyi will go mad. Wait! An idea sparked in Ming's mind. In the original story, the reason the gods were drawn to Sangnan was the emergence of Shiva's grievance. Therefore, if he could prevent Chunmai from unveiling Shiva's grievance during the incident at the tavern, would that not solve the problem? No, that won't work at that time. Chunmai would be on the verge of losing control over Shiva's grievance. Even if Ming successfully intervened, it would only delay the manifestation of Shiva's grievance by a couple of days, which would not fundamentally change anything. What if I tried to suppress Shiva's grievance using the laws? Ming chuckled at his own thought. That artifact could erase everything with a mere word. He couldn't even contend with a god, let alone suppress a divine artifact. Rubbing his swollen temples, he realized that his intention was to protect this little family. And since the essence of a family is its people, he should start small and find ways to keep those who are destined to disappear. For instance, he should focus on keeping Chunmai around. Although this fellow would eventually be revived, that would be after the grand finale. In the words of a great person, 1,000 years is too long. Let's seize the day that he cannot wait that long. Chunmai is the soul of the 136. He cannot be lost. It is certainly feasible to rescue Chunmai. Given his current mastery over the laws, the challenge is less daunting than awakening Zhao Kongcheng this moment. Ming remains unaware that a seemingly inconsequential action of his today will irrevocably alter the outcome of the entire Sangnan War. Ming glanced at the clock, which read 3 o'clock in the morning. Since sleep eluded him, he decided to reflect on the events that were destined to unfold today in the original narrative. Today, which coincides with New Year's Eve, several significant occurrences are set to take place. During the day, while Lin Qiye and Hong Ingxi Xiaonan are shopping, and Xingyu will deliver a message to Lin Qiye. 2 before the New Year's Eve dinner, the followers will dispatch the Scorpion assassins, attempting to kidnap Lin Qiye's family to coerce him into joining the ancient god Church. 3. Lin Qiye will opt to trust the intelligence provided by Xingyu and will eliminate a number of the Scorpion assassins. Ming speculated that his presence might result in alterations to the day's events. The ancient god Church's objective is to recruit divine agents. Currently, Sangnan City boasts 2 newly awakened divine agents, rather than just Lin Qiye as in the original tale. Although Lin Qiye's dual divine status is indeed more enticing, the ancient god Church would have no reason to refrain from attempting to recruit him. Consequently, would the serpent woman still instruct her followers to abduct Lin Qiye's family? Might the actions of the ancient god Church undergo modifications? This answer eluded Ming. Nonetheless, he resolved to set such thoughts aside, focusing instead on remaining steadfast amidst the encroaching adversary. Let the soldiers come, and I shall stand resolute. Let the waters rise, and I shall bury them in the earth. Morning arrived, and Ming, accompanied by Lin Qiye, Hong Ing, and Si Xiaonan, bearing the black box, drove to an underground supermarket known as Huimin.